Chapter 1. The World of Dragon Balls. Bowsy Mountain. In the expanse of a grassy plain, a gentle breeze swept through as a strikingly handsome young man, approximately in his 20s, floated gracefully in the air with his arms outstretched. A shimmering wave of white energy enveloped him, causing his black hair to stand on end in response to the energy's aura. Suddenly, the man's eyes flew open, revealing cold, piercing orbs that resembled glacial ice void of any emotion. An invisible, transparent wave emanated from the pineal gland at the center of his forehead. At that moment, the wind fell silent, and he descended slowly to the ground, gazing at his hands with a hint of disappointment, sighing heavily as he felt unsatisfied with his current self. My name is Sun Wukong. This world is the Dragon Ball universe indeed. I have traversed dimensions. Moreover, I have become the brother of the protagonist, Sun Wukong. However, despite being Sun Wukong's brother, he was not a Saiyan, he was human. He possessed his own pride and had continuously pursued Sun Wukong's footsteps, never once pausing, always striving to walk alongside him. From a moment Bulma arrived at Bowsy Mountain, they had embarked on adventures together, seeking the Dragon Balls, apprenticing under Master Roshi, participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, dismantling the Red Ribbon Army, and once more competing in the World Martial Arts Tournament, where he barely triumphed over Sun Wukong to become the champion of that edition. Subsequently, he defeated Demon King Piccolo, ascended to the heavenly realm for training, and ultimately bested the newly revived Piccolo at the martial arts competition. Sun Wukong had attempted to alter significant plot lines, but alas, he lacked any systems or external aids. Merely keeping pace with Sun Wukong was already his utmost limit. Yet, he had not left everything unchanged. For instance, regarding the Senza beans, he had exchanged numerous fish to accumulate a jar and a half of them, until the Senza beans at Karen Tower were entirely sold out. The utility of Senza beans is well known to those familiar with Dragon Ball. Although he could not recall every minor detail of the plot, he had not forgotten the pivotal events and elements. Due to his involvement, the trajectory of his encounter with Yajirobe had also shifted. As of now, Yajirobe was completely unaware of where he was, having become a stranger. Still not enough. Sun Wukong observed his hand. Son Gohan was already 4 years old, although he now possessed the strength to stand alongside Sun Wukong. He understood how chaotic this world would become and the immense power Sun Wukong would eventually wield. Lying on the grassy ground, he stared at the azure sky, pondering the path he should take moving forward. In his former life, he had been an avid enthusiast of the two-dimensional realm. Characters like my Sakurajima, Kazuma Satu, and Shinobu Kocho stirred his passions far more than the drudgery of mundane television dramas that made him feel as though he were swallowing flies. Dragon Ball had opened the door to his appreciation for anime, enlightening him on what constituted true animated storytelling. He vividly remembered the exhilaration and emotion he felt when witnessing Sun Wukong's first transformation into a Super Saiyan. As for harems, Sun Wukong admitted that prior to reading fan fiction, he had never entertained such notions. It was only through fan works that such ideas had begun to take root. In his previous life, he bore no lingering attachments. His parents had lived their lives peacefully, while he, on that fateful day, had arrived in this world amidst a lightning strike, reincarnated as a tender infant, picked up by Son Gohan's grandfather at that time. He was now known as Sun Wukong, a terrestrial being in pursuit of martial arts. Wukong uncle, it's time for dinner. A youthful voice chimed from nearby, prompting Sun Wukong to spring to his feet. A small boy, no taller than his knee, with a tail resembling that of a monkey and bright, sparkling eyes, wore a hat adorned with a 4-star Dragon Ball. Gohan. Son Gohan, the son of Sun Wukong and Shishi, was named in honor of his grandfather. Presently, only Sun Wukong was privy to the immense potential that lay within Son Gohan. Sun Wukong scooped up Son Gohan in his arms, utilizing the flight technique to soar through the sky. To Gohan's delight, he raised his small hands with unrestrained excitement, showing no fear whatsoever. Whoa! Sun Wukong, observing Gohan's exhilaration, half expected that if he did not hold on, Gohan might leap down on his own. Gohan, would you like to learn martial arts with us? Then you could fly just like me and Wukong. Sun Wukong attempted to entice Gohan into martial arts training, but his efforts had thus far proven fruitless. The scholarly path was not merely due to Shishi's influence, it was Gohan's own aspiration. For now, it was not feasible, but as Gohan grew a little older, Sun Wukong hoped to guide him. Philosophy and martial arts were not mutually exclusive. After all, Bruce Lee was a prime example of integrating philosophy into martial arts. Wukong uncle, I want to become a great scholar in the future. Gohan's youthful voice resonated with determination. Sun Wukong refrained from imposing any coercive guidance, having grown up himself. He understood the feeling of one's passions and dreams being trampled by parents or those they held dear. Interest was the finest teacher. Sun Wukong smiled as he adjusted Gohan's slightly askew hat, saying, "Then Gohan must work hard. Both martial arts and becoming a scholar are no easy feats." "Yes, Wukong uncle." Unbeknownst to them, they approached a pair of three-story apartment buildings, characterized by a classical European architectural style. However, despite the new constructions, the old house remained intact, a cherished memento of their past. As for electricity, with Bulma around and the advanced technology of this world, such matters were easily resolved. After all, Bowsy Mountain was rife with wild beasts and dinosaurs, making it unlikely for ordinary humans to traverse these lands. Gently landing, Sun Wukong set Gohan down and entered the house, where he found a man in his 20s seated on the sofa. His hair was tousled, and he wore an orange martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character for turtle on the chest and back. "Ah, Wukong, you're finally back. I'm starving." This man was none other than Sun Wukong. In contrast, Sun Wukong donned a purple martial arts uniform resembling Piccolo's, devoid of any inscriptions like Sun Wukong's attire. Sun Wukong favored purple and blue, and since Master Roshi did not mind such trivialities, he did not wear the customary orange uniform like Sun Wukong. "No need to wait for me." Sun Wukong washed his hands and began to eat, while Sun Wukong and Gohan both exhibited their legendary appetites. As for Shishi, Sun Wukong had long since grown accustomed to her culinary prowess. Regarding finances, treasures of the world, or those submerged beneath the sea, were of no concern to him. In a nearby field, a bespectacled farmer toiled diligently when a fiery red streak tore across the sky, painting it a vivid crimson. Boom! As the blazing object plummeted, the ground trembled violently, scattering nearby birds and beasts, while the farmer's straw hat was sent tumbling to the earth, akin to a startled rabbit. What is that? A meteor? A UFO? As the tremor subsided, a thick plume of black smoke rose from the site where the fiery object had landed, stirring a mix of curiosity and dread within. The farmer feared the luminous object could ignite the entire plain, heralding a disaster. Despite his trepidation, the farmer hurriedly drove his vehicle toward the crash site. Upon noticing a massive crater, he cautiously approached with his hunting rifle in hand. Within the crater lay a spherical object, adorned with red glass windows. Puff! The side of the spherical object with a red glass slowly opened, causing the farmer to nearly drop his rifle, his heart racing as if it were lodged in his throat. Chapter 2. Battle Power of Only 5. As the hatch of the spherical object swung open, a tall figure emerged, gradually levitating before the farmer's incredulous gaze. "Ah!" Startled, the farmer instinctively recoiled several steps, his hunting rifle trembling as it aimed at the imposing figure before him. On this serene, sunny day, the farmer's heart felt as though it were plunged into a frigid abyss. The sight of the towering figure sent shivers down his spine, as if his entire worldview had been shattered and collapsed. The imposing figure donned a suit of black armor, complemented by brown stripes that lent an air of elegance, with special gauntlets adorning his wrists and ankles, and something resembling ropes coiling around his waist. His long hair nearly reached his ankles, and his visage bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong. On his left ear, he wore a peculiar device, and dark green, translucent sunglasses obscured his left eye. This towering man was Raditz, a Saiyan, and the elder brother of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had sensed his presence even before receiving an invitation to the gathering from Master Roshi. Who are you?" The farmer trembled, his rifle aimed at Raditz, his voice tinged with agitation, revealing his inner turmoil. Raditz pressed a button on the device adorning his ear, revealing a series of numbers and unique visual characters through the green lenses. "A worthless being with a battle power of only 5. Upon observing the results on his scouter, Raditz smirked derisively as he strode toward the farmer. "You do not approach. I will shoot." The farmer, unable to contain his mounting fear as he beheld the advancing Raditz, pulled the trigger, and the shotgun erupted with a deafening roar. Raditz, unfazed, swiftly grasped the projectile with his left hand, his palm repelling it, as if mocking the farmer in the face of the farmer's almost shattered composure. The bullet rebounded back toward him. Uffed. The shotgun was instantly obliterated. The farmer's chest was brutally penetrated, the bullet leaving a mark upon the vehicle. Gazing at the now silent farmer, Raditz scoffed with even greater disdain. "Humph, what a feeble race." Suddenly, the detector emitted a violent response, and Raditz turned his gaze toward the direction indicated by the device. There exists a powerful energy signature ahead. Could it be Kakarot? Raditz soared into the sky, propelling himself toward the direction indicated by the detector. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong were making their way toward the ocean, headed for Master Rose's abode. Sun Wukong cradled Sun Wukong as they rode on the flying Nimbus, while Sun Wukong flew alongside them using the technique of flight, the swirling energy in the air forming a long, white streak. The Kame house has arrived. Sun Wukong gracefully descended to the ground, while Sun Wukong cradled Sun Wukong as he descended from the flying Nimbus. "Master Rashi!" Sun Wukong's exclamation summoned all those within Kame house to emerge. A bald boy clad in the same attire as Sun Wukong, named Krillin, along with the venerable Master Rashi, who sported sunglasses and a white beard, appeared. Another figure, a girl with short blue hair dressed in a pristine white coat, emerged. Her name was Bulma. She was the first to rush out, her face lighting up with delight upon seeing Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. "Sun Jun, Wukong," Bulma exclaimed, a hint of inexplicable sentiment in her voice. Sun Wukong cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, reflecting on how, in the past, he might have thought Sun Wukong would end up with Bulma. Wukong, Wukong, Krillin also jogged forward, greeting them with enthusiasm. "Long time no see." A gentle smile graced Sun Wukong's handsome visage. Bulma, curious, gazed at Sun Wukong's embrace of Sun Wukong and inquired, "Sun Jun, who is this child?" Krillin quickly followed up with, "Have you taken up part-time childcare?" Sun Wukong chuckled as he set Sun Wukong down. "He is my child." The astonishment on Krillin, Bulma, and Master Rashi's faces was palpable. Their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief, given their impressions of Sun Wukong's innocent ignorance of the world. The revelation that he had a child was astonishing. Under Sun Wukong's guidance, Sun Wukong slightly bent at the waist, greeting them with his tender voice. "Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you." Krillin, Bulma, and Master Rashi reciprocated with bows. "His name is Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong proclaimed as Sun Wukong began to frolic with Master Rashi. "Old turtle. Ah, yes, that's so. You named him after your late grandfather." Master Rashi's words brought a tinge of sorrow to Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, particularly for the latter, who had been too young and weak at the time to alter such a fate. I could see that moment. Bulma knelt before Sun Wukong, smiling as she asked, "Wukong, how old are you this year?" Sun Wukong held up his fingers, declaring 4. Bulma crossed her arms, her voice laced with an unexpected mirth, marveling at how polite Sun Jun's son was. Sun Wukong replied, "It's all thanks to Chi-Chi's upbringing." Upon hearing Chi-Chi's name, Bulma paused, lifting her gaze to Sun Wukong. Their shared adventures had allowed her, once a lovesick girl, to witness much and understand her own heart's desires. But it was all too late. Everything was far too late. "Wukong, what do you wish to be when you grow up?" Sun Wukong answered, "I want to be a great scholar, a scholar." Bulma expressed mild astonishment, noting that he was not following in the footsteps of martial artists like Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. At this moment, Raditz was soaring through the skies, following the direction indicated by a scouter. He hovered above a hill, where a green-skinned being clad in a white cape and a purple martial arts uniform, with slightly pointed ears resided. This green entity was named Piccolo. Suddenly, Piccolo sensed Raditz's energy, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. This power, could it be Sun Wukong or Sun Wukong? The air split with a thunderous sound as Raditz landed smoothly before Piccolo. His long hair flowed in the breeze, and upon seeing Piccolo, he felt a twinge of disappointment. "Tisich, not Kakarot." Piccolo demanded. "Who are you? What do you want here?" Raditz remained unfazed, scanning Piccolo's battle power with his scouter. "You're not my target," he replied nonchalantly. Battle power 822, quite impressive, but still not my match. What did you say? Do you have any idea who you were talking to?" Piccolo gritted his teeth, questioning angrily. Raditz scoffed, "Not a clue." With that, Piccolo unleashed a ki blast, his palm outstretched, striking Raditz directly. The explosion echoed, and Piccolo smirked, but his smile slowly faded as the dust settled to reveal Raditz floating effortlessly in midair. "How dull," he remarked. "All you did was stir up some dust." "Now it's my turn." Raditz opened his palm, and Piccolo felt a surge of tension throughout his body. Raditz's power far exceeded his own, a sensation he had never encountered before. Suddenly, the scouter detected two powerful energy signatures, prompting Raditz to halt abruptly. According to the scouter, two formidable forces were approaching. If one was Kakarot, then who could the other be? Perhaps the strongest being on this planet. With a swift motion, Raditz sped towards the direction indicated by the scouter, while Piccolo, feeling the immense pressure exerted by Raditz, braced himself against the ground, gasping for breath. And oh, it can't be. Who is it, besides Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong? Is there truly someone stronger than I? Chapter 3. My power at this moment. Within came House, Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, and the others were engaged in conversation, when suddenly, both Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong sensed an overwhelming energy approaching them. Krillin and Master Roshi felt it too. "Something is coming," Sun Wukong exclaimed, gazing towards the source. Sun Wukong's heart raced in trepidation. Raditz had finally arrived. Even after the incident with Piccolo, Sun Wukong had not relaxed his training, but instead had intensified it, along with Sun Wukong, who joined him in relentless practice. However, Sun Wukong was uncertain of his own power level, lacking a clear understanding, but he was confident it surpassed that of Sun Wukong and Piccolo, who had only previously possessed a battle power of over 300. What brought Sun Wukong some comfort was that Raditz's energy did not instill a sense of insurmountability. He felt it was within reach. Even if he were to fall short, he had already gathered the Dragon Balls and stored them at home, along with more than 10 senzu beans on his person. He was resolute that even if he could not defeat Raditz, he and Sun Wukong could still fight to a standstill. With a whoosh, Raditz landed before Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, and the others. Sun Wufan, trembling with fear, clutched Sun Wukong's trousers, gazing up at Raditz. Raditz looked at Sun Wukong, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Satisfied with Sun Wukong's battle power, as indicated by the scouter, "You've finally grown up, Kakarot." "Kakarot," Sun Wukong replied, puzzled as he regarded Raditz. Raditz assessed Sun Wukong, noting the striking resemblance to his father. "But Kakarot, what is going on this planet? Wasn't your mission to eradicate humanity? What are you really doing?" Krillin was about to step forward to confront Raditz when Sun Wukong stopped him. "Don't move, Krillin. He is not someone you can handle. Protect Bulma and Wufan. Leave this to me and Wukong." At Sun Wukong's insistence, Krillin hesitated, but trusting Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, he lifted Sun Wufan, who was still gripping Sun Wukong's trousers, and handed him to Bulma, standing side by side with Master Roshi. Raditz turned his attention to Sun Wukong, the scouter revealing a battle power that elicited a derisive laugh from him. "So, it's just another worthless insect with a power level of 5. "Only 5? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Looking at Raditz, he was curious to discover what level he truly belonged to, and a smile crept onto his usually stoic face. So that device can indeed measure a person's battle power." Raditz remained impassive, finding amusement in Sun Wukong's demeanor. He was eager to see what this insect with a power level of only 5 intended to do. "Very well, let us see what my battle power is." With that, Sun Wukong ceased suppressing his energy, allowing it to surge forth. As his energy swelled, his hair began to float with the rising power. Sun Wukong had mastered the art of concealing his energy perfectly during his training in the other world with Sun Wukong, achieving a level of proficiency that surpassed his brothers. Like the serene sky, perhaps it was a reflection of Sun Wukong's intrinsic affinity for tranquility and elegance, or perhaps it was due to the circumstances of his transmigration that made it so effortless for him. Raditz observed the increasing numbers on the scouter, his expression gradually shifting from amusement to concern. 800, 900, still rising. 1,000, 1,400, impossible. A human from Earth with a battle power of 1,400. How can this be? 1,004, you say? Sun Wukong glanced at his hands, realizing that his strength had indeed reached 1,004, affirming that his years of diligent training had not been in vain. 1,004. I can match that. As Sun Wukong observed the actions of Sun Wukong, a silvery aura erupted from his body, causing his battle power to surge dramatically. Raditz quickly turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. As the detector registered his power level, which escalated from the original 900 to 1,000, then 1,001, 1,002, Raditz watched as the final reading settled at 1,350. Just 50 points below Sun Wukong and similarly close to his own strength. No, it's impossible. Kakarot, you are merely a low-class warrior. How could you possibly possess power nearly equivalent to mine? It must be a malfunction of the detector. Raditz staggered back in disbelief. If there is a significant disparity in battle power, one would dominate. However, if the levels are comparable, a standoff would ensue. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong are not far apart in strength. But wait, if this Earthling has been concealing his power, then who else could account for the two formidable energies detected? Apart from Kakarot, is there an even more powerful being lurking on this planet? At this moment, Raditz began to contemplate retreat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, betraying his inner tension. 1,350. Sun Wukong was equally astonished upon hearing Sun Wukong's battle power, surprised that he surpassed him by 50 points. However, such a difference would scarcely matter in combat. It was entirely possible that Sun Wukong could defeat him due to his mastery of abilities and techniques. Likewise, Sun Wukong regarded Raditz, unable to recall his precise battle power, but judging by Raditz's current reaction, the gap was likely akin to that between him and Sun Wukong. It was hardly significant. Kakarot, do you truly remember nothing? Raditz exclaimed, directing his gaze at Sun Wukong. My name is Sun Wukong, not Kakarot. Sun Wukong replied emphatically. Humph. Raditz's tail, coiling around his waist, began to sway with agility. Tail, Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Wukong is also? Sun Wukong feigned ignorance, pointing at Raditz's tail. Indeed, Raditz said, a hint of pride in his voice as he looked at Sun Wukong. Kakarot, has your head suffered a severe blow? Answer me, Kakarot. Sun Wukong replied, of course. While I can't recall clearly, I did sustain a blow to my head when I was young. But what of it? I am Sun Wukong, not Kakarot. Precisely. Raditz's expression turned cold as he cast a wary glance at Sun Wukong. Let me inform you, you do not belong to this planet. You were born on planet Vegeta, a Saiyan, one of the mightiest warrior races in the universe, and I am your brother, Raditz. The words universe and Saiyan sent a shiver through Sun Wukong. As if struck by thunder, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin were equally taken aback by Raditz's revelation, astonished to learn that Sun Wukong hailed from the cosmos. Sun Wukong stepped forward, asserting that regardless of what a Saiyan was, Sun Wukong remained Sun Wukong. His brother who had always lived on this planet. As for you, Raditz, if you are here as a guest, we welcome you. However, with your aggressive demeanor, it appears you are not merely here to reunite with Wukong. Sun Wukong's words dispelled the unease in Master Roshi, Bulma, Krillin, and Sun Wukong's hearts as they fixed their resolute gazes upon Raditz. Wukong was correct. Sun Jun remains the same Sun Jun if Sun Jun were Saiyan. Why would he be on Earth? Bulma retorted loudly. Chapter 4. Different encounters, ha ha. Raditz laughed heartily. The answer is quite simple, Kakarot. You were sent here to annihilate the humans of this planet that we Saiyans are a proud warrior race. Seeking out habitable planets across the universe, exterminating the inhabitants, and then selling the planets at a premium to aliens in search of suitable worlds. This is our vocation. Planets with high battle power are attacked by adult Saiyans, while lower-tier planets, like Earth, are sufficient for children like you. Raditz harbored a trace of disdain for Sun Wukong, a lowly Saiyan, yet the fact that Sun Wukong's battle power was nearly on par with his own astonished him. Suddenly, Raditz's pupils contracted as he noticed Sun Wukong clenching his fists. launching a surprise attack. Even as he reacted, it was too late. He had not anticipated the sneak attack. Da-da! Sun Wukong's fist struck Raditz' abdomen with great force, causing Raditz to widen his eyes in pain. You bastard! Transforming his fist into an open palm, he unleashed a ki blast that struck Raditz' abdomen once more, inflicting further damage. Gritting his teeth against the intense pain radiating from his stomach, Raditz steadied himself just before plummeting into the sea. Damn Earthling! Raditz gathered an energy blast in his palm, only to find Sun Wukong suspended in front of him, hands pressed to his forehead. Solar flare, a blinding light enveloped the clear sky, forcing Raditz to shut his eyes in agony as he howled, "My eyes! You bastard! I will kill you! Damned Earthling!" Buzzing .2 golden, spiraling energy blades formed in Sun Wukong's palms, their serrated edges cutting through the air with a distinctive sound. Ki blade. This technique was one Sun Wukong had diligently studied, and he felt a twinge of regret that Krillin was still learning it. If it were a matter of sensing ki, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Master Roshi, and Tien Shinhan would all have perceived the Keyblade. However, it was evident that Raditz was oblivious. The stinging pain in Raditz's eyes forced him to keep them shut. And years of battle had instilled in him an instinctive sense of danger. He gathered 2 energy blasts in his palms and aimed them at Sun Wukong, unaware that the Keyblade was within range. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, maneuvering one of the Keyblades to soar into the sky, circumventing and then attacking Raditz. Boom! Raditz's battle power surpassed Sun Wukong's. Even with a narrow gap, he remained stronger. The energy blast shattered the lingering Keyblade, striking Sun Wukong with relentless force. Sun Wukong crossed his arms to shield his chest and head. Raditz's energy blast collided with his arms, producing explosive sparks that tore through his sleeves. Blood flowing freely as the tremendous recoil caused Sun Wukong to spit blood. Raditz's vision cleared, and he beheld Sun Wukong's outstretched arms, blood dripping from his fingers into the sea. And the blood, trickling from the corner of his mouth, painted a chaotic picture. Ha ha ha! You scoundrel, daring to ambush me. In response, Sun Wukong offered only a cold chuckle. Suddenly, a surge of intense danger compelled Raditz to glance back. What? Spotting the Keyblade rushing toward him, Raditz desperately ascended, but it was too late. Although it did not cleave Raditz in two as Sun Wukong had envisioned, the Keyblade severed his legs below the knees. The severed legs plunged into the ocean, and a shark, drawn by the scent of blood, swiftly devoured them, vanishing into the depths. Sun Wukong's right fist landed heavily on Raditz's cheek, sending his massive form crashing onto the beach by Master Roshi's house. Stirring a violent cloud of dust, Sun Wukong caught Raditz's fallen scouter, leaping gracefully back to Master Roshi's dwelling. Bulma, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Son Gohan were startled by Raditz's sudden descent. The entire exchange had lasted barely 10 seconds. Raditz opened his mouth in fury, gathering an energy blast aimed at Krillin, Bulma, and the others. No. Sun Wukong rushed to shield Bulma and Krillin, forming a ki blast in his hand, poised to launch it at Raditz. Whoosh! Boom! Raditz howled in agony as Sun Wukong delivered a kick to his crown, the beach erupting as Raditz's head was firmly embedded in the sand, the dust swirling like a sandstorm, gradually settling into calmness. Wukong, are you all right? Sun Wukong inquired with concern, noticing Sun Wukong's condition. That I'm fine. Sun Wukong grasped Raditz's bloodied hair and lifted him as if discarding refuse, casting him aside. Sun Wukong activated the scouter, directing it at Raditz. Revealing his current battle power, Raditz's battle power now stood at 640. It seemed he was indeed grievously injured. Detaching the detector, he tossed it to Bulma and leisurely approached Raditz, who was still writhing in agony. He stepped decisively upon Raditz's fingers, causing a pained wail to escape the latter's lips, as though his digits had been crushed under the weight of Goku's foot. Please save me, Raditz pleaded, feeling his body grow colder, his legs severed below the knees, staining the sand with a pool of crimson. His vision blurred, and he felt despair creeping in. Goku crouched before Raditz, and as he did, Bulma, still shaken by the recent events, hesitated to approach, but upon seeing Krillin, Master Roshi, and Gohan moving closer, she hurried over. Now that your legs are broken and you've lost so much blood, pressing the wounds may ease the pain. Yet it will only hasten your demise. Even if I do not kill you, you shall perish within 20 minutes. Goku's words dripped with the malice of a demon, widening Raditz' pupils in horror and bringing a fleeting clarity to his mind. As he teetered on the brink of collapse, "Stop talking. I beg you. Do not say another word. Save me, for the sake of Kakarot. My brother." Tears welled in Raditz's eyes, his desperate and broken demeanor evoking pity in Master Roshi. Krillin and Bulma. Just as Goku was about to step forward, Bulma quickly restrained him. Leaning in, she whispered urgently, "Son, leave this to Goku. He knows how to handle it." Reluctantly, Goku halted, his brows knitted in conflict. His inherently kind nature was stirred by Raditz's supplications, especially given their fraternal connection, a bond he had not anticipated to still exist. "Well, it all depends on your honesty. Otherwise, a single falsehood, and I shall toss you to the sharks," Goku threatened, prompting Raditz to nod vigorously. "What brings you to Earth in search of Goku?" Goku's icy gaze bore into Raditz, a nightmare imprinted upon his very soul. Chapter 5. Kamehameha Wave. Raditz divulged the purpose of his arrival on Earth. "The last surviving Saiyans, aside from Kakarot and myself. Number 2, they are both stronger than I, particularly Prince Vegeta, the most gifted among us and the king of our kind. Kakarot, no matter how you argue, you cannot obscure the fact that you are a Saiyan." Raditz's hazy gaze fell upon Goku, and he suddenly realized that the tail, a hallmark of their lineage, was absent from Goku's form. "Kakarot, where is your tail?" Goku replied, "I cut it off long ago." Raditz coughed. Blood spilling forth. "Continue." Goku's chilling tone sent a shiver down Raditz's spine, a bead of cold sweat forming. The Saiyans were once a minority, and following the catastrophic collision of a massive meteor with planet Vegeta, our race was nearly annihilated. I was spared only because, like Kakarot, I was sent to another planet alongside Prince Vegeta and Nappa. Raditz's voice grew weaker, a desperate desire to survive igniting a fiery intensity in his gaze as he looked at Goku. "Not long ago, I discovered a planet ripe for plunder, but feared we three alone could not seize it. Thus I sought out..." As his words fell, Raditz's pleading eyes bore into Goku's. "I have said all I can. Please save me. Your 2 Saiyan companions know you are here, do they not?" Goku formed a ki blast in his hand. Raditz's demeanor shifted, panic flooding him as he cried out, "No, please, if you save me, I will leave Earth immediately and report back to them, never to return." Goku silently scoffed at Raditz's words. Though some details eluded him, he could never forget the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. He might not know Raditz's exact power level at this moment, but he recalled that Vegeta's was well over 10,000. Despite this, Goku chose not to expose the truth. He wished to keep his secret safe, with Bulma, Krillin, and Goku himself very much alive. "What do you intend to do?" Goku, aiming the ki blast at Raditz. Goku stepped back, leaving the decision of Raditz's fate to Goku. "Kakarot, I am your brother. Save me. I promise I shall never disturb your life again." Raditz's desperate cries tugged at Goku's heartstrings, and he turned to Goku, saying, "Wooling, let him go. That I know he is a villain beyond redemption. But son, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin reacted with agitation, but upon seeing Goku's gesture, they fell silent. That I knew you would do this." "Brother," Wooling had anticipated Goku's response. This was the essence of Goku's character. Though he was no longer the naive child he once was, his innate goodness had not waned. As for the Saiyans, Wooling believed Goku elevated their race and stature. With a resonant hum, the ki blast struck Raditz, sending a chill through him as he hastily shut his eyes. To his surprise, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, his legs began to scab over, and his strength gradually returned. "I have staunched your bleeding and shared a portion of my energy with you. You are now capable of flying to your ship. Depart before I change my mind." Wooling would not foolishly offer Raditz a Sensibine. Turning to Goku, who seemed about to speak, "Don't say anything," Wooling interrupted, gathering a blue Kamehameha wave in his palms, ready to unleash it at a moment's notice. Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi held their breath, fully grasping Wooling's intentions. Gohan, cradled in Bulma's arms, mirrored their curiosity as he gazed at the gathering energy. Raditz, however, remained oblivious to the danger. He could not sense ki, and the detector was firmly in Wuling's grasp. With his back turned, he remained unaware of the impending assault. Damn it, that wretched Earthling and cockroach has even severed his tail. What a disgrace to our kind. Raditz' fury intensified as he recalled how Wuling, despite being weaker, had him pinned to the ground. That tail. Is that cockroach's son? A manic smile spread across Raditz's face as he noticed Gohan in Bulma's embrace, a sinister idea forming in his mind, to abduct Cockroach's child as leverage against his brother and that detestable Earthling. A tactic he had employed before. Cockroach, you are a disgrace to the Saiyans. With a roar, Raditz unleashed 2 energy blasts, cackling madly as he hurled them at Wuling and Goku. Indeed, you belong in hell. Kamehameha! In a flash, Wuling spun around, releasing the charged Kamehameha wave. The powerful blue energy obliterated Raditz's projectiles, surging forth without restraint and engulfing Raditz, reducing him to mere particles. The Kamehameha wave surged forth from the Kame house, crashing into the ocean, instantly vaporizing the water in its wake and forming a semicircular depression in the sea. Goku sank to the ground, his gaze fixed on the spot where Raditz had vanished. Unable to comprehend the loss of a blood relative, only to discover he was such a monster. Wuling, Bulma placed Gohan down and approached Goku. Piccolo, you've been watching long enough. It's time to show yourself. Wuling called out to the skies, where Piccolo lurked behind the clouds. Piccolo! Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi gasped, the memories of the Demon King still vivid in their minds, a past they could not forget. Piccolo descended from the sky, eyeing Goku and Wuling, cold sweat beading on his brow. Your power? Piccolo recalled how Raditz, whom he deemed insurmountable, had been effortlessly obliterated by Wuling. Well then, I suppose I can save time and find you now. Piccolo, Sun Wukong stood with his arms crossed protectively over his chest, his countenance indifferent. The striking features of his visage danced gently in the sea breeze, his dark hair flowing gracefully. Just moments ago, Raditz had mentioned that he had 2 Saiyan companions who were even stronger than he was, Piccolo and Goku. Sun Wukong asserted. Goku and Piccolo were momentarily taken aback. You? What do you mean? Piccolo questioned, gazing intently at Sun Wukong, realizing his implication. His green visage tightened with anxiety as he exclaimed. After Raditz lost contact, it was inevitable that his 2 more formidable Saiyan allies would arrive on Earth. And what of our strength? On an unknown planet, 2 men sat beside a fire, surrounded by a sea of corpses. One of the men was robustly built, clad in a battle suit akin to Raditz. His bald head and muscular frame radiating strength, a tail similar to Raditz coiling around his waist. Raditz is dead. Humph, what a disgraceful fellow. The other man, dressed in a blue battle suit, adorned with white gloves and boots, sported a mane of black hair that stood tall, his handsome features tinged with a hint of menace, causing even the burly Saiyan to regard him with awe. Chapter 6. Diverging Paths. Humph. Who would have thought there would be a fighter with over 1,000 battle power in such a remote place? The somewhat handsome Saiyan displayed utter disdain for Raditz's demise, devoid of any sorrow. Cold-blooded and ruthless, steeped in the blood-soaked violence of battle, such was their Saiyan nature. These 2 Saiyans were indeed Raditz's companions. The stout Saiyan was named Nappa, while the strikingly handsome one was called Vegeta. The king of the Saiyans, as Raditz had mentioned. Humph, once we finish here, let's head to that place called Earth that we shall eradicate all of its inhabitants. Vegeta's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. On Earth, at Kame House, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Piccolo, Goku, Krillin, Bulma, and others were left in stunned silence at the revelation of 2 even stronger Saiyans. Wukong, perhaps they won't come after all, right? Bulma offered a strained smile, attempting to reassure herself as she inquired of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's expression remained unchanged, his gaze steady as he regarded Bulma, responding coolly, the coordinates of Earth have already been exposed to them. Consider this, a planet rich in resources, where the human inhabitants are as easily crushed as ants. Bulma, I wish it were otherwise. Bulma fell silent, her face etched with despair as if the world itself had crumbled around her. Goku smiled, looking at Sun Wukong, while Piccolo clenched his fists, displaying no trace of fear. Wuling, Piccolo, this is truly intriguing, isn't it? Indeed, intriguing, Goku exclaimed. Bulma gazed at Goku in astonishment. Yes, the very thought of even stronger foes approaching fills me with exhilaration. Sun Wukong responded, fearlessly embracing the challenge, for he was a martial artist at heart. Suddenly, an aura was felt, drawing the attention of Goku, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, and Master Roshi. Before them appeared a figure resembling Piccolo, though aged, clad in robes adorned with the character for God. The God of the heavens, Goku and Sun Wukong called out in unison. Humph! Piccolo crossed his arms defiantly, turning his head away. He was the offspring of the Demon King Piccolo, expelled before being vanquished by Sun Wukong and Goku. He might also be referred to as Piccolo, Tude, the God of the heavens, and Piccolo, were originally one entity, but in pursuit of becoming the god, they ultimately diverged into two extremes, the other being Piccolo. It could be said that Piccolo had deep ties with the God of the heavens. Goku Wukong, I have witnessed the events that transpired here. I have persuaded Lord Enma, but alas, due to the underworld being a realm for the deceased, allowing the living to enter is a grave taboo. Therefore, Lord Enma can only permit one person to visit the King of Worlds. The God of the heavens spoke with a tone of regret, his face reflecting fatigue born from the turmoil on Earth. Who is the King of Worlds? Goku asked, puzzled. Sun Wukong promptly interrupted. Let Goku go, he stated decisively, without a hint of hesitation. What? Wukong, you? Goku looked at Sun Wukong, who was even more powerful than he, and it seemed logical for Wukong to go, especially since he was Goku's elder brother. Let us not dawdle. The sooner we act, the more time we have for training. Goku, when you learn from the King of Worlds, do not squander the effort of the God of the heavens. Does the King of Worlds have valuable knowledge? Indeed, and plenty of it. The King of Worlds' fist, Spirit Bomb. Why not let Sun Wukong go? Because Goku was his brother, and even if they were not blood-related, their bond was scarcely diminished. I understand. Goku grasped his responsibility, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by solemnity. The God of the heavens led Goku to the celestial realm, vanishing before Sun Wukong and the others, returning to their original trajectory. Sun Wukong mused inwardly, never anticipating that Goku would survive due to his intervention and have the opportunity to visit the underworld and the King of Worlds. Yet, it seemed the God of the heavens had exerted considerable effort to secure this chance. For the sake of Earth, the God of the heavens was indeed dutiful. Wukong, do not presume that Goku's training under the King of Worlds will allow you two brothers to stand before me indefinitely. Regardless of whether Saiyans or yourselves, I shall ultimately reign supreme over this world. The Demon King Piccolo cackled maniacally, pointing a finger at Sun Wukong. Unfazed, Sun Wukong regarded Piccolo, his eyes seemingly penetrating his very essence. Piccolo, you, after all this time, remain so juvenile in your antics. How do you manage it? Almost doubling over in laughter, Piccolo recalled how Sun Wukong had said something similar during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon grasping the essence of juvenile antics, especially with Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi stifling their laughter, he felt his cheeks flush with indignation. You, Sun Wukong? He exclaimed. Sun Wukong waved dismissively. Ah, I am well aware, but before that, I have a request of you, Piccolo. With that, Sun Wukong approached Son Gohan, crouching to meet his gaze. Request me? Sun Wukong, you haven't even sought my consent. Piccolo nearly roared at Sun Wukong. Krillin whispered to Bulma and Master Roshi. Piccolo is utterly helpless against Wukong. Indeed, Bulma replied, while Master Roshi nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong adjusted Gohan's hat, speaking gently. Gohan, you witnessed everything that just transpired, did you not? I wish for you to grow joyfully and without worry at your age. But reality does not permit such luxury. Uncle Wukong. Gohan's youthful voice rose as he gazed up at Sun Wukong. Though he had witnessed a life extinguished, he felt no discomfort. At some point, that even more formidable villain will arrive on Earth. And should we fail, not only you, but also your mother, father, and everyone else could meet the same fate. Gohan sank to the ground, his 4-year-old mind struggling to comprehend death. Yet the thought of Chi-Chi, Goku, and Sun Wukong vanishing like rabbits pierced his heart like a blade. Wah! Uncle Wukong, please, don't let Daddy and Mommy die, Gohan cried, finally grasping the concept of mortality. Wooling, Gohan is still just a child. Did you not think your words might be too harsh? Bulma remarked, her heart heavy as she looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong said nothing, gently patting Gohan's back. I apologize, Gohan, that I did not wish for you to confront these harsh realities so soon. But if those two stronger Saiyans reach Earth, and we fail, everyone will perish. Gohan, you possess unimaginable potential. If you unlock that potential, you will surpass anyone. Embrace the martial arts, Gohan. Learning will grant you the ability to protect your father, mother, and everyone else. If you are unwilling, I shall not force you. I will return you to your mother immediately. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Gohan opened his mouth to express his desire to see his mother. Yet, Wukong's words weighed heavily in his mind, conjuring images of Goku, Chi-Chi, and Sun Wukong meeting their demise beneath the Kamehameha wave like rabbits. Uncle Wukong, if I learn martial arts, will I be able to protect you and Dad and Mom? Tears glistened in Sun Wukong's timid eyes as he gazed anxiously at Sun Wukong. With unwavering determination, Sun Wukong declared, indeed, as long as you persist in your martial arts training, not only will you be able to protect us, but you may even vanquish those nefarious foes and save countless others. Chapter 7. Where does my path lie? With a nod, Sun Wukong, tears welling his eyes, looked up at Sun Wukong. Rising to his feet, Sun Wukong turned to Piccolo with a mischievous grin, saying, Piccolo, I entrust you with the task of training Wukong for the time being. Silence ensued, followed by an uproar from Piccolo, Bulma, and others that could nearly lift the roof of the Turtle Hermit's house. Krillin exclaimed, Wukong, are you serious? Bulma added, Wukong, let Piccolo. Furious, Piccolo roared, why on earth should I train this whimpering brat? Sun Wukong, terrified, plopped down on the ground, gripping Sun Wukong's pant leg tightly. I need to explain the situation to my sister-in-law first. I'll join you later. Piccolo, the reason my power exceeds yours is that I often train alongside Goku. Sun Wukong lifted Sun Wukong and handed him over to Piccolo, removing his hat and picking up the 4-star ball. Besides restoring the situation to its original course, he had another reason. He was too familiar with Sun Wukong, whose current disposition would lead to dependency on him. It would be better to leave him in Piccolo's care for the time being. You rascal. Piccolo crossed his arms, looking down at Sun Wukong, who, as Sun Wukong had mentioned, possessed untapped potential. Come here, kid. Piccolo seized Sun Wukong and soared into the sky, laughing. Sun Wukong, entrusting Goku's son to me is your greatest folly. Just wait, if this brat lacks the potential you claim, I'll crush him, With the weeping Sun Wukong calling out Uncle Wukong, they vanished from sight. The Turtle Hermit looked at Sun Wukong, saying, Wukong, is this truly wise? Allowing that fellow Piccolo to train Wukong? Sun Wukong nodded, it's only temporary. With Goku absent, I will also train alongside Piccolo later. Pointing to the device he had just tossed to Bulma, he remarked, this is the device Raditz used to detect combat power. Beyond the barely comprehensible numbers, the rest consists of unfamiliar characters. Bulma, I believe you would find it intriguing. With a graceful leap, Sun Wukong took flight, bidding farewell to the others as he headed towards Baozi Mountain. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, contemplating what his future course of action should be. He had considered the notion of acquiring Saiyan blood through the Dragon Balls. Inspired by the fanfics he had once read, yet possessing a system seemed the most advantageous. However, he did not have such a system. The mere thought of wishing for Saiyan lineage filled him with an instinctive aversion, a distaste for such an idea. The stillness of the sky enveloped him as he softly murmured, recalling the time he and Sun Wukong had defeated the demon King Piccolo and ascended to the other world, where the Kai did not impose the same burdensome training on him as he did on Sun Wukong. Kai, he inquired, how should my path differ from Wukong's? The Kai replied, your essence is distinct from his. While Wukong's journey is not suited for you, you must understand that Ki exists not only in life, but in the universe, flora, and even celestial bodies. Your mastery and perception of Ki are unparalleled. Yet I regret to inform you that I do not possess the means to guide you. Returning to reality, Sun Wukong's first thought was the spirit bomb, taught to Sun Wukong by the North Kai. It wielded immense and destructive power, yet its charging process was slow, and the greater the opponent's malevolence, the more devastating the damage. Thus, only a warrior of pure goodness like Sun Wukong could wield it. Sun Wukong was acutely aware of his own nature. He did not consider himself virtuous. Nevertheless, the method of gathering the spirit bomb inspired him greatly. The Kai had also mentioned his high degree of control and perception of ki. What if he could draw ki into his body, akin to the practices of cultivation? This notion lingered in his mind, and after the matter with Piccolo concluded, he diligently explored this idea, yet he could never quite achieve it. The Kai, accompanied by Sun Wukong, journeyed to the underworld, where they met King Yin, who explained that to reach the realm of the Kai, they needed to traverse a serpentine path stretching millions of kilometers. Gurgle, Sun Wukong's stomach protested once again as he sat powerless upon the snake path, gazing at the seemingly endless trail ahead. The clouds flanking the path appeared deceptively beautiful. A misstep would lead to a plunge into the depths of hell. "Ah, I can't take it anymore. There's no end in sight," Sun Wukong exclaimed, pulling out a bag containing 10 senza beans. Thankfully, Wuling had always prepared senza beans before his journeys, proving invaluable. Sun Wukong quickly consumed a bean, instantly restoring his strength to peak condition. However, seeing the remaining 9 beans, he resolved to reach their destination before exhausting them. Sun Wukong had scoured a jar of senza beans from Karen, trading a bounty of fish for them whenever they became available. He always carried a few for emergencies, and this time, he had insisted Sun Wukong take 10 beans. Given Sun Wukong's previous caution, no one suspected he had foreseen the need for them. "Come on. Everyone is waiting for me. Wukong has entrusted me with this opportunity. I must not disappoint anyone." Sun Wukong encouraged himself as he shed all burdens, wondering when Raditz' mention of Science would materialize. Whoosh! Sun Wukong sprinted forward, the endless snake path stretching before him, winding and interminable. Alone, he pressed on, fueled by conviction. Upon returning to Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon a robust figure, nearly 3 meters tall. Adorned with horns resembling a bull, dressed in a white short shirt and black suspenders, it was the Ox King, Chi-Chi's father and a disciple of the Turtle Hermit. Despite his imposing stature, he was, in truth, a kind-hearted individual to it that moment. Chi-Chi, sunbathing on a blanket, noticed Sun Wukong's return and cheerfully called out, "Wukong, how come you're back so soon? Did you forget something?" "Hello, Wukong." The Ox King waved amiably. "Ox King, sister-in-law, I have matters to discuss with you." "I hope you are prepared." Sun Wukong directly confronted Chi-Chi and the Ox King with the truth of the situation, believing it better to lay everything bare rather than to obfuscate. "What? Wukong, what do you mean?" Chi-Chi finally noticed Sun Wukong's disheveled appearance, his clothing torn and ragged. "Wu Fan, why would you leave him the care of that dangerous fellow Piccolo?" Chi-Chi questioned Sun Wukong with indignation. "Chi-Chi, please don't be angry. Wukong must have his reasons," the Ox King implored. As anticipated, Chi-Chi's reaction aligned with Sun Wukong's expectations, but he was well prepared to persuade her. Chapter 8. Lan Chi Dad, you are so naive. In this society, education is the best path forward. Wu Fan is destined to become a great scholar. Before Chi-Chi could finish her thought, Sun Wukong interjected. However, the paths of scholarship and martial arts are not mutually exclusive. Sister-in-law, martial arts is not merely about violence. It encompasses philosophy and has persisted for a reason. Martial arts master Wu Tai Do, the Kai, there's depth beyond your narrow interpretation of mere combat. Humph, Chi-Chi, taken aback, huffed in dissatisfaction. Wukong, don't think you can deceive me. I'm not that naive girl anymore. With a nonchalant shrug, Sun Wukong's handsome visage remained unchanged as the breeze tousled his hair. Sister-in-law, to continue your previous argument. Does this society truly concern us? Aye. Chi-Chi was momentarily speechless, calming down as she pondered Sun Wukong's words. Did this society have any bearing on them? What was the purpose of education? For stable employment. And what was the aim of work? For a salary. And what was money? With a smirk, Sun Wukong remarked, "Do we lack money, sister-in-law? Does anyone truly lack it?" Regardless of his intervention, these warriors are truly no longer lacking. Under the sea, treasures abound. So many. Yamcha, Krillin, Ten, Chaozu, and even Son Goku, none of them will have to worry about money anymore. Presently, his cellar is filled with enough gold and jewels to drive treasure hunters to madness. Not to mention Son Goku, Son Gohan, the voracious eater, has his fill, aside from rice. One wonders what the beasts near Bunyan Mountain are for. I shall not pressure Gohan. This is his own decision that he wishes to protect you. Dear sister-in-law, safeguard Goku, and also me that he aspires to protect everyone and to shield this planet. Sister-in-law, the pursuit of knowledge and martial arts need not be at odds. Yet, tears welling in her eyes, Chi-Chi gazes at Sun Wukong, exclaiming, but we cannot allow someone as dangerous as Piccolo to teach him. I must say, Wukong, you truly are remarkable. The Ox King is in awe. Having managed to sway the obstinate Chi-Chi, he mentally gives a thumbs up to Sun Wukong, realizing that he is indeed more impressive than the Ox King himself. Sister-in-law, we all recognize your struggles. Both Gohan and Goku hold you in the highest esteem and love you dearly. That it is precisely because of this that they possess such awareness. Beyond protecting this planet, it is your well-being that they cherish most. Sun Wukong's words leave Chi-Chi blushing. Even after more than 4 years of marriage, she shyly covers her face, stammering, I love you. Wukong, could it be that you are deceiving me? How could Goku utter such sentiments? If he did not love you, how could he have married you, dear sister-in-law? If he did not cherish you, how could he have willingly fathered Gohan? If he did not love you, how could he have gone 4 years without seeing Bulma, the turtle hermit, or Krillin? With 3 ifs, Sun Wukong leaves Chi-Chi's cheeks aflame, her heart racing as she bashfully implores, Wukong, stop. Please tell Gohan that once a decision is made, one must see it through. That I shall support him. Very well, I shall convey that. Besides speaking with you, I have the magical beans. Uncle Ox King, sister-in-law, fret not. I shall train alongside Piccolo, and I will also train Gohan. After returning to the house, Sun Wukong packs the prepared bags of magical beans and bids farewell to Chi-Chi and the Ox King before soaring towards the otherworld. Upon arrival in the otherworld, Sun Wukong's words resonate with the recently returned deity, who concurs with his sentiments, permitting the other Z warriors to train there. Sun Wukong then returns to the Turtle Hermit's abode, where Bulma is engaged with Raditz Scouter, discussing matters with Krillin. Wukong, are you saying we can all train in the otherworld? Krillin inquires eagerly. Indeed, Krillin, please contact Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu. I have already spoken with the deity. Sun Wukong produces 4 small bags, handing them to Krillin, stating, each bag contains 3 magical beans. When the Saiyans arrive, we shall proceed directly. The rest, could you kindly deliver to Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu? I understand. Wukong, Krillin nods in agreement, but by the way, what of Lan Chi? Where has she gone? Sun Wukong suddenly realizes her absence, having forgotten about her entirely, and promptly asks. The Turtle Hermit shakes his head, responding, Lan Chi left to follow Tien and has not returned since. Yes, that's so? A strange feeling stirs within Sun Wukong. It is not affection. Yet after spending a considerable time together, their separation now feels final, perhaps leaving no opportunity to reunite again. Krillin and Sun Wukong part ways, with Krillin heading to meet Tien, Chaozu, and Yamcha, while Sun Wukong makes his way towards Raditz's spaceship. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupts, revealing a woman with golden hair clad in a red-straped dress, brandishing a submachine gun, causing the crowd surrounding the spaceship to scatter in fear. Lan Chi, is that really you? What a coincidence to find you here. Sun Wukong descends, greeting the fierce golden-haired Lan Chi, who is currently unleashing a barrage of bullets. Get out of my way, golden-haired Lan Chi shouts, turning her submachine gun towards Sun Wukong. Whoa. Sun Wukong is startled, though the gunfire is not aimed at him. The suddenness still takes him aback. Clearly, golden-haired Lan Chi recognizes Sun Wukong. A key blast strikes the ground beside Lan Chi, sending up a cloud of dust, causing her nose to itch. Achoo! Lan Chi sneezes, her appearance transforming dramatically. Her golden hair and green eyes shift to blue hair and black eyes, her demeanor softening into a gentle and innocent aura. Where am I? Ah, Wukong, is that you? Blue-haired Lan Chi exclaims joyfully upon spotting Sun Wukong. Long time no see. Lan Chi, Sun Wukong remarks, noticing the 2 bags filled with gold and jewels on the motorcycle she had just vacated, causing his lips to twitch in amusement. This golden-haired Lan Chi has remained unchanged. Did I do all this? Wukong, blue-haired Lan Chi nervously surveys the chaos around her, the remnants of bullets scattered everywhere. All is well. Sun Wukong reassures her, sensing the approaching police sirens. The hatch of Radit's spherical spaceship remains open. He gathers energy in his right arm, forming a hook chain to latch onto Radit's ship. Shall we return to the Turtle Hermit's abode? It has been far too long, and everyone misses you. Sun Wukong extends his hand towards blue-haired Lan Shi. Absolutely. I miss everyone too. I have no idea how I left the Turtle Hermit's place. Blue-haired Lan Shi responds, her tone and voice starkly contrasting with that of golden-haired Lan Shi. Sun Wukong extends his left arm, smiling. If you do not mind, I could carry you back, Lan Shi. Oh, how kind of you, Wukong. Blue-haired Lan Shi shyly smiles, seamlessly moving beside him, as he lifts her effortlessly into a princess carry, prompting her to grasp the collar of his shirt tightly. Let us go, Lan Shi, with his left arm cradling blue-haired Lan Shi and the other hand gripping the spaceship. Sun Wukong takes flight towards the Turtle Hermit's abode, flying deliberately slowly to accommodate her. The evening glow begins to descend as he glides over the ocean. Blue-haired Lan Shi rests her head back, gazing at the surface of the water, experiencing this sensation for the first time. Nestled in Sun Wukong's embrace, blue-haired Lan Shi looks up at him, exclaiming, Wukong, you've become even more handsome than before. Chapter 9. The Immortal Karen Lan Shi. You appear unchanged, still as beautiful as ever. One unaware of the context of Sun Wukong and blue-haired Lan Shi's conversation might assume something more. In truth, there is nothing amiss that blue-haired Lan Shi embodies the essence of a gentle older sister. In days past, when he, Son Goku, and Krillin trained under the Turtle Hermit, she would tend to them with tender care after their arduous training sessions. Yet, after an unknown time, a sneeze would transform her back into golden-haired Lan Shi, leading to chaotic escapades, such as when the fiery golden-haired Lan Shi wielded a submachine gun during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed, Sun Wukong's observation holds true. Blue-haired Lan Shi shows no signs of aging, as if time has frozen for her. Suddenly, the sea breeze carries a damp chill, prompting blue-haired Lan Shi to feel an itch in her nose. Achoo! In an instant, she transforms once more, reverting to her golden hair and green eyes, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Where am I? Sun Wukong. Why are you holding me? Let me go, golden-haired Lan Shi protests, attempting to struggle but is startled by the vast ocean beneath her, where shark lurks, causing her to cling to Sun Wukong's collar in fright. Lan Shi, once we return to the Turtle Hermit's abode, please do not leave again. Everyone misses you dearly. Tien and I share a singular devotion to martial arts, and you must feel that too. Golden-haired Lan Shi casts a disdainful look at Sun Wukong. You mean to say that you, the one who watched transparent films with Goku and that lecherous old man, calling it art? Sun Wukong remains unfazed by her remarks, chuckling. At that time, Goku was preparing for marriage, while Teacher Mateto and Krillin were clearly eager, yet lacked the courage to express it. Besides, I am still single, a true virgin, and I see no wrongdoing in that. You? Who even are you? How could you remain composed when Bulma pursued you? By the way, during the World Martial Arts Tournament, you faced off against that Lan Fong, and without batting an eye, you knocked her out and left her lying on the arena floor. Blonde Lan Shi spoke of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, which marked their inaugural participation in such an event. You nearly caused me to forget my own identity. I have previously stated that I am a devoted seeker of martial arts, an unwavering solitary nobleman. Yet I also indulge in the pleasures of life. In truth, beyond these thoughts, Sun Wukong harbored many unspoken sentiments. As he gazed upon these familiar figures, he felt a reluctance to disrupt the harmony. Fearing that they might merely be ephemeral illusions of his dreams, he had already witnessed the bond between Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, and he pondered the fates of Bulma and Vegeta, as well as Krillin and Android 18. He wondered if these original couples would undergo any transformations due to his presence. And what of Tianjin Fan and Lan Shi? I recall that Tianjin Fan perished alongside Jiaozi at the hands of that fiend, leading to Lan Shi's eventual disappearance. Yet, here she stands now, seemingly invulnerable to vanishing again. I wonder how this will affect her relationship with Tianjin Fan. Hey, Wukong, what is the matter? Did I say something wrong? Blonde Lan Shi inquired, observing the sudden melancholia that enveloped Sun Wukong. Did she truly err in her words? Haha. Not at all. I merely felt a wave of gratitude wash over me, having such a wonderful group of friends and companions. Sun Wukong responded, shaking off the somber mood with a hearty laugh. By the way, Lan Shi, if you wish to pursue Tianjin Fan, no one will stand in your way. Just don't forget to keep in touch with everyone when you have the time. His words elicited a pout from blonde Lan Shi, who chose to remain silent. I understand. Humph. No, I shall not leave unless Tianjin Fan seeks me out, she declared with a huff, her rosy cheeks tinged with a playful arrogance. Suddenly, the spaceship landed, and Sun Wukong wore an exasperated expression. He had forgotten to bring empty universal capsules from Bulma, resulting in this cumbersome situation. With a thunderous crash, the spaceship descended, causing the entire Kame house to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. Aside from Master Roshi and Bulma, there are also a flying cat and a pig donning clothing. Wulong, you're here too? Sun Wukong exclaimed, dispersing the long chain in his hand. It's been a while. Wulong, and Wulong greeted him warmly. That moment, Bulma approached the spaceship, gently tapping on it and asking Wulong, what is this? Sun Wukong shrugged, his palms open in a gesture of surrender. This is Raditz S spaceship. I forgot to ask you for empty universal capsules, but I believe you would find this particularly intriguing. Wulong, it's rare for you to overlook something, Bulma chuckled, tossing him a box. These are all empty universal capsules. You know how to use them, right? Thank you. Just in time, as I need to pay a visit to Master Karen. Sun Wukong opened the box, revealing an assortment of universal capsules, each varying in size and capacity. After departing from Kame House, he ventured into the city, ordering numerous seafood dishes at various restaurants. Though the owner and staff protested, upon witnessing Sun Wukong tossing out thousands of bills, they promptly set to work with fervor. Once Sun Wukong had gathered hundreds of diverse fish dishes and stored them in universal capsules, he soared towards Karen Tower. Master Karen relished fish, though he was never short of it. With his remarkable artifacts, he could summon it from other realms at will. Even the cooking pot Sun Wukong had previously gifted him Woon tea sufficed to prepare everything. Utilizing the flight technique, Sun Wukong arrived at Master Karen's abode, where he encountered a white cat with eyes shaped like lines, sporting 3 whiskers on each side and holding a wooden staff, adorned with 2 eyebrows on either side of its eyes. Wukong, you've finally arrived? It's been too long. Good to see you, Master Karen. Sun Wukong replied, unfazed by the sage's awareness of his arrival. Master Karen possessed the foresight to monitor events unfolding in the lower realms and the ability to read minds. Observing the thoughts and memories of others, Sun Wukong had learned the flight technique from him. Nevertheless, Master Karen had not utilized his memory-reading abilities on him or Sun Wukong, nor did he disclose the myriad treasures and artifacts he possessed, including the Nimbus Cloud. As Sun Wukong opened the universal capsules, the enticing aroma of hundreds of various fish dishes wafted through the air, stirring Master Karen's appetite. Wukong, I've acquired over 40 senzu beans by now. Just as Master Karen was about to present them to Sun Wukong, he was halted. And oh need, Master Karen. Just keep them here for now. I hardly have a jar's worth. I'll trouble you again once I've used them up. Sun Wukong felt he had sufficient senzu beans for now, keeping them as a precaution. Meow, then I shall not be courteous. Master Karen summoned chopsticks, exclaiming, this is entirely different from the raw fish I had before. Wow, even with the recipes and utensils you left me, I still can't replicate this delightful flavor. It's exquisite. Every time I see humans from the lower realms create such dishes, I am utterly tempted. Wukong, Sun Wukong spent the day in ceaseless activity, seated upon the ground, his gaze directed towards the starry sky. Tonight's moon is truly full. Suddenly, his expression froze, in his perception, a colossal energy wave surged from Earth, directly striking the moon, shattering it into cosmic dust. Piccolo, Gohan, Chapter 10. Individual training. After satiating himself at Master Karen's, Sun Wukong took his leave, utilizing the flight technique to head towards Piccolo and Gohan's location. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. Sun Wukong was likely still racing along Snake Way. 10 cents of beans should suffice to sustain him until he reached King Kai's planet. Upon arrival, Sun Wukong found the mountains shattered and crumbled, while Gohan lay asleep on a hillside, clad in a fresh orange martial arts gi akin to Sun Wukong's, though adorned with a character for demon on the back, accompanied by sword. Wooling, you've finally made it. Piccolo hovered in the air, his green visage tense, his piercing gaze glimmering in the night sky. Thank you, Piccolo. I just witnessed the moon-'s destruction, and it made me think of Gohan's condition. Sun Wukong replied boldly, undeterred by the circumstances. This little brat possesses astonishing potential. Wooling, I've been watching over this whiny little boy for you. It's time for us to commence our training. Piccolo declared with a booming voice. Let us start tomorrow morning. I've been busy all day. Sun Wukong yawned and continued. By the way, Tianjin Fan and your meditation have inspired me greatly. Piccolo, your mind is the calmest and most intelligent I've encountered. And you possess vast knowledge. Hence, I thought of you that if we succeed, we might truly defeat the ensuing Saiyans and even surpass Sun Wukong. Surpass Sun Wukong? Wooling, I'm eager to see how you plan to achieve that. Piccolo replied with a scoff, turning his back on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's expression remained unchanged. The current Piccolo no longer harbored the sinister aura of his former self. Suddenly, a smile graced his face as he called out to the departing Piccolo. Oh, and I'd like to ask you to train Gohan during this period as well. What? Piccolo's form wavered, nearly plummeting from the sky, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He was to look after that whiny little brat. Just enduring this brief period had nearly driven him mad. The following morning, Gohan awoke from his dreams, embarking on his journey of survival, while Sun Wukong and Piccolo remained atop a distant peak. Piccolo, my control and perception of ki are exceptionally acute that I can sense that, aside from the air, the earth itself, along with its flora and fauna, possesses ki. Sun Wukong spread his palm, and in Piccolo's view, the surrounding ki gradually converged, ultimately manifesting as a white energy sphere. Wukong, are you suggesting? Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Sun Wukong. Indeed, keep watching, Piccolo. Sun Wukong infused the ki in his palm into his body, gradually absorbing it throughout his being. Piccolo sensed the power within Sun Wukong subtly intensifying, and oh wonder you and Sun Wukong can surpass me to such an extent. However, Wukong, what you're proposing shouldn't be so simple. Otherwise, you wouldn't need my assistance, Piccolo inquired. Exactly. However, Sun Wukong didn't grasp it. I had explained it at length. Yet he failed to comprehend my meaning, so I ultimately gave up. Sun Wukong chuckled, then handed Piccolo a diagram of human anatomy, pointing to the 3 specifically marked Dantian locations. Every being has a limit to their chi. What I envision is whether it is possible to store chi within the Dantian, that if chi can be stored there, might not the limits of life itself also expand? Yet, I am uncertain how to channel chi into the Dantian. Lower Dantian, middle Dantian, upper Dantian. Wooling, though I hesitate to flatter you, I must admit, you are indeed a genius. However, Wooling, you have overlooked one crucial detail. The fact that your cells are capable of absorbing chi indicates that you have yet to reach your limit. Piccolo gazed at Sun Wukong and said, Am I not at my limit? Sun Wukong pondered as he looked at his own hands, lost in thought that it seemed he was becoming more akin to the singular prowess of Sun Wukong. The Super Saiyan, while Krillin, Yamcha, and Tenshinhan appeared to be shackled, unable to keep pace with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, S of the Dantian. How could Sun Wukong possibly forget? He could only smile inwardly at Piccolo's praise, choosing to remain silent. However, the revelation that he had not yet met his limit astonished him. It seemed he had underestimated himself. Piccolo, would you care to give it a try? Though it may be quite painful. Sun Wukong's palms spread open, the gathered chi now resembling the size of a basketball. Just as Piccolo was about to refuse, he halted. His current strength was significantly inferior to that of Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. With Sun Wukong training at King Kai's place, he did not wish to lag behind any further. Bring it on, Wukong! Ah! Piccolo's anguished scream echoed throughout the valley as the concentrated chi surged into his body. Slowly being absorbed, it took several hours for him to recover. The sensation of fullness and swelling dissipated, and Piccolo gazed at his hands, realizing he had grown stronger. The chi belonged to the world, a natural essence. Having become more powerful, Piccolo felt a significant surge in strength. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly turned to Sun Wukong. Rest assured, I am aware of your concerns that I calculated meticulously, and both Cammy and King Kai have reviewed it. There is no issue. I would never engage in something as foolish as hastening growth. This ability is invaluable to us, but it can only be utilized once a month. Otherwise, it could truly jeopardize our foundations. Now we must solidify our own strength. Sun Wukong assumed a battle stance. All right, Wukong, let us go. It's the perfect opportunity for me to test my current abilities. Whoosh, whoosh. Piccolo and Sun Wukong clash midair, the sounds of their impacts resonating continuously. Their figures a blur. Each collision caused a nearby valley to tremble and crumble. As for why Sun Wukong had not utilized this technique on Sun Wukong or Krillin, it was because channeling natural chi into the body carried substantial risks. Without a profound understanding of bodily structure, one could easily incur grave harm. Sun Wukong had not only to consider meridians, acupoints, and vital organs like the heart and intestines, but also the ability to control this natural chi. Previously, even a mere fingertip-sized amount of natural chi had caused Krillin immense pain, and Tien Shinhan and others had suffered similarly. This method suited him. He could manage the natural chi within a radius of 1 meter, while Piccolo could withstand chi as large as a basketball. Even so, Sun Wukong managed to keep pace, maintaining a competitive edge during their time on Baozi Mountain. As time flowed, over 2 months had passed. In heaven, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Din, and Yamcha concluded their training under Cammy's guidance. During these 2 months, Son Gohan had also grown considerably stronger, his character becoming much more resolute, participating in training sessions with Piccolo, albeit as sparring partners, while also teaching Son Gohan various techniques. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, having achieved over 1,000 battle power, spent 2 months reaching the end of Snake Way, finally laying eyes upon King Kai's planet. At last he had arrived. Only one Senza bean remains. I truly wonder what I shall do once they are all consumed. Sun Wukong soared into the sky, heading toward the cloud-covered planet. Just as he reached King Kai's planet, an overwhelming pressure forced him to crash onto the surface, his body feeling as though it were laden with lead, rendering his movements sluggish. Chapter 11. The arrival of the Saiyans. What on earth is happening? Sun Wukong struggled to maintain his balance as the gravity of King Kai's planet made it exceedingly difficult for him to stand upright, his body feeling as though it were weighed down by lead. King, is King Kai here? I am Sun Wukong, a martial artist from Earth. Each step he took felt as if he were frozen in place. Suddenly, his stomach grumbled in protest, and Sun Wukong, unable to control himself, collapsed onto the ground. That my stomach. I am so hungry. Sun Wukong hastily pulled out his last Senza bean, shaking his head vigorously. No, I cannot waste a Senza bean like this. He spotted some fruit hanging from a tree in the distance. I shall venture over there to find something to eat. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong trudged step by step toward the tree. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Sun Wukong was taken aback and turned to see a short figure clad in a black robe with pink sleeves, adorned with a peculiar symbol. The individual had blue skin, a somewhat round face, pointed ears, and wore glasses. 2 whiskers hung down on either side, and 2 insect-like antennae protruded from their head. What is your purpose? King, are you the king? In addition to this figure, there was a gorilla-like pet named Barbarous, and a floating creature resembling a grasshopper, yet possessing the ability to speak. Gregory. On Earth, in heaven, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Din, and Yamcha concluded their training. Cammy regarded the 4 and said, You have surpassed me. There is nothing more I can teach you, and neither can or Popo. In this time leading up to the impending battle, return to your training. The future of Earth rests in your hands. Understood, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha responded in unison. After shedding their weighted clothing, they bid farewell to heaven and returned to their respective homes to commence their self-training. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong initiated another infusion of natural chi into his body, while Piccolo and Son Gohan began their sparring matches. Bang! Son Gohan was sent flying by Piccolo's strike, his face bruised and battered. Even during training with Sun Wukong had not held back. Son Gohan rose to his feet, rubbing his wounds. Unlike before, he did not cry, his character having transformed into one of resilience and strength. Son Gohan possessed immense potential. Having started from nothing, he was now fiercely pursuing Piccolo AS for Sun Wukong. Piccolo no longer wished to see him. The gap between them had widened significantly, even though he had received an infusion of natural chi from Sun Wukong. Gohan, do not stop. Keep going. Piccolo charged at Son Gohan once more, his palm slicing through the air like a blade, a manic smile gracing his face, observing the ever-widening gap between himself and Sun Wukong. Piccolo understood he would never surpass him. With Sun Wukong training with King Kai, he would likely only grow stronger. Wukong, did you not say that Gohan possesses potential beyond what you and Sun Wukong can fathom? I wonder just how much he is truly capable of. Piccolo's thoughts were unknown to Sun Wukong. Over these past few months, through the infusion of natural chi, his strength had soared. Wukong, can you hear me? Wukong, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. It was a mental link akin to Piccolo's technique. Wukong, have you reached King Kai? Sun Wukong asked, surprised. Had it truly only been just over 2 months? He recalled that the original Sun Wukong had taken half a year or more. Yes, no need to worry. I'm doing quite well here. Wukong, just now, King Kai informed me that the Saiyans will arrive on Earth in 218 days. 218 days. Sun Wukong could no longer recall the original time frame. But he knew it was certainly longer than before. Oh, and Wukong, remember to account for the time it takes to return after your journey on Snake Way. As mentioned by Kami, Sun Wukong reminded him. Ah, yes. If not for your reminder, I would have nearly forgotten. I will certainly remember, Sun Wukong exclaimed, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Sun Wukong was uncertain if Wukong would truly remember. Wukong, when you return, make sure to have a good talk with Chi-Chi about your sudden departure. She is quite furious. Sun Wukong's teasing remark sent a shiver through Sun Wukong's mind as he envisioned Chi-Chi's wrath. After engaging in further conversation, Sun Wukong began to connect mentally with Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and the others. The primary objective of this communication was to inform them of the Saiyans' impending arrival. 218 days. Vegeta's battle power must have exceeded 10,000 by now, though I cannot recall the specific number. Sun Wukong mused, gazing at his own hands. Yet when considering the extraordinary circumstances that lay ahead, he decided it best not to dwell on such details. As time flowed by, Sun Wukong heeded the reminder of Sun Wukong. After diligently training for 216 days, he began his journey back. Within less than a day's travel, he returned ahead of schedule and immediately sought out Sun Wukong. On the 218th day, 2 unidentified spherical spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, crashing into a bustling urban area. The sky appeared to be engulfed in sparks as Vegeta and Nappa emerged from the wreckage, inciting a wave of panic throughout the city. So this is Earth. Not too shabby, is it? Vegeta remarked, crossing his arms over his chest with a hint of a sinister grin. Nappa displayed a bloodthirsty smile. Let me greet these Na'vi fools. With his palm coiled, a surge of energy began to swell within him, preparing for an explosive outburst. Just as he was about to unleash his power, a ki blast sliced through the air towards him. What? Vegeta and Nappa froze momentarily. Vegeta swiftly darted away to evade the attack, while Nappa was caught off guard, struck directly by the ki blast. Boom! The massive explosion sent shockwaves of terror through the crowd, causing some of the more timid individuals to lose control of their bladders in fright. As the dust settled, Nappa's back was charred, with numerous burns adorning his body. He glared furiously behind him, flames of wrath igniting in his eyes. Who dares to ambush me? Vegeta landed on the ground, his expression grave as he regarded the figure descending from above, with dark, tousled hair and striking features. Clad in a vibrant purple martial arts uniform, Sun Wukong had arrived just in time. Phew, I made it, Sun Wukong sighed in relief. Bulma had been monitoring the spacecraft's movements, and upon learning of their landing site, he hurried over to interrupt Nappa's destructive intentions. Vegeta and Nappa quickly activated their scouters to assess Sun Wukong's combat power, but the reading displayed a mere 5. Nappa laughed heartily at the paltry figure emanating from Sun Wukong. You, a worthless piece of trash with only 5. Dare to interrupt me. Nappa's towering physique radiated an overwhelming presence as he strode toward Sun Wukong, looming over him with a condescending gaze. Sun Wukong stood at a height of 1.83 meters, while Nappa towered above at over 2 meters. Raising his head, Sun Wuling's indifferent expression bore a trace of amusement. In response to Nappa's astonished stare, he jested, "I've realized that sometimes playing the fool can be rather enjoyable. However, it appears you are no tiger, Dake, I blade." Whoosh! In an instant, Sun Wuling's left palm summoned a key blade, which sliced through Nappa's waist, dissipating as it passed through him, while Sun Wuling's gaze remained fixed on Vegeta. What? Vegeta stared in shock at Sun Wuling as Nappa slowly turned, his massive form appearing as if it had been cleaved in two, emitting a wretched cry of pain. The upper half of his body collapsed to the ground, his terrified gaze only catching a glimpse of Sun Wuling's retreating figure. Chapter 12. The name of the Z Warriors. It's impossible. How could I be felled by a worthless trash with a power level of merely 5? No, it can't be. Nappa trembled, his eyes fixated on Sun Wuling's silhouette, unwilling to accept his fate as he felt his life ebb away. Sun Wuling turned back, laughter escaping his lips, his bright eyes filled with disdain as he unabashedly mocked. You truly are foolish. You must be the Nappa of Raditz S-Tales. With a fool like you among the Saiyans, you've certainly dragged down the average IQ. Did you say? Nappa spat blood in fury, glaring fiercely at Sun Wuling, that you're just an idiot. That scouter of yours can measure power levels, right? Although I don't know what mine is, I can assure you it's far superior to yours. Sun Wuling unleashed his energy, no longer restraining it, causing the readings on Nappa's scouter to escalate dramatically. 1,000, 5,000, 8,000, and still climbing. Nappa, in disbelief, shouted in excitement as the blood loss intensified. 10,000. 10,001, 10,002, 15,000 combat power. Vegeta stared in astonishment at the scouter's reading, shocked by Sun Wuling's explosive power, F15,000. Nappa let out a wretched laugh, his mental state unraveling. Everyone, my name is Sun Wuling, will not be alarmed. These two are akin to the former Demon King Piccolo, Sun Wuling declared loudly to the crowd. Sun Wuling. He is the one who defeated the Demon King Piccolo and saved the world. The brother of Sun Wukong? I remember. It's Sun Wuling. He seems so familiar. I've even been to Wukong City and Wuling City. I can't believe I'm seeing him in person. Sun Wuling, go. Defeat those villains. The murmurs from the crowd brought a satisfied nod from Sun Wuling. After defeating the Demon King Piccolo, he and Sun Wukong had faced the reporters and the Animal King together. Though they were not the type to seek fame, Sun Wuling pondered the impending decline in intelligence and resolved to spread martial arts across the globe. With their presence, the martial arts fervor had surged, dispelling notions of ki as mere illusions and preventing any future occurrences like the likes of Satan. You must be the strongest Earthling on this planet, with 15,000 combat power. Quite impressive. Vegeta remarked with a smile, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. You must have defeated Raditz, right? Indeed, that fool met his end by my hand, and you brought along an even more foolish companion. Sun Wuling retorted, glancing at the bisected Nappa with a smirk. As Nappa faced the brink of death, Sun Wuling's words seemed to restore some clarity to his fading consciousness. What did you say? You call me foolish. Claiming I'm inferior to that Raditz fellow? Nappa gasped, summoning his last remnants of strength. Isn't it true? Sun Wuling crossed his arms, his icy gaze piercing like a demon's eye, etched deeply in Nappa's mind. In this world, good people do not die, nor do the wicked. Only one type of person meets their end, and that is the foolish like you. You cough. Nappa attempted to retort, but coughed up blood instead. Feeling the grip of death tighten around him, his trembling hand reached out as if grasping for something. He did not want to die. Sun Wuling observed the cheering crowd around him and raised his hand, causing the uproar to fall silent. This is beyond what the military can handle. Everyone, please keep your distance. The crowd dispersed instantly, responding to Sun Wuling's command. The Z Warriors were now fully revealed to the public, further amplified by the Animal King's deliberate promotion. Besides Sun Wuling and Wukong, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Master Roshi, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha were all now in the limelight. Yamcha, meanwhile, relished this newfound fame, especially now that he seemed to have completely broken ties with Bulma. Sun Wuling held no objections. As long as Yamcha enjoyed the admiration without exploiting it for profit, it was of little consequence. especially since everyone was financially secure. Sun Wukong found this arrangement quite favorable. At least Yamcha wouldn't squander his martial arts training and fade from the Z warrior's memory. Vegeta, if you wish to battle me, you must first defeat someone else before I will fight you. Sun Wukong's words caught Vegeta off guard. Oh, is this opponent stronger than you? Vegeta inquired, eyeing Sun Wukong. I'm not sure. The challenger goes by the name of Sun Wukong. His Saiyan name is Kakarot. So, are you brave enough to accept this challenge, Vegeta? Kakarot? Huh. Vegeta erupted in laughter upon hearing the name. Are you jesting? A low-class warrior dares to challenge me. Huh. Will you dare to face him? Vegeta, don't be defeated by a low-class warrior you deem beneath you. If you defeat Sun Wukong, I will battle you. Sun Wukong crossed his arms, having not anticipated Nappa's audacity in approaching him, only to be bisected in a surprise attack. Very well, lead the way. I'm curious to see what audacity Kakarot possesses to challenge me. Vegeta followed Sun Wukong as they soared into the sky towards the location of Piccolo, Gohan, and Sun Wukong, with Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu arriving in succession. Boom! Sun Wukong casually unleashed a powerful energy blast, obliterating the Saiyan named Nappa, who was bisected, reducing him to mere dust and creating a vast crater in the ground. Sun Wukong was unaware of Vegeta's combat prowess, but judging by Vegeta's demeanor, it was likely formidable, and he did not seem to exist on an entirely unattainable level. The gap between them should not be too great that moment, within the confines of the secluded valley. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Krillin, Sun Wufan, and Jiaozi all sensed a tremendous energy dissipate instantly. What is happening? Has Wukong already engaged the Saiyan in battle? Yamcha inquired urgently. No. Sun Wukong shook his head, brimming with fighting spirit, and said, Wukong still has that even stronger foe heading this way. It seems Wukong has left the one called Vegeta for me, Sun Wukong stated, stretching his body as he began to warm up. His martial arts uniform had undergone a remarkable transformation, and the weight he bore had been lifted by the King of Worlds, with the character Wu emblazoned on his back. Wukong, are you truly all right on your own? Piccolo asked, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could sense that Vegeta's energy surpassed even Wukong's, and if Wukong was not a match for him, could Sun Wukong truly stand against Vegeta alone? Sun Wukong smiled and replied, I apologize, everyone, for insisting on this reckless request, but I would feel unsatisfied if I did not confront such a powerful opponent. Chapter 13. Sun Wukong versus Vegeta Whoosh. Whoosh, Vegeta relentlessly pursued Sun Wukong, exuding an air of arrogance and absolute confidence. Naturally, Sun Wukong remained vigilant against Vegeta. How could he afford to relax? He had even devised a special technique to sever Vegeta's tail in anticipation of his potential transformation into a great ape. Indeed, Vegeta was incredibly proud. Who would have thought he could dispatch Nappa with such ease? Though it was unfortunate that Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and the others would miss the opportunity to train with the King of Worlds. Death was far from a preferable outcome. Sun Wukong pondered that had Nappa not overestimated his own abilities by approaching him, he might not have been able to eliminate Nappa so effortlessly. Here we are. Upon spotting the Z fighters, Sun Wukong descended to the ground, followed closely by Vegeta, who crossed his arms and gazed coldly at Sun Wukong. Your power level is only... No, wait. You Earthlings possess techniques to control power levels. Kakarot should be capable of that as well. Vegeta recalled how Sun Wukong had a power level of merely 5, yet had unleashed a force of 15,000 moments ago, discarding the scouter and scrutinizing the others. That Namekian. Upon noticing Piccolo, Vegeta expressed surprise. Namekian? Piccolo echoed, hearing the name for the first time and regarding Vegeta with confusion. Aside from Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Yamcha, and the others all cast curious glances at Piccolo and Vegeta. Vegeta, grinning wickedly, remarked that Namekian possesses not only immense combat strength, but also incredible abilities, including magic. I have heard tales in the universe of the Dragon Balls from Namek, which can grant wishes. I never expected to stumble upon such a treasure. Oh no, he even knows about the Dragon Balls. Krillin stared at Vegeta in shock, feeling a wave of pressure. Piccolo trembled, the notion of a Namekian swirling in his mind. He was not of Earth. With a cold smirk, Piccolo retorted, "Thanks to you, I now understand who my ancestors are. However, I am not the creator of the Dragon Balls. I excel only in combat, and you must be Vegeta, correct? You shall remain here." What audacity! After defeating Kakarot, I will vanquish the strongest Earthling among you. You trash are not worthy to contend with me. Kakarot, do not waste time. I shall lower myself to fight you, a mere lower-class warrior. Very well, Sun Wukong, unfazed by Vegeta's words, filled with fighting spirit, followed him to a distant mountaintop. In the heavens, the Supreme Kai observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Upon hearing about the Namekian planet from Vegeta, he grew somewhat agitated, while Bubbles, beside him, looked on with concern. Only today did I realize I am an alien. And no wonder I am different from others. When I first crafted the Dragon Balls, I felt a sense of déjà vu. Could it be that my distant homeland also possesses something akin to the Dragon Balls? A fierce wind swept through the valley. Vegeta and Sun Wukong locked eyes. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, Tianjin Han, Jiaozi, Yamcha, and Krillin stood side by side. Wukong, can you truly let Wukong face this alone? Krillin asked anxiously, looking at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled. It's fine. Wukong is trained under the King of Worlds, and I have my contingencies. Krillin, that guy named Naba was eliminated by you. Wasn't he, Wukong? Piccolo remarked, somewhat displeased. Everyone, Naba the Saiyan brought about his own demise. You cannot blame me, Sun Wukong explained with a grin. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already engaged in battle. Their speeds were astonishing, creating a flurry of energy afterimages in the air. Where did Dad and that Saiyan go? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Fool, do not rely on your eyes. Feel it with your body. Piccolo admonished, looking down at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong addressed Sun Wukong. Indeed, Wukong, reflect on the lessons I and Piccolo have imparted to you. Can everyone see it? Yes, Sun Wukong nodded, recalling the teachings from Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Focusing on bodily sensations. Look, I see it. Dad is at a disadvantage. Boom! Vegeta slammed Sun Wukong's head into the ground, creating yet another deep crater. You should consider yourself fortunate, Kakarot. A low-class warrior like you has the opportunity to spar with a royal genius like me. Kakarot, Saiyans undergo a quality check at birth. Those with low levels like you are sent to planets devoid of formidable opponents. You could say you have been eliminated. Sun Wukong raised his head, bloodied but undeterred. Gazing at Vegeta, I am quite fortunate to have arrived on Earth instead of being like you lot. Moreover, I believe that with relentless effort, even the eliminated can surpass geniuses. Double KO can, boom, a red aura enveloped Sun Wukong as his power surged dramatically. What? Vegeta was taken aback as Sun Wukong instantaneously sent him flying with a powerful punch to the head. You scoundrel! Vegeta gathered an energy blast in his palm and hurled it at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong formed an energy blast of his own, colliding with Vegeta's attack. A tremendous wave of energy erupted, spreading like a tempest, blinding Krillin, Yamcha, and the others. How incredible! Wukong's energy skyrocketed in an instant. Is this the technique he learned from the King of Worlds? Tianjin stammered in awe, realizing Vegeta's strength far surpassed theirs. Indeed, Sun Wukong explained to the others, this technique is called Kaioken, capable of doubling one's power. Wukong can now utilize a fourfold Kaioken. So Wukong can wield 4 times his strength. Krillin gasped, staring at Sun Wukong. Precisely, Sun Wukong confirmed. Observing Sun Wukong as he unleashed a 2-fold Kaioken assault on Vegeta, he felt a wave of relief. As for the moon, should Vegeta transform into a great ape, they would simply sever his tail, for he had specifically devised a new technique for that purpose, allowing him to permit Vegeta's transformation. You scoundrel! It is impossible for Kakarot's power to surpass mine. Vegeta shouted in frustration, launching energy blasts at Sun Wukong, who effortlessly dodged and retaliated. Impossible, a low-class warrior, Vegeta roared defiantly, soaring through the air and laughing maniacally as his energy surged violently. Kakarot, if you can evade, then try. Even if you manage to dodge, This Earth will be obliterated as its core is pierced. You scoundrel! The air pulsating with the might of Goku's double Kaioken caused the surrounding stones to tremble as he brought his palms together. Goku shouted, "Kamehameha!" Vegeta responded with, "Gallic Gun." The two formidable energy waves, one blue and the other purple, collided with a resounding boom. Witnessing the Kamehameha being suppressed by Vegeta's Gallic Gun, Goku's ally, Goten, restrained Krillin, who was eager to assist not rush. Goku has been utilizing the double Kaioken until now. Triple Kaioken. With Goku's furious roar, a crimson aura surged forth, swelling once more. The Kamehameha forcefully pushed the Gallic Gun back. What? As the Kamehameha struck Vegeta's form, his tightly gathered energy shield shattered. In that fleeting moment, however, Vegeta seized the opportunity to evade the Kamehameha wave. Chapter 14. The Artificial Full Moon Kakarot. How is this possible? Why? Why can that fool surpass me? I'm the strongest warrior among the Saiyans. Vegeta roared in a frenzy. No. He composed himself, realizing that surviving in his current state would be a challenge. Aside from Kakarot. Which Earthling could possibly... While I detest transforming into such an abominable form, let me show you all the overwhelming destruction I can unleash as a great ape. Vegeta scanned his surroundings, suddenly taken aback. What is happening? I specifically chose a full moon night to obliterate the Earthlings. Where is the moon? It should have appeared by now. Could it be that Kakarot and that Earthling have destroyed it? At that moment, the King Kai, who had been observing Earth, burst into laughter. Science. Thankfully, Piccolo foresaw this. The moon has been obliterated. Now Goku has reserves of energy left. Saiyan, your journey ends here. Vegeta let out an enraged cry. Do not think that destroying the moon will grant you peace. Although it consumes considerable power, Vegeta gathered a sphere of energy in his palm, positioning it within Goku and the other's line of sight. Kakarot, do not assume that by destroying the moon you can thwart me. Moon? What are you talking about? As the aura of Kaioken dissipated, Goku returned to his usual demeanor, gazing at the radiant energy sphere in Vegeta's hand. Stop playing dumb. Kakarot, do you know why Saiyans transform upon seeing a full moon? Vegeta's words startled Krillin and the others, who began to comprehend the significance of the energy sphere Vegeta held. This is bad, Goten, if Vegeta. Krillin turned to Goten, who wore a grave expression, fingers outstretched, gathering a miniature energy blade the size of a thumb. Miniature energy blade. Everyone do not worry. I am prepared, if I cannot reach him in time. Then let Vegeta transform into a great ape, and you all distract him while I sever his tail. Now, wait a moment. I wish to understand the reason Saiyans can become great apes. Good. Upon hearing Goten's words, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and the others readied themselves for action. Goten's energy blade is incredibly powerful. Krillin marveled at the miniature energy blade on Goten's fingertip. Goten had forgotten the intricate details. He did not recall the reason Saiyans transformed into great apes upon gazing at the moon. He merely remembered that it had something to do with the moon emitting a unique light wave. Too much time had passed for him to remember the specifics. Vegeta then addressed Goku. Moonlight is the reflection of sunlight. The sunlight reflected by the moon contains Blutz waves, and during a full moon, the energy of the Blutz waves reaches 17 million hertz. When a Saiyant's eyes absorb these 17 million hertz Blutz waves, their tail reacts, initiating the transformation. Goku replied, "What are you talking about?" And only a select few Saiyans can create an artificial full moon that emits 17 million hertz Blutz waves, even if you destroy the moon. I can mix the oxygen and energy from this planet to create one. Vegeta's energy sphere shot skyward, exploding suddenly. With a heartbeat-like thumping sound, Vegeta's pupils vanished, and his entire form expanded, his specialized battle attire growing alongside him. It's happening. That is the transformation into a great ape that Saiyans undergo upon seeing a full moon. Yamcha exclaimed nervously. Well, now that we understand, let's proceed. With a swish, Goten unleashed his miniature energy blade. Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, and the others charged forward, each releasing their most powerful destructive energy waves to divert attention, while the inconspicuous miniature energy blade silently approached the transformed Vegeta. That is, Gohan trembled, his body feeling as if it were filled with lead. Unable to move, Gohan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he charged forward, unleashing his special beam cannon. Everyone, Goku stood in stunned silence, witnessing Vegeta's transformation into a great ape. If Saiyans transform into great apes upon seeing a full moon, then that means he... Indeed, I finally understand. The creature that crushed my grandfather and disrupted the World Martial Arts Tournament was none other than I am sorry, grandfather, I am so sorry. As the dust settled, the great ape Vegeta roared with laughter, completely unharmed. What? Krillin and the others stared in disbelief at the now great ape Vegeta. I have good news for you. When a Saiyan transforms into a great ape, their battle power increases tenfold. Ha! Goten's lips curled into a smirk, his cold gaze fixed on the now colossal Vegeta, his voice clear in Vegeta's ears. I also have good news for you, Vegeta. Take a good look at your tail. What? Vegeta turned to look, but it was too late. The miniature energy blade had already severed his tail, and though reduced in size, its cutting edge remained as sharp as ever. You bastard! Vegeta's form began to shrink gradually. People often overlook the small elements around them, and that thumb-sized miniature energy blade was something Vegeta, in his current state, could not perceive. With his tail severed, not only that, but Goten had also applied a spell learned from the Supreme Kai to the miniature energy blade, ensuring it would never grow back. Just like Goku's tail, Goten would never allow Vegeta to create an artificial moon without adequate preparation. Goten soared through the air, landing beside Goku, who appeared somewhat dejected. Goten could easily discern Goku's thoughts. Vegeta had just expended a substantial amount of energy to create an artificial full moon, only for his tail to be destroyed by Goten. He remained unaware that his tail would never grow back. Otherwise, he would surely be driven to madness. You bastard! Buzz! Vegeta gathered an energy blast in his palm and hurled it at Goten. Goten's expression remained unchanged as he flicked his wrist, deflecting Vegeta's energy blast effortlessly. Boom! The energy blast struck a distant mountain, shattering it into debris. Bang! Goten delivered an elbow strike to Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to feel as if his entire body were about to disintegrate. The overwhelming pain robbed him of his will to resist, and the energy surging within him dissipated as he collapsed to the ground. Goku, no, brother. What will you do to Vegeta? Will you treat him like you did with Raditz? Goten hesitated, his words causing Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan to swallow hard. Is he really going to do that again? Goten, I'm sorry, let him go. Unlike Raditz, if he dies, it would be such a waste. Familiar words, yet it was still Goku. However, Goten did not fully lower his guard, as he was ready to unleash an energy blade at any moment. I don't need your pity, Kakarot. Or you, Earthling called Goten, if you wish to kill me. Then do it. Otherwise, I shall return one day and eliminate every last one of you. Vegeta clutched the spot where Goten had struck him, astounded that the low-class warrior he had always looked down upon had defeated him. He understood his current predicament, but asking for mercy was out of the question. He was the prince of the Saiyans. We can defeat you once. We can defeat you again and again. Vegeta, whether it's me or Goku, you will never surpass us. Now get out of here. Leave this planet. Goten's words were laced with fierce confidence as he glared coldly at Vegeta. Chapter 15. The humans who crossed the Bun Mountain, you will regret this. Summoning back the aircraft, Vegeta turned to gaze at Sun Wukong, who was currently turned away from him, along with Sun Wukong and others, and uttered a harsh remark before piloting the spherical spaceship away from Earth. The electric arc that had coalesced in his hand dissipated. And Sun Wukong, with an air of amusement, remarked, "It seems that Vegeta is indeed different from Raditz, isn't he?" My apologies, Wukong." Sun Wukong responded with his characteristic hearty smile. "There is no need for apologies. I shall surpass him in strength. Even if Vegeta returns next time, I will defeat him and ensure he remains in my shadow forever," Sun Wukong declared to Sun Wukong. Though this outcome pertained to the future, he held greater faith in Sun Wukong than in Vegeta, as they were brothers who had grown up together, despite lacking blood ties. Alas, I didn't anticipate not having the chance to showcase my abilities, but at least my heart feels at ease now. Krillin sighed, relieved that the threat of the Saiyans had kept them on edge, and now they could finally breathe freely. The group bid each other farewell, and Krillin along with Yamcha returned to Master Roshi's house, where they were momentarily taken aback upon seeing launch. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu made their way back to his dojo. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wufan returned to the Buns Mountain. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, Chi-Chi was overwhelmed with emotion and tears streamed down her face as they embraced one another. Wonderful! My Wufan and Wukong, you have finally returned. This is truly fantastic, Sun Wukong exclaimed, while Chi-Chi called out, Mom. Sun Wukong observed this familial reunion with a smile, as he pulled along the cheerful Bull Demon King and a man with an explosive hairstyle. Suddenly, Sun Wukong was startled, exclaiming, Wait, who is this man with the explosive hair? His usually composed demeanor faltered as he cursed, leaping back a step to create distance. Who are you? He demanded, gathering his energy for a Kienzan, ready to launch at the man with the wild hair. The explosive-haired man was taken aback by Sun Wukong's fierce demeanor and quickly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Master, wait, please do not strike. I am a martial artist, my name is Satan, and I have come to seek your guidance. Master Wukong, please do not harm me. Satan seeks to be my disciple. Sun Wukong glanced at the Bull Demon King, who nodded in response, causing the Kienzan in his hand to dissipate. Wukong, a month ago, while I was out hunting, I saw him being chased by a pack of Tyrannosaurus Rexes and saved him. He mentioned that he was seeking you and Wukong to become disciples and had been stuck on Buns Mountain for a week that I brought him back, the Bull Demon King explained with a smile. Sun Wukong fell into contemplation. He had not anticipated that Satan would appear in such a manner due to his own actions. Satan, the name synonymous with the devil from his past life. The fallen angel who stood opposed to God. The demon who tempted humanity into ruin. In the Bible, he takes the form of a serpent, deceiving Adam and Eve into eating the forbidden fruit of knowledge, embodying the essence of hellish malevolence. Sun Wukong wondered if this name was a coincidence, but given the context of his past memories, it indeed resonated with the essence of Satan. However, now I remember saying that you must climb the Korin Tower to seek the Korin Sage for training, right? Moreover, you probably haven't even begun to cultivate your energy. Sun Wukong questioned sternly, as Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, and Chi-Chi gathered around and asked for why he was seeking him as a mentor now. Chi-Chi and the Bull Demon King understood Sun Wukong's nature. It would be challenging to have him teach others. Sun Wukong did not refuse. If Satan had survived to this point, he must possess certain exceptional qualities, with martial arts now fully in the public eye. Alongside the cities named after Wukong and Wukong, as well as the statues erected, he feared that the passage of time might lead to the fading of all memories. Time, at times, truly has the power to alter everything. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Satan's eyes lit up. The fact that Sun Wukong did not refute him calling him master presented him with an opportunity. Master Wukong, my aptitude is rather dull. I have never encountered disciples from schools like the Turtle School or Crane School, which is why I dared to come to Buns Mountain. Just when I was about to meet my demise, I was saved by Mr. Bull Demon, and thus I have the fortune to meet you. Satan exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, which made Sun Wukong wrinkle his nose in distaste. Wipe your tears and snot away, he said, somewhat annoyed at Yes, Master Satan quickly replied. When Sun Wukong heard the mention of Korin Tower, he turned to Sun Wukong and chuckled, Korin Tower, what a nostalgic place. I nearly perished there, but it was Wukong who carried me up the tower, and then the Korin Sage saved me with a senza bean. What? Chi-Chi, Sun Wufan, the Bull Demon King, and Satan looked at Sun Wukong with curiosity, astonished that such a thing had occurred. Satan was particularly shocked, as he had visited Korin Tower and had heard from locals about two boys, one of whom had carried the other, who was on the brink of death, up the tower. He had personally experienced the enormity of Korin Tower, which seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. Back then, Sun Wukong had actually carried Sun Wukong up. Sun Wukong gazed down at his hands, seemingly recalling the moment when they were stained with Sun Wukong's blood. That was the first time he had unleashed the Kienzan. And at that time, they had no Dragon Balls. They had encountered Tao Pai Pai at Korin Tower and were no match for him. Seizing the opportunity that Sun Wukong had created, the Kienzan had separated Tao Pai Pai's body, which he then obliterated with the Kamehameha. Sun Wukong had been struck by Tao Pai Pai's Dodon Ray, but it had not hit a vital spot, as they had both become a bit stronger. Thus, Sun Wukong had narrowly avoided a fatal injury. After bandaging Sun Wukong's wounds, he had tied him up and, clenching his teeth, carried him up Korin Tower. Following their training, the two had together dismantled the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. "Let us not dwell on the past, Wukong," Sun Wukong interjected, cutting off Sun Wukong, who was narrating the story in vivid detail. He had truly been terrified if his actions had led to Sun Wukong's death. He feared what would happen the next time they faced Raditz. Thus, Sun Wukong became even more cautious, with a jar and a half of Senza beans alongside the Dragon Balls that he had kept at home. Whether one called him selfish or greedy for hoarding the Dragon Balls, he simply did not want to encounter such situations again. "Ha! My apologies, Wukong, but it's quite a feat for Satan to have made it to Bun's Mountain. What are your plans now?" Sun Wukong asked with a bashful smile. Satan gazed at Sun Wukong with hope. Although they had not known each other long, he had gleaned much about Sun Wukong's character: kind-hearted, gentle, and somewhat foolishly straightforward. Compared to Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong appeared far more reliable. He recalled Chi-Chi's and the Bull Demon King's words. It was indeed wise to seek Sun Wukong as a mentor. "I never said I wouldn't take you on as a disciple." But Satan's smile faded in an instant as he looked at Sun Wukong with eager anticipation. "However, I will teach you the methods of energy cultivation. If you cannot gather your energy, I will not accept you, Satan," Sun Wukong said coldly, staring at Satan. "Yes, Master Wukong," Satan exclaimed excitedly, bowing deeply, thrilled to finally have the chance to connect with energy. Chapter 16. The Colonel of the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong's decision to accept Satan as a disciple was laden with benefits. He had been seeking a public spokesperson, but had lacked the time until now, when Satan had appeared at his doorstep. Observing his demeanor and potential, Sun Wukong chose to take him under his wing. "Stand up and speak." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's command, Satan quickly rose to his feet, straightening his posture as he faced Sun Wukong. "Before I teach you about energy, I can also impart knowledge about martial artists. Once you become a martial artist, while you gain power, you also acquire a deeper responsibility. When crises befall Earth, you must stand at the forefront. Do you understand?" "I understand, Master Wukong, that I know you and Mr. Wukong defeated King Piccolo, as well as the Saiyans just now. That I grasp it all. Although I am timid, I genuinely wish to become a martial artist." "Master Wukong," Satan said resolutely, looking at Sun Wukong, who, along with Sun Wukong, the Bull Demon King, and Chi-Chi, all wore approving smiles, clearly satisfied with Satan's words. "Tomorrow you shall begin your training. I am a bit weary today. By the way, Satan, do you have any family? It seems that you might be unable to return home for a while during your training," Sun Wukong inquired. "Master Wukong, I have a daughter, but I have already asked Mr. Bull Demon to assist me in bringing her here," Satan replied with a grin. Suddenly, in Sun Wukong's home, a little girl, roughly the same age as Sun Wukong, appeared. She had a finely chiseled appearance, her face somewhat round, with black hair, utterly contrasting with Satan. Sun Wukong. Here in Wukong City, this was the very location where Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong ultimately vanquished the Demon King Piccolo. From the ruins, a city with a population exceeding 10 million has been rebuilt. And the royal palace is also established here. This moment, Krillin and Yamcha, having donned disguises to avoid recognition, are laden with a multitude of purchase supplies. Gazing at the statue of Sun Wukong, situated in the central plaza, a smile graces their faces. Krillin: "Well, I still remember the fervor of the fans shouting for Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. The streets were completely congested with people." Yamcha chuckles: "Of course I recall. I also remember how Sun Wukong was utterly oblivious about what a bride was, thinking it was some sort of delectable treat. Haha. And he ended up marrying Chi-Chi in such a bewildered state, much to the dismay of a legion of his female admirers." Suddenly, a series of gunshots pierces the air, startling Krillin and Yamcha. The crowd begins to disperse in an orderly fashion. They witness a throng of humanoid robots armed with guns, relentlessly pursuing a woman with flowing purple hair. The purple-haired woman retaliates with a handgun, taking down a robot with every shot to its head. "Look at the emblem on those robots," Yamcha exclaims, pointing to a red trapezoidal insignia emblazoned on the robots. flanked by the letter the Red Ribbon Army. Impossible. Wuling and Wukong annihilated them. Didn't they? Krillin exclaims, rendered speechless by the revelation. There must be remnants. We need to save her first. Yamcha and Krillin shed their disguises and charge forward with swift and decisive movements, dispatching the robots in mere seconds. The purple-haired woman is momentarily taken aback. She recognizes Yamcha and Krillin. She had intended to seek them out, but didn't he expect to encounter them here? Are you all right? Krillin inquires with concern. I'm fine. Thank you, Krillin. Yamcha. She replies, brushing off the dust from her attire, revealing a composed and bright smile directed at them. Krillin and Yamcha are accustomed to being recognized, even without the presence of Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, who attract a multitude of fans. Yet, they remain memorable, particularly Yamcha, whose public appearances have garnered him numerous admirers. Why is the Red Ribbon Army pursuing you? Yamcha questions, his gaze scrutinizing the purple-haired woman. With a bemused smile, she spreads her hands and responds, because I used to work for the Red Ribbon Army. My name is Zilulin. I was a colonel there. When Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong destroyed their base, I seized the opportunity to raid the treasury and escaped. What? Krillin and Yamcha exclaim in astonishment, never anticipating that this purple-haired woman named Zilulin would possess such a background. Looking around, Krillin asserts, this isn't the place for discussions. Let us take her to Kame House. We should inform Wukong and Wuling about the Red Ribbon Army as well. Agreed. Yamcha nods in affirmation, and together with Krillin, they escort Zilulin back to Kame House. Meanwhile, at Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong, Satan, and Satan's daughter, Bidalai, stand before him. Noticing the starry-eyed admiration emanating from Bidalai, who is of similar age to Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong refrains from saying much, allowing her to listen alongside Satan. Concentrating, he gathers a ki blast, which under the incredulous gazes of Satan and Bidalai strikes a distant rock, shattering it into fragments. This is ki. Beyond mere attack, ki possesses myriad capabilities. It is not magic, nor mere sleight of hand. Satan, I have already instructed you on how to channel your ki. Remain calm. Be patient and focus your mind that if you cannot gather ki within a month, I advise you to reconsider. Sun Wukong glances at Bidalai, recalling that she seemed to have cultivated ki alongside Sun Wukong. However, he surmises that Satan should be capable of gathering ki as well, that if he struggles after a month, he would pivot to instructing Bidalai, as she too has potential. Yes, Uncle Wukong. Both Satan and the 5-year-old Bidalai respond in unison. Uncle Wukong! Uncle Wukong! Sun Wukong arrives, clad in a purple martial arts uniform reminiscent of Piccolo's. What is it, Wukong? Sun Wukong inquires. Uncle Wukong, Krillin just contacted Dad. He wants you to come to Kame House regarding the Red Ribbon Army. What? A surge of alarm courses through Sun Wukong as he recalls the two androids, 17 and 18. We must leave at once, Wukong. Sun Wukong soars into the sky, heading towards Kame House, with Sun Wukong closely following. The pair leaves Satan and Bidalai gaping in astonishment. Especially Bidalai. She recalls that Sun Wukong is of her age, yet he is now soaring through the skies. Fly, Bidalai, we must strive harder. Once we master ki, we shall truly become disciples of Uncle Wukong. Satan encourages her with a smile. Daddy, let us do our best. We will surely become disciples of Uncle Wukong, Bidalai exclaims, her eyes sparkling as she watches Sun Wukong's departing figure. His strikingly aloof demeanor etched in her mind like a fairy tale prince. Never to be forgotten. Chapter 17. Piccolo's request to Kame House. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong catch up with Sun Wukong. They find the turtle hermit, the blue-haired launch, Krillin, Yamcha, and an unfamiliar purple-haired woman. At first glance, Sun Wukong fails to recognize her, having never encountered her before and unable to recall every detail. It is only when Yamcha introduces Zilulin that Sun Wukong experiences a moment of clarity. Recalling her as the colonel from the Red Ribbon Army, whose circumstances now mirrored those of the past, she had taken the chance to loot the treasury during the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army by him and Wukong. The difference now lies in her being labeled a traitor, hunted by remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. Wukong, I have nowhere else to turn. They will not spare me for being a traitor. I am here to seek your protection and will divulge all that I know, Zilulin states, to Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, her composed smile now tinged with a hint of strain. "What do you think, Wukong?" Sun Wukong inquires, aware that he and Sun Wukong represent opposing perspectives, with him taking the more critical stance. "Hee, Wukong, perhaps we should take her in. She does seem rather pitiable. It must be quite difficult for a girl in these times." Sun Wukong responds sheepishly. Zilliwalin's face lights up with joy, and she eagerly embraces Krillin, exhilarated that she no longer needs to hide. "However, Zilliwalin, I have some questions for you." Sun Wukong observes Krillin's flushed face and Zilliwalin's exuberant demeanor, sensing an inexplicable chemistry between them, particularly as Zilliwalin holds Krillin in her embrace. The soft warmth visibly reddens his cheeks, prompting a look of envy from the turtle hermit. "Hey, Krillin, once you were with Android 18. I'll have to share today's events with her." Sun Wukong muses mischievously, though he maintains an outwardly indifferent demeanor. "Zilliwalin, do you know anything about androids? Specifically those akin to Android 8? Are the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army still researching such entities?" "Androids?" Zilliwalin looks at Sun Wukong with confusion, releasing Krillin, who is nearly breathless yet wears a blissful expression. "You don't know?" Sun Wukong narrows his eyes, scrutinizing Zilliwalin. Shaking her head, Zilliwalin replies, "I truly don't know anything about the androids you mentioned. However, the weapons of the Red Ribbon Army were created by a core figure within their ranks that I am unaware of their name or appearance. I only knew there was such a person within the Red Ribbon Army." Sun Wukong observes that Zilliwalin does not appear to be lying. Although he has not gleaned any information regarding Dr. Gero from her, he continues, "Wukong, are you referring to Android 8? Haha, it brings back memories. I wonder how Android 8 and Sino are doing. It's been ages since I last saw them." Upon hearing Sun Wukong mention Android 8, Sun Wukong immediately recalls who it is and chuckles. "Indeed, it's been a long time. Sino must have grown up by now. Wukong." Sun Wukong cast a deliberate glance at Sun Wukong, who evidently had a way with women, effortlessly charming many without even realizing it. At least, he would no longer resort to actions such as directly removing Bulma's panties. After all, Sun Gohan had been born, and he had a better understanding of girls now. Violet had also taken residence at Kame House. Before leaving, Sun Wukong looked at Krillin with keen interest, and together, Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan returned to Bowsy Mountain. Thanks to Sun Wukong, the likes of Piccolo and Yamcha, among other Z fighters, had not perished in this ordeal, resulting in a collective sense of joy. Bulma was still engrossed in studying Raditz and Nappa spacecraft, reconstructing it according to her own ideas, even though it seemed unlikely that Sun Wukong and the others would journey to Namek anytime soon. Sun Wukong also intended to explore the cosmos. On this day, Satan successfully gathered energy and was taken under Sun Wukong's tutelage, learning the Satan dance technique, that he was about to visit West City to check on Bulma's progress with the spacecraft when, unexpectedly, Piccolo arrived. Piccolo, Satan stammered, clutching Videl tightly in fear, trembling with trepidation. "He is not the Piccolo I once knew." Turning to the visibly shaken Satan and Videl, Sun Wukong remarked, "Time is not on our side." The fear of Demon King Piccolo still lingers. Piccolo crosses arms, coldly eyeing Satan. "Wukong, is this your new disciple? He seems to pale in comparison to Gohan." Sun Wukong did not contest this observation and smiled back at Piccolo. "You didn't come here just to mock me, did you? Piccolo, speak up. What's on your mind?" After a brief silence, Piccolo hesitated before admitting, "I don't know why, but I feel an overwhelming sense of unease. I've been longing to visit my ancestral home, Namek. Wukong, I've heard you plan to venture into space. Might you take me along to see my original homeland?" Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. This revelation could astound him for an entire year. He was well aware of the impending matters concerning Namek. Yet could it be that Piccolo sensed calamity looming over his home as well? Suddenly, a voice resonated within Sun Wukong's mind. Is that the Guardian? Ugh, it's that old man again, Piccolo scoffed. "Wukong, I share Piccolo's premonition. Lately, I have felt an intense anxiety. It seems something is amiss on Namek. Wukong, I implore you to visit Namek and investigate." The Guardian's telepathic communication continued with Sun Wukong. Very well, Sun Wukong agreed with a smile, fully aware of the potential events to unfold. Yet abruptly, He shifted the conversation. However, do either of you know the coordinates to Namek? Both Piccolo and the Guardian fell silent at Sun Wuling's question, rendered speechless as neither had the answer. Wait, leave it to me. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared, clad in his signature orange martial arts GI and blue undershirt. Upon overhearing Sun Wuling's inquiry, he closed his eyes in concentration. King Kai, did you hear that? Do you know the coordinates to Namek? Sun Wukong directly began communicating with King Kai, who was currently enjoying a leisurely drive. The sudden inquiry startled him. Wukong, of course I know the coordinates to Namek. I am King Kai, after all. Ah, what a fright. King Kai's voice resonated clearly in the minds of everyone present, leaving Satan and Videl utterly shocked. Sun Wuling, vexed, delivered a punch to Satan's head. Fool, be quiet. This is telepathy. If you keep this up, take Videl and get lost. Sun Wuling felt a wave of embarrassment, his voice tinged with anger, prompting Satan to nod vigorously. Silenced by feared, I apologize. King K, my apprentice, is inexperienced. Please continue, Sun Wuling remarked, shooting another fierce glance at Satan, placing a finger over his lips to signal him to hush. Satan covered his mouth, nodding quickly. Meanwhile, Videl, sitting on the grass, mimicked Sun Wuling's gesture with a playful smile. King Kai, the Guardian respectfully addressed. Can we all hear this? Piccolo asked, slightly astonished. King Kai, everyone can hear it. Please enlighten us. Let me check according to your Earth coordinates. Yes, it's at SU-83, position 9045YX. 9045YX? King Kai, you're certain that S based on Earth as the origin, right? Sun Wuling asked with a hint of uncertainty. Absolutely. I am King Kai. I know your Earth S coordinate system. There's no mistake. King Kai replied, slightly irked by Sun Wuling's skepticism. I apologize, King Kai. Wuling is merely cautious. That's all. Sun Wukong interjected quickly to ease the tension. Forgive me, King Kai. Please continue. What is the climate like on Namek? What about the environment, atmospheric density, and gravity? Do Namekians breathe oxygen? What is the air pressure like? King Kai, please elaborate, as Sun Wuling bombarded King Kai with an array of inquiries that left Sun Wukong feeling overwhelmed. King Kai patiently addressed each one. Namek was once a breathtaking planet, but long ago, it suffered a climatic upheaval that nearly led to its extinction. After a thorough examination, I found that a few hundred Namekians survived and continue to thrive. Furthermore, do not worry, Wuling, the atmospheric composition and surface gravity of Namek are quite similar to those of Earth. However, Namek resides in a unique star system, with 3 small stars orbiting it like moons, ensuring that Namek is perpetually bathed in light, with a single year lasting only 130 days. Not only that, but the Namekians, much like the deities on your planet, are a remarkably gentle race. Thank you. King Kai. Sun Wuling turned to Piccolo and Sun Wukong, stating, perfect timing. I plan to visit Bulma to check on the spacecraft's progress. Let us head there together. Piccolo nodded in agreement, and alongside Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong, they soared towards West City to visit Bulma. Satan, focus on your training. You're about to be surpassed by Videl in West City at Bulma's residence. Dr. Brief, the founder of Capsule Corporation and Bulma's father, along with Bulma's mother, a kind-hearted blonde woman, welcomed Sun Wuling, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo with a warm smile. It's Wukong and Wuling. It's been ages, still as handsome as ever. This green, stoic gentleman must be Piccolo, right? Hello, Mrs. Brief, is Bulma at home? Sun Wuling inquired politely. Wuling is here for Bulma. I thought you might be here for a date. Mrs. Brief quipped with a smile, much to Sun Wuling's embarrassment. Mrs. Brief, please, no such jokes. Sun Wuling exclaimed, his face flushed with color. Sun Wukong, ever carefree, chuckled at Sun Wuling's discomfort. Clearly relishing the moment, it seemed marriage had transformed Sun Wukong, making him less naive than before. What a disappointment. Despite her teasing, Mrs. Brief's smile remained unperturbed, showing no signs of disappointment. Wow, I can't believe the once tiny Wukong has grown into a fine adult. Shall we plan a date next time? Mrs. Brief playfully grasped both Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling's arms, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. Mrs. Brief. I'm here to inquire about Bulma and Dr. Brief's spacecraft. How is it coming along? Sun Wukong swiftly redirected the conversation. Mrs. Brief appeared ageless and exuded warmth and hospitality towards both him and Sun Wukong, though she seemed indifferent towards Yamcha for some reason. The spacecraft? I'm not quite sure. They seem to still be in the process of repairs. Really? It's been over a year, and it's still not finished. Sun Wukong responded, astonished at Mrs. Brief's revelation, which hardly seemed characteristic of Dr. Brief or Bulma's usual efficiency. Where are they now? Piccolo suddenly inquired. They're in the courtyard. Please, follow me. Mrs. Brief smiled, inviting them. Madame Brief, accompanied by Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo, made her way to the courtyard, her demeanor warm and welcoming. Even upon learning of Piccolo's true identity, she displayed no signs of alarm or trepidation. Wukong, just a few days ago, I discovered an exquisite cake shop, and it is all thanks to you for defeating the Saiyans. Otherwise, with Earth facing annihilation, I would have been deprived of such delights. Madame Brief clutched the arms of Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, her face radiating joy. Is that true? Sun Wukong responded with a chuckle upon arriving at the courtyard. Madame Brief called out exuberantly, Darling, Bulma, Wukong, Wukong, and Piccolo have arrived. Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo gazed in astonishment at a massive spherical spaceship, its interior spacious enough to accommodate over 500 square meters, emblazoned with the emblem of the Capsule Corporation. As the hatch opened, it was accompanied by a button, allowing for convenient storage in a capsule for transport. At that moment, Bulma excitedly emerged from the ship, exclaiming, Wukong, Sunken, Piccolo, you're here. Long time no see. Dr. Brief, sporting a head of purple hair and glasses, waved at Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. That it's been a while, they replied, waving back. This is a transformation of Raditz spaceship. It's remarkable how it has expanded from such a small vessel to this grand size. Truly commendable. Dr. Brief, by the way, Bulma, let us ensure the self-destruct mechanisms are dismantled. Sun Wukong inquired, concerned about any potential explosive incidents, recalling how Bulma had previously caused Raditz's ship to self-destruct. That of course I remember. Wukong, Bulma retorted, her voice raised in indignation. How could I possibly forget something you reminded me of? I'm still as cautious as ever, and I've even modified Raditz's ship into an emergency escape pod. That's splendid. Thank you. It must have taken you considerable effort. Sun Wukong replied with a shy smile that momentarily left Bulma entranced. She had always found it difficult to resist handsome men, recalling how she had been smitten by Sun Wukong back at Bowsy Mountain. Oh, what a pity that Wukong is merely a diligent practitioner with no sense of romance. Otherwise he would be quite the catch. Bulma mused wistfully as she regained her focus at Dr. Brief. Bulma, how long until completion? Sun Wukong asked, gazing at the enormous spherical spacecraft. If everything goes according to plan, we'll need 3 more days. That I even arranged a room inside, just as I imagined, embarking on a journey through the cosmos like in a novel. Bulma responded, her hands clasped in excitement. Wait, you're going to, Bulma? Sun Wukong was taken aback, knowing full well the dangers of space travel. What do you mean, Wukong? Bulma approached him, her voice filled with determination. How could a cosmic journey be complete without me? You're a brilliant scientist? You can't leave me behind. Sun Wukong, bemused, looked at Bulma and said, Bulma, this isn't a vacation. Even someone like Vegeta would only add to the danger. I can pilot the ship, but it's rather inconvenient for a girl like you to accompany us. You, Wukong, Bulma gazed at Sun Wukong, whose face bore an expression of stoic resolve. She quickly dashed to Sun Wukong, adopting a pleading demeanor, her eyes wide with faux innocence. Sunken, please take me with you. I promise I'll be good. Sun Wukong and Piccolo felt a shiver run down their spines, a sense of unease enveloping them. Wukong, perhaps we should let Bulma join us, Sun Wukong suggested, seeing the sincerity in her eyes. Very well. Sun Wukong conceded, spreading his arms in resignation that he had no objections. This journey to Namek would now include Bulma, alongside himself, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Gohan. As for how Chi-Chi would allow Gohan to accompany them, Sun Wukong had his strategies. The allure of exploring the cosmos, especially with the prospect of the Dragon Balls, excited Gohan, who was eager to join. He would then persuade Chi-Chi. After bidding farewell, they agreed to reconvene at Bulma's house in 3 days. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong flew back to Baozi Mountain. Suddenly, a presence approached, a 5-year-old girl clad in a purple martial arts uniform. Mirroring Sun Wukong's attire, soared towards him. It was Bidalai. Wuling Shifu, she called out. Her small fists clenched, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she were showcasing a prized new toy. Look, I've learned how to fly. I can finally do it, and even Dad hasn't mastered it yet. Impressive. I was 15 when I learned to fly. Sun Wukong chuckled, reminiscing about how he and Sun Wukong had learned the technique from the Turtle Hermit during their time at Corin Tower. Sun Wukong, being a year younger, felt a swell of pride as he observed Bidalai's progress. With the ship set to be completed in 3 days, I'm in high spirits today, he said to Bidalai. You've done splendidly. Now, let me teach you 3 techniques. Follow me. Okay, Bidalai exclaimed, eagerly trailing behind Sun Wukong to the training field, with Sun Wukong following curiously. That moment, Satan was still fumbling with how to control his energy to achieve flight. While 5-year-old Gohan offered guidance from the sidelines, Wuling Shifu. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Satan hastily paused his training and rushed over. Don't stop. Continue your training. Once you master flying, I'll teach you other techniques. Sun Wukong instructed Bidalai, leading her into the depths of the forest, while Gohan, curious, followed alongside Sun Wukong. Can you unleash a ki blast now? Sun Wukong asked Bidalai, observing her youthful energy. Absolutely. Watch this. Bidalai eagerly extended her palm towards a nearby tree, releasing a ki blast that obliterated it, sending debris flying and startling nearby birds. Bidalai, the 3 techniques I will teach you are the Kamehameha wave created by Master Roshi, the solar flare from the Crane School, and my original technique, the ki blade. Ki blade? Wuling isn't that a bit too much for Bidalai. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Isn't Gohan capable of it too? If it's too much, so be it. Sun Wukong replied, feeling a sense of accomplishment as Bidalai gazed at him with admiration. He demonstrated each technique, even providing Bidalai with sunglasses during the solar flare demonstration. The Kamehameha involves concentrating all one's energy into a condensed form, with palms positioned in a flower bud shape at the waist, unleashing a powerful blue energy wave akin to a shooting star. The solar flare utilizes energy to create a blinding flash, temporarily blinding anyone who witnesses it, with greater energy resulting in a more intense light. The ki blade requires high precision, forming energy into a thin, serrated edge that spins rapidly. However, Bidalai was cautioned that it was exceptionally sharp and could easily injure herself. Thus, she should master the Kamehameha and solar flare before attempting it. Sun Wukong carefully advised Bidalai, ensuring she understood the importance of safety. Meanwhile, he and Sun Wukong engaged in a sparring match, as Sun Wukong wondered about the extent of his own strength. With Sun Wukong currently utilizing the Kaioken X5, he found himself evenly matched, his potential still rapidly growing. That moment, Bidalai quietly asked Gohan. Gohan, did I hear Dad say you're going to space with Wuling Shifu and the others? Yes. We're headed to Uncle Piccolo's home. Namek, Wuling Shifu has convinced my mom, so soon Dad. Wuling Shifu, Uncle Piccolo, and Aunt Bulma will all embark together. Gohan replied with a sense of pride, caught up in the innocent rivalry of childhood, eager to prove himself, especially to Bidalai. The cosmos. Bidalai gazed up at the azure sky, a hint of sadness in her eyes. That I envy you. I wish I could join you all on your cosmic journey, but neither my dad nor Wuling Shifu would agree. Ah, Bidalai, do you truly wish to accompany us to Namek? Sun Wukong, noticing the despondent expression on Bidalai's face, inquired hastily. Of course I want to. Everyone has harbored dreams and aspirations of the vast cosmos. But is it truly possible? Wufan, Master Wuling Shi, and my father. Along with them, Bidalai gazed at Sun Wukong with eager anticipation. Just leave it to me. I shall speak to Uncle Wuling Shi and Uncle Satan about it. If Aunt Bulma can go, then surely you can too. Bidalai, Sun Wukong took Bidalai along to seek out Sun Wuling Shi and Satan. Sun Wukong felt an inexplicable urge to avoid disappointing Bidalai, perhaps due to the fact that she was his only peer and companion. The true nature of his feelings remained unclear to him. Chapter 20. Departure. Namek what? At home, Sun Wukong, having just donned a purple leisure outfit, stared in shock at the seriously intent expression on Sun Wukong's face, as well as the shy, downcast, bitterly, my goodness, Wukong. This young lad is already adept at charming the ladies at such a tender age. Though lacking the subtlety of Goku's methods, he is indeed impressive. The narrative had already become chaotic since his arrival. Satan and Bidalai had become his disciples, and the Z warriors were not met with the same tragic fate as originally anticipated. However, he was acutely aware of the perils that awaited them on their expedition to Namek, and he was unsure if Sun Wukong could still transform into a Super Saiyan as before. Sun Wukong continued to scrutinize Sun Wukong and Bidalai in silence, a stillness that made Sun Wukong feel somewhat uneasy, while Bidalai, with her head bowed, nervously clutched her martial arts uniform. What did Satan say? Sun Wukong crossed his arms and regarded Sun Wukong and Bidalai with a penetrating gaze. Sun Wukong quickly replied, Uncle Wukong, Uncle Satan has agreed to let Bidalai join us. He said he feels at ease with her accompanying you and my father. Although he is reluctant, Uncle Satan mentioned he does not want Bidalai to have regrets. Sun Wukong couldn't help but smirk slightly. It seemed everything was already planned, especially when Bidalai suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with expectation. After much contemplation, Sun Wukong realized that this journey to Namek was no trivial matter. Although he was the only one aware of the impending events, even Bulma had treated it as a mere vacation. Bidalai, we will set off in 3 days. The day after tomorrow, you must learn the techniques I've taught you by 8 o'clock in the evening. Otherwise, even if it were Goku himself, I would not acquiesce. Thank you, Uncle Wukong. Yes, Master Wukong, Bidalai exclaimed excitedly as she dashed off to train, with Sun Wukong promptly following to assist her. Ha! Observing Sun Wukong and Bidalai depart, Sun Wukong chuckled. Although much had changed due to his influence, many aspects remained unaltered. 3 days later, at Bulma's residence, Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and Bidalai had gathered together. The Kamehameha and solar flare techniques had been mastered, while the key blades still required about a minute to coalesce, but it was considered learned. Wukong, what is the meaning of this little girl? You previously refused to allow me to join. Why have you now agreed to bring her? Bulma questioned Sun Wukong, visibly displeased. Sun Wukong shrugged. Had it not been for your insistence, I would not have acquiesced, Bulma. Moreover, this is a request from Wukong. Upon saying this, Sun Wukong shot Bulma a knowing glance, which she instantly comprehended, her face breaking into a mischievous smile as she looked at Sun Wukong and Bidalai standing side by side. Since it was Wukong's request, I shall also consent. Sunken. Wukong, do you recall when we first met? We were not so young then. Let us converse further once we are underway. It will take 6 days to reach Namek, so let us hasten. Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, and Bidalai bid farewell to Chi-Chi. Satan, Ox King, Dr. Brief, and Mrs. Brief, embarking on their journey to Namek. Seated in the pilot's seat beside Bulma, Sun Wukong turned to Sun Wukong, Bidalai, Piccolo, and Sun Wukong, saying, Everyone, please fasten your seatbelts. There will be turbulence once we exit the atmosphere. Bulma, clad in a spacesuit, suddenly felt rather foolish as she observed Sun Wukong and the others in their casual attire. Coordinates set. 9045 XY. Namek, commencing launch. Boom! The spherical spaceship launched suddenly, the intense jolt causing Bidalai, Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo to grip their seats tightly, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness. Back at Bulma's home, Satan's eyes brimmed with tears as he watched the spaceship disappear in mere seconds. Bidalai, you must diligently heed Master Wukong's instructions, Chi-Chi urged. Wukong, remember to wash your hair and brush your teeth. Even though they had already agreed, watching Sun Wukong and Bidalai pilot the spaceship through the starry expanse left Chi-Chi and Satan with a lingering sense of melancholy. Having traversed the atmosphere, they flew smoothly through the cosmos, accelerating at full speed, swiftly exiting the solar system and reaching the farthest reaches of the universe. After setting the autopilot, Bulma quickly retreated to her room to change out of the absurd spacesuit. Wow! Bidalai soared into the air, her her excitement palpable as she gazed through the window at the celestial stars, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Sun Wukong followed closely behind, emulating Bidalai as they ascended into the sky. Piccolo regarded Sun Wukong with surprise, nodding in acknowledgement, feeling an inexplicable sensation. After all, he vaguely recalled that Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi had been similar in their youth. Bulma emerged from her room, now dressed in casual attire, leading everyone on a tour of the spaceship's interior, showcasing the leisure room, kitchen, gravity chamber, bathroom, and sound system. Each floor was equipped with a ladder. The spaceship boasted 4 levels, with a gravity chamber on the 4th floor. The entrance to the cabin and the cockpit situated on the 3rd floor, while the rooms and leisure areas occupied the 1st and 2nd floors. Sun Wukong could hardly contain his eagerness as he rushed into the gravity chamber to practice. Having observed everything, Sun Wukong finally understood why so much time had been spent here, especially in the leisure room. Aside from the amusement park, every conceivable form of entertainment was available. Sun Wukong felt as though he might burst from the sheer extravagance. Meanwhile, a beleaguered Vegeta was escaping from Earth, arriving at a certain base aboard a spaceship. That moment, an alien soldier clad in a battle suit similar to Vegeta's, upon seeing his disheveled state, was taken aback and promptly escorted him to the treatment room. Upon exiting the treatment room, Vegeta's anger towards Earth simmered within him, fueling his desire to tear Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong apart. However, as he regarded himself, he recognized that his recent sojourn on Earth had been quite fruitful, for he had learned to control his battle power much like Sun Wukong. Yet despite this, he was still significantly weaker than Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. Some things could not be grasped with a mere glance. Let us head to Namek. I shall wish for immortality, for only then can I defeat Kakarot, that Earthling known as Sun Wukong and Frieza. The final name clenched Vegeta's fists in determination. Vegeta, you appear rather disheveled. A blue humanoid alien with toad-like spots jeered at him, but I heard that Raditz and Nappa have perished. Who possesses such might to bring the invincible Saiyans to their knees? Get lost, Chu-E. I have no time for your nonsense, Vegeta retorted, brushing past the alien. Chu-E grasped Vegeta's shoulder, his irritation flaring at Vegeta's dismissal. Listen, King Frieza is furious with you for venturing to Earth without permission. Vegeta's expression hardened, his demeanor growing serious. What concern is that of yours, you trash? Now, remove your filthy hands from me. Chapter 21. Namek. You are referring to King Frieza's journey to Namek, where he seeks immortality. In a fit of rage, Vegeta dashed out, encountering an alien and seizing a scouter before boarding his spacecraft. Damn it, I shall not let you succeed. That is mine. If Frieza truly prevails, I shall be subservient henceforth. As he approached Namek, the view from the ship revealed a planet adorned in vibrant green hues. Gradually, Goku, having trained in the gravity chamber, had become accustomed to 100-fold gravity, significantly enhancing his strength beyond his current capabilities. Sun Wukong also attempted to train in the gravity room. However, despite enduring 10-fold or greater gravity, he found it to be of little benefit and a considerable burden, preferring the traditional methods of training. Upon arrival at Namek, everyone secured their seats and fastened their safety belts in preparation for landing, anticipating turbulence. Sun Wukong and Bulma occupied the front cockpit, while Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, and Biddy quickly strapped in, bracing themselves for the impending jolt of landing. With a resounding crash, the turbulence ceased, and Bulma retrieved a plethora of supplies, having prepared meticulously. Everyone, please wait. I need to assess the atmospheric conditions. That I even brought oxygen masks. Bulma exclaimed, only to see Sun Wukong, Goku, Biddy and Gohan rushing to open the hatch and exit, which infuriated her. You lot. It's one thing for Sun Jun to lack common sense, but Wukong, how could you recklessly rush out like that? Sun Wukong tilted his head, his expression unchanging as he replied, upon entering Namek, I sensed its atmosphere. More importantly, Piccolo and I are quite similar. Even if there are environmental differences, they are likely negligible. Bulma was rendered speechless by Sun Wukong's reasoning. Piccolo, feeling nostalgic, found solace in the tranquil atmosphere of his homeland, which calmed his spirit. This truly Uncle Piccolo's homeland. It resembles my training grounds quite closely, Gohan observed as he surveyed the surroundings. Biddy Lee's clear, bright eyes sparkled as she hurried to Sun Wuling's side. Master Wuling, this must be Namek. It's so beautiful. Sun Wuling, unfazed by the potential dangers ahead, transformed the spacecraft into a multifunctional capsule and handed it to Bulma. Do not wander off, Biddy Lee and Gohan. If anything were to happen, you must protect Biddy Lee. Sun Wuling instructed Gohan. He had agreed to let Biddy Lee accompany them because of Gohan, believing that early exposure would be beneficial. Yes, Uncle Wuling, I will protect Biddy Lee, Gohan confidently assured him. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Sun Wuling. He sensed numerous energy signatures in the distance. Though their intensities were low, their abundance suggested a confrontation. Are there others? Except for Biddy Lee and Bulma, everyone felt the presence, as if a battle was underway. That is Vegeta, but who are the others? They seem formidable. Sun Wuling mused that it appeared that Piccolo's and the Supreme Kai's ominous premonitions were indeed accurate. Bulma, the Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wuling called out urgently. If there were Namekians akin to Piccolo, then where there were Dragon Balls, there would certainly be Namekians. Vegeta. Was it that Saiyan chased off by Sun June last time? No worries, Bulma replied, nonchalantly. No. Sun Wuling's alarmed shout startled Bulma, and bitterly that he scrutinized the Dragon Ball radar, realizing his sensing abilities surpassed those of Goku and Piccolo. A particularly strong presence was detected, and the radar indicated that 6 Dragon Balls were converging. This was troubling. Such power was beyond Vegeta's capabilities. Sweat beaded on Sun Wuling's forehead as he recognized that energy signature, Frieza, overwhelmingly powerful, despite his mental preparations. The reality was terrifying, and this was merely the initial form. The final transformation would likely be even more fearsome. Bulma, take Biddy Lee and return to Earth immediately. The situation exceeds our expectations that if anything arises, Goku will utilize the King Kai to communicate with you and use Shenron to bring us back. Sun Wuling longed to divulge everything regarding Frieza and his secrets, but he feared having his memories read. To guard against this, he had studied soul-related techniques under the guidance of Master Roshi and an oracle, creating mental barriers and psychic shock techniques. Even Karen couldn't perceive his abilities. However, the psychic shock could only affect those weaker than him, and would rebound against those stronger, proving ineffective against equal foes. Wuling, we may not have time, Piccolo remarked, his gaze fixed on the sky, arms crossed defensively. Vegeta is approaching us. We must hide. Sun Wuling swiftly grasped Biddy Lee. While Gohan concealed their energy in a secluded valley, Goku seized Bulma, and Piccolo followed suit, masking their presence. As time progressed, Vegeta's spherical spacecraft descended onto Namek, while Sun Wuling and the others were just embarking from Earth. Clad in a blue battle suit and equipped with a scouter, he emerged from a deep crevice, vowing, Frieza, that scoundrel, I shall not allow you to succeed. With the scouter in hand, Vegeta set his course, ready to depart, when suddenly, a similar spherical spacecraft plummeted nearby. Upon sensing the energy, Vegeta scoffed, Chillai, that garbage dares to pursue me. Chapter 22. The tragedy of Namek. Soon after, Chillai exited his spherical spacecraft. Hee, Vegeta, where do you think you're running? This is an order from King Frieza. This time, I can eliminate you openly. Vegeta crossed his arms, coldly regarding Chillai. Do you really believe you can kill me? With a swift motion, a powerful energy wave pierced Chillai's chest. What? No way, Vegeta. My combat power is supposed to exceed yours. Why? Chillai's scouter fixated on Vegeta with disbelief. Humph. I've learned a few tricks on Earth. Chillai, open your eyes and witness my true combat power. Vegeta unleashed his full strength. 20,000, 22,000, 23,000. Boom! Chillai's scouter exploded, indicating that Vegeta's power surpassed what the device could measure. Help me, Vegeta! Save me! I was wrong. Let us team up. I have long harbored discontent towards King Frieza. Together, we can defeat Jinyu and Dodoria. Vegeta retorted, You pathetic fool, just die already. A ki blast struck Chillai, who disintegrated into dust, leaving Vegeta alone in a Namekian village. A somewhat bloated pink alien observed the scouter's readings. exclaiming Vegeta's power level is a staggering 24,000. Chilai was taken out in an instant. Before them, a throne-like floating chair was occupied by an alien with two horns, Frisia, the Cosmic Emperor, accompanied by Dodoria and Zarbin. The latter holding two dragon balls the size of basketballs. Frisia remarked, "Nothing remarkable about it. Let's continue our search for the fifth Dragon Ball." Dodoria respectfully inquired, "Lord Frisia, shall we summon the Jinyu Force?" Frisia paused for a moment before smiling. "Very well. Perhaps they will expedite our search for the Dragon Balls." "Understood, Lord Frisia. I will contact the Jinyu Force immediately." Time rewinds to the present, where Vegeta had been hiding for days and had obtained a Dragon Ball from village. Just before Sun Wukong and the others descended, the Jinyu Force, Frisia's elite special forces with extraordinary abilities, arrived on Namek, encountering Vegeta. Vegeta, in a state of disarray, fled desperately, having lost the Dragon Balls he had acquired. As he pondered how to escape his current predicament, his attention was drawn to a spaceship plummeting onto Namek, accompanied by those familiar auras he had encountered on Earth, not far from his location. Kakarot has also arrived on Namek. Reluctantly, Vegeta contemplated the prospect of joining forces with Son Goku and Son Gohan to vanquish these foes. How infuriating, if it weren't for the wretched Jinyu Force. How could that scoundrel Zarbin and the other brute Dodoria ever pose a threat to me? Upon disembarking from their spacecraft, Son Gohan and his companions concealed themselves amidst the mountain shadows. Masking their energy signatures, "Goku, Gohan, I've involved you in this mess. In addition to these adversaries, there's an overwhelmingly powerful aura that paralyzes me with dread. This is my homeland. When the opportunity arises, you must pilot your ship away." Piccolo suddenly declared, realizing their chances of victory were slim upon sensing Frisia's presence. Why even speak further? Although Gohan had intended to come to the universe, Piccolo's desire to visit Namek aligned perfectly with his own. With so many formidable warriors around, I truly wish to engage them in a serious duel. Goku exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. Gohan shared a similar sentiment. Though cautious, he was not timid. After all, if he were cowardly, how could he have persuaded Bulma and Dr. Brief to construct a spaceship? "Goku, hold on. Piccolo, Gohan, let's first deal with some of the weaker foes. Otherwise, it will not bode well for us. Dend, stay close to Bulma and do not stray." Son Gohan specifically instructed Dend, who nodded vigorously, her youthful face etched with fear as the menacing extraterrestrials loomed overhead, far more terrifying than she had anticipated. With palms outstretched, Gohan swiftly formed a Keyblade, while Piccolo prepared his special beam cannon, and Gohan mimicked Gohan, gathering energy for his own Keyblade, albeit taking a few seconds longer. Now, Gohan hurled the two Keyblades, followed closely by Gohan. Special beam cannon. Piccolo unleashed his charged special beam cannon toward the Jinyu Force, while Gohan and Goten controlled their Keyblades, hiding in the shadow of the special beam. Unless one could sense energy, they would remain undetected, a skill clearly lacking in the Jinyu Force. What? The Jinyu Force, now pursuing Vegeta, along with Dodoria and Zarbin, sensed a potent wave of danger descending upon them. "This is bad." Jinyu reacted instantaneously, conjuring a key wave to collide with Piccolo's special beam cannon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gohan had some knowledge of the Jinyu Force, but he distinctly remembered the diminutive Jinyu, the weakest yet possessing peculiar abilities. There was no time to hold his breath. The green skin member named Good was swiftly cleaved in two by Gohan's Keyblade. But that was not the end. Controlling his ki, Gohan and Goten directed their Keyblades toward Riku, Bata, and Zarbin. "Gohan, leave one alive." As the command left his lips, Gohan redirected his Keyblade, initially aimed at Dodoria. Toward Jinyu instead, what? Jinyu withdrew the suppressive ki wave and soared into the sky, firing 3 ki blasts that shattered the Keyblades to pieces. "Vegeta!" Gohan's voice rang out, snapping the previously dazed Vegeta back to reality. Who understood Gohan's intent and smirked disdainfully. "Earthling, do not command me!" Vegeta bellowed, gathering a ki wave that engulfed the severed limbs, instantaneously reducing them to dust, leaving only a trembling Dodoria, wide-eyed at the sudden appearance of Goku, Gohan, and their allies, Jinyu. Dodoria hastily flew to Jinyu's side, but in that fleeting moment, Zarbin and the remaining 5 members of the Jinyu force inexplicably vanished, instilling fear in him. Whoosh! Suddenly, Gohan dashed toward Jinyu like a streak of light, leaving Goku momentarily stunned. "Ah, Gohan, you are too cunning. My apologies, brother. I previously allowed you to take Vegeta, but this time, let me have my turn." Beyond the thrill of combat, Gohan was aware of Jinyu's body-swapping ability, and he possessed the means to counteract it. Chapter 23. Jinyu. Who are you? Do you even know who I am? Jinyu glared at Gohan, fuming with indignation at this unexpected challenger who had effortlessly dispatched his team. Before questioning others, should he not introduce himself first? Gohan casually flicked his hair, his gaze indifferent as he regarded Jinyu, sensing that this opponent was no match for him. Daha. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the illustrious captain of the elite special forces of Frisia's army. The Jinyu Force. I am the embodiment of artistry, Jinyu proclaimed flamboyantly, reminiscent of the incomprehensible performance art Gohan had witnessed before. I feel no embarrassment. The embarrassment lies with others. How splendid, Gohan murmured, causing Gohan, Piccolo, and Goku to stare in disbelief at him. Upon hearing himself acknowledged, Jinyu beamed, giving Gohan a thumbs up. Aha! Join Frisia's army. You truly possess considerable potential. Seeing Jinyu attempting to corrupt Gohan, Gohan concentrated, releasing 2 blue ki blasts that surged toward Jinyu. Hey, why did you suddenly attack? Who are you really? Jinyu's energy surged violently, evading the Kamehameha. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Kamehameha pursued Jinyu, who retaliated with a ki wave that consumed the incoming Kamehameha, redirecting the excess energy toward Gohan. Gohan deflected Jinyu's ki wave, sending it crashing into a distant mountain peak, creating a thunderous explosion that shattered the mountain into debris. Gohan and Jinyu landed smoothly on the ground, and Gohan realized the timeline he occupied. Vegeta had likely arrived on Namek 6 days prior, and the current circumstances had shifted due to him. The Namekian named Dend was likely dead now. However, the original timeline had already been altered. Losing a Dend was inconsequential. As for healing, he could wish for that ability using the Dragon Balls. That Gohan's thoughts drifted to the trembling Dend, realizing his young apprentice might have potential too. My name is Sun Gohan. As for who I am, you need only know that you will perish here. Gohan unleashed his power, his silver aura flaring. Feeling the dwindling presence of Namekians, he could no longer afford to linger in battle. The Scouter displayed Gohan's combat power, astonishing even Goku. 50,000, 60,000, 80,000, 90,000, 100,000, 110,000, still rising 130,000, 150,000. Jinyu was utterly dumbfounded as he beheld Gohan, bursting in a laughter, discarding the Scouter to the ground. 100, 150,000. No, this is impossible. How could that Earthling's power grow so rapidly in such a short span? Vegeta was taken aback by Gohan's overwhelming energy, and upon hearing Jinyu's combat power reading, he was left astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. Incredible. Gohan feels even stronger than my Kaioken times 10. Goku contemplated the notion of facing Gohan, yet not at this moment. Piccolo observed Jinyu with concern. Even so, how can he still be laughing? What are you laughing at? Gohan crossed his arms, staring coldly at Jinyu. Haha, I'm laughing at you. Soon this body will be mine. Jinyu cackled maniacally. Had Gohan not known Jinyu's abilities, he might have found his words ambiguous. Suddenly, Jinyu thrust his fist through his own chest, blood gushing forth in a shocking display of self-harm that left Piccolo, Goku, and Vegeta in stunned silence. Gohan mockingly regarded Jinyu, his hands resting at his waist, chuckling, Oh, so you wish for death? Allow me to assist you. Kamehameha. Huh. A massive blue surged toward Jinyu. What you do not engage in conversation. Just as Jinyu was about to utter a word, Sun Wukong unexpectedly broke the mold, mercilessly striking him while he inflicted harm upon himself. Jinyu possesses a unique ability to exchange bodies with his opponent, which is why he resorted to self-harm, intending to swap with Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong was already aware of his powers and techniques, resulting in Jinyu being obliterated by Sun Wukong's Kamehameha before he could even utilize this ability. Now, Sun Wukong turned to face the trembling Dodoria, that grotesque, swollen pink extraterrestrial. Piccolo and Vegeta encircled him, and Dodoria nervously swallowed hard, particularly after witnessing Jinyu's demise at the hands of Sun Wukong. Raising his hands in surrender, "I have some inquiries for you that if you answer truthfully, we shall release you." Sun Wukong made a point to position himself beside Piccolo, distancing himself from Vegeta, while discreetly signaling Vegeta with a glance. Vegeta instantly comprehended, feeling quite in sync with Sun Wukong, swift, precise, and ruthless in their actions. But regrettably, they were not on the same side, a sinister smile adorning his face. Upon hearing Sun Wukong refer to we, Dodoria mistakenly assumed that Vegeta and Sun Wukong were allies, nodding eagerly. "What do you wish to know, my lord? I will divulge everything I know." Sun Wukong stepped aside for Piccolo, who advanced with a cold glare directed at Dodoria, a hint of anger in his tone. "Why did you come to Namek? Those Namekians were slain by you, were they not?" Dodoria hastily replied, suspecting that Sun Wukong and his companions might be allies of the Namekians. Yes, yes. King Frieza brought us to Namek for the Dragon Balls." "Dragon Balls, you say?" Sun Wukong observed the device Jinyu had discarded on the ground and chuckled. "Are you fools? If you annihilate all the Namekians, the Dragon Balls will vanish along with their creator." "What?" Dodoria was momentarily taken aback, aware that the Dragon Balls were created by the Elder, yet oblivious to the fact that killing the Elder would result in their disappearance. Even Frieza, who was eavesdropping through the device, was momentarily stunned. "Very well, you are free to go. Now leave at once." Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Sun Wukong cleared the way for Dodoria. Thank you. Thank you." Dodoria was about to depart when he was halted by Vegeta. Vegeta regarded Dodoria with derision, stating, "Do not misunderstand. I am not allied with them. They may spare you, but I, the great Vegeta, have no intention of doing so." Chapter 24. Encounter. Dodoria glanced at Sun Wukong and the others, only to find Sun Wukong cradling Biddy Lee, Sun Wukong holding Bulma, while Son Gohan and Piccolo trailed behind, departing without any intention of further dialogue with Vegeta. Sun Wukong did not forget to retrieve the device. However, the terrifying individual showed no inclination to attack him. He merely needed to evade Vegeta. "Curse you, Vegeta! You think you can kill me alone? Dream on!" Dodoria hurled an energy sphere at Vegeta and flew towards Frieza's location, believing that once he reunited with Frieza, Vegeta would be unable to harm him. "What a foolish individual," Vegeta countered, deflecting Dodoria's energy sphere and launching a pinpoint energy blast that pierced through Dodoria's chest. The grotesque pink form plummeted from the sky. Vegeta discarded the device, needing it to monitor the movements of Frieza and his forces. Boom! Vegeta unleashed an energy blast, obliterating Dodoria's body into dust, and he let out a cold smirk while examining the device in his hand. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong placed the device on the ground and conferred with the others, even pulling Sun Wukong over. "Gohan, where have you hidden the last Dragon Ball?" Sun Wukong inquired, and upon finishing his question, he cautiously stepped back, covering his mouth, fearing he might inadvertently expose something. "Father, rest assured, even if they excavate this planet, they won't find it. That I've secured it on a nearby planet, and I can't even recall its exact location." Son Gohan's youthful voice trembled slightly as he stepped away from the device, covering his mouth. "Good job, Gohan, but if we cannot find it, those fools certainly want to. As long as they do not gather all 7 Dragon Balls, they will not succeed," Piccolo stated, unfazed and composed. "I could see this moment." Bulma and Biddy Lee stifled laughter, eager to express how brilliant Sun Wukong was. It seems this is Jinyu's device. Oh no, we're doomed. They must have overheard our conversation." Sun Wukong forcefully crushed the device underfoot, gesturing to everyone that it was already taken care of. "You truly are brilliant, Wukong, to devise such a plan." Bulma smiled at Sun Wukong. "But do you truly believe they will fall for it?" Piccolo inquired with a hint of concern. Sun Wukong crossed his arms, grinning, better to believe than not to believe. After all, they are numerous, and Frieza will undoubtedly send someone to verify. Whether they believe it or not is inconsequential. Sun Wukong glanced at the Dragon Radar, which now displayed 6 Dragon Balls clustered together, with a solitary one not far from them. "This is quite troublesome. Let us hurry. The Namekian responsible for creating the Dragon Balls must be near that last Dragon Ball. And it does not seem too far. Sun Wukong, cradling Biddy Lee, took off first, with Sun Wukong carrying Bulma following closely behind, while Piccolo and Son Gohan trailed, all heading towards the solitary Dragon Ball indicated on the Dragon radar. Meanwhile, Vegeta, Frieza, and numerous soldiers equipped with devices heard this, and, at that moment, time seemed to freeze as a soldier cautiously glanced at Frieza, who sat upon his throne. King Frieza. Huh? Frieza erupted in laughter, yet his clenched fist betrayed his seething rage. Immediately investigate the nearby planets. 6 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, floated behind Frieza. Yes, King Frieza. Thousands of soldiers piloted their ships away, each heading towards the planets illuminated by the 3 shining stars that shone upon Namek, leaving no planet unchecked. Though Frieza had doubts about the earlier statements, he opted for a better safe than sorry approach, dispatching a team to investigate. While seated on his throne, the glimmering 7 Dragon Balls elicited a smile from him. Once I gather the Dragon Balls, I, Frieza, shall attain immortality, and then I will annihilate all Namekians. At this moment, Vegeta glanced at the device one last time before discarding it and crushing it beneath his foot. He had learned to sense energy, detecting that a multitude of Frieza's forces had departed from Namek. Humph. That Earthling named Sun Wukong tricked Frieza's men out of Namek with just a few words. But you cannot deceive me. I know you all too well. You have only just arrived on Namek. How could you possibly have hidden the last Dragon Ball? Huh. Suddenly, Vegeta's laughter faltered as he realized something. The remaining 6 Dragon Balls were with Frieza, and he had no idea where the solitary one was hidden. Sun Wukong and his companions were concealing their energy signatures, rendering them undetectable. Even if he found them, he could not defeat Sun Wukong. After his laughter subsided, he discovered that the fool was in fact himself, appearing foolishly cheerful while not possessing a single Dragon Ball. Damn it, the Dragon Balls will be mine. With immortality, I will finally be free from Frieza. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, who remained oblivious to Vegeta's impotent fury, Frieza still lingered on Namek. Yet his subordinates had all departed, clearly believing his words and concealing one of the Dragon Balls on an alien planet. As they flew onward, they passed a mountain peak, where a structure lay in ruins, evidently ravaged by Frieza's forces. Continuing forward, they traversed a valley and finally arrived at their destination. Upon landing, a Namekian, strikingly similar to Piccolo, emerged from the valley, accompanied by another Namekian of comparable stature to Son Gohan and Biddy Lee, donned in white garb and a pink vest, reminiscent of Piccolo. Sun Wukong glanced at Piccolo, and then at the Namekian before him. My name is Nail. Esteemed guests, the Elder is aware of the situation and expresses gratitude for your assistance to our planet, Namek. Nero bowed respectfully to Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, and others expressing his gratitude. Hee, it's nothing really. In truth, we are allies of Piccolo. He sensed that Namek seemed to be in danger, which is why we hastened our journey from Earth. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Piccolo, eager to retort, found himself at a loss for words. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong had trained together after the emergence of the Saiyans, alongside Son Gohan. I am Dandy, Dandy remarked, curiously observing Piccolo, then glancing at Neru, exclaiming how strikingly similar they were, as if hewn from the same mold. Piccolo, too, looked at him, acknowledging that he was a Namekian who had wandered far and had returned upon sensing the crisis befalling Namek. I am Sun Wukong. I am Sun Wukong. I am Bulma, the genius inventor from Earth. I am Son Gohan. I look forward to your guidance. I am Biddy Lee. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The group, including Sun Wukong, greeted Neru. Sun Wukong was surprised to discover that Dandy was still alive and now conversing with Son Gohan and Biddy Lee, as they were of similar age and thus shared more common ground. Chapter 25. The guidance of potential Neru led everyone to meet the Grand Elder of Namek. Inside a cave, the Grand Elder, considerably larger than other Namekians, was accompanied by a Dragon Ball the size of a basketball. His eyes were tightly shut, exuding a sense of exhaustion and frailty. Thank you, my extraterrestrial friends. The Grand Elder's voice bore a feeble quality. All my children have been slain. Cough, cough. What a bitter fate. His words ignited anger in Dandy, Piccolo, and Neru, who clenched their fists. It appeared they had all come for the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls symbolized the wisdom and strength of the Namekians. Yet this jewel of hope had met with such calamity. The Grand Elder spoke, his voice tinged with fatigue and resignation. Do not grieve, Grand Elder. You need not be sorrowful that on our planet there exist the 7 Dragon Balls created by the Eternal Dragon, also of Namekian origin. In due time, those fallen Namekians can be resurrected. Sun Wukong stepped forward, addressing the Grand Elder. Is it true? Can everyone truly be revived? Dandy asked excitedly, gazing at Sun Wukong. Indeed, Sun Wukong turned to Piccolo, who coldly interjected, however, it is unfortunate that our Dragon Balls can only grant one wish. Even if everyone is revived, they cannot leave this place. Therefore, we must retrieve the Dragon Balls from Frisia to wish for our escape from Namek. But, Uncle Wukong, our strength pales in comparison to Frisia. Son Gohan nervously inquired, the terrifying energy of Frisia etched vividly in their memories. Precisely, which is why I am devising a plan to lure Frisia here. Oh, I almost forgot, Grand Elder, please wait. I have something beneficial for you. Sun Wukong gathered natural energy in his palms, forming a small orb of vitality, explaining this energy comes from nature, brimming with life force. Grand Elder, I realize you have resigned yourself to death, but it cannot be now. Let us ensure everyone's safety first before contemplating such matters. This energy can rejuvenate your spirit, and it may prove advantageous. After speaking, Sun Wukong awaited the Grand Elder's response. After a silence of over 10 seconds, the Grand Elder finally spoke. Given the dire stakes for the Namekians, he chose to consent. Very well, I beseech you. Earthling, whoosh! The natural energy surged from Sun Wukong into the Grand Elder's body, filling him with vitality. The Grand Elder's aura regained some luster, and under the anxious gazes of Dandy and Neru, he stood upright. I never anticipated I would have the chance to feel young once more. Thank you, Earthling. The Grand Elder beamed at his rejuvenated form, even opening his previously shut eyes. I am Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong and the others introduced themselves in turn, after which the Grand Elder turned his gaze to Piccolo. Indeed, you are the child of Kakarot, are you not? Remarkable, you have grown strong. Did you return upon sensing Namek's plight? Piccolo lowered his head slightly, appearing somewhat uncomfortable, akin to a child caught misbehaving in front of a parent. But why? Your potential should not be limited to this. Why have you split into 2 beings, becoming a deity devoid of any trace of evil? Such a pity. If you were to merge, your talents might exceed even this. The Grand Elder extended his hand, having regained some strength thanks to Sun Wukong's assistance. He directed his palm towards Piccolo. What? Piccolo attempted to resist, but found himself immobilized. You all possess immense power, yet much of your latent strength remains untapped. Sun Wukong, along with that virtuous Saiyan, Sun Wukong, and Sun Gohan. If you were to unleash your hidden potential, you might truly stand a chance against Frisia. The concept of latent potential was somewhat vague to Sun Wukong, yet he recalled that the Grand Elder and the Old Kai had the ability to unlock potential, albeit in differing manners. If the Old Kai's method of potential unlocking resembled a complete metamorphosis, then the Grand Elder's approach was to perfectly harness the power that lay dormant within without affecting one's essence. Suddenly, an immense aura coalesced around Piccolo, who widened his eyes in disbelief. This power. It's astonishing. The surge of energy emitted by Piccolo caught the attention of Vegeta, who was aimlessly wandering on Namek. What is this energy? It belongs to that Namekian from Earth. What on earth has transpired? How has his power skyrocketed so dramatically? Vegeta was left speechless, ultimately gritting his teeth and flying toward the source. Frisia's scouter detected the surge in Piccolo's power. Boom! The latest model of scouter exploded. Impossible! His battle power exceeds 1 million. Frisia rose from his throne, unable to remain seated upon sensing Piccolo's newfound might. How delightful! I never expected to encounter someone with a battle power surpassing 1 million. Frisia soared towards the direction indicated by the scouter, the remaining 6 Dragon Balls floating behind him. As he wore an excited grin, oh no, Frisia and Vegeta are both heading this way. Sun Wukong anxiously glanced at Piccolo. who was presently engaged with Biddy in unlocking her dormant power. The Dragon Balls, we still have a remaining 6. Bulma hastily retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, exclaiming, "Buzz!" Biddy's energy erupted as well. Though it was weaker than Piccolo's, yet still significantly stronger than Vegeta's current state, it seemed Biddy had more potential to develop. Sun Wukong mused to himself, realizing that Satan was merely a public figure and that nurturing a talented disciple was quite commendable. Most importantly, Biddy, like him, was also an Earthling and had earnestly met his expectations. Frieza, Wukong, Wukong, Gohan, you stay here, I shall confront Frieza. Piccolo stepped outside, wearing a battle-hungry grin, eager to face Frieza, feeling confident that he was no longer a worthy opponent. Biddy, I have a task for you. Are you willing to accept it? Sun Wukong said to Biddy, who was enjoying his affection, appearing like a playful kitten. Master Wukong, just say the word. I promise to complete the task. Biddy, clad in a matching purple martial arts uniform with Sun Wukong, was eager to prove herself following her sudden surge in power. While Piccolo battles Frieza, I need you to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Can you manage that? Sun Wukong continued, now addressing Son Gohan. If it's too much for you, you can go together with Gohan later to know. Master Wukong, I will accomplish this task. I will absolutely bring back the Dragon Balls. Biddy shot a defiant glance at Son Gohan before promptly responding. Chapter 26. Frieza's transformation very well. I await your return. Biddy, Sun Wukong watched as Biddy soared into the sky. Bulma approached Sun Wukong, expressing concern. Wukong, do you think Biddy can manage alone? She's only a 5-year-old girl. Sun Wukong gazed at Sun Wukong, who was diligently developing his powers, a mysterious smile gracing his face. He remarked, my primary concern is that Vegeta might seize the opportunity to take the Dragon Balls. Currently, Biddy's strength has surpassed Vegeta's, yet he still lacks experience that if anything goes awry, once Sun Wukong is ready, I shall send him over immediately. Vegeta, haha, Bulma suddenly thought of something and chuckled. Sun Wukong also let out a light laugh. That prideful fellow Vegeta will surely be unable to endure it. Sun Wukong nonchalantly replied, even if he cannot endure it, he has no choice but to bear it. After all, he, the proud Saiyan prince, intends to sell the Earth. Presently, Vegeta is not an ally. It would not be an exaggeration to label him an enemy. Although he has not killed Vegeta, it does not mean he would fawn over him. The notion of Saiyan prince does not impress him. If it were not for Sun Wukong, he might have truly slain Vegeta while on Earth. Sun Wukong is his brother, and he would assist him. Sun Wukong and Piccolo have now become allies, and even Yamcha and Krillin, whom he also considers his companions, are part of this circle. By the way, brother, Sun Wukong suddenly cast a sharp look at Sun Wukong, saying, after I have my powers excavated by the Elder, contact King Kai immediately and have him notify Krillin and the others to summon the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Haha, Wukong, you were indeed wise to place the Dragon Balls at Kame House before leaving. Sun Wukong appeared eager to try something. Piccolo, along with Biddy, had significantly increased their strength after being empowered by the Elder, and he was keen to test his own abilities. However, that would have to wait until Wukong was finished. Naturally, this was for precautionary measures, but he had not anticipated that the Elder possessed such methods. Alleviating their worries, perhaps they could even vanquish that Frieza fellow once and for all. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Haha, this is all due to your own inherent strength. I merely facilitated its early manifestation. The Elder's laughter resonated as he recalled Biddy and the present Sun Wukong, saying whether it be Piccolo, that little girl Biddy, or this hybrid Saiyan Sun Wukong, they all possess the natural energy you just gathered within them. Indeed, Elder, Biddy is my disciple, and Wukong is my nephew. One could say they are also my and Piccolo's apprentices, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Sun Wukong shyly smiled. Suddenly, two intense auras collided. Strange, Frieza's aura has suddenly surged tremendously. What is happening? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. That I don't know, but Vegeta's and Biddy's auras have also clashed. As expected, that stubborn Vegeta is still after the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong crossed his arms protectively, his toes tapping incessantly. Indeed, Piccolo had not simply dispatched Frisia's first form as he had anticipated. He pondered whether Wukong could still be excavated by the Elder to regain his former fighting power of 3 million. If that were not possible, he and Sun Wukong would need to work together to hold off Frisia and escape Namek using the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong mused. Piccolo soared towards Frisia, but upon sensing Bidalai's aura, he paused momentarily, then instantly understood the implication. Bidalai, didn't Sun Wukong teach you to conceal your energy? Piccolo called out loudly, his voice reaching Bidalai's ears. Oh no, I almost forgot. I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo. Bidalai hurriedly suppressed her energy. Cautiously following Piccolo, ready to descend and seize the Dragon Balls at the opportune moment, as Frisia and Piccolo faced off, the floating Dragon Balls casually dropped to the ground, creating a tremor. Here he comes. Upon seeing Frisia's silhouette, Bidalai carefully concealed herself, hiding her energy as she gazed at the 6 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, floating behind Frisia. Frisia and Piccolo landed steadily on the ground. Even though Piccolo's fighting power eclipsed Frisia's at that moment, Frisia showed no signs of anxiety. Roar! Who would have thought there were such powerful Namekians? How about it? Have you considered joining my Frisia force? Piccolo glared coldly at Frisia. Don't be ridiculous, you who have slaughtered so many of my kin. How could I ever conspire with you? Roar! What a pity! I truly hate to destroy someone of your talent. However, since it has come to this, I shall not hold back. Frisia's armor shattered, his energy surged violently, and his body expanded, the horns on his head resembling those of a bull, as his power approached that of Piccolo in an instant. What is this? Piccolo gasped, astonished by Frisia's power, which had increased several-fold. Roar! What happened? I just saw on the scouter that your power level exceeds 1 million. I usually maintain that form because my power is too overwhelming to control. Let me tell you, I have 3 transformation forms. Besides this one, I have 2 others, so what do you say? Care to reconsider my earlier proposal? 2 more forms. Piccolo gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Mere bluster, Frisia! With a fierce shout, Piccolo gathered an energy wave and launched it at Frisia. Frisia reciprocated by coalescing an energy wave of his own, and the 2 collided. The earth trembled with a deafening roar as debris shattered. Hidden from view, Bidalai concealed her energy, the events of the day etched into her memory, a blend of fear and exhilaration coursing through her small frame, her youthful face ablaze with fervor. Is this the world of Master Wukong? How incredible! Can I become as powerful as them? Bidalai clenched her small fists, yearning to grow stronger, her awareness of Frisia and Piccolo's battle completely overshadowed. Suddenly, she noticed that the auras of Piccolo and Frisia were receding further apart. Frisia was entirely preoccupied with the fight, leaving the 6 Dragon Balls unattended. What a perfect opportunity! Bidalai exclaimed, excitement surging as she flew towards the Dragon Balls, which towered over her petite form, presenting a challenge in transporting them. Oh wait, Bidalai recalled that Frisia had previously caused the Dragon Balls to float. Master Wukong had mentioned that energy could accomplish many things. That villain had seemingly made the Dragon Balls levitate. I shall give a try. Bidalai slowly closed her eyes, recalling Sun Wukong's teachings back on Earth. She focused her energy, creating ripples with her palms directed towards the Dragon Balls. Gradually, she witnessed the 6 Dragon Balls begin to levitate. Wonderful! I did it! Master Wukong, I truly succeeded. Bidalai released silver energy waves, the 6 Dragon Balls floating in tandem with her control as she prepared to return. Just then, Vegeta's furious voice echoed, You little brat. Quickly put down the Dragon Balls. Chapter 27. Bidalai and Vegeta, alas. Bidalai hastily discarded the Dragon Balls, her petite frame darting away to evade Vegeta's energy blast. Boom. The blast exploded, creating a massive crater into which the Dragon Ball she had just abandoned fell. The Dragon Balls are mine. Vegeta, consumed by madness, intensified his longing for immortality fueled by the battle between Frisia and Piccolo. If he could obtain the Dragon Balls, he would gain eternal life and no longer fear Frisia. He envisioned a future where Kakarot and Sun Wukong would bow before him. Suddenly, an energy blast hurtled toward him. Sensing the danger, Vegeta swiftly evaded the attack. The blast struck a distant hill, shattering it to pieces. Vegeta turned to find Bidalai glaring at him, her expression furious, for he was the one who had launched that earlier attack. "You little brat," Vegeta's face contorted in disbelief. He had not expected this 5-year-old child to dare retaliate. Wait, something is off. Vegeta began to realize that Bidalai's energy felt remarkably potent, even surpassing his own. "Humph, you big bad guy. You foolish fool. You will never defeat Sun Wukong, and you are still at Frisia's beck and call." Bidalai's taunting words pierced Vegeta's heart like a sharp blade. You little brat. What are you saying? I will kill you." With a fierce shout, Vegeta gathered energy blasts in his palms, launching a relentless barrage at Bidalai. If you have the guts, come at me." Bidalai concentrated her energy, her power having surged, allowing her to condense energy more swiftly. Moreover, this technique was one she adored just as much as Sun Wukong. Whoosh! After Bidalai launched her energy attack, she soared into the air using her flight technique. Vegeta followed suit, deftly evading the energy blast as he charged towards Bidalai. Bang! Vegeta's combat experience surpassed that of Bidalai, who, despite having undergone significant training under the Elder, still fell short in comparison. Aware of this, Bidalai chose not to defend herself after Vegeta's strike landed. Instead, she opted for a tit-for-tat approach, retaliating against him. Her youthful fist struck Vegeta without a hint of defense, her determined gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. "You little brat, what on earth has happened? That Namekian can now actually contend with Frisia, and even you. A mere child can engage me in battle." Vegeta felt his composure fracturing. Goku and Gohan were already formidable adversaries weighing heavily upon him, and now Piccolo, along with this 5-year-old girl, could also match him in combat. Curious to know? Dream on. In your dreams, anything is possible. And by the way, I am Bidalai, a disciple of Master Goku. You big bad guy, should go and have a word with Frisia. With that, Bidalai gathered her energy once more and hurled another energy attack toward Vegeta. Again with this move, Vegeta, filled with rage, concentrated his energy into a blast, deflecting her attack effortlessly. Kamehameha! Bidalai cupped her hands, channeling her energy into a Kamehameha wave directed at Vegeta. Final flash, Vegeta showed no intention of dodging. The two powerful attacks collided with tremendous force, creating a violent shockwave. Though Bidalai lacked experience, her willingness to exchange blows managed to leave Vegeta in a rather precarious situation. His extensive combat expertise rendered nearly useless. Suddenly, a colossal surge of energy erupted, momentarily stunning both Vegeta and Bidalai. Even Piccolo, engaged in battle with Frisia, paused briefly. "This is Gohan." Piccolo felt a surge of joy, though he maintained his fierce engagement with Frisia's second form. His heavy gravity gear discarded, leaving him somewhat disheveled. Frisia, too, appeared less than composed, having failed to vanquish Piccolo in his second form. "You should feel honored. This is the first time you've witnessed my transformation." Frisia's energy swelled anew as he prepared to shift into his third form, his entire physique morphing, his head enlarging to resemble that of an alien, his power multiplying several times over, sending a chill down Piccolo's spine. A monster meanwhile, Gohan's latent powers were being unlocked by the Elder. This Gohan's energy. It's so formidable. It's my turn now. Goku, brimming with excitement, rushed to the Elder. "Please, I implore you." The Elder nodded with a smile. Beginning to unlock Goku's potential. This really me. Gohan gazed at his hands in disbelief. He felt transformed, his strength having multiplied several times. This was all thanks to the natural energy bestowed by Goku, a life force akin to divine power. "I merely excavated the strength within you," the Elder replied with a smile. "Divine?" Goku murmured softly, his thoughts racing to the Super Saiyan God and the God of Destruction. Beerus, as well as the Ultra Instinct technique. The Elder's words seemed to illuminate a path for him. Suddenly, Frisia's energy surged dramatically, interrupting Goku's contemplation, prompting even Goku to open his eyes in shock. "Gohan, hurry and assist Piccolo." "Yes, Uncle Goku." Without hesitation, Gohan vanished from sight, his power now surpassing even that of the current Frisia. Sensing the ongoing struggle between Bidalai and Vegeta, Goku felt a twinge of concern. He knew Goku was still unlocking his potential. And Piccolo had drawn Frisia far away. "I will fetch the Dragon Balls. I shall return shortly." With those words, Goku darted off towards the battlefield, his worry for Bidalai lingering at this moment. Bidalai clung fiercely to Vegeta, her life-for-a-life strategy rendering his combat experience utterly ineffective. You little brat, how could I, the Prince of Saiyans, possibly lose to you? Hand over the Dragon Balls at once." Vegeta's battle suit lay tattered, and Bidalai's martial arts uniform was in shambles. Blood trickling from her lips, yet her clear eyes remained steadfastly fixed on Vegeta, refusing to retreat. You think I will allow that? I am Master Goku's disciple, and I will never disappoint him, even if it costs me everything. I will not let you, you vile villain, acquire a single Dragon Ball. Chapter 28. Soul Barrier. Her resolute words ignited Vegeta's resentment, his fists clenched in frustration. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could this be? Why am I not a Super Saiyan? Why am I so weak? I am the Prince of Saiyans, yet I cannot even defeat a 5-year-old. Suddenly, the overwhelming energy from Frieza and Gohan caught Vegeta off guard. What is happening? Does Frieza have another transformation? How has his powers surged so dramatically? In that sudden explosion of energy, it must be Gohan's, but how has he become so strong? Defeated and unwilling to accept his fate, Vegeta clenched his fists and retreated from Bidalai, who fearlessly pressed on. He realized he could not afford to lose his life here. There must be some secret on Namek, and that Earthling named Goku had surely discovered something extraordinary. Vegeta longed to confront Gohan and Piccolo, but he knew he was no match for them at AS for concealing his energy. Those abilities had been learned from Goku and the others. With their strength, they would surely detect him. He feared he might never again have the chance to obtain the Dragon Balls. No, I will not concede. The Dragon Balls are mine. Immortality will ultimately belong to me, the great Vegeta. Let Kakarot and Frieza fight it out. In the end, Vegeta, will emerge victorious. Concealing his energy, Vegeta erupted into laughter. Refusing to relinquish his desire for the Dragon Balls, Bidalai, exhilarated, watched as Vegeta retreated, her youthful face aglow with joy. She had succeeded, driving Vegeta away and fulfilling the task entrusted to her by Goku. Master Goku, I did it, Bidalai, despite the pain coursing through her body, imitated Frieza's technique, conjuring a silver energy wave and lifting 6 Dragon Balls, the size of basketballs, as she excitedly flew back at that moment. Goku, just emerging from the cave, halted abruptly. That I did it. That rascal Vegeta has left. Not bad, right, Bidalai? Goku chuckled in relief, especially upon sensing Bidalai's return and the response from the Dragon Ball radar, as Bidalai soared back. 6 Dragon Balls floated beneath her hands, her appearance somewhat disheveled. Master Goku, I have brought back the Dragon Balls. Bidalai landed on the ground, exclaiming excitedly as the 6 Dragon Balls thudded heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, her once dirty face now radiant with glee. Well done, Bidalai. You truly are my disciple. Quickly, eat this senza bean. Goku handed her a senza bean, knowing that the Namekian named Den could heal. But having never used it before, he felt it prudent to ensure his disciple's recovery without delay. Bidalai chewed and swallowed the senza bean, and in an instant her fatigue and pain vanished. Even her wounds healed. I'm better, Master Goku. This senza bean is incredible. Of course, otherwise how could it be called a senza bean? Suddenly, Sun Wukong recalled that just moments ago, Bidalai seemed to have levitated the Dragon Balls using her energy. A technique he had not taught her, reminiscent of the manipulation of energy spheres. Following suit, Bidalai replicated this feat, her silvery energy rippling like telekinesis as the 6 Dragon Balls once again floated into the air. Master Wukong, I just saw Frieza levitate the Dragon Balls using energy. You have taught me that energy can accomplish unimaginable feats. So look, Master Wukong, it was as if Bidalai had discovered an incredibly delightful toy that she wished to showcase to Sun Wukong. He unabashedly praised her, exclaiming with a smile, Excellent work. You have already grasped the concept well enough to apply it independently without my guidance. Bidalai, you might want to try using this energy manipulation technique to control energy blasts against your foes. Energy manipulation. So that is what this technique is called. Bidalai nodded, her mind racing as she envisioned employing this method to control energy blasts as she had done with the Dragon Balls. Boom! Suddenly, two intense auras collided as Sun Gohan engaged Frieza in their third bout. At that moment, Sun Wukong emerged from the cave, smiling at Sun Wukong and Bidalai, entirely devoid of the explosive aura that had enveloped Gohan. Bidalai and Piccolo moments before. Hee, how impressive. Elder, you are truly remarkable. Wukong, it's your turn now. I can hardly contain my eagerness to confront Frieza. Sun Wukong exclaimed, clenching his fists. His power had increased manifold, yet his temperament and adaptability allowed him to maintain control without unleashing it recklessly. Quickly, we must act. Frieza's energy has surged again. That fiend seems to have no limits. Gohan, Piccolo are in peril. Sun Wukong urged as he led Bidalai into the cave, while Sun Wukong hastened towards Frieza without further ado. Inside the cave, Bulma, Nairo, Elder, and Dundee turned their gazes towards them. Upon seeing the 6 Dragon Balls in Bidalai's possession, Dundee erupted with excitement. Wonderful! We finally have all the Dragon Balls. Bidalai beamed with pride. Bulma enthusiastically gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Uniting the Namekian set at last at that moment, Sun Wukong stood before the Elder, who opened his palm towards him, an invisible wave surging into Wukong's being. Sun Wukong, you must have learned some soul techniques that can obscure memories. Haven to you, the Elder noted, realizing he could not penetrate Wukong's mind. A transparent barrier thwarted his attempts completely. My apologies, Elder. During my time on Earth, Goku and I encountered techniques capable of using soul curses. Hence, I sought guidance from the fortune teller regarding soul-related techniques. Sun Wukong explained, wishing to keep his memories private while feeling curious about the former protagonists of the Dragon Ball fanfictions he had read. Pondering why the Elder from Namek and Master Karen seemed so unguarded when confronting him, as if unaware their memories could be scrutinized. Chapter 29. Frieza's final transformation, although the Elder found it puzzling. He comprehended and began to unlock Sun Wukong's potential, his palm extended towards him. Fear not, Sun Wukong. I sense that within your cold, piercing energy lies a warmth akin to the sun. You and your companions are well. I presume, having cultivated the natural energy longer than others, Sun Wukong quickly surpassed Piccolo in strength, and his power continued to rise. He skillfully concealed his surging energy, much like Sun Wukong, both having established a robust foundation through diligent training. Sun Wukong even speculated that Vegeta's previous inability to surpass Sun Wukong stemmed from his failure to build a solid foundation as methodically as Sun Wukong had. Yes, they are my family. My comrades with whom I share my life, Sun Wukong replied earnestly. Piccolo was sent hurtling backward, utterly outmatched by Frieza's third form. Energy blasts erupted from Frieza's fingertips, relentlessly battering Piccolo. His martial arts uniform lay tattered. Purple blood seeping forth, his energy dwindling with each passing moment. What is the matter, Namekian? Have you become incapable of movement? Speak. What did you consume to regain your strength so swiftly? Otherwise, I shall show you true suffering. Frieza cackled, relishing the sight of Piccolo's faltering energy, his malevolent grin twisting into a grotesque expression. Stop! A youthful voice, laced with fury, broke through. Frieza paused momentarily as Sun Gohan surged forward like a streak of light. Another little brat, Frieza raised his hand, and Gohan collided with it. Ouch! Frieza recoiled, surprised by the impact as he felt as if his bones might fracture. Yeah. Sun Gohan pummeled Frieza's abdomen, his anger fueling each strike with increasing ferocity. Ack! Frieza cried out in agony, as if Gohan's fists might pierce through him. Ha! Sun Gohan landed a decisive blow to Frieza's head, sending him crashing into a distant peak, generating a tremendous roar. Magic Flash. This technique, taught to him by Piccolo, involved placing both palms on his forehead, unleashing a brilliant beam of energy that illuminated the entire realm, striking Frieza directly. Maximum power! Sun Gohan shouted in fury, amplifying the Magic Flash exponentially, slamming it into Frieza's form. Piccolo, his vision blurred, could hardly believe his eyes, although he had sensed Gohan's energy surpassing his own. Witnessing it firsthand filled him with awe, even disbelief. Wukong was right. Gohan, you possess a potential far beyond ours. As the magic flash ceased, Frieza lay prostrate on the ground, blood spilling forth. Son Gohan's assault had dealt him significant harm. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan rushed to Piccolo's side, supporting him atop a mountain peak, swiftly producing the Senzu beans that Wooling had prepared beforehand. Uncle Piccolo, eat the Senzu bean. Without hesitation, Piccolo consumed the bean, his injuries and energy restored in an instant. Seeing Piccolo revived, Son Gohan smiled. Uncle Piccolo, this is fantastic. Thanks to Uncle Wooling, we each received 5 Senzu beans. Piccolo gazed at Gohan with gratitude, remarking, I've exhausted my supply of Senzu beans, but Frieza refrained from killing me, likely in pursuit of knowledge regarding them. At that moment, Frieza stood, noticing that the Namekian known as Piccolo had once again recovered. That thing, it restored him in an instant. How infuriating. I must extract the truth behind it. But that little brat, a tail? Another Saiyan, Frieza muttered to himself, sensing an ominous turn of events. Back on Earth, Son Gohan's tail had regrown. Piccolo had intended to sever it, but Wooling had intervened, allowing it to remain. Whose child is he? He doesn't resemble Bardock or Vegeta. Could he be Raditz' child? Impossible. How can a Saiyan possess such overwhelming power? Frieza's thoughts turned dark, his anger swelling as he regarded the Saiyans as mere destructive beasts, now poised to threaten him. Could it be? Frieza recalled an enduring legend among his race, the Ice Demons. The Super Saiyan. Was this little brat truly the prophesied Super Saiyan? Frieza's energy surged once more, cracks forming across his body. If that is the case, I shall unleash my ultimate power upon you, my true self. Piccolo and Son Gohan stood in stunned silence as Frieza's energy escalated once more. Is this Frieza's final transformation? Piccolo gasped, unable to contain his astonishment, trembling uncontrollably. Frieza, does his power know no bounds? With a deafening explosion, Frieza unleashed a tempest of dust and debris. His energy soared, revealing his final form. The true visage of Frieza, stripped of his previous adornments, now appearing more streamlined and subdued, his body diminished, but adorned with patches of purple skin on his head, shoulders, chest, wrists, and ankles. The silver and purple hues predominantly accentuated Frieza's form, imparting an aura of minimalist sci-fi artistry. Is this truly the essence of Frieza? Son Gohan instinctively took a step back. Although he appeared less terrifying than before, the overwhelming aura he exuded was formidable, suffocating them with an air of dread. Frieza raised a finger delicately, unleashing a beam of death aimed at Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan reacted swiftly, intercepting Frieza's death beam with a mighty palm strike. Whoosh! Boom! The beam struck a distant hillside, transforming Namek into a scene of cataclysm. The once clear skies of Namek were engulfed by ominous clouds. Kaboom! The earth trembled violently, sending shock waves through the planet, while the explosion of the death beam painted a picture of apocalyptic despair, with magma erupting and an overwhelming force spreading forth. Piccolo and Son Gohan instinctively steadied themselves, bracing against the impact to avoid being swept away. Frieza coldly observed the scene, as Son Gohan, undeterred by the tumultuous winds, stood resolute like a king amidst the storm. As the shockwave dissipated, Son Gohan felt a tingling numbness in his arm from deflecting Frieza's death beam, pain coursing through him, yet he stubbornly maintained his gaze upon Frieza, showing no sign of surrender. Chapter 30. Vegeta's Tears of Despair. Little Saiyan, you're not too shabby, are you? However, Frieza vanished from Piccolo and Son Gohan's sight, only to reappear behind them. What? Son Gohan and Piccolo turned in shock. But suddenly, a tremendous force sent them flying. Son Gohan crossed his arms to shield his chest and head, feeling as though his limbs might fracture under Frieza's onslaught, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Piccolo was kicked away, crashing into a distant mountain with a resounding impact. Boom! As rocks shattered, Piccolo felt as if his body was on the verge of disintegration, utterly devoid of resistance, unable to move. Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan shouted in distress, eager to rush to his aid, but Frieza's swift strike descended upon him like a blade. Son Gohan hurriedly dodged, evading Frisia's relentless assault, striving to avoid direct confrontation. Little Saiyan, rather than worry about that Namekian, you should be more concerned about yourself. Ha ha ha! Frisia's unceasing barrage forced Sun Gohan into a defensive stance, and ultimately, overwhelmed by fatigue, Frisia's blade struck him on the head. Crack! Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, his gaze filled with fury. Vegeta's vision became increasingly blurred as he fixated intently on the distant figures of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, the legendary Super Saiyan that haunted his thoughts like an obsession. Kakarot, you are the fabled Super Saiyan. I believe that if you cast aside your naivety and harden your heart, you will undoubtedly achieve the status of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta coughed, his voice trembling with emotion. Kakarot, you heard it just now. Our home planet, Vegeta, was annihilated by Frisia. Tears streamed down Vegeta's face, a mixture of bitterness and despair overwhelming him, the heart-wrenching pain almost too much to bear, soaking the dust beneath him. We Saiyans have toiled relentlessly under his command. Apart from us, everyone else was slaughtered, including your father and my king. Frisia, he fears the true emergence of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's voice cracked, desperately yearning for some semblance of hope. His tear-filled eyes pleading with Sun Wukong. Please, defeat Frisia. I implore you, you must vanquish him. With blood trickling from his lips, Sun Gohan gazed at Vegeta's pitiful state, his heart aching with compassion, just as he contemplated rushing to help. Frisia unleashed a death beam that struck Vegeta, reducing his form to mere dust, leaving behind a pool of crimson. Ha ha ha. I almost forgot that you possess some ability to recover in an instant. Now it's time, Sans. Frisia laughed, his eyes icy with malice. Sun Wukong glared at Frisia, his expression stern and resolute, declaring, I am a Saiyan raised on Earth. Vegeta, share a fragment of your pride with me. I have come here to seek retribution for those Namekians you have slaughtered. I will defeat you, Frisia. With that, Sun Wukong leaped into action, his body shimmering as he collided with Frisia, exchanging blows without mercy. Each strike carried the force of tempest, as if they were piercing through the very air itself. Energy blasts clashed, sending shockwaves through mountains and earth, fissures appearing as the atmosphere filled with the relentless sounds of battle. Is this the extent of your power, Sun Wukong? Piccolo could no longer see Frisia, his presence eclipsed by the sheer magnitude of Sun Wukong's might. His perception reduced to mere flickers. In that moment, Sun Gohan could scarcely make out the silhouettes of Sun Wukong and Frisia. As the fight raged on, a crimson aura enveloped Sun Wukong, only to dissipate in an instant. He had activated the Kaioken ×10 for his duel against Frisia, yet even that seemed futile. What's wrong, Saiyan? Is this all you are capable of? Frisia's penetrating gaze bore into him as two crimson beams struck Sun Wukong's palms, followed by a brutal punch to his abdomen. Sun Wukong stifled a cry of pain. Gathering his strength to retaliate with a Kaioken punch aimed at Frisia's head, Frisia's face contorted in pain, his form appearing disheveled, as his tail lashed out like a whip, striking Sun Wukong's wrist and causing him excruciating agony. With a surge of energy radiating from Sun Wukong, devastation rippled outward for miles, the landscape shattering in the wake of his power. Frisia spun like a top, landing gracefully on the ground, his eyes aflame with malice as he released twin beams of red energy into the swirling dust. Whoosh, 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 Frisia's beams darted erratically around, catching Sun Wukong off guard as it. This fiend cannot sense ki. With a determined expression, Sun Wukong turned, only to find Frisia hovering behind him, exposed within his line of sight. Frisia roared, raising his hand high as a massive energy blast, several hundred meters in size, formed and was hurled towards Sun Wukong. In a leap, Sun Wukong countered with an energy blast of his own. Just as his attack neared Frisia, the tyrant swatted at his side effortlessly. The collision of their energy blasts resonated across the mountains, causing the very heavens to tremble as Namek glowed a fiery red. Both Frisia and Sun Wukong landed on solid ground, their eyes locked in a fierce standoff amidst the devastation surrounding them, where no patch of earth remained unscathed. In the distance, Sun Gohan and Piccolo stood in stunned silence. Realizing that the battle between Sun Wukong and Frisia had escalated far beyond their reach, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. He had never anticipated that, even after the Elder's enhancements, he would still fall short against Frisia. Son Gohan watched anxiously, murmuring, "Dad." Piccolo clenched his fists in frustration. "Wooling, where are you? Hurry! How powerful!" "Even the Kaioken times 10 is insufficient." Sun Wukong smiled, undeterred by his precarious situation, his fervor for battle against Frisia igniting his spirit. Meanwhile, Sun Wooling was still undergoing the Elder's power development. That Vegeta's ki has vanished. "I can hardly believe he is truly gone." Sun Wukong mused, "Is my Kaioken times 10 not enough?" The tremors of Namek had not gone unnoticed, raising alarms for Dilly and Neru. "Elder, is it not yet complete?" Sun Wooling inquired, urgency creeping into his voice. The Elder shook his head. "The natural energy within you surpasses that of the others. It will be ready soon, just a little longer." "All right." Sun Wooling steadied his emotions. Concentrating on controlling his burgeoning power, he felt his energy swell, surpassing both Son Gohan and Sun Wukong. Yet he showed no signs of halting, continuing to rise steadily. Sun Wukong and Frisia faced each other, Frisia's voice booming. "Ha ha ha! Saiyan, Sun Wukong, I am somewhat surprised, stronger than I anticipated, but you shall not prevail against me." Sun Wukong remained unfazed, replying, "Perhaps, but the outcome is still undecided." I know. Frisia feigned nonchalance, his gaze sharp as he summoned a wave of energy. In an instant, Sun Wukong, ever vigilant, seized the moment when Frisia hesitated to attack. Soaring above him, "This is my response," he declared, mirroring Frisia's earlier move, striking down upon the tyrant's form, creating a surge of energy that sent waves crashing beneath the surface of the ocean. The water roared in a tumultuous frenzy, resembling a tsunami, as Sun Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blast directed at Frisia, who found himself on the receiving end of Sun Wukong's wrath, as the battlefield transformed into a chaotic arena of destruction. In the depths of the sea, Sun Wukong once again concentrated his energy into a Kamehameha wave, launching it towards Frisia. Sensing a disturbance, Frisia aimed his palm, prepared to unleash a devastating energy blast the moment he caught sight of Wukong's emergence. Suddenly, with a piercing sound, Wukong burst forth from the water, his body enveloped in the power of a tenfold Kaioken, delivering a fierce kick to Frisia's face. This was a swift retribution, with a resounding impact. Frisia's visage crumpled inwards, almost unrecognizable, saliva expelled from his mouth as he plummeted to the ground. Boom! As Frisia's body crashed into a valley, the earth shattered beneath him, and he broke through the ocean's surface, cascading down onto the mountains on the other side, where rocks splintered and debris buried him, a testament to the sheer force of Wukong's strike. In the distance, Piccolo and Gohan stood in stunned silence. "Incredible, Dad!" Gohan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Suddenly, Frisia, trapped beneath the rubble, summoned an energy wave that shattered the stones, pinning him down, scattering them like dust. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the debris from his shoulders, his expression unchanged. Has it truly had no effect? Wukong wore a faint smile, showing no signs of discouragement. "You really are quite capable, aren't you? Aside from my father, you're the first to dirty me." Frisia trembled slightly as he regarded Wukong, a smile creeping onto his face. "This is the first time in my life I've felt such excitement. How should I deal with you?" Wukong retorted, "What a disappointment. I expected at least some effect." With that, a new round of combat ensued between Frisia and Wukong. Meanwhile, Sun Wooling was undergoing potential enhancement under the guidance of the Elder. A shimmering silver aura enveloped him, bestowing an ethereal and sacred quality. "Thank you, Elder." Wooling clenched his fists as the energy surged within him, the sudden influx of strength igniting a sense of exhilaration within him, akin to what Piccolo, Gohan, and Biddy felt. "This is power that lies dormant within you." "I merely unearthed it," the Elder replied with a smile, instilling Wooling with a newfound confidence to confront Frisia. Wooling attempted to temper his rising excitement. If Wukong could maintain composure, then so could he. Exhaling a deep breath, he felt his energy still coursing through him, signifying that he had yet to reach his limits. "I'm off." Elder, Nilu, Bulma, Biddy Lee, Wuling's heart, once turbulent, now calmed like the serene sky as he leaped towards Frisia. Uncertain of his combat capabilities, Wuling felt Frisia was no longer the insurmountable foe he once seemed. The gap between them had narrowed. Even Wukong's tenfold Kaioken seemed insufficient compared to his current power. How strong was he really? Only through trial would he discover the truth. In mere seconds, Wuling arrived on the battlefield where Frisia and Wukong clashed, moving with such stealth that his presence was nearly undetectable. At that moment, Wukong had consumed his Senza being, fully restoring his strength, which left Frisia seething with rage. Another nuisance, endlessly persistent. Frisia's frustration mounted as he unleashed a death beam towards Wuling. "Humph!" Wuling scoffed, summoning an energy slash that cleaved through Frisia's death beam, causing it to split and crash harmlessly to the ground. "What?" Frisia felt an ominous threat from the golden halo of energy. He leaped into the air, firing an energy blast to counter Wuling's attack, resulting in a massive explosion. "Initiate the plan, Wukong. Leave Frisia to me. I want to gauge the extent of my strength." Wuling's aura surged as he advanced on Frisia, no longer suppressing his energy, causing Wukong, Gohan, and Piccolo to widen their eyes in astonishment. Even Frisia felt the pressure emanating from Wuling. "Incredible, Wuling. I feel like your power surpasses even my tenfold Kaioken." Wukong smiled and retreated, joining Piccolo and Gohan, entrusting Frisia to Wuling while he initiated contact with the king. Chapter 33. Wuling vs. Frisia. The Kamehameha. As Wukong withdrew, Wuling launched the first strike, a blue energy blast hurtling towards Frisia as he charged forward, filled with fervor and excitement, igniting an overwhelming thrill within him. Frisia deflected Wuling's Kamehameha, engaging him in fierce combat. The two exchanged blows, with Frisia striking Wuling but immediately finding himself countered in the skies above. Frisia's tail whipped towards Wuling, who retaliated with an energy slash, a golden ring of power surging towards Frisia. "What?" Frisia formed an energy wave in his palm, the tremendous recoil forcing him to retreat and evade Wuling's attack. Yet Wuling remained relentless, keeping the energy slash in hand as he pursued Frisia, eager to test its cutting power against him. Frisia, now on the run, found himself cornered by Wuling's relentless assault, and as he attempted to retaliate with a similar energy disc, their powers collided with a metallic clang. Ha! Both fighters unleashed energy blasts simultaneously towards each other. As the energy blast collided, Wuling and Frisia soared through the air, engaging in a flurry of strikes and counterattacks, their combat tearing the landscape apart in explosive bursts. "Wuling Uncle is amazing," Gohan exclaimed, brimming with admiration. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Wuling's power had far surpassed theirs. Meanwhile, Wukong closed his eyes, focusing on the king, prioritizing their lives over the battle. King, can you hear me?" The North Kai responded. "I hear you, Wukong. I've been monitoring Namek. I'm aware of your situation, and I'll contact Krillin immediately." On Earth, it was noon, and Krillin, having just finished his meal and resumed training, was startled by a voice in his mind, fearing he was hallucinating. "Krillin, it's me, the king." "Ah, king, is something wrong with Wuling and Wukong?" Krillin recalled the Dragon Balls Wuling had left with him, fearing something dire had occurred. "It has been a week. Something significant must have happened on Namek." The North Kai continued. "Krillin, Namek is in grave danger. Frisia and his henchmen are intent on annihilating the Namekians. Prepare, for many of them will soon seek refuge on Earth." The North Kai truly admires Sun Wukong. He has considered every aspect so thoroughly. Although Sun Wukong is currently locked in combat with Frisia, with neither side gaining the upper hand, he is acutely aware of Frisia's terrifying capabilities. And above Frisia looms the formidable King Cold. "Yes, I will retrieve the Dragon Balls immediately, Master Mateto." Krillin promptly responded, urgently calling upon Master Roshi to prepare for summoning Shenron out on Namek. The battle between Frisia and Sun Wukong raged fiercely, with the terrain of Namek undergoing dramatic transformations. As time passed, Sun Wukong revealed a momentary lapse in defense, allowing Frisia's tail to strike him, sending his body crashing to the ground and creating a violent crater. A barrage of lethal death beams relentlessly assaulted him. Sun Wukong crossed his arms to shield his chest and head, but the beams pounded against him, causing his martial arts uniform to tear. Yet his physique remained remarkably resilient. Frisia's continuous barrage merely left bruises on his body. Even when pierced through, he sustained no fatal injuries. Frisia ceased his assault, observing Sun Wukong, now covered in blood, with numerous holes puncturing his form from the death beams. Ha ha ha! Don't be impatient. This is merely the beginning of a terrifying game. There are far more exhilarating challenges ahead, Frisia proclaimed with his signature laugh. Sun Wukong, however, wore a faint smile, appearing utterly unfazed by the pain, as if he were savoring something in his mouth before swallowing. Frisia's smile abruptly froze, veins bulging on his forehead. That thing again, the Namekian from before and that little Saiyan brat, now you, what could it possibly be? Frisia glared at the rejuvenated Sun Wukong, consumed by fury. Frisia's innate superpower surged forth, causing Namek to tremble violently. What is happening? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, alertly surveying his surroundings. His previous encounters with Frisia had granted him a fair understanding of Frisia's abilities and techniques. Now, Frisia was unleashing his innate powers, which could also be described as telekinesis. In the distance, Goku, engaged in conversation with the North Kai, was interrupted by Frisia's overwhelming commotion, while Piccolo and Gohan grew increasingly anxious. Deep within a mountain cave, Bulma trembled in fear, clutching the 5-year-old Biddy tightly, unwilling to let go. What's wrong? Why isn't it over yet? Biddy reassured Bulma, saying, Master Wukong is currently fighting that bad guy Frisia. However, this isn't suitable for resurrection. Neru stood guard over the elder, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Sensing that Frisia's forthcoming attack would likely be monumental, he prayed that Frisia would not annihilate Namek. Otherwise, all would be lost. The elder remained composed and serene, exuding kindness even amidst the chaos, displaying no signs of panic despite the imminent peril threatening Namek. Chapter 34. The Death of Sun Wukong. Frisia raised his palms, filled with madness, and before the eyes of Goku, Sun Wukong, and others, a colossal landmass floated under his control, obscuring the sky. This is utterly outrageous. Sun Wukong's lips twitched involuntarily. Frisia's supernatural ability was indeed terrifying. Under his perception, the floating landmass controlled by Frisia was likely half the size of Earth, and more importantly, it was enveloped by Frisia's energy, potent enough to easily obliterate Namek. Frisia, do you intend to destroy Namek? Goku shouted vehemently at Frisia. Upon realizing the situation, the North Kai urgently contacted Krillin, advising him to postpone summoning Shenron. If Sun Wukong and the others could not withstand Frisia's impending onslaught, resurrecting the Namekians would be futile. Ha ha ha! Run, run. As long as you dare to flee, all of Namek will be reduced to cosmic dust. I assure you, our Frisia race can survive even the vastness of space. You will perish alongside Namek. Frisia cackled maniacally, his fury escalating with each moment as Sun Wukong and Goku's relentless appearances drove him to near madness, causing him to forget his original purpose for being on Namek. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with determination, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the frantic expressions of Piccolo, Gohan, and Goku. Frisia, do you not desire immortality? Surely you wish for the Dragon Balls. You must understand that if the Elder dies, the Dragon Balls will vanish along with their creator. Frisia, seemingly prepared for this, let out his characteristic laughter. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong, I anticipated you would say that. However, I've already learned of the Dragon Ball's whereabouts from Vegeta's scouter. The third planet in the solar system, Earth, also possesses Dragon Balls. Moreover, I will annihilate every inhabitant of Earth. Goku, filled with rage, rushed to Frisia, joining forces with Piccolo and Gohan to stand by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong halted Goku and Gohan's fury, assuming a confident stance as he gazed at Frisia, bursting into laughter. What is so amusing? Frisia roared angrily, demanding an explanation. Sun Wukong responded with a grin. Did you not realize that Piccolo is also a Namekian? He naturally understands how the Dragon Balls on Earth came into existence. You fool. What? Frisia froze, his anger extinguished by Sun Wuling's words. He turned to Piccolo, realizing that he was indeed a Namekian and an ally. Sun Wuling continued, "When the time comes, you will not achieve immortality. Oh, by the way, you appear rather short in this final form. Perhaps you should wish to grow 5 centimeters taller with the Dragon Balls. That way, no one will suspect a thing, and they might even think you are still maturing." With that, Sun Wuling's words ignited Frisia's rage anew. Frisia, consumed by fury, hurled a landmass the size of half of Earth towards Sun Wuling and the others. Yet he retracted the energy that had gathered upon it, clearly having abandoned his plan to destroy Namek in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Sun Wuling raised his palm high, forming a massive energy blade with a diameter of several hundred meters, which he launched toward the landmass. Goku nodded vigorously, mirroring Sun Wuling's gesture. Tenfold Kaioken. Together, they charged their Kamehameha waves, and as the energy blade cleaved the landmass in two, they unleashed their combined attack toward Frisia. What? Frisia desperately attempted to evade, but his tail was caught by the immense energy blade, severing it and eliciting a pained scream. Goku and Sun Wuling's Kamehameha waves reached their maximum potential. The dual beams shattered the divided landmass. Hurtling toward Frisia with relentless force, Frisia conjured 2 death beams to collide with Goku and Sun Wuling's Kamehameha waves. I could see this moment. The world was engulfed in darkness as the clash of energies nearly overwhelmed Piccolo, threatening to send him flying. Sun Wuling and Goku shouted in unison as the collision point between the Kamehameha waves and Frisia's death beams erupted in a tremendous explosion. Time and space seemed to freeze at that moment. As the explosion's fiery brilliance enveloped Frisia, Goku, Sun Wuling, Piccolo, and Gohan. Boom! Namek shook violently, the ground and mountains shattering, leaving devastation in its wake, reducing everything to mere dust. The once vibrant landscape transformed into a desolate wasteland. Emerging from the sand, Sun Wuling and Goku found their martial arts uniforms in tatters, while Sun Wuling and Gohan coughed up sand, repeatedly spitting it out. "Is everyone all right?" Sun Wuling inquired, feeling the absence of sand in his mouth as he turned to Gohan. Goku and Piccolo said, "I'm fine." Piccolo, Gohan, and Goku brushed the dust from their clothes in response. "Haha, Wuling, you truly are impressive. Otherwise, Frisia would have surely obliterated Namek." Goku remarked, his orange martial arts uniform nearly in shreds, revealing his blue undershirt. As long as he still desired the Dragon Balls, he should avoid unnecessary risks. Suddenly, Sun Wuling's expression changed drastically. He sensed Frisia soaring from the ground, his power immense and his speed rapid, heading straight for Gohan and Piccolo. "Get out of the way!" Sun Wuling unleashed his energy, propelling Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo away to safety. Bang! In that moment, Frisia's palm pierced through Sun Wukong's chest, his muscles swelling to unleash his full power. I initially intended to eliminate that little Saiyan brat first and then savor my time with you. But since you were so foolish, I shall grant you a final journey. Let us see how you resurrect this time. With a flick of his power, Frisia lifted the barely breathing Sun Wukong into the sky, leaving no words behind as he disintegrated into ash, blood raining down like droplets upon the yellow sand, evoking Frisia's signature laughter. Suddenly, a small object resembling a seed struck Frisia's head. Instinctively, he caught it, mistaking it for Sun Wukong's lifeless body, only to discover it was not. Wukong, Uncle Wukong, Sun Wukong, and Son Gohan gritted their teeth, unable to comprehend the scene before them, darkness and rage flooding their hearts. Piccolo, too, clenched his fists in despair, witnessing Frisia's almost fiery demeanor. Chapter 35. Transformation. Double Super Saiyan you. You actually killed Uncle Wukong. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock. Pain surged through him, memories with Sun Wukong flashing in his mind like a slideshow. He was Sun Wukong's older brother, and their grandfather had once cheerfully told him, "You are the elder brother. You must take care of your younger sibling." Yet, it was always he who received care. Sun Wukong had meticulously arranged every detail, even their wedding with Chi-Chi, and had encouraged him to embark on adventures, even guiding him up the Kirin Tower when he was on the brink of death. Every turn, it seemed as if he, the elder brother, was the one in need of protection. Tears streamed down his face as his pent-up anger could no longer be contained. His aura surged, causing the surrounding debris to stir as the energy and Saiyan blood within him erupted in fury. Frisia's bulging muscles receded as he contemplated the sins of being in his hand. Recalling what Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Piccolo had swallowed earlier, it appeared that Sun Wukong had not had the opportunity to consume the sins of being before his demise. Ha ha ha. What a splendid item. Frisia mused, promptly placing it in his mouth, crushing it before swallowing. Suddenly, a wave of vitality coursed through him, mending his wounds and even regrowing his severed tail. Our Earth, is it? Ha ha ha. Although I may miss out on much fun ahead, I can still take my time with you monkeys. Frisia gazed at Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, sensing something amiss between the two Saiyans. You actually killed Uncle Wukong. Sun Gohan's tender voice trembled, tears cascading down his cheeks. Unforgivable. I shall slay you. Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong's energies began to transform into a golden hue, their black hair shimmering with golden highlights. Boom! Their auras erupted, their appearances drastically altered. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, now transformed into Super Saiyans, exuded an air of primal ferocity. With the death of Sun Wukong, both Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan's wrath ignited their transformation into Super Saiyans. Frisia stared in disbelief. How could this be? Saiyans can only transform into great apes. What is this phenomenon? Ah! Sun Gohan let out a piercing scream, his golden aura swirling with a feral intensity, tears streaming down his face. Father, you've changed. This must be the Super Saiyan that Vegeta spoke of. It's truly not pleasant. Sun Wukong, his eyes cold as ice, fixed Frisia with a steely gaze. I feel the same. Gohan, I no longer care what a Super Saiyan is. I'm overwhelmed with the desire to slay this scoundrel. Unforgivable. To have killed Wukong. Beast. Super Saiyan. Frisia, taken aback, and Piccolo froze at Sun Gohan's words. What's Super Saiyan? Just a bunch of stinking monkeys. Frisia pointed at Sun Wukong, gathering a death beam, only for Sun Gohan to instantly appear before him. What? Sun Gohan seized Frisia's wrist, the immense strength making Frisia feel as if his bones might shatter. You just used this hand to kill Uncle Wukong, didn't you? With a tighter grip, Sun Gohan's demeanor transformed, even Piccolo doubting whether the Super Saiyan before him was indeed Sun Gohan. Let go. Release me, you little Saiyan brat. Frisia gritted his teeth in pain. Dwarfed by the 5-year-old Sun Gohan, a cruel smile played upon Sun Gohan's youthful face. Rest assured, I won't let you die so easily. You enjoy games, don't you? Well, I wish to play too. Sun Gohan's other fist struck Frisia's abdomen with tremendous force. Ugh! Frisia was sent flying, saliva spilling from his mouth as he crashed into several hills, still plummeting. Whoosh! Sun Wukong paused, intercepting Frisia's descent, delivering a powerful blow to his lower back. Yeah, but that was not the end. Sun Wukong grasped Frisia's tail, whipping him like a lash before tossing him towards Sun Gohan. Yeah, Demon Flash! Sun Gohan placed his palms on his forehead, unleashing a golden ki blast upon Frisia, as Frisia spun like a top in midair. He regained his balance, leaping to evade Sun Gohan's attack. The magic flash struck the distant sea, causing a massive explosion of water, and beneath the crimson glow, Frisia glared furiously at Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan. Are you angry? Haha! You Saiyans have killed far more. Such events have played out daily since your kind has existed. Sun Wukong replied indifferently, and that is why they were annihilated. Frisia erupted in his signature laughter. Ha ha ha! I was the one who eliminated them because I despise monkeys. I despise you too. Sun Gohan shouted in rage, leaping forward, his fists and feet like shadows, striking Frisia relentlessly. Sun Wukong joined him, and together they faced off against Frisia. The power of Super Saiyan Sun Gohan matched that of Sun Wukong without using the Kaioken, and while his strength paled in comparison to Sun Wukong's, it far surpassed Frisia's current form. Bam! Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan's fists collided with Frisia's eye socket. It turned out that even just one Sun Wukong was enough to trouble Frisia, let alone the addition of another Super Saiyan. Sun Gohan, who was nearly his equal, Piccolo quietly withdrew from the battlefield. The current confrontation was beyond his capabilities, heading towards the location of the Grand Elder and others in the mountain cave, sensing Sun Wukong's energy dissipate. Bidalai knelt in disbelief, tears streaming down her face, while even Nail and the Grand Elder were equally stunned. Master Wukong. How could this be? How could such a powerful Master Wukong perish? Bidalai's eyes welled with tears, splattering down onto the earth, having shed no tears even when beaten by Vegeta. Wukong, Wukong. Haha. Don't joke. How could Wukong die? That guy always thinks of everything. Bidalai, Grand Elder. Bulma forced a smile, albeit strained. Chapter 36. The underworld. Bulma felt a profound sense of loss. Nearly on the verge of tears. Her first encounter with Sun Wukong had been on the quest for the Dragon Balls at the Baozi Mountain, leading to an adventure that had persisted until now. Sun Wukong had struck her as a cool, handsome youth straight from a comic, and while she had been infatuated for a time, she had not forgotten him even after being with Yamcha. Though they had not become lovers as she had once imagined, they had formed a bond as companions, and now, upon hearing of Sun Wukong's death, Bulma was unwilling to accept it. Master Wukong. Bidalai's fingers dug into the soil, tears flowing uncontrollably. Frieza truly is a great evil. The Grand Elder sighed. Have Goku and Gohan transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan? If so, Namek might truly be saved, upon learning of the demise of Sun Wukong. The North Kai was momentarily taken aback, particularly when he beheld Sun Wukong and Son Gohan transforming into Super Saiyans. In that fleeting moment, he completely forgot about his intention to contact Krillin. Super Saiyan, haha, it seems Frieza is finished now. Wukong and his son have both ascended to Super Saiyan status. Frieza is truly doomed. Wukong, Gohan, give it your all, the North Kai exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, oblivious to whether Son Wukong and Son Gohan could hear him. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Sun Wukong's hazy consciousness began to regain clarity. He found himself bound by some unseen force, utterly immobilized. Before him stood a colossal figure, towering at least 30 to 40 meters high, clad in a resplendent purple suit and adorned with a striking red tie. His mustache was voluminous, and atop his head sat a horned hat emblazoned with the character for Yama. His skin glowed a fiery red. This was indeed the realm of the dead, and the imposing figure before him was none other than King Yama himself. Are you the Yama Lord that Wukong spoke of? Sun Wukong inquired, waving his hand. Now fully aware, he recognized that he must not underestimate this being, for all souls lost to the universe would face judgment at the hands of King Yama. Sun Wukong, your merits would easily grant you passage to paradise. It would be no trouble for you to attain a position in the underworld. However, I sense you desire to meet with the North Kai. King Yama hesitated, studying Sun Wukong's demeanor, which suggested a reluctance to be tethered in a pursuit of martial prowess. True to King Yama's expectations, Sun Wukong rejected the notion. Yama Lord, there exists an artifact on Earth known as the Dragon Balls. I suspect I will soon be resurrected, and I wish to meet with the North Kai. Might I trouble you for an introduction? Sun Wukong bowed, placing his left hand over his heart in a gesture reminiscent of a noble knight. After a moment's contemplation, King Yama ultimately acquiesced to Sun Wukong's request, signaling an attendant to escort him to Snake Way. Thank you, Yama Lord. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude, following the underworld attendant along the path. No need for thanks, Sun Wukong. Do visit often. King Yama cheerfully waved him off. Of course, Sun Wukong responded, only to suddenly freeze in realization. Who would wish to frequent the realm of the dead? He had no desire to relive such a sensation of mortality. This demise was far more tragic than his previous experience of crossing over, with his body shattered to pieces. Upon reaching Snake Way, he flew at full speed. In less than a minute, he found himself at the North Kai's planet. He wondered how everyone was faring. Would Wukong become a Super Saiyan due to my death? As Sun Wukong landed on the North Kai's planet, the tenfold gravity posed no hindrance to him, as if his form were naturally attuned to it. The North Kai remained as he remembered him. North Kai, North Kai, I am Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's voice startled the North Kai considerably. Wukong, how did you get here? The North Kai exclaimed, noticing the halo above Sun Wukong's head, a symbol of death, and quickly inquired, I had the Yama Lord's assistance and traverse Snake Way. North Kai, what has happened to Wukong and Gohan on Namek? Sun Wukong asked with great concern. The North Kai burst into laughter, and no need to worry. Wukong and Gohan have transformed into Super Saiyans, and Frieza stands no chance against them. Sun Wukong was taken aback to hear of Gohan's transformation, which exceeded his expectations. Yet he felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed his efforts in nurturing Gohan were not in vain. Ah, I almost forgot the important matter. North Kai, Krillin hasn't made a wish yet. Has he? Sun Wukong inquired, glancing at the halo upon his forehead. The North Kai's smile abruptly faded, as he had momentarily forgotten the fierce battle between Wukong, Gohan, and Frieza on Namek. Sun Wukong crossed his arms protectively over his chest, a hint of amusement gracing his features, while the North Kai appeared somewhat flustered, his face reddening with embarrassment. Allow me to speak with Krillin, North Kai. On Earth at the Kame House, Krillin, Violet, Master Roshi, and Oolong were gathered together. What could have happened on Namek? Why hasn't King Kai returned with news? Krillin fretted, casting a worried glance at the 7 Dragon Balls on the beach. Violet stepped forward, her white beach dress fluttering in the breeze. Krillin, don't fret. Are you not aware of Wukong and Wukong's capabilities? Surely, something has delayed their progress. Thank you. Violet, Krillin replied with a smile, their eyes locking for a moment, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Master Roshi, Oolong, and the turtle watched with wide eyes, having long sensed something special between them, yet they refrained from breaking the silence. Krillin, can everyone hear me? Suddenly, Sun Wukong's voice resonated, eliciting cheers of joy from Master Roshi and Krillin. It's Wukong, we can hear you. How are things on your end? Krillin quickly inquired, relief flooding his heart as he recalled the unease that had settled upon them when King Kai had instructed them to prepare the Dragon Balls. Things are not so well, for I have perished. Currently, I am communicating with you from the North Kai's realm. Sun Wukong's nonchalant tone left Krillin and the others momentarily stunned. What? Wukong, how could this happen to you? Krillin asked, concern etching his features. Fear not. Just use the Dragon Balls to wish for my resurrection along with the Namekians, and I shall return. Summon the dragon, Sun Wukong urged, signaling the North Kai to contact the Grand Elder of Namek. Inform them to summon the dragon. Chapter 37. The dragon soars within a mountain cave. The Grand Elder, Nail, Dend, Bulma, and Biddy were present. Can everyone hear me? Sun Wukong's voice rang clear in the ears of Bulma. Biddy and the others. Master Wukong, is that you? Biddy exclaimed, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. That it is I. I am currently communicating with you from the North Kai's realm. The sensation of death is truly unpleasant. But thankfully, the Dragon Balls will allow me to return shortly. Sun Wukong's words brought smiles to the faces of Bulma, Biddy, and Dend. Master Wukong, you can truly come back? Biddy asked, excitement coloring her cheeks. Grand Elder, now is the time to summon the dragon. Once we are resurrected, Grand Elder, please use the dragon to wish for our relocation to the Kame House on Earth. The Grand Elder nodded vigorously. Time is of the essence. Let us begin. As Sun Wukong concluded his message, he gazed through the North Kai's perspective at the battlefield, witnessing the transformed Super Saiyans, Wukong and Gohan, mercilessly pummeling Frieza, even as Frieza unleashed his full power. His muscles bulging grotesquely. Particularly, Gohan showed no restraint, landing blow after blow that left marks upon Frieza's body. Frieza truly has incredible resilience, Sun Wukong marveled. Suddenly, darkness engulfed his mind, the environment shifting as if in a dream. And he found himself devoid of the North Kai and his companion creatures, Bubbles and Gregory. With a thunderous roar, the sky darkened, light fading away, and before Sun Wukong stood a towering figure against the backdrop of Namek. Is that the Dragon of Namek? It seems vastly different from the one on Earth. Sun Wukong sensed a multitude of unfamiliar life forces emanating from Namek. Vegeta has also been resurrected. How fortunate. Sun Wukong realized that due to his own demise, Krillin's wish had likely altered, leading to Vegeta's revival as well. On Earth, at the Kame House, as Krillin called forth the dragon, it soared into the heavens, casting shadows upon the ground. The dragon appeared reminiscent of the totemic figure from Sun Wukong's previous life. Dragon, is it possible to resurrect all those slain by Frieza and his minions on Namek? Krillin implored his companions, Violet, Master Roshi, belong, watching the dragon with eager anticipation. With a hum, the dragon's crimson eyes shimmered with an ancient light, its voice imbued with an air of mystery. All those who perished at the hands of Frisia on Namek shall be revived. Wonderful, but what of Wuling? Has he returned as well? Oolong exclaimed, filled with excitement. Indeed, your wish has been granted. Now, I take my leave, the ancient and enigmatic voice echoed as the Dragon Balls began to scatter across the earth. Krillin leaped into the air, securing the 4-star ball, which held special significance for both Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling. The dragon's proclamation brought a collective sigh of relief from Krillin, Master Roshi, and the others. Having succeeded, Master Roshi felt a peculiar thrill at the thought of the impending arrival of numerous Namekians, pondering whether any charming Namekian ladies would be among them. His desires had expanded beyond mere human girls, especially after encountering various beastly and monstrous forms through Sun Wukong's exploits. This newfound fascination prompted Sun Wukong to question whether Master Roshi might regress to his past life as an Indian, embarking on a path of no return, leaving him somewhat regretful about dabbling with such peculiarities. Meanwhile, Krillin, exasperated, covered his face. Yet, despite his internal anticipation, he found himself reluctant to express his previous self in the presence of Violet, yearning instead to showcase his finest qualities before her. On Namek, 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, gathered together as Dandy invoked the Namekian dragon using the Namekian language, compared to the dragon on Earth. The Namekian dragon appeared more robust and imposing, its green scales resembling those of a lizard. Let us begin, the Grand Elder addressed Dandy. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's alarmed voice echoed in the minds of King Kai and the Grand Elder. Alter the wish, he exclaimed, engaged in a fierce battle against Frisia alongside Gohan. Change it to transfer everyone except for Frisia and me to the Turtle Hermit's house on Earth. Gohan, filled with fury, shouted, I want to stay. Grasping Frisia's tail, he swung around with his bulging muscles, unleashing the full force of his Super Saiyan power, and Sun Wukong mirrored his intensity. Wu Fan, you must leave. I will handle this battle against Frisia alone here on Namek. Sun Wukong retorted firmly. King Kai attempted to mediate. Wukong, I understand your feelings, but let us heed Wu Ling's advice and return to Earth for now. Please, King Kai, Grand Elder Wu Fan, let it be so. This matter is entrusted to Wukong. Wu Ling's voice suddenly resonated, startling both King Kai and the Grand Elder. Wu Ling, uncle. Wonderful. You truly have returned, Gohan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Yes, Gohan, you have surpassed me now that you are a Super Saiyan. Wukong, I will leave the spaceship behind, but you must promise to return. Furthermore, be wary of Frisia. That lunatic may indeed attempt to destroy Namek. Wu Ling carefully placed the universal capsule containing the spaceship on the sandy plains of Namek. Understand, Wu Ling, I must apologize for this selfish request. It seems I am not fulfilling my duty as an elder brother. Please forgive me. Sun Wukong's voice, now tinged with a hint of remorse and unease, resonated as the memory of Wu Ling's demise lingered painfully in his heart, fueling his determination against Frisia. Very well, Wu Ling, uncle. Gohan glared coldly at Frisia, despite facing both him and Sun Wukong simultaneously, still exhibited resilience. There is nothing to apologize for, brother. You must survive. King Kai, Grand Elder, let us commence. Upon Wu Ling's command, the Grand Elder nodded, signaling Dandy to summon the dragon. Frisia, embroiled in battle with Sun Wukong and Gohan, noticed the darkened sky and the majestic Namekian dragon looming above, evoking a sense of ancient power within him. Ah, the Dragon Balls. It must be true, you scoundrel. Frisia's body surged with energy as he propelled himself toward the dragon. Dream on. Gohan swiftly maneuvered to intercept Frisia, engaging him in combat, and Sun Wukong soon joined, the 2 Super Saiyans unleashing a renewed onslaught against Frisia. Chapter 38. Return to Earth. I thought I was dead? Where am I? Vegeta stared at his hands, recalling his demise at Frisia's hands. Yet now he found himself inexplicably alive. The energy signatures of Kakarot and Frisia, along with another, Kakarot's son, left him astounded. Vegeta soared into the sky. Witnessing the Namekian dragon Purunga alongside Frieza, Sun Wukong, and Gohan, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief that that. The Super Saiyan? No way. Kakarot perhaps, but why can that brat achieve it too? Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. The legend of the Super Saiyan had been his lifelong pursuit, and witnessing Gohan's transformation sparked an existential crisis within him. Suddenly, his form transformed into a streak of light as Gohan, Wu-Ling, and the revived Namekians, Bulma, and Chi-Chi departed from Namek. The dragon Purunga split into 7 streams of light, soaring with the Grand Elder back to Earth, leaving only Sun Wukong and Frieza on Namek. What? Frieza, filled with resentment, raised his hand toward the heavens, realizing the Dragon Balls had slipped away along with his hopes for immortality. What have you done? Where did that brat's Saiyan go? Frieza's fury boiled over as he sought to consume Sun Wukong whole. The Dragon Balls on Earth resurrected all those you killed, and the Namekian Dragon Balls transported everyone on this planet except for you and me to Earth. Frieza, your ambitions shall not be realized. Sun Wukong's voice rose, nearly bursting forth in a roar. You, Saiyan, filthy monkey Earth! Frieza's rage surged, his power escalating as he prepared an enormous energy sphere capable of blotting out the sun. Oh no! Sun Wukong sensed Frieza's intent. Recalling Wu Ling's earlier warnings. Yeah, the colossal energy sphere hurtled toward the ground. Sun Wukong descended swiftly, deflecting Frieza's attack just in time. The explosion erupted, scattering clouds across Namek, illuminating the sky in a crimson glow. A detonation of such magnitude at the planet's core could spell its annihilation. The tremendous shockwave tousled Sun Wukong's golden locks, his muscular physique radiating explosive power, embodying a breathtaking aesthetic. You scoundrel! Wu Ling was right. You would destroy Namek. Sun Wukong gazed at Frieza with an impassive expression. Wu Ling, the Earthling who dares to challenge me. Frieza's signature laughter echoed as he descended, his teeth clenched. Next, I shall enjoy playing with you. Saiyan, Sun Wukong, with a clash of fists, the battlefield of Namek transformed into utter chaos, as Frieza and Sun Wukong unleashed devastating energy waves, wreaking havoc across the land. Earth, Turtle Hermit's house. The abrupt transition left Wu Ling feeling disoriented. The familiar ocean breeze embraced him as he spread his arms wide, reveling in the return to Earth after an 8-day cosmic odyssey, particularly the 2 days spent on Namek, where the perpetual daylight had thrown off the natural rhythm of life. Earth, indeed, is the finest place of all. Wow, I'm back, Wu Ling exclaimed joyfully, a true Earthling at heart, with blood flowing through his veins that would forever remain tied to this world, that Wu Ling master, Wu Ling uncle. Bulma and Gohan rushed towards him, enveloping him in an embrace. Gohan's golden Super Saiyan hair reverted to its original form, tears spilling down his cheeks, threatening to soak Wu Ling's martial arts uniform. I'm so sorry, Wu Ling uncle. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have. I'm so sorry. Gohan sobbed uncontrollably, overwhelmed with emotion. Wu Ling smiled as he gently set Gohan and Bulma down, while Piccolo, the Grand Elder, Nail, and Bulma exchanged comforting nods, and Dandy, of similar age to Gohan and Bulma, discreetly wiped away a tear. All right, Gohan, see? I'm perfectly fine. No need for tears, especially not with Bulma here. Sun Wuling's comforting words eventually helped Sun Wufan and Bidalai to cease their tears, though they still exhibited a subtle quiver, as if on the verge of weeping anew. Wuling's Wufan, Bulma, are you all well? Krillin, Master Roshi, Oolong, and Violet emerged together, calling out loudly. The entire Kame house was now filled with Namekians. Yet fortunately, the spaciousness of the Kame house could accommodate the hundreds of Namekians present. Krillin, Master Roshi, Oolong, Violet. Sun Wulings waved his hand in greeting. Where is Goku? Why hasn't he returned? Krillin, noticing the absence of Sun Wukong, inquired hastily, his expression tinged with anxiety. He's currently engaged in battle with Frieza on Namek. Once he defeats Frieza, he will return, Sun Wulings explained, then turned to the Grand Elder, stating, Grand Elder, it seems Namek may no longer be a suitable place for you to reside. During the battle with Frieza, he also has a father, and a crooked beam casts a crooked shadow. With Frisia's character, it is likely his father is not much better. You may find yourselves targeted by them in the future. The Namekians, including Nail, Dind, and others, gazed at the Grand Elder with concern, their apprehension heightened by Sun Wukong's words. Had it not been for Sun Wukong and his companions, the Namekians might have faced extinction. Why not stay on Earth? Grand Elder Sun Wukong directly invited the Namekians to reside on Earth, remarking that surely not every corner of Earth had been fully developed by its inhabitants. The Grand Elder smiled kindly and replied, Wulings, we are deeply grateful for your assistance, but no matter how splendid Earth may be, it is not our home. Likewise, no matter how wonderful Namek is, it is not your home either, Wulings. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, understanding the Grand Elder's sentiments. Just as he felt out of place on Namek, so too did the Grand Elder and his people feel somewhat unaccustomed to Earth. In that case, I shall not impose. Grand Elder, you are always welcome here. Sharing the same sentiment, Sun Wukong smiled and extended his hand to shake with the Grand Elder. The Namekians will always welcome friends to visit. Chapter 39. Frisia's plea for help at this moment. Namek was in ruins, its terrain irrevocably altered by the clash between Sun Wukong and Frisia. I cannot possibly be defeated by a mere monkey. Just a Saiyan. Frisia, now pushed to his limits, bled from his eyes and mouth. While in stark contrast, Sun Wukong appeared to be in complete control. Each time Frisia attempted to obliterate Namek, Sun Wukong thwarted him, resulting in a one-sided battle that left Frisia on the defensive. With a sudden lapse in Frisia's guard, Sun Wukong struck him on the head, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Ugh! Frisia rose, spitting out blood, his gaze wild with fury as he raised his hand to conjure a slicing disc. You Saiyan, taste the blade. Frisia recalled the moment his tail was severed by Sun Wukong's formidable keyblade, and mimicking Wukong's, he enlarged the disc, now measuring nearly a meter in diameter. The disc sliced through the air towards Sun Wukong. The keyblade is no stranger to me. It has become one of Wukong's signature moves, Sun Wukong thought, unfazed as he soared through the sky. Even with Frisia's disc pursuing him, is this your ultimate technique? Frisia? He asked calmly. Despite the imminent threat, he remained unperturbed, having practiced countless times with Sun Wukong's and understanding the weaknesses of the keyblade. Anything capable of killing you is a good technique. Frisia's telekinetic power directed the disc to chase after Sun Wukong. The sound of air being torn apart echoed as Sun Wukong veered towards Frisia. Do you truly think I am foolish? Do you think such tricks will deceive me, Saiyan? Frisia used both hands to redirect the disc, believing he could force Sun Wukong to cut himself. Just as Sun Wukong was about to close in on Frisia, he placed his hands on his forehead. Solar flare. The blinding light caused Frisia to shield his eyes in agony. No, this cannot be. This is bad. As the sound of slicing air grew closer, Frisia hurriedly ascended into the sky. Bam! Sun Wukong delivered an elbow strike to Frisia's head, leaving an indented mark before swiftly retreating. Frisia coughed up blood, and the meter-wide slicing disc cleaved him in half. Whoosh bang! Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave that obliterated the slicing disc. Turning to observe Frisia, now bisected, I had utilized that technique in practice with Wulings before. How does it feel to be struck by your own move, Frisia? Sun Wukong remained in his Super Saiyan form. But unlike before, he had mastered the power, and his once bulging muscles returned to a more normal appearance. You bastard monkey, just a Saiyan, you bastard. Frisia floated, his upper body slowly rising, glaring at Sun Wukong, his fists clenched tightly as he gasped for breath. The winds of Namek tousled Sun Wukong's golden hair as his green eyes scrutinized the half-formed Frisia. I shall cease fighting. Frisia was taken aback, unable to believe what he heard. What do you mean? Cease fighting? Sun Wukong stood upright and declared, though you have summoned all your strength, it has begun to wane over time. Continuing this battle is futile. With Wulings resurrected, my energy has diminished as well. And you have yet to fathom that there are beings in this world who can surpass you. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, insinuating the existence of another Saiyan who could eclipse Frisia. It is meaningless to fight against the fear that has gripped you. Live on, Frisia, in a state of mere survival. Frisia's fists clenched tighter, Sun Wukong's words stung more than a death sentence. What nonsense! I will not lose, Frisia bellowed in rage, raising his finger to conjure a massive energy ball and hurling it at Sun Wukong. Indeed, a hopelessly incorrigible wretch, Frisia. Sun Wukong formed a Kamehameha wave, shattering Frisia's energy ball and striking him directly da-da. With only half his body remaining, Frisia, gravely injured, cried out in agony, just as Frisia prepared to retaliate. Sun Wukong closed the distance in an instant. You truly are unrepentant. Sun Wukong's palm struck Frisia's face with tremendous force, distorting it grotesquely. Ugh! Sun Wukong's fist slammed into Frisia's head, driving him into the ground. Bastard! Bastard! Frisia's consciousness began to blur as exhaustion took its toll, the relentless beating from Sun Wukong leaving him in a state of despair. The sensation of life ebbing away was unbearable, with his last reserves of strength. He reached out, desperate to cling to life, for the thought of facing death was agonizing. Sun Wukong landed calmly before Frisia and remarked, witnessing the painful decline of your life, this demise suits you well. Frisia. If Wulings were here, he would surely say you died with unfulfilled grudges. Turning away, Sun Wukong took flight, leaving Frisia, now unable even to ascend, in a more pitiful state than mere annihilation. Help! Save me! Sun Wukong paused, unsure if he had misheard, glancing back at Frisia. Save me! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth in fury, shouting, you wretch, you have slain so many. Have you ever shown them mercy? Frisia writhed in pain, the agony of life slipping away, igniting a desperate will to survive within him. Please save me, I beg you, save me. You Frisia. Sun Wukong gathered energy in his palm and infused it into Frisia. Frisia, once tormented by struggle and pain, felt a surge of strength return. He took flight in bewilderment, gazing at Sun Wukong in disbelief. Chapter 40. The death of Frisia on Earth at Kame House. At this moment, Sun Wukong also caught sight of Vegeta. However, he remained silent, his demeanor reflecting deep dismay, occasionally casting glances at Sun Gohan, evidently struggling to accept that Sun Gohan had also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Naturally, Sun Wukong had little regard for Vegeta's current thoughts. After all, they were not acquainted. He would not grovel simply because Vegeta was a prominent character in the Dragon Ball saga. On the contrary, if Vegeta continued to act out, assuming superiority, Sun Wukong would not indulge him, but a wicked smile crept across his face as he approached Sun Gohan, teasingly remarking, Gohan, how splendid it is that you, like Goku, have transformed into a Super Saiyan, completely surpassing me. Sun Wukong's voice rang out loudly, grating on Vegeta's ears, yet the image of Son Gohan's golden form on Namek made Vegeta helplessly unclench his fists. A Super Saiyan? Why? I'm the prince of all Saiyans. It should be I who transforms into a Super Saiyan, not that insufferable brat. Vegeta's heart roared in defiance, yearning to unleash his pent-up anger. Ah, Bulma! A sudden realization struck Sun Wukong, his expression changing dramatically. Bulma, when we departed for Namek, did you set the course for our return to Earth? Bulma shook her head, suddenly recalling that Goku was still on Namek. Oh no, I forgot. What do we do? Wukong's son Jun is still on Namek, and he doesn't know how to pilot the ship. Bulma rushed to Sun Wukong, concern etched on her face, AS for King Kai. Sun Wukong mused about the somewhat unreliable nature of North Kai, deciding it best to leave the matter for the Dragon Balls to resolve. He was genuinely remiss, uncertain if Goku would follow the same path as before. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, North Kai was intently observing the battle between Goku and Frisia on Namek, knowing that if he had heard Sun Wukong's words, he would surely have retorted in anger. Goku, why must you do this? North Kai exclaimed in agitation upon witnessing Goku share his energy with Frisia on Namek. Frisia gazed at his own form in disbelief. Goku actually shared his energy with me. This is utterly unexpected. You truly have given me your energy, you wretched monkey. Frisia was at a loss for his own feelings. Gratitude? Unthinkable. He, Frisia, could never feel such emotion, especially toward a Saiyan monkey he despised. Goku replied calmly, aren't you capable of surviving in the universe? And what are your minions? You can wait for them to rescue you. Just cherish your life from now on. Goku soared toward the ship, gathering energy for the Kamehameha wave, recalling how Sun Wukong had dealt with Raditz. If Frieza made any sudden moves, he would unleash the Kamehameha wave without hesitation. Frieza gritted his teeth, watching Goku's retreating figure. Recalling Goku's earlier words, "In no more fighting," Goku's golden Super Saiyan form had declared, filled with disdain and contempt. Frieza had come to understand what kind of being Goku was during their battle. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he loathed him. "I'm the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. You have shared your energy with me, and I admit my defeat. But you, wretched monkey, you must die by my hand. I will personally ensure your demise, Goku." Frieza gathered a wave of energy, launching it toward Goku, though it lacked the ferocity of before, seeming more a release of his own impotence. Foolish Kamehameha wave. The blue, powerful energy surged forward, effortlessly overpowering Frieza's attack. The Kamehameha wave enveloped Frieza, his final cries fading as his body disintegrated beneath its might. With Frieza's energy completely extinguished, Goku flew toward the ship Sun Wukong had left for him. After chewing and swallowing Sensabine, his wounds and energy were fully restored, returning him to his usual peak condition. "Oh no, how do I operate this ship?" Goku recalled Sun Wukong's instructions on piloting and setting the course. Buzz, the cabin sealed shut, and the ship began to ascend, taking off into the sky. It's moving. Right, there will be turbulence when we pass through the atmosphere. Goku hurriedly took his seat and fastened his seatbelt, completely oblivious to the fact that the ship was not heading toward Earth. Everything seemed to be returning to its original course. At Kame House, the Grand Elder sat on the beach, a look of relief on his face. Although they could not return to Namek, the Namekians were all safe. The natural energy Sun Wukong had given him allowed him to maintain his youthful state, though his essence remained unchanged. His time was drawing near. Aside from the Dragon Ball in the Grand Elder's possession, the other 6 Dragon Balls were safeguarded by the elders of each tribe. Elder Muley, still nothing. Several Namekians rushed over, exclaiming, "There are no Dragon Balls in the waters near Kame House. What on earth is happening?" Vegeta, perched atop Kame House, sneered, "Perhaps it's because that village was annihilated by me. The wish of the Dragon Balls is to resurrect those slain by Frieza's group. How unfortunate for you, for I am not part of Frieza's entourage." Vegeta's words caused the Namekians to clench their fists in fury, glaring at him with indignation. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. "Is that so? It matters not. Do not forget the Dragon Balls. Those Namekians you've slain can be resurrected at any time. Yet you, Vegeta, have seen your wish for immortality slip away, and the Super Saiyan you so dearly covet is entirely unrelated to you." You wretch," Vegeta stammered, his voice trembling, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, Sun Wukong stood behind Vegeta, the energy blade pressed firmly against his head, the sound of its rotation slicing through the air like a harbinger of death. Chapter 41. The Prelude to the Dual Wukong. Uncle Wukong, Son Gohan, Videl, Bulma, Krillin, and others looked on at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong regarded Vegeta, his voice frigid and devoid of emotion. "If my energy blade dips even half an inch, your head will explode on the spot. If you wish to avoid witnessing your own brain matter, be compliant. Speak another word of defiance, and my energy blade will swiftly send your head packing." Vegeta fell silent, seething with rage and resentment. Had he been able to engage Sun Wukong in battle, he would not have hesitated to strike. However, he could not. His pride and dignity had been shattered by Frieza. Yet it was impossible for him to beg for mercy. If you wish to kill me, then do so, Sun Wukong. After all, I owe my life to you." As Vegeta prepared to gather energy for a counterattack, Sun Wukong swiftly kicked him in the back, causing the energy he had gathered to dissipate instantly, leaving him sprawled helplessly on the beach, with Sun Wukong standing over him. "You wretch, I do not know what your future holds, but I truly despise you at this moment, Vegeta." Sun Wukong looked down at the fallen Vegeta, coldly stating, "Whether it is you or those 2 fools, Raditz and Nappa, who take pleasure in killing and slaying innocent inhabitants of planets only to sell those planets at a premium to developers and residents, serving as Frieza's executioners, you Saiyans truly deserve to be annihilated by Frieza on planet Vegeta." What did you say?" Vegeta's fury erupted upon hearing Sun Wukong speak of the Saiyans, striking a sensitive chord within him. The force of his emotions surged. Boom! Sun Wukong's foot once again struck Vegeta's back, pressing his head into the sand, causing the energy he had gathered to dissipate once more. That not the truth. Sun Wukong's voice turned even colder as he released Vegeta. He found no admiration for the current Vegeta, a prideful egotist who held everything in contempt, remaining unchanged even after being brought to tears by Frieza. Yet, he certainly had his merits. Otherwise, he would not have garnered such a following. However, the future was the future, and the present was the present. The Vegeta of now was capable of exterminating your entire family and then selling your home to wealthy butchers. Essentially, those who possess a slightly more reasonable worldview would not harbor any fondness for the current incarnation of Vegeta. Sun Wukong, with arms crossed and hands clasped protectively over his chest, spoke pointedly as he gazed at the motionless Vegeta. After observing you, Raditz, and that fool Nappa, I've come to understand why Goku and Gohan can transform into Super Saiyans while the three of you are relegated to mere lackeys of Frieza. Why is that? Tell me, why am I inferior to Kakarot? Why is it that even Kakarot's son can ascend to Super Saiyan while I cannot? Vegeta lifted his head, all traces of anger and Saiyan pride forgotten. This was the answer he had long yearned to uncover. Sun Wukong did not keep him in suspense, stating, "Firstly, you have not built a solid foundation like Goku and Gohan have through gradual progression. However, given your current age, it is too late for you. Even if you were to attain a power level comparable to Goku's in the future, you would always find yourself one step behind." Vegeta glanced at Master Roshi and Krillin, then back at Sun Wukong, pondering thoughtfully that, of course, the most crucial factor is your own strength. I estimate that Goku and Gohan's power must be at least around 3 million for them to enhance themselves. Nevertheless, I believe the most vital aspect is this: a tranquil heart. Sun Wukong teased while belittling the Saiyans, saying, "You should know what kind of people Goku and Gohan are, and you should be aware of the nature of other Saiyans. Vegeta, calm your heart, let it be as serene as the sky, and concentrate your power in your back." Back? Vegeta instinctively turned his head. He seemed to recall that Sun Wukong had just delivered a kick to his spine, draining him of all his strength. Could it be that the Saiyans possessed such a vulnerability? "You think too much, Vegeta," Sun Wukong remarked, exasperated by Vegeta's expression. "I observed that the Saiyan powers of Goku and Gohan expand from their backs initially. As for why I could disperse your energy with a single kick, it's simply because I am stronger than you." "The back, you say?" Vegeta rose to his feet, sneering at Sun Wukong. "Why tell me how to transform into a Super Saiyan? Aren't you afraid? Wait, what are you looking at?" Vegeta noticed Sun Wukong gazing skyward and instinctively looked up, only to see 7 Dragon Balls descending from above. Since only one wish had been granted, they did not turn to stone. "What?" Vegeta's exclamation, combined with his energy having just been dispersed by Sun Wukong, seemed to have been orchestrated, as the 7 Dragon Balls fell precisely near him, with the 4-star Dragon Ball landing squarely on his head. Ah! A shrill scream escaped him as he collapsed, a comically large bump forming on his forehead, rendering him an absurd sight. The Grand Elder burst into laughter, exclaiming, "The Dragon Balls have come along with us." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and all the others roared with laughter at Vegeta's predicament. Even Piccolo, arms crossed, couldn't help but smirk. "Ha, Vegeta, are the Dragon Balls you've longed for not here? How does it feel? Oh, and why is there a Dragon Ball on your head?" Sun Wukong manipulated the Dragon Balls to hover, landing beside the Grand Elder, and reached out to poke the bump on Vegeta's head, causing him to wince in pain. "That hurts, you bastard. Once I become a Super Saiyan, I will ensure to pull out all your teeth," Vegeta shouted, clutching the bump on his forehead. "I'll be waiting, Vegeta." Sun Wukong replied confidently, arms outstretched with a smile. "I have found my path. Vegeta, don't think that becoming a Super Saiyan makes you truly invincible. But when you lose, you'll have to dress as a woman for a day. How about that?" Whoa! The sounds of Krillin, Son Gohan, and others erupted in excitement. Even Piccolo, envisioning Vegeta in women-esque clothing, struggled to suppress his laughter. "De-dress as a woman?" Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he glared at Sun Wukong, an icy chill creeping into his heart, an inexplicable fear washing over him. Indeed, There's a wager at stake. If I lose, I will pull out my teeth. If you lose, you'll dress as a woman for a day. You wouldn't dare back down, would you? After all, you are still the prince of the Saiyans. Sun Wukong, arms crossed, scoffed dismissively. Regardless of the outcome, even if he lost all his teeth, he still had sins of beans to restore everything, providing himself with pressure. Fine, I accept. Let it be known that once I transform into a Super Saiyan, we shall have a contest. However, facing me as a Super Saiyan, you stand no chance. Vegeta and Sun Wukong set this wager before the eyes of the onlookers, both exuding confidence as they prepared to embark on their upcoming training. Chapter 42. One's own path. The Grand Elder of Namek has passed away, and before his death, he entrusted his legacy to Elder Muley, plunging the Namekians into a deep sorrow. Even the excitement from the recent wager between Sun Wukong and Vegeta dissipated in the wake of this tragedy. Thank you, Sun Wukong. I never imagined I could feel young again. The Grand Elder's final gaze lingered on Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and bitterly his smile fading as his form shattered like ephemeral bubbles. And the Dragon Balls reverted to stone upon his demise. Farewell, Grand Elder. It is thanks to you that I have found my own path in cultivation, freeing me from aimless training. Sun Wukong watched as the Grand Elder departed this world. Upon the death of a Namekian, their body naturally dissipates like foam. Since the day his grandfather taught them martial arts, over the past decade, Sun Wukong has been exploring the methods of cultivation suitable for Earthlings in this Dragon Ball world, striving to break free from the shackles of life. Earthlings, as demonstrated by Krillin and Tien Shinhan, have been chasing after strength, yet their innate potential and the limitations of Earthlings have been apparent. Yamcha eventually abandoned martial arts, while others remained ignorant, confined within a minuscule circle, unable to see the vastness of the world. Artificial beings need not be mentioned. Even Piccolo eventually found himself unable to stand in the rear, leaving the stage solely to Goku and Vegeta, rendering Earthlings a mere joke. Without a system or any external aids, Sun Wukong has never complained nor contemplated wishing for a blood transfusion from Shenron. He sought to carve out a martial path uniquely for Earthlings, and now, after years of exploration, he has finally discovered this moment. The new Grand Elder of Namek, Muley, suppressed his sorrow over the Grand Elder's departure and rallied the remaining Namekians to shoulder their current responsibilities. The King Kai sent word that Goku had slain Frieza and departed from Namek in a spaceship, though not heading towards Earth, leaving Sun Wukong, Bulma, and others speechless, as he had predicted. The Turtle Hermit's abode was too cramped, so Bulma took all the Namekians to stay at her home. Moreover, Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, crafted a new spaceship modeled after theirs, complete with a gravity chamber, albeit on a much smaller scale, following Sun Wukong's suggestion. The new Grand Elder merely modified the Dragon Balls, as the Dragon Balls on Earth could resurrect multiple individuals at once, while their Namekian Dragon Balls could not, thus necessitating the enhancement. With everything settled, Biddy Lee and Son Gohan returned home alongside Sun Wukong. When Satan and Chi-Chi saw Biddy Lee and Son Gohan for the first time, they erupted into tears, embracing them tightly. Biddy Lee, Gohan. Sun Wukong smiled with satisfaction from the side, as the new Grand Elder Muley had already rebuilt the Dragon Balls. The modification would take another 130 days. For this duration, all Namekians would temporarily reside in Bulma's home. That I miss you so much. My Gohan, your clothes are all tattered. Wukong, how could you let Gohan wear so little? He is only 5 years old. Do you think he is you? Chi-Chi remarked, noticing Sun Wukong's own tattered martial attire. All the Namekians and Vegeta followed Bulma as they departed. Even Piccolo seemed to have much he wished to discuss with his kin. As for the change of clothes, they were still on the spaceship, a lapse on Sun Wukong's part. He resolved to carry spare clothing in the Universal Capsule next time, as even Biddy Lee's purple martial attire had become worn and ragged. Mom, it's not Wukong Uncle's fault. It's my own inadequacy. Wukong Uncle sacrificed himself to protect me from that wicked Frieza. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, vehemently retorted, his fists clenched in frustration that moment. He truly comprehended the profound pain and anger that had been evoked by Sun Wukong's earlier descriptions. With unwavering resolve, Gohan declared in a clear and resonant voice, tears glistening in his eyes, I remain haunted by the memory of Uncle Wooling's demise. Mother, Uncle Wooling, Biddy Lee, and father, I must grow stronger. I cannot bear to witness any more of you fading from my sight, he continued. And I too. Master Wooling, father, everyone, I shall become mightier. Master Wooling, please continue my training. I must surpass Vegeta and that nefarious Frieza. Biddy Lee, her fists tightly clenched, raised her head and gazed earnestly at Sun Wooling. All right. Sun Wooling gently adjusted Biddy Lee's hair. Reflecting on the significant growth everyone had achieved during their recent journey to Namek. When he first beheld Biddy Lee returning with the Dragon Balls, her unwavering strength had inspired him to consider her as a successor. More importantly, like him, Biddy Lee was also from Earth. With a teasing glance towards Satan, Wooling remarked, Biddy Lee, you can now assist me in training your father. Let him witness your growth. Biddy Lee, filled with excitement, clenched her fists as if a child who had just received a cherished toy, brimming with eagerness to showcase her progress. Wooling, you've died, exclaimed Gohan. Upon hearing Son Gohan's words, Nyoma Wong, Chi-Chi, and Satan regarded Sun Wooling with deep concern. Satan, now aware of the Dragon Ball's significance, refrained from conjuring any ghostly apparitions, recalling the moment when Krillin summoned the Dragon Balls amidst utter darkness. Indeed, I perished, Sun Wooling replied with a calm demeanor, gesturing at his tattered martial arts GI. He chuckled. It was Krillin who resurrected me with the Dragon Balls. The experience of dying is rather unpleasant, and I have no desire to undergo it again. As for other matters, let us discuss those later. For now, let us change our attire. 130 days passed, and Satan finally mastered the technique of flight. That on this day, Sun Wooling, Son Gohan, Biddy Lee, Satan, Chi-Chi, and Nyoma Wong arrived at Bulma's residence. Thanks to Wooling's intervention, the original Tianjin fan, Jiaozi, Yamcha, Krillin, and Piccolo had survived, while he himself had experienced death once. Even foreseeing the events to come, Sun Wooling maintained a serene expression as Dondi summoned the Eternal Dragon at that moment. Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and the blue-haired Lanchi were present. All the Z warriors, except for Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, had gathered. The skies darkened as the Eternal Dragon of Namek towered above West City, inciting panic among the townsfolk. However, the Capsule Corporation issued a citywide alert, stating that they were testing new high-tech products, which helped restore normalcy among the citizens. Dondi, I have a favor to ask the Eternal Dragon. Please request for Goku's return. Sun Wooling addressed Dondi. All right, Dondi replied, speaking in the Namekian tongue, and the dragon's eyes flashed red. I regret to inform you that this wish cannot be granted, for Goku has declined. He stated he will certainly return. The dragon's voice resonated with an ancient timbre, imbued with a hint of ferocity, entirely different from that of the dragon on Earth. What? Gohan, Chi-Chi, and the others, excluding Wooling, were perplexed as to why Goku would refuse to return. Chapter 43. The creation of Lingxian Flow. The truth is he plans to continue his training on other planets to grow even stronger. In that case, I can no longer remain idle. And there is my agreement with Sun Wooling. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wooling, noting the spacecraft built by Dr. Brief. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he piloted the ship away from Earth. The vessel's departure generated a shockwave in the vicinity. Do not concern yourself with him. Since Goku is unwilling to return, I have a question I would like to ask the Eternal Dragon. May I? Sun Wooling inquired of Elder Muley. Of course. There is no problem. The Namekian Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes, Elder Muley assured, as did the other Namekians, acknowledging that Wooling was indeed their benefactor. How rare it is to see you making a wish for yourself. Wooling, Bulma, Krillin, and others exclaimed in astonishment. Thank you, Wooling replied, lowering his gaze toward Dondi. Dondi, could you kindly ask the Eternal Dragon if the martial arts training method I have developed is correct? Sun Wooling felt uncertain. After much exploration, he sought to carve a path uniquely for Earth's warriors. Despite numerous failures, it was only after receiving guidance from the Elder that he discovered his own martial arts philosophy. However, he had struggled for far too long and was in dire need of validation. And who better than the Eternal Dragon to provide it? Dondi nodded, relaying Sun Wooling's inquiry to the Eternal Dragon. Purunga, in the Namekian language, Purunga's eyes glowed red as he fixed his gaze upon Sun Wooling, remaining silent for a considerable time. The answer already resides within your heart, does it not? Sun Wukong, from my perspective. Your martial arts are indeed commendable. As long as you do not give up, the future holds infinite possibilities. Indeed, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled. A great weight lifted from his heart. The eternal dragon Purunga's affirmation meant he had succeeded. "This is wonderful," he exclaimed, unable to contain his joy, bursting into laughter. "Master Wu Tian, Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, everyone, I have finally discovered a completely new martial art, one that harmonizes our inner essence with the natural energies of the world, unveiling the mysteries of the universe. I have succeeded. Congratulations." Wukong. Krillin, who had heard of Wukong's exploits many times, lamented that they could never replicate his ability to integrate natural energies within themselves, perhaps indicating that they were simply not fated for it. "Congratulations, Yamcha, Bulma," and the others chimed in, looking at Sun Wukong with admiration. Piccolo crossed his arms and inquired, "Wukong, is this what you previously shared with me?" "Indeed," Sun Wukong affirmed earnestly, brimming with confidence, drawing from the strengths of various schools. "Attuning oneself to the heavens and discerning the cosmic mysteries, I have named it Lingxian Flow. Master Wu Tian and everyone, just wait for the day when Vegeta dons women's attire." "Oh!" Krillin, Bulma, Yamcha, Gohan, and all the Namekians erupted in exuberant cheers, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Vegeta in feminine garb, a sight they would likely find amusing for years to come. The Namekians bid farewell, and Dandi, Gohan, and Biddy, three companions of similar age, teared up as Dandi voiced the second wish. Aside from Piccolo, all other Namekians departed from Earth. The second wish is for the Namekians to relocate to other planets suitable for their habitation. Suddenly, Biddy tugged at Sun Wukong's clothing, curiously asking, "Master Wukong, why not wish for something like invincibility? In that case, wouldn't Frieza and Vegeta be surpassed?" Biddy's inquiry caused a hush to fall over the group, and Sun Wukong paused in thought. However, considering that Biddy was only 5 years old, had it been Satan making such a remark, he would have ensured he understood the true meaning of the phrase invincible under heaven. It is impossible for the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls to surpass their creator. However, the most crucial lesson, Biddy, is to remember this. The wise seek strength within, while the foolish seek it externally. Biddy nodded, albeit with a lack of comprehension of the profound meaning behind those words. The group departed from Bulma's residence. Sun Wukong established his own school, and as for the name, Lingxian Flow, it was primarily due to his reluctance to devise another title. The concept of internal and external energy refers to the innate chi possessed by individuals such as him, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta. Each race, like the Earthlings, is bound by a genetic limitation, resulting in disparities among them. The external aspect embodies the natural energies that Sun Wukong had painstakingly synthesized from his memories of cultivation. This boundless exploration spanned a decade. Today, he had finally triumphed. Though his disciples were merely Satan and Biddy, Sun Wukong fashioned a unified violet martial arts uniform. His external attire consisted of a fiery red cloud robe, adorned with a hooded cloak, suitable for formal occasions and designed to create an impressive presence, imbued with an air of mystery, though primarily, it was simply stylish, a nostalgic echo of his youthful dreams. At Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong constructed a martial arts dojo, emblazoned with the character Ling, a motif that also adorned the chest badge and back of the martial arts uniforms, summoning Satan and Biddy, along with Gohan, who joined the festivities in matching violet martial arts attire complemented by the red cloud robe. He declared, "Lingxian Flow is officially established today." Satan, Sun Wukong, and Biddy clapped their hands in excitement. Sun Wukong turned to Satan and said, "Satan, I entrust you with a task, to make our Lingxian sect's name resound throughout the world and become the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament." "Yes, Master Wukong," Satan exclaimed, clad in a purple martial arts uniform beneath a divine robe. He understood his limitations and talent, yet he felt that as long as Sun Wukong and his companions did not intervene, securing the championship would be an effortless endeavor. Biddy, gather the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong handed the Dragon Radar to Biddy, thinking that now that he had a disciple, such trifles could certainly be delegated. As for Bidalai's age, she was merely 6, yet her combat power had already surpassed that of Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, rivaling even the Jinyu force from Namek. "Yes, Master Wuling," Bidalai exclaimed, taking the dragon radar and soaring into the sky. Satan also departed to partake in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. "Wu Fan, come, let us train together. I wish to witness the might of a Super Saiyan." "All right, Uncle Wuling." Sun Wuling led Sun Wufan to a grassy field, where Wufan carefully folded the red divine robe, anxious not to soil or damage it, causing Sun Wuling to twitch slightly. It seems Wufan joined the Lingxian sect out of fondness for this garment. At least his taste is far more refined than that garish green outfit he used to wear. Chapter 44. Lower Dantian Wufan. You seem to have a great fondness for that outer garment. Sun Wuling teased. Yes, Uncle Wuling. I find our Lingxian attire to be incredibly stylish. Wearing it gives me an inexplicable feeling. It's just so cool. Sun Wufan scratched his head and chuckled. Sun Wuling casually tossed his red divine robe onto the ground. After all, it belonged to the Akatsuki from Naruto. If it weren't particularly striking, it wouldn't have garnered such admiration, nor would he have chosen it as his signature outfit. Transform into a Super Saiyan. Wufan, I am no longer the same as I was on Namek. Fear not, and come forth. Sun Wuling's aura erupted, his handsome visage now radiating a chilling intensity. His demeanor transformed entirely. Sun Wufan instinctively stepped back, startled by the overwhelming energy emanating from Sun Wuling. At that moment, Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Chaozu all sensed Sun Wuling's formidable presence. Piccolo remarked, This is Wuling's energy, so powerful. It has completely surpassed Frieza. Yamcha added, Wuling, you are truly remarkable. Only you have consistently stood shoulder to shoulder with Goku, unlike me, who is on the verge of giving up. Hovering beside Yamcha, offered words of encouragement. Young Master Yamcha, do not abandon hope just yet. Wuling will surely assist you. Yamcha shook his head, clenched his fists, and smiled resolutely. I will not give up. I will carve my own path. Wuling, as your companion, I do not wish to be left far behind. Tien Shinhan observed, it seems Wuling is not merely speaking idly. Chaozu, we must strive harder. Yes. Tien Shinhan, you can focus on your training. If you get injured, I will take care of you. Lan Shi, now backed by Tien Shin inside, had maintained contact with Master Roshi, Bulma, Sun Wuling, and others, ensuring she would not disappear from their lives again. Thank you, Lan Shi. Tien Shinhan nodded with a smile, causing Lan Shi to blush slightly. Chaozu, sensing an odd atmosphere, observed silently. At that moment, Sun Wufan gazed at Sun Wuling with wide eyes, filled with admiration. Incredible. Uncle Wuling, how did you become so powerful in such a short time? When Bidalai returns, I shall reveal it to you. This is the confidence that empowered me to establish the Lingxian sect. Now, transform into a Super Saiyan, Wufan. I am eager to witness your battle against Vegeta. Sun Wuling's remark made Wufan burst into laughter. The anticipation of the match between Sun Wuling and Vegeta igniting their excitement, with Wufan eager to capture the moment with his camera. Sun Wufan's energy surged as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair flowing with his aura, and the fierce demeanor from his initial transformation dissipated. Uncle Wuling, over the past year, I have not been idle. Whoosh, whoosh, the two figures of Sun Wuling and Sun Wufan intertwined in the air. The sound of their fists colliding echoed like thunder. Sun Wuling's combat experience far exceeded that of Sun Wufan, and his current strength surpassed that of the Super Saiyan Wufan. Sun Wuling seized an opening and delivered a punch to Wufan's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Wufan spun gracefully in the air, landing smoothly, poised to counterattack, when suddenly he felt a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck. Sun Wuling's fingers grazed his neck, the icy touch unmistakably that of his fingernail. I concede. Uncle Wuling. Sun Wufan reverted from Super Saiyan form, feeling defeated, astonished by how swiftly he had lost. If this had been a life-or-death battle, Sun Wuling could have easily executed a key slash to sever his head. Wufan, you must persist, otherwise beware of being surpassed by Bidalai. Sun Wuling donned his fire cloud robe, smiling as he led Wufan back to the martial arts arena. As dust descended, Bidalai returned with the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong opened his cellar once more, revealing the dazzling treasures within, alongside the sins of beans, with all but the 4-star Dragon Ball strewn about carelessly. After dinner, Sun Wukong and Bidalai attentively listened as Sun Wukong elaborated on the cultivation methods of the Lingxian sect. Sun Wukong produced a diagram of human anatomy, specifically marking the locations of the 3 dantians. These 3 locations were the lower dantian, middle dantian, and upper dantian. As one attains their maximum cultivation, they harness external ki to channel it into their dantians. Following the sequence of lower, middle, and upper, by storing natural energy from the outside world in one of these dantians, one can break free from the shackles of life and undergo a complete metamorphosis. Sun Wukong patted his chest and smiled. I've already filled the position of the lower dantian, breaking through the first shackles of life. Now, I feel unencumbered during my cultivation. Remarkable. Master Wukong, can I also achieve such strength? Bidalai's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shared her sentiment, yet the forthcoming revelation prompted him to abandon his aspirations of training alongside Sun Wukong. Of course you can. But Wukong, you cannot. The Super Saiyan transformation enhances your combat power, yet your body's original strength remains largely unchanged. That if you truly wish to practice the Lingxian sect's methods, you can no longer transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's words made Sun Wukong ponder deeply. The Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's Lingxian sect. He was reluctant to relinquish either option. Wukong, your potential far surpasses mine, Piccolo's, and even Goku's and Vegeta's. For now, follow in the footsteps of Vegeta and Goku as a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong recalled that the mysterious Wukong had been developed by the old Kai, sensing that the Lingxian sect he had created bore a resemblance to Wukong's state. However, without confirmation, it was all in vain. As Sun Wukong and Bidalai retired for the night, Sun Wukong remained alone in the martial arts arena, floating in the air, absorbing natural energy into his body and commencing his cultivation. His lower dantian had been filled, breaking through the first life shackle, and he had devised a method capable of rivaling the Super Saiyan. He eagerly anticipated the bout with Vegeta. Chapter 45. The arrival of King Cold. It has been over a year since the events on Namek concluded. Yet Goku has yet to return to Earth. At Bulma's residence, she sported a new, voluminous hairstyle, while Oolong, Pu'er, and Yamcha gathered together. Yamcha took a sip of juice, exclaiming contentedly, "Ah, how delightful it is to live in peace." Bulma remarked, "By the way, where has Vegeta gone?" Yamcha chuckled in response. "He is probably off chasing Goku through the universe. But what I'm more concerned about is the outcome of the duel between Vegeta and Wukong." Upon concluding his words, Yamcha displayed an expression of exhilaration, already allowing his imagination to wander to the notion of Vegeta donning women's attire. He simply could not afford to miss such an occasion. Women's clothing, Wukong's bestiary of beast girls, featured an abundance of stunning maidens. Yet my favorite remained the enchanting attire of this rabbit girl adorned in black stockings. I could see that moment. Oolong revealed a hint of lewd amusement, his piggish visage prompting an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch. Bulma, seething with indignation, clenched her fists and exclaimed, "Humph! I had always presumed that Wukong was a paragon of abstinence, yet it appears he harbors a lustful heart." Undoubtedly, what vexed her most was the realization that, despite being as lascivious as Master Roshi and Oolong, they exhibited no interest in it. It was particularly disheartening that those two would occasionally seize the opportunity to take liberties with her. The blow to her pride was profound. Only after delivering a merciless pounding to Lan Fong during the World Martial Arts Tournament did she find some solace, discovering that her beauty was not the issue. It was Sun Wukong's unfortunate disposition. Indeed, the fault lay squarely with Sun Wukong, with no connection to her status as an extraordinary beauty. Contemplating this made her feel considerably better, although the sight of Master Roshi or Oolong engaging in such antics still irked her. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed as Vegeta returned in a spaceship that was nearly out of fuel. On Earth, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the others sensed Vegeta's energy to, Vegeta has returned. It seems everything is about to commence. I wonder what changes await us. Does that future of despair still exist? Sun Wukong mused, gazing skyward. I could see that moment. Bidalai was sweeping the dojo to AS for employing child labor? Bah! Under his tutelage, Bidalai had already reached the capability to spar with Sun Gohan, who had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Surely she could handle a few tasks as a disciple. Satan had begun to establish his reputation as a martial artist on Earth, while Sun Wuling's own fame flourished due to Satan's influence. Wuling Master, is that Vegeta returning? Bidalai paused her work, feeling a keen interest in her first combat opponent. She had been thoroughly trounced on Namek and had diligently trained ever since, yearning to defeat him personally. Yes, you have surpassed him now, yet Vegeta's strength escalates rapidly. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, if Vegeta does achieve that transformation, he would indeed be a worthy adversary for me. Sun Wuling affirmed. I have surpassed him, Bidalai declared, cracking her knuckles. Wuling Master, allow me to test his prowess. He left me battered and bruised on Namek. This time, I shall repay him in full. If I provoke him into becoming a Super Saiyan, he might even thank me. Sun Wuling was quite pleased with Bidalai as his disciple, admiring her tenacity. Moreover, Bidalai's growth spurred Sun Gohan to redouble his efforts in martial arts, fearful of being outdone. Just don't hit too hard. If you render Bulma unrecognizable, how can she wear women's clothing? Sun Wuling jested, eliciting hearty laughter from Bidalai. Understood, Wuling Master. I will make sure Bulma is unrecognizable. Bidalai caught the underlying tone in Sun Wuling's words. Everyone instinctively mimics the figures they admire in various aspects, from attire to minor gestures. And now Bidalai too exhibited a touch of Sun Wuling's sharp wit. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of pressure washed over them, causing the smiles of Sun Wuling and Bidalai to freeze in place. Beyond the solar system, an overwhelmingly powerful energy approached Earth, i.e. the Turtle Hermit's house. Krillin felt this extraordinary energy and involuntarily shuddered. Is this the Frieza Wuling spoke of? Impressive. It's on par with Wuling's. Krillin clenched his fists, realizing that this world harbored numerous formidable foes, yet he felt utterly insignificant compared to Sun Wuling and Son Goku. Ten, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo also sensed the energy emanating from space. No, this isn't Frieza. This aura is even more terrifying. Piccolo, having battled Frieza before, was well acquainted with his energy that a figure sprang to mind, the one Frieza mentioned during their confrontation on Namek. His father. Could it be that Frieza's father had come seeking vengeance? Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta had changed into a new outfit. His original battle suit had been washed, replaced by yellow trousers, a white undershirt, and a pink short-sleeve shirt. That guy. Indeed, King Cold, Frieza's father, has arrived. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Having learned of Frieza's father due to Sun Wuling and Piccolo's conversation, how could he have arrived so quickly? Cursed Kakarot was absent, leaving him reliant on that insufferable human and Kakarot's son. How infuriating. At Sun Wuling's dojo, Sun Gohan hastily donned his purple martial arts uniform and rushed to join Sun Wuling. Uncle Wuling, you sensed it too, right? Sun Wuling nodded, smiling. It's likely Frieza's father. However, no need to worry. You and I can easily handle him together. Let us proceed, everyone. As Sun Wuling, Sun Gohan, and Bidalai soared toward the site of the spaceship's descent, the absence of Frieza's energy surprised Sun Wuling. Had Frieza truly been slain by Son Goku? This was yet another alteration to the timeline. He pondered whether Trunks would make another appearance. They flew. They encountered Krillin, Vegeta, Yamcha, Ten, and Kaiatsu. Wuling, you were right. Frieza's father has indeed arrived. Piccolo swiftly informed Sun Wuling. Nodding calmly, Sun Wuling maintained a composed demeanor, as did Bidalai and Sun Gohan, who exhibited no trace of anxiety. Vegeta, have you heard any tales of Frieza's father during your time in the universe? Sun Wuling inquired. King Cold, Frieza's father, the leader of the Ice Clan. After overhearing your conversation with Piccolo, I scoured the universe for information about him. Vegeta replied, clenching his fists in frustration. I can't believe he arrived on Earth so soon. And Kakarot is still absent. King Cold, you say? Piccolo murmured softly. Sun Wuling landed steadily, finally noticing Vegeta's attire. Vegeta, what are you wearing? Vegeta, incensed by Sun Wuling's comment, retorted angrily. His battle suit had been washed by Bulma, resulting in this rather unfashionable ensemble. Yamcha had found it utterly hilarious, and Vegeta's greatest fear was that Sun Wukong would witness him in this getup. However, the impending arrival of King Cold had caused him to forget his embarrassment. "Be quiet. That Earth woman washed my clothes against my wishes. What are you staring at, Sun Wukong?" At this, Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, pulling Son Gohan and Bidalai away from Vegeta, who wore a serious expression. Children should never emulate this peculiar uncle's ostentatious attire. Understood, Gohan Bidalai? "Yes, Uncle Wukong." "Yes, Master Wukong." Son Gohan and Bidalai nodded in agreement, casting glances at Vegeta that mirrored Sun Wukong's earlier disdain, further infuriating him. Son Wukong, Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly. Scoffing, "I won't be provoked by your words." "Oh, really? I wonder if our Saiyan Prince will attempt to weasel out of wearing women's clothing," Sun Wukong remarked, provoking Vegeta once more. "You scoundrel. I meant that I would only don women's attire if I lost after transforming into a Super Saiyan." Yamcha and Krillin and the others could no longer contain their laughter, though they quickly stifled it upon witnessing Vegeta's murderous glare. "Look!" Piccolo suddenly exclaimed, prompting Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others to silence themselves. A massive spaceship broke through the atmosphere, plummeting toward Earth. "Bidalai, Gohan, follow me closely, and everyone be cautious," Sun Wukong directed, observing the descending vessel. Just as he intended to lead Bidalai and Son Gohan forward, a figure in a purple martial arts uniform approached them, a wild-haired dent. "Satan, how did he come to be here?" Sun Wukong was genuinely taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. His timid demeanor and penchant for clever tricks were evident. The arrival of this individual truly caught him off guard. Yet he felt a sense of relief, knowing he had not misjudged the person. Beside him, his father, Biddy widened his eyes in astonishment. The other Z warriors, with the exception of Vegeta, were also familiar with the disciple of Sun Wukong now gracing the silver screen. This individual was a prominent figure chosen by Sun Wukong himself, their reputation propagated by Satan's publicity, echoing throughout every corner of Earth as the Z warriors secretly protected the world, gaining a multitude of fans in the process. Satan, having landed, offered a smile to Biddy before earnestly stating, "In that case, let us proceed together." He then followed the others in their flight. Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction and soared ahead with Biddy and Sun Wukong. Satan trailed behind, accompanying Piccolo and the others. Regardless of whether Satan's intentions were genuine or feigned, his presence was notable. He had not shied away, but had boldly joined them, which earned him the goodwill of Tien Shinhan. Yamcha and Piccolo in the distance. A colossal circular spaceship descended, its hatch opening to reveal an imposing figure emerging first, followed by a throng of minions equipped with scanners. The appearance of King Cold bore a striking resemblance to Frisia's second form. With a bovine horn head and a robust physique exceeding 2 meters, this planet seemed quite beautiful and could fetch a handsome price. King Cold crossed his arms, coldly surveying everything. The Super Saiyan who vanquished Frisia residing here. A soldier rushed over, having survived the extraterrestrial expedition during the Namekian conflict, and recounted through the scanner, "Indeed, Your Majesty, we have traced the trajectory of the Dragon Balls to this very location." King Cold scoffed. "Dragon Balls? I never imagined such a thing truly existed." Suddenly, a striking figure descended from the heavens, golden hair cascading to shoulder length, blue eyes glimmering, and features exquisitely defined, clad in a form-fitting purple outfit that accentuated her alluring curves. Complemented by a blue vest and red flat boots, she exuded an air of elegance and competence. "Who are you?" King Cold inquired, astonished by the golden-haired maiden, whose presence the scanner had failed to detect. "No, this is impossible, Your Majesty. The combat power reads as 0. How can that be?" A soldier exclaimed, staring at the scanner in disbelief. King Cold furiously seized the soldier, declaring, "I sense immense pressure from this woman. How can you claim her power is 0? Is she merely air?" "Your Majesty, I assure you, the scanner indicates 0. There is no error," the soldier replied, gritting his teeth in anxiety. King Cold released his grip, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The fear emanating from the golden-haired maiden was palpable, akin to a superior's oppressive aura that rendered his breaths labored and unnatural, with a graceful flick of her golden locks. The maiden spoke, cooled Frisia's father. Is it, despite your pampered existence, you've squandered your potential? While you may not rival Frisia, had you trained diligently, you could have piqued my interest. King Cooled gritted his teeth, addressing his trembling soldiers. Attack! Kill her! What did you say, your majesty? The soldiers stared in shock, unable to comprehend. Are you defying my orders? King Cooled roared, seizing a retreating soldier and obliterating him with a ki blast, instilling terror in the remaining warriors. Humph! The golden-haired maiden coldly observed the scene, her demeanor calm and collected, as if she were merely watching a jester perform. Chapter 47. The name of the maiden Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Under King Cooled's intimidation, hundreds of soldiers charged at the golden-haired maiden, their shouts echoing as they rallied their spirits. Combat power is zero. That is but an illusion. They convinced themselves, propelled by fear towards the maiden. The maiden's exquisite visage was marred by disdain and aversion as she raised her right palm, condensing a ki blade. Whoosh, the sound of flesh being cleaved echoed. Before King Cooled could react, his hundreds of minions were swiftly dispatched by the golden-haired maiden's ki blade, their dismembered bodies strewn about, eyes wide open in death, unblinking. Purple blood soaked the ground as she dissipated the ki blade with a flourish, remaining unperturbed amidst the carnage, her bright blue eyes fixed on King Cooled. How can such a terrifying being exist in this remote locale? King Cooled pondered. Though the scanner detected no energy from the golden-haired maiden, the inexplicable pressure she exerted evoked a sense of a legendary, terrifying existence he had witnessed firsthand. The sensation was eerily familiar. What has become of the proud King Cooled? Reduced to a quivering rabbit, the golden-haired maiden gently brushed aside her bangs, her blue eyes locking onto King Cooled, devoid of emotion, as she manipulated the remnants of the slain, engulfing them in a ki wave that reduced them to dust. What? Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, Biddy Li, Piccolo, Vegeta, Tin Shinhan, all since the abrupt disappearance of hundreds of life forces. What transpired? Could it be Trunks? Sun Wukong mused, accelerating his flight. Sun Wukong and Biddy Li briefly paused before swiftly following suit. Upon arriving at the site of the spaceship's descent, Sun Wukong witnessed the golden-haired maiden obliterating the remnants with her ki wave. How can this be? Sun Wukong nearly exclaimed 18, as he had conjectured it might be Trunks or Sun Wukong or anyone else, but he never anticipated it would be 18, the android 18. With her golden, stylish short hair and blue eyes, appeared almost identical to the golden-haired maiden before him, save for her slightly longer hair. To know that cannot be. She might be the daughter of Krillin and 18, perhaps? Sun Wukong's disbelief lingered as he reflected on Krillin's choice to name his daughter after his former love, a woman whose worth paled in comparison to 18, that he shook his head, dismissing the notion. Realizing the resemblance of the golden-haired maiden to a younger version of Krillin with golden hair, could it be that this golden-haired maiden was indeed 18 herself? At that moment, the golden-haired maiden sensed Sun Wukong's energy and instinctively blurted out, "Daddy!" Her cheeks flushed, radiating youthful shyness, her previously trembling blue eyes now sparkling with life. However, the distance was too great for Sun Wukong to hear her words. King Cooled, on the other hand, heard every syllable. "Daddy!" The king's disbelief grew as he surveyed the surroundings and spotted Sun Wukong. "Did you hear that, Cooled?" The golden-haired maiden's expression hardened, a stark contrast to her earlier shyness, reverting to her earlier composed and cold demeanor. I didn't hear anything. Please spare me, my lady." King Cooled fell to his knees, pleading for mercy before the golden-haired maiden, leaving Sun Wukong in utter shock. His mind struggled to comprehend the scene. How could King Cooled, so proud, so powerful, be reduced to kneeling? Whoosh, whoosh, Sun Wukong and Biddy Li soon arrived, equally astounded by the unfolding tableau, speechless in disbelief. That must be King Cooled, right? Biddy Li asked, her voice laced with confusion. "Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to Frisia," Sun Wukong affirmed. "But why is King Cooled kneeling before that golden-haired lady?" Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, akin to one another, seemed to be struggling with their thoughts. To their astonishment, The king of Kuld has knelt in a plea for mercy, while the formidable Frisia from Namek, even when faced with two opponents simultaneously, refuses to concede defeat. Were Sun Wukong privy to Sun Wukong's contemplations, he would surely enlighten him that Frisia, in a moment of vulnerability, had called for help, laying bare his frail side and acknowledging his loss. It is likely that this incident, upon his resurrection, deepened Frisia's obsession with Sun Wukong. I too yearn to uncover the reasons behind it all. Sun Wukong mused, feeling exasperated. Everything has gone awry. It appears he is aware that the once despairing Super Saiyan warrior, Trunks, has vanished, only for a girl strikingly similar to Android 18 to emerge. However, in this realm devoid of despair, everything remains splendid. Sun Wukong has not succumbed to any viral heart disease, and all are still alive, including Trunks, who is no longer a solitary, despondent warrior. Sun Wukong pondered deeply. The golden-haired maiden skillfully manipulated energy blasts, while the king of Kuld floated helplessly in the air, desperately begging for mercy. My name is Qiangwei, the angel of destruction for the entire universe. Even if the god of destruction Beerus or Whis were to arrive, they could not save you, Kuld, for you have heard things you ought not to, and you shall perish beneath this divine power of utmost tranquility. The girl named Qiangwei summoned a silver wave of energy from her pineal gland. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The king of Kuld's pleas faded as his form slowly disintegrated into a radiant silver ash, scattered upon the ground, dancing with the wind. This scene was witnessed by the tardy arrival of Vegeta, Piccolo, and others, who beheld the destruction of the king of Kuld by the girl named Qiangwei. Humph, you are vastly inferior to your son Frisia, Kuld. You fall short in every way. Were it not for the remnants of yourselves, your very soul would be obliterated, and even the Super Dragon Balls would not resurrect you. The golden-haired maiden snorted disdainfully, unleashing an energy wave that annihilated Kuld's spaceship, a smirk gracing her lips as she watched the ashes drift away. Next, she would need to discuss matters with Uncle Goku, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, and Uncle Vegeta, but she must not allow her father to discover this. Should he learn of it, this version of her might never be born. Chapter 48. The Return of Sun Wukong. Wait, that golden-haired girl has effortlessly defeated Frisia's father, Piccolo exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. That Vegeta's expression reflected a similar astonishment. They had both felt Frisia's power firsthand. Now, the mightier King Kuld had been effortlessly vanquished by another. In that moment, they contemplated many things, such as the identity of this golden-haired girl and her intentions. Would she seek to eliminate them as well? A sense of unnatural fear began to creep in. The most fundamental emotion of life is fear, and fear often stems from the unknown. The golden-haired maiden turned to Sun Wukong and the others. Offering a gentle smile, I am on my way to meet Mr. Goku. Would you care to join me? She quickly corrected her wording, nearly revealing too much. What? Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Sun Wukong thought to himself, furrowing his brow slightly before being the first to follow the girl, who closely resembled Android 18 to Wukong. Piccolo began to protest, but biting his tongue, he chose to trust Sun Wukong and followed suit. Vegeta, Son Gohan, and the others soon trailed behind. The golden-haired maiden landed upon a mountainous terrain and produced a universal capsule, revealing a refrigerator stocked with beverages. Mr. Goku will arrive in 3 hours. There are plenty of drinks here. Help yourselves, she announced, yet no one dared to move. Even as they observed her open a bottle, they remained frozen in place. The earlier display of the king of Kuld's obliteration had cast a significant shadow over their minds until Sun Wukong stepped forward. Hey, Wukong, what has gotten into you? This ISNT like you, Piccolo remarked, hastening to catch up. Sun Wukong picked up a drink, opening it without hesitation, and replied, It's quite simple. If she intended to harm us, she wouldn't need to go through such lengths. However, should she pose a threat to Earth or to you, I would not hesitate to ensure she faces consequences. Sun Wukong's final words were resolute, and the darkness in his eyes caused the golden-haired maiden to avert her gaze, trembling subtly, her cheeks puffing as if she were holding her breath. Father must be referring to the soul impact technique. Its potency depends on the user's own soul strength. Humph, intending to use that against me. I shall inform Mother when I return. Mother is always with Father, and she would never back me up. I must seek Uncle Goku and Auntie, especially Auntie, for Father fears her the most. The golden-haired maiden seemed to recall something, unable to suppress her amusement. Upon hearing Sun Wuling's words, the others lowered their guard. Fear is born from the unknown, and Sun Wuling was right, that if she truly meant them harm, they would have no means to resist. Sun Gohan approached the golden-haired maiden and inquired, Sister, how do you know about my father? Sister, the girl was momentarily taken aback by Sun Gohan's address. Quickly regaining her composure with a light cough to mask her embarrassment, I possess the ability to foresee the future, which is how I know that Mr. Goku will arrive here in 3 hours. Are you certain? Sun Wuling pointed to the sky, where a massive spherical spaceship pierced through the clouds, descending through the atmosphere. What? The girl's expression froze in shock. Utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? The golden-haired maiden held her head in disbelief, nearly losing her sanity. Without a doubt, that energy is unmistakably Goku's. He has returned, Yamcha exclaimed excitedly. He's become even stronger. Goku, Ten Shinhan, Chaozu, and the others rushed over to join Son Gohan and Piccolo, while Vegeta strolled leisurely towards them. Observing the nearly petrified golden-haired maiden, Sun Wuling chuckled and gave her shoulder a playful pat. My dear, do you find yourself filled with questions? He teased, laughing as he dashed away after playfully poking her cheek. The golden-haired maiden, clutching her cheek where Sun Wuling had touched her, felt a rush of warmth. A faint blush creeping across her face in a shy demeanor. Internally, she nearly screamed with anger. What? Is my presence altering the course of history? No, that can't be right. Suddenly, she grasped the truth, her face flushed with frustration. This information was relayed to me by Mother, which means time has deliberately misled me. Oh, Mother, how could you conspire with Father to trick me, causing me to embarrass myself? I must tell Uncle and Auntie. This is infuriating. Sun Wukong emerged from the spaceship, clad in a completely transformed outfit, a white long-sleeve shirt, black shoulder armor, and red trousers, complemented by a crab-like hairstyle. Why are all of you here? Sun Wukong queried, perplexed as he gazed at Sun Wuling and the others. This is wonderful. Goku has truly returned. Yamcha, Chaozu, and Krillin cheered exuberantly, while Piccolo and Tien Shinhan wore faint smiles. Sun Wuling approached Goku, stating, because she informed us of your impending arrival. Although the timing was off, Goku, who is she? Following Sun Wuling's gesture, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in surprise as he caught sight of the golden-haired maiden. His shock escalating. Wow, there's another person here. What do you mean there's another person? The maiden clenched her fists in irritation at Sun Wukong's words. Sun Wukong shook his head and replied, I don't recognize you. Who are you? But you're quite impressive for being able to completely conceal your energy. It's as if you're a part of the air. Unrecognized, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others stared at Sun Wukong in astonishment. Sun Wukong stroked his chin thoughtfully. How peculiar. King Kai informed me that Frisia's father, Cooled, would attack Earth, so I rushed back. But tell me, who defeated Cooled? Was it Wuling, Gohan, or Piccolo? Vegeta. Piccolo crossed his arms, responding, King Cooled was dispatched in an instant by this maiden. The golden-haired maiden composed herself, regaining her previous cool and composed demeanor. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Piccolo, and Mr. Krillin, I have some very important matters to discuss with you. May I have a moment of your time? What? Sun Wuling was momentarily taken aback. As she called out to Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and even Krillin, yet omitted him. Was he deemed unreliable or simply too talkative? Sun Wuling cast a glance at Krillin and surprisingly called out to him. Could it be that this girl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Android 18, was indeed Marin, the daughter of Krillin and Android 18 from the future? Was she planning to directly facilitate a reunion between her parents? Such thoughts raced through Sun Wuling's mind. Chapter 49. The future destroyer Angel I know, Sun Wukong replied, dropping his usual playful demeanor for a serious tone, his voice taking on a noticeably colder pitch. Piccolo followed suit, while Krillin, curious, shot a glance at Sun Wuling. Somewhat puzzled by the call, yet he quickly jogged over. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly. a snort escaping him, driven by boundless curiosity and an insatiable thirst for knowledge as he approached. Yamcha remarked, "And we still have to keep this a secret. What could it possibly be about? Who knows? It might have something to do with Krillin," Sun Wukong mused, partially correct yet entirely unaware of the unfolding events to come. The golden-haired girl led Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, and Sun Wukong to a distant, open area. She raised a shimmering silver barrier, enveloping them, startling Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin. Sun Wukong surveyed the expansive spherical barrier, approximately 20 meters in diameter, sensing that even the connection to the outside world was severed beneath them. Yet he appeared unperturbed, just like the protective barrier set up in Wuling's cellar. The golden-haired girl nodded, apologizing. "I'm sorry for startling you all. I was worried my father might overhear, so I created this barrier." "Your father?" Krillin inquired, his curiosity piqued. The girl nodded, smiling as she replied, "Indeed. By the way, Uncle Wukong, you seem completely unfazed. Oh, have you learned instant transmission from the Yardrats?" Instant transmission, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin turned their gazes towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded, grinning. "Yeah, you already knew that." "Wait a moment. Did you just call me Uncle? Are you—" The golden-haired girl nodded, responding, "Of course, Uncle. Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, my name is Sun Xiangwei, and I am here from over 20 years in the future. That Sun Wukong over there is my father, what?" The astonished exclamations of Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and Sun Wukong echoed, nearly reverberating throughout the entire valley. Even those further away, including Sun Wukong, caught sight of the exaggerated expressions of surprise on the faces of Vegeta. Sun Wukong and the others, Yamcha, observing the scene within the protective barrier, remarked, "What on earth is going on? What did that girl say to frighten Piccolo so?" Sun Wukong, crossing his arms, couldn't help but quip, "Piccolo's face has always been green." "Aha, my apologies." Yamcha chuckled sheepishly, while within the barrier, Piccolo sneezed unexpectedly. "Strange, why am I catching a cold?" He mused, rubbing his nose, but feeling no discomfort, he dismissed it. You're Sun Wukong's daughter?" Sun Wukong exclaimed incredulously, gazing at the golden-haired girl. Chang waited, in his mind. Nothing could be more shocking than the revelation that Sun Wukong had a daughter. How curious it was that Wukong, who had always professed a pursuit of martial arts and a life of freedom, had married and had a child in the future. Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin nodded in agreement. Even Vegeta, who had spent little time with Sun Wukong, held a lasting impression of him as an exceptionally powerful Earthling, elevating his standards for Earthlings. "So, Xiangwei, what grave matter necessitated your journey from the future to the past?" Krillin asked, snapping back to reality, concern etched on his face. Indeed, the golden-haired girl, Xiangwei, affirmed, "In 3 years, on a small island in South City. 2 androids will emerge, wreaking havoc. One of these androids is Dr. Gero, who has transformed himself into an android in his quest for immortality. However, these 2 are not the main threat. The real danger lies in the androids he created, Android 17 and Android 18. Androids like those created by the Red Ribbon Army?" Sun Wukong pondered, recalling how he and Wukong had decimated the Red Ribbon Army. "Yes, the very same Red Ribbon Army you and my father dismantled. While the army's base was destroyed, the core figure, Dr. Gero, still lives. His aim is to create androids to kill you, Uncle Wukong, and my father," Xiangwei explained. Gulp, Krillin swallowed hard, recalling the terror of the Red Ribbon Army's reign. Violet had once been a colonel in that very army. No wonder she had been pursued. "Are they very strong?" Krillin asked, uneasily. Xiangwei nodded, "Very strong. Android 17 and 18 are twin siblings. Even if you and Gohan could transform into Super Saiyans, you would still be no match for them. Wow, I never expected such formidable foes still existed on Earth." Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands. Unlike the fearful Krillin, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta showed no apprehension towards the impending androids. And even Piccolo was eager for a challenge, having thought that after Frieza, there would be no more enemies. Xiangwei shot a deliberate glance at Krillin and stated, "And among them, Android 18 is my mother." Silence. The fervor ignited in Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo was abruptly extinguished by Xiangwei's revelation. This sudden twist nearly left them reeling to, Android 18, and Wukong, Sun Wukong murmured. Humph, Vegeta scoffed. Why did you specifically travel through time from the future to be here? Piccolo inquired. Krillin, feeling inexplicably relieved, began to comprehend why the golden-haired girl had not summoned Sun Wukong to join their conversation, yet he remained puzzled as to why Sun Wukong's future daughter had called him over as well. The smile faded from Qiangwei's face, her demeanor turning serious, inexplicably instilling a sense of pressure in Sun Wukong and the others, evoking a feeling of fear as if facing a formidable adversary. In the future, the Grand Zeno and the Grand Minister granted me the title of Destroyer Angel. The duty of a Destroyer Angel is to correct the distorted timelines back to their original paths. If a timeline cannot be corrected and collapses, the Destroyer Angel will annihilate it. This is my responsibility. Grand Zeno, Grand Minister, the names Qiangwei mentioned left Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and the others bewildered. If Sun Wukong had heard these names, it would surely have caused a tremendous uproar. This is too early for you, and of no use. Uncle Wukong, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, I have witnessed many distorted parallel timelines, and now it is our world's turn. Yet, just like my father, my mother tricked me by misreporting the time you would return, which infuriated me. Qiangwei lamented about her earnest claim of foreseeing the future, only to be immediately contradicted, leaving her feeling aggrieved. Now, I have finally awaited this day. I am truly from this primary timeline. Over 20 years into the future, my existence is a necessity for this world. Next, I need your help, Uncle Wukong. Otherwise, I may cease to exist, thus creating an erroneous parallel timeline. With that, Qiangwei cast a significant glance at Krillin, leaving him feeling bewildered. He could not comprehend why she kept looking at him, sensing that her words were particularly directed at him. Chapter 50. The future warrior of the parallel timeline outside the protective barrier, Sun Wukong and the others have been waiting for over an hour, yet the golden-haired girl had yet to conclude her conversation with Sun Wukong and the others. What on earth was happening? Why are Piccolo, Vegeta, and Krillin looking at me? Could it be that I've done something in the future that would incite envy and hatred? Sun Wukong thought, feeling utterly perplexed, as if he were being deliberately concealed from the truth. Sun Wukong's heart was now filled with the same dread of the unknown that had previously plagued Yamcha, Piccolo, and others. He harbored a secret. He did not originally belong to this world, especially since the girl resembling Android 18 had specifically set up a protective barrier to prevent eavesdropping. Coupled with the glances from Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo, he began to ponder these thoughts, feeling increasingly burdened. Ugh, what is that sister discussing with my father? The words of Sun Wukong interrupted Sun Wukong's train of thought. Under the gaze of the crowd within the protective barrier, the golden-haired maiden, Rose, released a stream of solidified silver energy from her fingertips, flowing like water, which she infused into Sun Wukong's body. Inside the protective barrier, the golden-haired maiden, Rose, declared, Uncle Wukong, your viral heart disease has vanished, so you need not worry any longer. In approximately a year, my father will have developed a technique called the spiritual eye, which not only allows one to perceive their own physical condition, but also the soul status of others. I will be relying on you then. Uncle Wukong. Sun Wukong, at that moment, wore a serious expression. I know I will master the spiritual eye by then. I will not allow Wukong to perish again. Vegeta, arms crossed over his chest, gazed at Sun Wukong outside the barrier, scoffing. Who would have thought that in a parallel universe, Sun Wukong and Kakarot would succumb to viral heart disease? It could be more accurately described as a heart demon rather than a mere illness. Piccolo, also with arms crossed, chuckled. As for that guy Wukong, I can overlook it, but who would have thought you, Wukong, would be afflicted by such a heart demon? Sun Wukong offered an awkward chuckle. Perhaps Wukong and I made some errors during our training at some point, but I will absolutely not let Wukong die again. As he spoke, his tone became resolute and earnest. The image of the scene on Namek lingered in his mind, igniting a sense of anger within him. The golden-haired maiden rose, cast a glance at Vegeta, her mood slightly dampened, and said, in another timeline, the viral heart disease only manifests 3 years later. However, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Wukong, all of you were killed by the androids. My father endured the torment of the viral heart disease, and in a final act of desperation, he, alongside the last Saiyan warrior, defeated both my mother and uncle, ultimately sacrificing himself to obliterate the ultimate android. Cell, the last Saiyan warrior, following my father's final directive, found Namek, and the rest of the Z warriors were revived, but my father's soul was no more to it. Wasn't until later, Uncle Wukong, Uncle Vegeta, that you found the Super Dragon Balls and resurrected my father. Witnessing all that transpired in that parallel universe left a profound psychological scar on Rose. Her father, Sun Wukong, had killed her mother and uncle. Despite the fact that her mother and uncle were notorious villains, their absence still left a significant impact, leaving her in shock, making her appreciate just how beautiful her current timeline was. Additionally, she deliberately refrained from mentioning Sun Wukong's name to avoid arousing Vegeta's suspicions, especially since Trunks' name had yet to exist. Even Piccolo failed to notice Rose's words, assuming she was referring to Sun Wukong. Suddenly, a watch on Rose's wrist emitted an alarm, interrupting her thoughts. Oh no, time is running out. Uncle Wukong, I beg you to be cautious of that cell, which is based on my father's cells that a warrior from a parallel future will also be arriving shortly. I must take my leave. Clenching her fists, Rose gathered her silver energy, creating a swirling vortex of silver energy before vanishing into IT. In another parallel universe, both Wukong and Wukong succumbed to viral heart disease 2 years later. While Android 17 and 18 wreaked havoc, Piccolo, Vegeta, Wukong, and Krillin were still processing everything that the golden-haired maiden, Rose, had just revealed. Android 16, 17, 18, an ordinary ultimate android, Cell, along with another cell primarily based on Sun Wukong's cells. I feel utterly bewildered, unsure of how to convey this to everyone. The future, the androids. Oh, and there's another android who will eventually be with Sun Wukong. Krillin forced a weak smile, clearly overwhelmed by such complex matters. Concepts like parallel universes and futures were beyond his comprehension. Right, and there's going to be a Saiyan warrior from a parallel future coming too. While it sounded straightforward, how could we conceal the truth from Sun Wukong? If we fail to prevent Sun Wukong from being with that 18, we might create a parallel universe. And who knows, this timeline could be destroyed by her. Piccolo contemplated this, thinking of the Destroyer Angel and recalling Rose's mention of an irreparable timeline. In other words, if Sun Wukong did not unite with 18, this world could potentially be obliterated by his future daughter. Vegeta shared similar sentiments, nodding in agreement, his mind racing with the implications. The notion of a Destroyer Angel reminded him of a shadow from his childhood. The Destroyer Beerus, suggesting a significant connection. Did not Rose just tell us what to do? A future warrior from a parallel universe is on their way, and surely, due to his identity, he will address both me and Wukong. At that moment, you can take the opportunity to explain the situation to everyone. Sun Wukong's words widened the eyes of Vegeta. Piccolo and Krillin that it was not that Sun Wukong was incorrect, but rather that it was surprising he had just articulated that. Indeed, Rose's connection to Wukong as her father made it logical for her to seek him out regarding matters of parallel universes. Moreover, since Rose had set an alarm, it indicated, just as Piccolo's words trailed off. A spherical glass spacecraft suddenly appeared in the sky nearby, equipped with 4 energy blocks that resembled a missile. Trunks, witnessing this, felt a jolt of surprise. Why is the original Trunks here again? If that's the case, what was that girl who looked so much like 18? Piccolo crossed his arms. His curiosity piqued as he glanced at Krillin, pondering why the golden-haired maiden Rose had also summoned Krillin to join their discussion. Chapter 51, Trunks, hailing from a parallel universe 20 years into the future, was completely unaware of the unfolding events as he piloted the time machine. Discovering all the Z warriors gathered there startled him greatly. What is happening? Why is everyone here? I'm an hour and a half late. He wondered if Frieza and his father had been defeated by Mr. Sun Wukong. Sighing, Trunks remarked, had it not been for the sudden turbulence, I wouldn't have arrived so late. He transformed the time machine back into a capsule and stored it. With all the Z warriors present since the emergence of Sun Wukong, the plot he was familiar with had completely unraveled. Trunks remained oblivious to the fact that his tardiness was due to the interference of the future Destroyer Angel, Rose. He had assumed it was merely a malfunction. In the original timeline, Trunks had simply and directly defeated Frieza and King Cold. However, due to the butterfly effect initiated by Sun Wukong, Frisia had been obliterated by Sun Wukong on Namek, while King Cold, seeking revenge on Earth, was slain by the future destroyer angel, Rose, now, with the earlier appearance of the girl resembling 18 and the arrival of Trunks. Sun Wukong anticipated that the upcoming androids would bring about unforeseen changes. Yet he felt no fear. Instead, a sense of excitement welled within him. Though cautious, he was equally eager for battle, even if he could not match the Saiyan's thirst for combat. Trunks felt somewhat awkward, not wanting to transform into a Super Saiyan in front of everyone. With a hint of persuasion, he called out to Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong followed. He gave Piccolo, Vegeta, and Krillin an okay gesture before moving forward. Upon seeing Trunks lead Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong away, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Krillin turned to Yamcha, Tin, and the others, seizing this moment to relay everything that the future destroyer angel, Rose, had said and her origins. "What? You're Vegeta's son?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. Sun Wukong also turned, noticing that Piccolo, Vegeta, and Krillin were discussing something with the others, leaving him momentarily stunned. Are these guys intentionally hiding something from me? Sun Wukong thought maliciously. If that's the case, it does sound rather plausible. Sun Wukong concurred. That guy can actually become a father? Sun Wukong mused as he glanced at Vegeta, then cast a furtive look at Sun Wukong. Realizing how troublesome this could be, I was born 2.5 years later, Mr. Wukong, Mr. Wukong. In 3 years, a pair of terrifying monsters will emerge on a small island in South City. They're a set of twin android siblings. In the future, my father, Yamcha, and even my brother Gohan will... Trunks clenched his fists, the overwhelming sense of despair nearly driving him to madness. Calm down, Trunks, he reminded himself. Are the androids you mentioned created from the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army that I and Goku destroyed? Sun Wukong's words allowed Sun Wukong, who was standing beside him, to breathe a sigh of relief. The future destroyer angel, Rose, had revealed everything to him, yet he had to feign ignorance, not only to conceal it from Sun Wukong, but also to keep it hidden from the future warrior Trunks from another timeline. Fortunately, Sun Wukong was oblivious to his presence at that moment. Indeed, Trunks replied. Although the army of the Red Ribbon Army was obliterated by Mr. Goku and Mr. Wukong, the core figure, Dr. Gero, is still alive that he has developed 2 androids seeking vengeance against you. Sun Wukong nodded, glancing at his own hands, and chuckled. I never imagined I would succumb to viral heart disease, huh? Trunks distributed the special medicine to Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, stating, my mother once said that if Mr. Wukong had paid attention to his health, he wouldn't have succumbed to viral heart disease, and if he were still around, Mr. Wukong wouldn't have died from it either. Thank you, Sun Wukong remarked, taking a glance at the special medicine before putting it away. However, he maintained a sliver of doubt regarding Trunks' assertion about the viral heart disease. The future Bulma had indeed misrepresented a crucial matter. How could he, the creator of the spirit stream, neglect his health? He was all too aware of his physical condition, and his understanding of viral heart disease felt more akin to a psychological affliction. He even recalled the impressions from his past life vividly. Nevertheless, despite such thoughts, it was prudent to take preventative measures, and his primary concern remained Sun Wukong. Brother, I will supervise you in taking your medicine. Each time Sun Wukong found himself in a critical moment, he would refer to Sun Wukong as brother. Wukong, I feel the same, Sun Wukong replied, stowing away the special medicine. Yet his mind wandered. Rose had already cured me. And this viral heart disease is primarily a mental affliction. I just need to be mindful of it. But Sun Wukong's psychological burden is far heavier than mine. After all, I must learn the Spirit Eye technique to assist Wukong. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha listened intently to the accounts of Krillin, Piccolo, and Vegeta, their eyes widening in astonishment. This was especially true for Son Gohan and Dilly, both only 6 years old, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the information. Yamcha, Hatsu, Son Gohan, and Satan were so astonished that they nearly shouted, but were swiftly silenced by a stern shake of the head for Vegeta and Piccolo. 3 years from now, an android will be my master's wife. Satan exclaimed incredulously, I find that hard to believe, yet it is the truth. Krillin spread his hands with a smile. The future Wukong is actually the second strongest in the universe. a being that even Lord Zeno cannot obliterate. Tian Xinhan murmured softly. They were unaware of who Lord Zeno was, nor did they comprehend the concepts of the universe or their own world. The notion of the second strongest in the entire universe, combined with the performance of the future destroyer Angel Rose, suggested that things were far more complex than they imagined. The future Sun Wukong had indeed succeeded, and as a friend, he felt a sense of joy. Yet the current Sun Wukong already seemed somewhat beyond their reach, leading him to ponder what the future second strongest in the universe would truly be like. That I in midair, Tian Xinhan and Kairatsu exchanged worried glances. I am fine, Kairatsu. Tian Xinhan chuckled, shaking his head. That I'm merely delighted for Sun Wukong's future. We cannot afford to miss out on the significant events ahead. Indeed, I never imagined Wukong would also have a wedding in his future and even father a stunning daughter. Bulma would surely be in tears upon hearing this. Yamcha envisioned Bulma's reaction, recalling her numerous rants about Sun Wukong before their breakup. If she were to learn of Sun Wukong's impending marriage, she would likely question her very existence. Piccolo crossed his arms, stating, "Everyone will know what to do then. We must ensure Sun Wukong remains unaware. Otherwise, it could lead to the creation of a flawed parallel timeline in our world." Yamcha, Krillin, Tian Xinhan, Satan, and Son Gohan all nodded in agreement. Even Vegeta let out a cold snort in acknowledgement. Chapter 52. An uninvited guest. After Trunk had shared everything, he piloted the time machine away. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong soared back towards the Z fighters. Along the way, Wukong inquired, "What did that blonde girl say to you? Is she also like Trunks coming back from the future?" Sun Wukong could not shake the vivid image of the future destroyer Angel Rose conjuring a swirling vortex of silver energy and disappearing within it. It left a profound impression on him, reminiscent of the omniscient aliens from Ultraman in his memory. Yet he felt that this girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Android 18, possessed even greater power. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable connection to her, something he could not articulate. He had even found himself unable to resist poking her cheek. Ah, she's indeed like Trunks, a warrior from the future, but she is also the future Android 18. However, unlike the android Trunks described, she is not malevolent. She has come to warn us of an exceedingly dangerous ultimate android that will emerge in our timeline, known as Cell, created by Dr. Gero using your cells as the foundation. Possessing your personality and intellect, Sun Wukong said, his voice tinged with alarm. Struggling with the weight of this revelation, he conveyed all that the future destroyer Angel Rose had relayed to him. Under normal circumstances, Sun Wukong would have recognized Sun Wukong's anxiety, but he was utterly bewildered by the mention of Cell being based on his cells. What? Wukong, what did you say? Based on my cells. Sun Wukong nearly plummeted from the sky. Doubting his own hearing, he recalled that the original form of Cell was engineered by Dr. Gero in his youth, incorporating the cells of all the Z fighters, including Saiyan, Frieza, King Cold, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and Son Gohan. With Frieza having been slain by Sun Wukong on Namek, Cell would undoubtedly have undergone changes, now being based primarily on his personality and intellect. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious about who Trunks' mother is. I completely forgot to ask. Sun Wukong fell into contemplation, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Trunks had been conversing with Sun Wukong, and in his anxiety about revealing too much, he had forgotten to inquire. Sun Wukong, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, returned to the present and smiled. Who could possibly be the one to invent a time machine and share the same hairstyle as Dr. Briefs? Take a guess. Could it be Bulma? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished as he tumbled from the air, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. The thought of Bulma being with Vegeta after their breakup was utterly unfathomable. Sun Wukong effortlessly manipulated the key sphere to lift the fallen Sun Wukong back to his feet. Sun Wukong brushed off the dust from his attire, grinning as he flew back to Sun Wukong's side. Thank you, Wukong. Your control over the key sphere has improved remarkably. Sun Wukong landed and joined the Z fighters. Responding, the combination of techniques has its utility and nuances. Otherwise, possessing immense strength while merely relying on brute force is futile. Indeed, Sun Wukong chuckled, agreeing with this sentiment, that in battles where both sides were evenly matched, the effectiveness of their respective techniques would determine the outcome. Wukong, Are you contemplating using the Dragon Balls to locate Dr. Gero ahead of time and eliminate him? Piccolo interrogated as soon as Sun Wukong touched down. With a smile, Sun Wukong replied, I do have such intentions. However, Piccolo, do not forget that I'm still a martial artist on the morning of May 12. 3 years from now, at approximately 10 o'clock, we should arrive at a small island southwest of South City an hour early. Sun Wukong's words relieved Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha, and Sun Wukong, as they genuinely feared he might preemptively eliminate Dr. Gero. After all, his cautious nature made such an outcome plausible. Sun Wukong's willingness to hold back was largely due to the existence of the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he was also intrigued by what the cell based on his cells would be like. Nevertheless, precautions were still necessary. Suddenly, a sensation coursed through him. The protective barrier he had set up in the cellar was under attack. Oh, the protective barrier has been triggered. Everyone, we shall reconvene later. I must leave now. Sun Wukong bid farewell, but just as he was about to depart, Sun Wukong grabbed his arm. Wait, Wukong, I learned a technique called instant transmission from the Yard Rats. I can take you with me. Sun Wukong declared. Farewell, everyone. He grasped Sun Wukong's shoulder, his index finger resting on his forehead, and in an instant, they vanished from their location, reappearing at the capsule corp, disappeared. Yamcha stared in shock at Sun Wukong. The spot where Sun Wukong had vanished was indeed empty. The auras of his father and Uncle Wukong were palpable at Baozi Mountain. Sun Wufan, sensing the energies of Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, exclaimed in surprise, those Yadritler aliens, humph. Although they lack strength, they possess incredible techniques. N.O. Wonder Kakarot is reluctant to return for the time being. Vegeta huffed in dissatisfaction. Sun Wukong had grown even stronger and had learned the instant transmission technique. Piccolo crossed his arms protectively over his chest and addressed everyone. In 3 years, those lacking confidence should stay away. Even the future Rose has deemed him a troublesome individual. That cell, which is primarily composed of Wukong's cells, is certainly formidable. It would be unfortunate if any of us became a burden. Yamcha, Krillin, and Satan exchanged awkward smiles. Biddy ran up to Vegeta, her bright eyes fixed intently on him. Oh, you little brat, what do you want? Vegeta across his arms, looking down at Biddy, who is only as tall as his thigh. That I want to have a match with you. Biddy's energy surged, leaving Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Han, Piccolo, and even Vegeta momentarily stunned. This? Biddy's power? Satan suddenly felt as if his protective layer of comfort had completely vanished. She truly a disciple of Sun Wukong. How can she be so strong? Tien Han, Yamcha, and Krillin clenched their fists involuntarily. As Earthlings, they found themselves in awe of Sun Wukong's prowess. And now his disciple had surpassed them. Biddy's current strength indicated that the spirit immortal flow, created by Sun Wukong, had indeed succeeded. Yet a sense of inexplicable loss lingered in their hearts. Vegeta observed Biddy with great interest, cracking his knuckles as he chuckled. Sun Wukong's disciple. Little girl, when we were on Namek, it seems you didn't get enough of a beating. Very well, I'll teach his disciple a lesson first, and then I'll pull out all of his teeth. Biddy admired Sun Wukong, not only for his fighting prowess, but also for his sharp tongue and distinctive style. She was unfazed by Vegeta's taunts, smiling slyly with her eyes narrowed. It seems that nothing major is happening with Master Wukong. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. After Namek, I have been training diligently, eager for a battle with you. As for fighting Master Wukong, Biddy's smile faded, replaced by a scoff of derision. The woman turned around, though she was clad in nothing more than a commonplace short-sleeved top and a pair of jeans. She exuded an allure that sparked boundless fantasies in the hearts of men. Her crimson lips and captivatingly enchanting visage seemed to entice with every graceful movement. It had been quite some time. Sun Wukong, you are truly captivating now that in my youth, I yearned to hold you close and shower you with affection. Yet now, dear sister, I find it difficult to restrain myself upon seeing you. Sun Wukong gazed at Sun Wukong in confusion, unable to recall having ever met such a stunning beauty with cascading purple waves. Sun Wukong shook his head, palms raised, equally perplexed. Indeed, forgotten. Should I assist you in recalling? The woman with the flowing purple locks did not seem offended by Sun Wukong's lapse in memory. Taking graceful strides towards him, her every step a siren's call to men. Suddenly, a flash of recognition illuminated Sun Wuling's mind. He knew who she was. He shot her an annoyed glare, crossing his arms defensively, and with a hint of chill in his voice, remarked, "Do refrain from speaking ambiguously." Then, shifting his tone to one of playful intrigue, he added, "Had you not donned those garments, I might have failed to recognize you. Now, tell me, what is it that you desire from me?" Chapter 54. The horse-riding Prince Chi-Chi, the Bull Demon King, and Sun Wukong observed Sun Wuling with astonishment. He truly recognized her. "Wuling, when did you become acquainted with such a stunning beauty?" The Bull Demon King inquired wide-eyed. Sun Wukong, clutching his head in distress, felt as if he were losing his mind. This was a disaster. Who was this woman? Sun Wuling had a female companion. This could lead to chaos. Perhaps even the birth of a new parallel world. Chi-Chi, too, was taken aback. While she understood Sun Wuling's flirtatious nature, she also knew he possessed an icy demeanor, making this turn of events perplexing. Sun Wuling turned to Sun Wukong, smiling. "Do you recall? It was during our inaugural participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament, in the first round of the top 8. She was my opponent." Sun Wukong's eyes widened in realization as relief washed over him. "Ah, yes, she was the one who fought you. The one who stripped? Sun Wuling acknowledged Sun Wukong's distinctive memory. Indeed, that was the case. Back then, during their initial foray into the World Martial Arts Tournament, his opponent had been Lan Fong. Sun Wukong's description was spot on. Upon hearing their exchange, Lan Fong merely cast a sultry glance, partially concealing her allure. "So, it seems you needed me to shed my clothes for you to recognize me. Dear Wuling, would you be so kind as to assist me in this endeavor? I am eager to get to know you better. I implore you." The Bull Demon King covered his nose. Such provocative words, combined with Lan Fong's enchanting form, nearly ignited a long-dormant fire within him. After all, he was also a disciple of the Turtle Hermit. Sun Wuling clenched his fists, seemingly restraining himself, his voice low and grave. "It appears you are unprepared for a proper conversation. Lan Fong, I am a staunch advocate of gender equality. I treat both men and women with equal regard." Lan Fong, undeterred, drew closer, allowing Sun Wuling to catch a whiff of her intoxicating fragrance. "Dear brother, did you not mention that you struggled to recognize me while I was clothed?" She lightly traced her finger along Sun Wuling's chin, her vibrant lips curving into a teasing smile, exuding an air of tantalizing possibilities. "I, too, believe in gender equality. Please, do not regard me as merely human." Dear Wuling, unable to contain himself any longer, Sun Wuling let out a cold laugh, and, before the astonished gazes of Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, and the Bull Demon King, delivered a swift blow to Lan Fong's head. Ouch, that hurt. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piccolo, Sun Gohan, Yamcha, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Danon gathered, mere spectators akin to those munching popcorn. Meanwhile, Bidalai and Vegeta were in a state of disarray, panting heavily, with Bidalai sporting a particularly noticeable bruise on her left eye, and Vegeta equally worse for wear. Neither party had truly gone for the kill. They were evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand. "I'm the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly be outdone by a mere girl with incomplete teeth?" Vegeta fumed, his attire tattered and his temper flaring, while Bidalai remained undeterred, her fighting spirit ablaze. "Prince, are you capable of riding a horse, Vegeta?" Bidalai challenged, her unwavering gaze fixed on him, unwilling to concede. Danon, watching from a distance, felt the urge to intervene. If only Sun Wuling could overhear, he would undoubtedly scoff. Knowing that Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, would indeed ride on Bulma, Vegeta, now nearly immune to Bidalai's sharp tongue, regarded her coolly, retorting, "You merely enjoyed good fortune by catching Sun Wuling's eye. Bidalai, do not let it go to your head. Neither you nor Sun Wuling will ever surpass us Saiyans." Vegeta had learned from the destroyer Angel Rose that in the future, Sun Wuling would rank second in the universe, a being even the omnipotent Zeno could not eradicate. Who, he pondered, was this Zeno? If Sun Wuling were destined to be the second strongest in the universe, then Vegeta would strive to be the first. He would surpass all, including Zeno, upon hearing Vegeta's declaration. Bidalai began to clap, giving him a thumbs up, her face lit with a mischievous smile. "The skies have cleared. The rain has ceased, and our horse-riding scion prince feels empowered. She then stuck out her tongue in mockery. Turning her thumb down, "You bit a lie." Vegeta's fury surged, his power seemingly escalating further till he realized he had underestimated his own patience. All he desired was to silence Biddleye's incessant chatter. "Come, Vegeta! If you cannot defeat me, you stand no chance against Master Wooling. You might as well don a dress." Unfazed, Biddleye engaged Vegeta in combat, their fists and feet flying like the wind, leaving only afterimages for Son Gohan, Piccolo, and the others to perceive. "Biddleye, silence your tongue." Final flash. Kamehameha. The clash of their energy waves erupted, sending them both reeling back, gathering their respective powers. Boom. The Kamehameha collided with the final flash, the latter overpowering the former. Biddleye gritted her teeth. She had lost. Vegeta had grown stronger during their battle, and she was filled with dissatisfaction, her lips pursed in frustration. "You insufferable scion." The final flash pierced through Biddleye, and Vegeta's demeanor had shifted. He acknowledged Sun Wuling's pupil as just as irritatingly talkative as Sun Wukong himself. Grabbing the unconscious Biddleye, he flung her into Dandan's arms. Dandan, alarmed, rushed to catch the exhausted girl, feeling her pulse steady beneath his grip, and breathed a sigh of relief. She simply fainted from exhaustion. "I did not harm her." Vegeta scoffed, though inwardly he reveled in his recent triumph. He had sensed a significant increase in his power, and more importantly, he was inching closer to achieving Super Saiyan status. Clenching his fists, a grin spread across his face as he declared, "Sun Wukong, await my ascension. When I transform into a Super Saiyan, I shall extract every single one of your teeth." Chapter 55. Krillin and Zyralin at Bowsy Mountain. Lan Fong cradled her throbbing head, tears glistening in her eyes, appearing pitiful with a prominent bump. Was it necessary to resort to such extremes? Why not converse like civilized beings? Sun Wukong's actions earned a thumbs up from the couple. Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong, though their thoughts diverged. Chi-Chi mused, "Impressive. Sun Wukong remains the same. It was necessary to discipline that shameless vixen." Sun Wukong pondered, "I genuinely believe Sun Wukong was involved with that stripping woman. Thankfully, he is still himself. Yet, how did he end up with that android? I'm sorry. That really hurt." "Sun Wukong, you remain as merciless as ever." Lan Fong pouted, rising to her feet, her flirtatious demeanor quelled. In truth, I intended to seek you out when I saw Dandan promoting your celestial flow on television. However, it would be even better if I could become Dandan's wife." Lan Fong gazed at the energy blade that Sun Wukong had already conjured, swiftly shaking her head and retracting her smile. Dispersing the energy blade in her hand, Sun Wukong remarked, "In that case, you must be aware of the Korin Tower. I specifically instructed Satan to clarify everything regarding the Korin Tower. I have ascended it." Lan Fong produced a photograph featuring herself alongside the Korin Sage. In this, she revealed a bag containing 5 magical beans obtained from the Korin Sage, adhering to the prudent principle of not placing all eggs in one basket. Sun Wukong refrained from taking all the magical beans, deeming it sufficient to take only what he needed. After all, he still had a barrel's worth left. It seemed that the Korin Sage had provided Lan Fong with magical beans, indicating that he would no longer face the issue of running out of stock. The magical beans, it appeared, were indeed genuine. Sun Wukong looked at Lan Fong and inquired, "If that's the case, why not simply declare your apprenticeship? Why endure a beating from Uncle Neo Mo Wong and his wife?" Lan Fong laughed heartily, "Because I aspire to be a Master's wife." "Alas, it seems I have missed my chance, Master Wukong." Her manner of address had shifted, and she no longer flaunted herself before him as she once did. Sun Wukong fell into contemplation. His disciple, Son Gohan, was one among few, besides Biddy Lee and Satan, who had gained renown in the spirit and immortal realm. Yet he had only 3 disciples, Biddy Lee, Satan, and Son Gohan. Son Gohan and Biddy Lee were still quite young. At times, when he saw Biddy Lee serving him tea or sweeping the floor, he couldn't help but feel as though he were exploiting child labor. Most importantly, Lan Fong had ascended the Korin Tower and was quite pleasing to the eye. During moments of ennui, He could even have her don those charming JK uniforms or playful bunny and fox outfits to indulge his visual senses. All right then, since you climbed the Corinne Tower, I consent. Lanfang. Sun Wukong accepted her, akin to Violet, a character who would likely not reappear, similar to Lan Chi, who had vanished without a trace. Moreover, there was the unfortunate King Kappa, who, along with Sun Wukong, had encountered various figures during the martial arts world tournament. In Sun Wukong's memory, after the conclusion of the 22nd Martial Arts World Tournament, the great Demon King Piccolo's minions had wreaked havoc, leading to the emergence of the new generation of Piccolo in the subsequent tournament. This had resulted in many martial artists never participating again, hence the increasingly frivolous nature of the tournaments. Even individuals like Satan could claim victory. However, times had changed. Even the woman Sun Wukong referred to as the striptease lady had scaled the Corinne Tower. Sun Wukong was left wondering if King Kappa and others like him still practiced martial arts as he did. The Pilaf gang remained in his service, living in dire straits as for their dreams of world domination. They were frightened by Sun Wukong's declaration that he would swiftly pull them down from their lofty ambitions. Making the most of resources, Ashio had become the gatekeeper at the entrance of his martial arts dojo. Sun Wukong recalled that his head was quite useful. Much like Bulma, he was an inventor, yet his ambitions had always been too grand. Thus, Sun Wukong assigned him the task of guarding the gate and relaying messages. As for Xiao Wu, serving tea and cleaning, he occasionally had her don some bunny girl or black silk attire for a visual treat. After all, Xiao Wu's beauty was undeniable, and she was quite capable in combat. Biddy Li was liberated from her chores, only occasionally running errands for Sun Wukong. After a day of training, both Biddy Li and Lanfang would serve him tea, massage his shoulders, and knead his legs. Sometimes even dressing in bunny girl or fox girl outfits. Occasionally, Xiao Wu would join in, creating an atmosphere unlike anything he had experienced at previous conventions. In terms of beauty, few could rival Lanfang, Xiao Wu, or Biddy Li, and at those conventions he often encountered heartbreak. After learning about Sun Wukong from Sun Wukong, the turtle sage couldn't help but drool with envy, wishing he too could enjoy such pleasures. Why, he wondered, did the turtle school he founded lack beautiful young women? As time passed, a year had elapsed, this moment. In the turtle house, dust descended, casting a crimson glow over the coast, under the brilliance of the evening glow. Violet stood on the beach, gazing at the horizon. Since learning about the androids from Krillin, she had been troubled, her long purple hair billowing in the wind, forming a picturesque scene. Dr. Gero, androids. Each time she heard these words, fear gripped her heart. She was a traitor to the Red Ribbon Army, and even though Krillin reassured her not to be afraid, she trembled uncontrollably. She would even awaken from nightmares. Violet, Krillin approached her, clad in a martial arts uniform. Are you still afraid? I apologize, I am too weak. Krillin forced a smile. Though we are all Earthlings, I lack the talent of Wukong, who can create his own martial arts practice. If only I were as strong as Wukong. Perhaps you wouldn't have to fear. Violet turned to him, placing her finger on his lips. Do not say such things, Krillin. I don't know why, but I constantly feel an unsettling anxiety. Ever since I took the Red Ribbon Army's treasury, I have felt lost until I met you. It felt like I had finally landed. Thank you, Krillin. Krillin blushed slightly. It's nothing. It just happened that Yamcha and I ran into each other. Violet grasped Krillin's hands, her clear eyes trembling as she looked at him, devoid of her usual bold demeanor. Krillin, I like you. Let us marry. Upon uttering those words, her cheeks flushed crimson, nearly reaching her neck, as if she had made a monumental decision. Krillin. Ah. The turtle sage and the sea turtle watching the scene were equally astonished, never expecting to witness such a confessional moment, akin to a scene from a soap opera. Chapter 56. The butterfly of this year. He has been confessed to. Krillin felt dazed, joyful. He was elated. Unlike Sun Wukong, who pursued martial arts with unwavering focus, it was impossible for him to not have feelings for Violet. However, his shyness and restraint made it difficult for him to respond. Until this moment, he had received a confession from Violet. Marriage? Krillin forced himself to remain calm. Violet, please take a moment to breathe, that I understand that your fear of the impending androids has prompted this. Tomorrow, I will take you to Wukong's dojo. With him around, you need not fear. Violet shook her head. Although Sun Wukong was handsome, in her eyes, he had been a harbinger of death when he and Sun Wukong destroyed the Red Ribbon Army's base. She could not forget the scene where Sun Wukong dismembered soldiers with his energy blade, watching as he piled their corpses and obliterated them with a ki blast, leaving not a single one to escape. Of the soldiers from the Red Ribbon Army, none but her had survived. That I am serious. Krillin. Violet gazed at him, awaiting his response. At this moment, in the martial arts dojo at Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong had concluded a day of training. Upon learning that, like Sun Wukong, he would succumb to a viral heart disease, he had utilized the Dragon Balls to wish for himself, Sun Wukong, and his friend to be free from such ailments. Even after wishing on the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong remained vigilant, and after finishing his training, he would have Biddy Li, Lan Fong, and Xiao Wu assist him with massages to ensure he was in peak condition. Today, only Biddy Li was present, donning a JK sailor outfit. Though bashful, she busily massaged Sun Wukong's limbs and various beneficial acupoints, helping him stretch and relax. Observing Sun Wukong's slightly troubled demeanor, Biddy Li comforted him. Master Wukong, there is no need to worry. The dragon has granted your wish and departed. Right? Tomorrow, I will retrieve the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, so you can rest assured. Sun Wukong shook his head, turning to look at Biddy Li, who was seated on his back, massaging him. He smiled. No need to search. Biddy Li. By the way, I only asked Lan Fong and Xiao Wu to wear these outfits for visual enjoyment. So why have you put one on too? Biddy Li paused, slightly annoyed as she pouted. Master Wukong, do you not like how I look in this? No, you look quite adorable in that. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, though he silently thought to himself. I hope Gohan doesn't hold this against me later. It's not like you were in a good mood, Master Wukong. Otherwise, why would I dress like this? Biddy Li said, her cheeks flushed. Sun Wukong managed a forced smile, saying, one future warrior claims I will die of viral heart disease in 2 years, while another says it will be 3 years from now. It's all illness. How could I possibly be happy? Biddy Li, as Biddy Li's eyes flickered with thought, she pondered the origins of the androids. Her father, Satan, had once spoken to her about the infamous Red Ribbon Army, a formidable force in its time. Satan had informed her that the military strength of the Red Ribbon Army was sufficient to conquer the world. Master Wukong, could you enlighten me about the Red Ribbon Army? How did you and Uncle Wukong dismantle it? Sun Wukong gazed at his fingers, conjuring a miniature ki blade. That time, he and Sun Wukong had been beneath the Korin Tower, where he had used the ki blade to vanquish Tao Pai Pai. After reducing Tao Pai Pai's corpse to ashes, he had carried Sun Wukong up the Korin Tower. Consequently, 3 days after Tao Pai Pai's demise, the Red Ribbon Army learned of his death and summoned forces from other branches back to headquarters, activating all defensive systems. It was during this time that his mindset transformed toward his enemies. His energy became as sharp as the ki blade, and he annihilated them all. Nearly 1 million Red Ribbon soldiers fell to his ki blade, and it was then that his technique grew increasingly refined and lethal. Although a few managed to escape, the vast majority of the Red Ribbon soldiers met their end at his hands. Ultimately, he obliterated the Red Ribbon Army's base with the Turtle Destruction Wave. Following this, he learned of other Red Ribbon Army bases through the Dragon Balls, and with Sun Wukong, he dismantled the remaining branches. Having recounted the tale to Biddy Li, he noticed her admiration, which filled him with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Incredible, Master Wukong. You and Uncle Wukong bravely charged against 1 million-strong army. That's astonishing. I wish I could return to that time and join you in using the ki blade to slay those wicked foes. Aren't you afraid, Biddy Li? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, recalling how Bulma had been frightened of him after witnessing his ruthless destruction of the Red Ribbon soldiers. Not at all, Biddy Li quickly retorted. When I was younger, my father told me tales of the Red Ribbon Army. They were terrorists so fearsome that even kings could not contend with them. Those villains deserved their fate. Wukong chuckled, shaking his head. He had never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. Biddy Li was still quite young, lacking a clear understanding of good and evil. Perhaps she would grasp it better as she matured. Furthermore, Master Wukong, my father warned me never to wander alone at night, lest I be captured by the Red Ribbon thugs who would extract my heart, and my neighbors would often say that if I disobeyed my father, he might sell me to those Red Ribbon scoundrels. Biddy Li seemed to have opened a floodgate, massaging Sun Wukong while recounting tales of her childhood fears regarding the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong, it's Krillin on the phone. Suddenly, a knock interrupted the animated conversation, followed by Xiao Wu's voice. This disruption caused Bidalai to pout in mild annoyance. All right, Sun Wukong replied, and Bidalai hopped off his back, bidding him farewell as she returned to her room to eye in the hall. After Xiao Wu handed him the phone, she retreated to her own quarters. Krillin, why are you calling me so late? Sun Wukong stretched lazily, having enjoyed Bidalai's massage, and yawned on the other end of the line. Krillin stood outside the Kame house. Sorry, Wukong, but you're the only one I could think of. I don't know if I could be a good husband, that I don't know what to do. I just promised Violet that I would marry her. Marry? Sun Wukong's mind went blank. Had he just heard Krillin correctly? Marriage. It seemed only a year had passed. Krillin was already planning to wed. But wait, wasn't he with Android 18? How had he ended up with Violet? A character who had merely appeared briefly. Was this a result of the butterfly effect stemming from his own actions? Had he inadvertently disrupted a couple from the Dragon Ball universe? Why? I haven't done anything unscrupulous. Could it be that my butterfly wings have altered Krillin's life? Sun Wukong froze, realizing the extent of his changes. Tien Shinhan was now infatuated with Launch and would likely end up with her. Yamcha had long since broken up with Bulma. Gohan had fully realized his potential. And then there was Bidalai. Satan. Sun Wukong sighed and shook his head. It appeared his butterfly wings had indeed wrought significant change. That creature, Cell, which was primarily composed of his cells, was evidently far more complex than he had initially perceived. What should I do? Wukong, I can't make up my mind. The only person I can think of is you. Can you tell me what I should do? Krillin had accepted Violet's proposal, but was now adrift, uncertain of his future. How would he navigate the new role that marriage would entail? He was engulfed in fear, concerned about failing as a husband and potentially causing Violet to suffer. Wait for me, Krillin. I'm on my way. Sun Wukong hastily hung up, placing his fingers to his forehead to sense Krillin's energy before teleporting to him. Teleporting was not a daunting skill for him to master. Having observed Sun Wukong perform it several times, he had quickly learned AT that moment. Clad in pajamas with tousled black hair, Sun Wukong stepped onto the beach of Kame House, where the gentle moonlight seemed to drench the entire world in a delicate veil. Wukong, Krillin turned, momentarily mesmerized. Under the soft glow of the moon, Sun Wukong exuded a sense of sanctity and aloofness. His handsome features, combined with the white pajamas that lent him a delicate, ethereal quality, made him appear almost divine, leaving Krillin momentarily entranced. Krillin, you're marrying Violet? What in the world is going on? Why the sudden announcement? Sun Wukong instinctively crossed his arms, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Wukong's inquiry snapped Krillin back to reality, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine, wishing he could vanish into the ground. What had he just been thinking? Had he spent too much time with Master Roshi? He had found Sun Wukong inexplicably beautiful. Krillin dropped to his knees, repeatedly banging his head against the sand in a frenzy. Startling Sun Wukong. What the heck, Krillin? Are you out of your mind? Get a grip, or I'll send you flying with a keyblade. Sun Wukong remarked dryly. Observing Krillin's frantic behavior, it seemed that the thought of marriage had driven him to madness. He had seen many colleagues, friends, and classmates similarly bewildered by the prospect of marriage, feeling as if it brought nothing but complications. Krillin, I understand you're concerned. If Violet has expressed her feelings, it means she's prepared to face the future with you. The two of you may share sweet moments, eager to announce your marriage to the world. Yet, you may also experience disagreements, as long as you believe she's the right one for you. Be bold and go for it. Just ask yourself. With that, Sun Wukong used his energy to lift Krillin, who had created a sizable dent in the beach with his hard head. Sun Wukong internally mused. That head is really tough. Speaking of the moon, Sun Wukong looked up at the bright moon in the night sky. The moon had been restored by Bulma's wish upon the Dragon Balls, as she had requested that it be returned for nighttime enjoyment, though it would no longer emit the Blutz waves that transformed Saiyans into great apes. This was something Sun Wukong had specifically instructed, and it had occurred long ago after the departure of the Namekians, prior to King Cold's arrival. It was indeed quite beautiful. Encountering the right person, Krillin fell into contemplation, contemplating courage and boldness, envisioning his future with Violet. recalling the fluttering feelings he had experienced at dusk. Thank you, Wooling. I understand what I need to do now. If Violet, a girl, can take such a step, what is holding me back? I will definitely come to you when the time comes. Wooling, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Sun Wooling nodded, though still uncertain. He pressed, Krillin, are you truly decided? Absolutely. Violet is the one I want to be with, Krillin replied resolutely. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted, leaving both Sun Wooling and Krillin momentarily stunned that it was the unmistakable energy of Vegeta. Sun Wooling slightly raised an arc of a smile and teased, this energy is quite reminiscent of Wukong and Wufan. It seems we have a Super Saiyan on our hands. Vegeta has succeeded, and it appears he shall seek me out for a challenge tomorrow. Alas, Vegeta in women's attire. Krillin conjured an image of Vegeta's muscular form clad in feminine garments. And the thought alone was a rather painful spectacle, yet oddly exhilarating that I shall take my leave now. Krillin, farewell. After bidding adieu to Krillin, Sun Wooling instantaneously transported himself back home that as for whether Vegeta could triumph over him. It was clear that only when both Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan transformed into Super Saiyans could they hope to suppress him. A one-on-one confrontation would be a futile endeavor. Vegeta had just recently transformed into a Super Saiyan. And as for combat techniques and maneuvers, Sun Wooling had never encountered defeat in that regard. Vegeta's foray into women's clothing was undoubtedly a certainty. He likely still regarded his power as it was on Namek. After all, merely a human from Earth, Vegeta's energy explosion naturally garnered the attention of Tien, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, and the other Z fighters, all of whom recalled the wager made between Sun Wooling and Vegeta. It was indeed upon them, Bulma's residence. Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber, surrounded by a swirling golden aura. Laughing maniacally, he had finally succeeded. He had become a Super Saiyan. Kakarot, Wufan, I have finally surpassed you. He bellowed with clenched fists, trembling with excitement. Sun Wooling, brace yourself. Tomorrow I shall extract every last tooth from your mouth. The transformation into a Super Saiyan would amplify one's power by a staggering 50-fold. And this sudden surge sent Vegeta's confidence soaring, leading him to feel invincible. Such a mindset was hardly unusual. It was akin to a person whose punch, previously capable of delivering a force of 5, suddenly amplified to 250. Few could maintain their composure in such a scenario. The following morning, as dawn broke, Asu and Pilaf sat at the entrance of the martial arts dojo, while Xiaowu tidied up the kitchen after breakfast. Lan Feng swept the floor, and Bai Li was training alongside Sun Wooling in the open plains. Sun Wooling was pleased with Bai Li's talent, particularly as she demonstrated a willingness to work hard. In the original Dragon Ball series, under Wufan's tutelage, it didn't take long for her to not only harness ki, but also master the flight technique. While her talent may not have rivaled that of Wufan, Wukong, or Vegeta, it was certainly commendable. Suddenly, a powerful energy approached as Vegeta, clad in a blue battle suit, landed before Sun Wooling with a confident grin. Sun Wooling, I'm here to extract every last tooth from your mouth. Are you prepared? Chapter 58. Sun Wooling versus Vegeta, haha. Our equestrian Saiyan prince has truly arrived. Bai Li laughed so hard that she rolled on the grass, her distinctive laughter evoking a sense of familiarity in Sun Wooling. He had definitely heard it before, but the memory had faded with time. This wretched little brat. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, repeatedly reminding himself not to be angered. After all, he was now a Super Saiyan and should not let himself be perturbed by a child who hadn't even lost all her baby teeth yet. Everyone has arrived. Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, Sun Wufan, and even the Ox King rushed over, joined by Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and Katsu, Master Roshi, and even Mr. Satan, who had temporarily abandoned his work to return. Why are there so many people? Vegeta's expression soured slightly. Did these onlookers wish to see him in women's attire? Just then, a plane soared through the sky, piloted by Bulma, who landed at Bowsy Mountain. After transforming the aircraft back into a capsule, she smiled. I hope I'm not too late. Why are you here? Didn't I say you weren't allowed to come? Vegeta nearly shouted upon seeing Bulma. Humph. Bulma shot him an unyielding glare, fearlessly striding toward him. Vegeta, didn't I ask you to carry me here? Why did you leave me behind to fly alone? Vegeta's face flushed red upon hearing her words, particularly under the scrutinizing gaze of Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, feeling a sudden urge to disappear into the ground. You foolish woman, what are you talking about? Carrying you is far too embarrassing. At this moment, Baidili quietly returned to her vantage point, clearly perceiving the connection between Vegeta and Bulma. Bulma approached Sun Wukong, gazing at him, sunken. It's been a while. Indeed, it's been a while, Bulma. Sun Wukong replied, cheerfully. Chi-Chi, adorned in a purple chi-pao with her hair styled in braids, stood beside him and greeted Bulma. It's been a long time, Bulma. Bulma's smile faltered slightly, her brow furrowing, before she feigned a gracious demeanor. Yes, it has been quite a while. You look lovely today, Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi stood tall with pride, her graceful figure seemingly flaunting itself before Bulma. This is all thanks to the cosmetics that Goku brought back from Yardrat. But more importantly, it is our own femininity. Duppy, by the way, what was going on between you and Vegeta just now? Are you two together? Bulma's smile vanished instantly, her expression darkening slightly before she forced a casual laugh. Yes, indeed. When the time comes for the wedding, Sun Kun and everyone else mustn't forget to come. Despite her words, the dimness in her eyes betrayed an undeniable sense of loss. Some opportunities, once missed, could never be reclaimed. Chi-Chi wrapped her arm around Sun Wukong's, laughing, of course. My husband Goku, and everyone will be there. Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, Master Roshi, Mr. Satan, and Sun Wufan stood at a distance, observing Sun Wukong caught between Bulma and Chi-Chi, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Ideally glanced at Vegeta, then back at Bulma, musing to herself, Super Saiyans have golden hair. I wonder if Vegeta will turn green? With a swift motion, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and engaged Sun Wukong in battle. He knew the extent of Sun Wukong's power. Without transforming, he was acutely aware he had no hope of victory. Sun Wukong pressed his palms together and then opened them, conjuring 6 Kamehameha waves under his control, launching them toward Vegeta. Vegeta conjured a key wave to counter Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, but one Kamehameha was sent flying by Vegeta's fist. Crashing into a distant mountain, Vegeta, seething, demanded, Why aren't you using your energy blade? Do you look down on me? Sun Wukong spread his fingers wide, summoning mini energy blades on each fingertip, directing them toward Vegeta. The mini energy blades, though small, were razor sharp and could not be underestimated. Vegeta's lips curled in frustration. He could not forget how Sun Wukong had severed his tail with those very mini energy blades, which had yet to grow back. Power Cannon! Vegeta unleashed his most potent ki wave, obliterating all of Sun Wukong's mini energy blades, charging toward him with unbridled force. Protective Barrier. Sun Wukong extended his left hand, forming a silver barrier resembling glass to intercept Vegeta's power cannon. With his right hand, he gathered a green energy, crackling with electricity, which spread along the trajectory of Vegeta's power cannon and flash, leaving Vegeta no opportunity to react. The green energy enveloped Vegeta, with continuous arcs of electricity striking him. Vegeta let out a cry of agony, finding himself bound and unable to move. What is this? He struggled to break free, but to no avail. The electric arcs relentlessly assaulted him, causing him considerable discomfort. This is Master Roshi's Universal Shock Palm. Krillin, Sun Wukong, and Yamcha immediately recognized the technique Sun Wukong had used to ensnare Vegeta. Master Roshi chuckled wryly, and to think Sun Wukong unleashed it with just one hand. I truly am getting old. Sun Wukong's talent is indeed formidable. At that moment, with the Universal Shock Palm binding Vegeta, their forms immobilized. Even Bulma, an ordinary person, could discern the situation at hand. Wasn't this the technique used by Sun Wukong during their first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Master Roshi nodded with a smile, leaning slightly toward Bulma, only to receive a resounding slap from her. A gleaming crown atop his head bore the unmistakable imprint of a hand, as he declared, Ahem, Sun Wukong can effortlessly bind Vegeta with the world-shocking palm using but one hand. Now, Vegeta has lost, and in the face of the current Sun Wukong's, even transformed into a Super Saiyan, he could never escape the world-shocking palm. Alas, cross-dressing, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, entirely oblivious to Vegeta's almost crumbling demeanor. While Chi-Chi eagerly produced a camera, she never entertained the notion that Sun Wulings could be defeated. Biddy wore a mischievous grin, promptly dragging Sun Gohan back to the dojo, with Fox Girls, Bunny Girls, and JK uniforms among other outfits. Trapped within the world-shocking palm, Vegeta felt a chill run through him. It was over, everything was lost. Why? Why is it that despite transforming into a Super Saiyan, I still cannot defeat you? Sun Wulings? Vegeta shouted defiantly. Observing Vegeta's resignation to defeat, Sun Wulings dissipated the energy slash in the world-shocking palm, donning a sinister smile. Chapter 59, Vegeta's public humiliation while you are growing stronger. Vegeta, we have not been idle either. The reason you believe you have surpassed Goku, me, and Gohan is merely an illusion brought about by a sudden 50-fold increase in your power. Sun Wulings crossed his arms, gazing at the beleaguered Vegeta, and delivered the crux of his message. Vegeta, you have lost. Do you remember our agreement? Cackbang! Vegeta's expression turned to one of shock, almost petrified, as he transformed back into a Super Saiyan, preparing to flee, only to be instantly restrained by Goku and Sun Wulings, who had teleported and seized his shoulders. Sun Wulings, Kakarot, let go of me. No, Vegeta, Sun Wulings retorted. This was your stipulation. I lost. You remove all my teeth. You lost. You don women's clothing for a day. Surely our Saiyan prince would not renege on his word. It is nearly noon. Cross-dressing today, sleep it off tonight, and it will be over by tomorrow morning. If you delay, well, I can teleport at any moment, and you might not know when I will suddenly appear. Vegeta, it is best to honor the agreement. Goku added, running away now would not reflect well on you. Kakarot, Sun Wulings, spare me. Cross-dressing is far too humiliating. Vegeta pleaded, his demeanor drastically altered as he begged for mercy. I know shame. I agree, Vegeta, but let it be, brother. We shall release you. Upon hearing Sun Wulings' words, Goku hesitated but ultimately acquiesced, believing Sun Wulings would not truly let Vegeta off the hook. Our riding Saiyan prince is unwilling. We cannot force him, lest we appear aggressive. Biddy Lee's reference to Vegeta amused Sun Wulings. Indeed, the title of riding Saiyan prince was quite fitting. Ah, is Vegeta trying to back out? Goku quipped. What happened to the cross-dressing? Alas, it seems this riding Saiyan prince is indeed trying to weasel out of it. Very well, brother, you can take his place. We cannot let everyone leave disappointed. Goku nodded. All right, since Vegeta refuses, I shall step in. Speaking of which, when we first encountered Oolong, I dressed as a woman to fool him, and then Bulma showed up? Yes, I remember. Bulma was quite the narcissist and infatuated back then. Sun Wulings silently mused. Truly, she was the comedic relief at the beginning of Dragon Ball, almost on par with Aqua, which failed to pique my interest. Wait, Aqua? That reminds me of Biddy Lee's previous laughter. No wonder it sounded so familiar. Sun Wulings felt a pang of anxiety. He hoped he wasn't leading Biddy Lee astray. The thought of Biddy Lee, with hair reminiscent of Bulma's, transforming into that Aqua-like figure filled him with an inexplicable guilt for Son Gohan. He hoped this original couple could remain together. Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his fists, his discomfort growing with each mention of Saiyan Prince, and upon hearing that Goku might take his place, he exploded. Kakarot, shut your mouth. I do not need you to take my place. Humph, if I must cross-dress, then so be it. Just a day, right? What have I not seen? Why should I fear cross-dressing? Sun Wulings, I keep my word. Lead the way. Vegeta huffed, especially as he noticed Master Roshi, Yamcha, and the others preparing their cameras, all eagerly anticipating his humiliation. As Sun Wulings guided Vegeta to the dojo, Biddy Lee wasted no time in presenting an array of female outfits, including Beast Girl costumes and bikinis, leaving Vegeta's face pale. Biddy Lee, what on earth are these clothes you brought? Vegeta thought Biddy Lee was as mischievous as Sun Wulings, with her bikinis, thongs, and skirts. The mere thought of wearing such garments filled him with overwhelming shame. Haha, I thought you would back out, Vegeta. Hurry and choose. All these are outfits for girls, haha. I can't take it anymore, Master Wulings. I must laugh first. Biddy Lee laughed uncontrollably, while Lan Fong, Pilaf, and the others stared wide-eyed. Especially Little Wu, whose eyes were as big as saucers. You scoundrels, Sun Wulings, Bitterly, your hearts are utterly wicked. Kakarot, did you not agree to cross-dress too? Come join me. Vegeta yanked Goku into the fray, unwilling to endure this humiliation alone. Gah, why must I dress up too? Goku protested. One cannot allow the great Vegeta to cross-dress alone. Kakarot, you come here, Vegeta insisted, forcibly pushing Goku towards the changing room, tossing a bikini top and square shorts inside. While he selected a JK uniform, the remaining bikinis and Beast Girl outfits were far too mortifying. Sun Wulings and Bitterly gaped in astonishment. Chi-Chi attempted to intervene, but Bulma stopped her. Ah, how I miss the days when Sun Jun dressed as a woman. Right, Oolong? Bulma smiled at Oolong. Oolong pouted in dissatisfaction, remaining silent. Master Wulings, is Vegeta really an idiot? Why not choose a bikini? Bitterly asked, still dazed. Sun Wulings nodded in agreement, while Chi-Chi, filled with indignation, questioned, Wulings, why do you not stop Goku? Sister-in-law, brother is innocent, but not foolish. You will understand when he emerges. Sun Wulings explained. Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback, but, trusting Sun Wulings, said nothing further. Vegeta and Goku emerged from the changing room, Goku still clad in his orange martial arts uniform, complemented by blue undergarments, while Vegeta donned a green JK uniform, leaving Sun Wulings and the others utterly stunned. Vegeta, upon seeing Goku's unchanged appearance, erupted in fury. Kakarot, where's your cross-dressing outfit? Goku chuckled, pointing at his attire. Of course it's under my clothes. The swimsuit is hidden beneath. Why, Vegeta, do you wear a skirt? Goku's final question struck like a death blow, plunging Vegeta into despair. What had he done? He was now facing public humiliation, a moment that would forever be etched in his memory as an unerasable black mark on his past. Haha, this is too much. Master Wulings, your carefully prepared bikini went unused. Haha. Bitterly burst into laughter, clutching her stomach, prompting hysterical laughter from Tianjin, Oolong, Yamcha, Pooh, Air, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and others, their mirth nearly shaking the ceiling. Sun Wulings shrugged innocently at the nearly petrified Vegeta, saying, You chose this yourself. Do not blame me. I specifically prepared a bikini swimsuit. You opted for the JK uniform. Vegeta. Chapter 60. The unfortunate groom that day felt interminable for Vegeta. Half a month had passed since his cross-dressing ordeal. Sun Wukong surveyed the pockmarked ground, remnants of his battle with Vegeta, and noted the extensive environmental destruction. Reliance on the Dragon Balls could not be the norm. He pondered if there existed techniques to confine enemies or relocate the battlefield to a different environment. Perhaps protective barriers could be employed. As a traveler from another realm, Sun Wukong was reluctant to pursue Saiyan bloodlines. He had never complained, even without a system, for his past life memories endowed him with numerous potential references. While deep in thought, he was interrupted by Goku's sudden arrival. Wulings, I apologize for making you wait. Just a moment. Sun Wukong stood, shaking his head. No worries, with instant transmission. It's no issue. By the way, Yamcha's gathering. Will Vegeta truly attend? Goku chuckled. Ever since the cross-dressing incident, Bulma mentioned that Vegeta's personality has changed quite a bit. He's still proud, but has become more talkative. Indeed, Sun Wukong tilted his head, pondering whether the incident of cross-dressing had profoundly affected Vegeta, to the extent that it altered his very character. Yet, one could hardly blame him. Even Sun Wukong recognized the wisdom in choosing a bikini. It was Vegeta's own decision not to select one. Brother, the time until the promised appearance of the androids draws ever closer, and your physique appears remarkably robust. There are no signs of ailment whatsoever. This moment. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with twin beams of violet light, radiating like the stars above. The spirit eye. This was a technique developed by Sun Wukong during this period, infusing the essence of nature into his gaze, enabling him to perceive the condition of both the body and the soul. Moreover, his original soul impact, enhanced by the spirit eye, gained formidable strength. Even foes of comparable might would be affected by its influence. Under the scrutiny of the spirit eye, both Sun Wukong's physical and spiritual states appeared exceedingly healthy. Sun Wukong had always been curious. and having made a wish with the Dragon Balls, it seemed that Sun Wukong's viral heart condition would no longer manifest. Sun Wukong's eyes mirrored Sun Wuling's. Suffused with a soft purple glow, he had not forgotten the words of the Destroyer Angel, and after Sun Wukong unveiled the Spirit Eye, he immediately sought to master this technique himself. You too. Wukong, your body and soul are in splendid health. You hardly resemble someone who could fall ill. Sun Wukong maintained a facade of calm, yet internally he harbored concern, for his viral heart disease had long been cured, and he was resolute that Sun Wukong would not perish this time. In an instant, Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong teleported to Kame House. Present in the humble abode, aside from the two of them, were Yamcha, Master Roshi, Vegeta, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Chaozu. All NIT was indeed a cause for celebration, as Tien Shinhan and Launch had finally come together. Krillin and Violet were also to wed, and Vegeta with Bulma, with all three weddings occurring simultaneously. The sight of Vegeta consenting to marry Bulma was something Sun Wukong had never anticipated. Goodness, Krillin, how have you become as dark as Mr. Popo? Upon entering the room, Sun Wukong was greeted by the sight of Krillin, whose head resembled a lump of charcoal, his lips of vivid crimson, looking utterly pitiable. It startled him greatly, and Sun Wukong gazed at Krillin in disbelief, as if he were a completely different person. Here, have some fruit. Wukong. Yamcha tossed a banana to Sun Wukong and another to Sun Wukong. Thank you, Sun Wukong, while savoring the banana, curiously inquired, Yamcha, what inspired you to invite everyone for a gathering? Even Vegeta is here. And what has happened to Krillin? Krillin, caught between laughter and restraint, replied, there's nothing too scandalous. I simply went out to see why you were delayed, and then I was struck by lightning. Yes, lightning on a clear day. Krillin managed a strained smile, exasperated at the absurdity of being struck by lightning under a bright sky. Vegeta, irritated by Sun Wukong's previous comment, angrily hurled the banana peel left over from his snack at Sun Wukong. Retorting, Sun Wukong, what's wrong with my presence? Do you have an issue with it? Sun Wukong tossed back his own banana peel, and they collided on the ground. Not at all. I was merely taken aback. Yamcha chuckled, adding because of Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Vegeta, who are all getting married. Under Chi-Chi's watchful eye, Wukong rarely gets the chance to indulge anymore. Today, let us drink until we can no longer stand. Drink until we drop. Ha, cheers! After setting the table, Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, and the others raised their glasses in a toast, downing their drinks in one go. This was a gathering of men, a celebration for Vegeta, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin. Suddenly, Sun Wukong noticed Tien Shinhan, after finishing his drink, picking at his teeth. This sight made him shudder, recalling certain superstitions about weddings that I am aware of some wedding-related customs. It is said that prior to the ceremony, the bride and groom should refrain from excessive movement, as it brings misfortune. At this, Krillin, now resembling Mr. Popo, froze momentarily. Is that truly so? Wukong, Sun Wukong nodded, affirming, there are countless instances, the most unfortunate being struck by lightning on a sunny day, getting food lodged between your teeth from drinking cold water, and slipping on a fart. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Tien Shinhan could not help but twitch his lips, finding some truth in what he said. Vegeta, crossing his arms, scoffed, what utter nonsense, Sun Wukong. I have witnessed many weddings and have never encountered such calamities. Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air, plunging the room into silence. And it was not over. Vegeta, stepping upon the banana peel discarded by Sun Wukong, slipped, landing on one knee, and his chin collided with the table. Good grief! Yamcha exclaimed, incredulous that a fart had indeed led to a misstep, while Sun Wukong and Chaozu quickly steadied the table to catch the drinks before they spilled. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow. Ah, what terrible luck! Speaking of which, just before the wedding, a great fire broke out at Chi-Chi's family home, nearly consuming everything. Sun Wukong crossed his arms, chuckling, indeed, weddings are best kept at a distance. Remaining single is far less troublesome. Ha! One struck by lightning, another with a toothache from drinking, yet another slipping on a fart. And a home nearly burned down. Ha! Yamcha, Chaozu, Master Roshi, look at these four unfortunate souls. Chaozu, Yamcha, and Master Roshi exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Vegeta, Krillin, Tin Shinhan, and Sun Wukong clenched their fists, each silently resolving to ensure that Sun Wukong would remember this moment when his own wedding arrived. Chapter 61. The familiar melody at the wedding. The day of the wedding approached ever closer. Bulma and Vegeta, Krillin and Violet, Tien Shinhan and Launch. All three couples were set to wed simultaneously. It was a mystery whether the previous incident of cross-dressing had impacted Vegeta so profoundly that he ultimately agreed to marry Bulma. The ceremony would take place on a private island owned by Bulma's family. And Sun Wukong found himself deep in thought about what gift would be most appropriate. A monetary gift felt inappropriate, as this was not his past life. For Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi's wedding, he had gifted a pair of silver bracelets. What could convey his sentiments? Perhaps another bracelet. But as he pondered, Sun Wukong recalled the handmade music boxes he had crafted himself. Not only that, but the melody was one he had specially composed. A tune reminiscent of his unforgettable journey with the Dragon Balls. After much effort, he had finally succeeded. Although he had learned some skills from a talented artisan in his past life, he was a bit rusty. Yet he managed to produce 3 music boxes in time. At last, the day of the wedding arrived. After enjoying a massage from the lovely Lan Fong, the enchanting little dance, and the charming bunny girl, Sun Wukong indulged in a refreshing slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, he felt utterly rejuvenated. "Wukong, are you awake?" Sun Wukong entered the living room, where 2 cups of medicinal concoction awaited them, prepared by Bidalai. Upon learning of his impending demise due to viral heart disease, Sun Wukong had pushed himself to become a doctor, diligently consuming the special medicine and taking great care of his health. "Should I tell Wukong that my viral heart condition has been cured by Rose?" Observing Sun Wukong's diligent efforts, Sun Wukong felt a pang of guilt, yet he knew he could not reveal the truth, lest the secret be uncovered. Sun Wukong raised his cup, suppressing his discomfort, and drank the milk-like potion, which remained bitter even after daily consumption. Bitter medicine is beneficial for the body. Better to prevent illness than to face dire consequences. He thought, "You don't genuinely wish to fall ill, do you, brother?" Sun Wukong, clad in a sharp suit, watched Sun Wukong's face contort in distaste, as if his features were about to twist together. He took the cup to fetch hot water, pouring a cup for Sun Wukong as well. "I understand, but it is exceedingly bitter." Sun Wukong said nothing, raising the cup filled with the milky potion and downing it in one gulp. After finishing the medicine, he quickly accepted the hot water Sun Wukong offered. Together, Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, accompanied by Bidalai, Daz, Chi-Chi, and Sun Gohan, teleported to their destination. Yamcha, Oolong, Puer, Master Roshi, Chaozu, Dr. Brief, and Mrs. Brief were already present. Moreover, there was a blonde woman whom Sun Wukong had never encountered before, who bore a striking resemblance to Bulma. "Hello, I am Tais, Bulma's sister." Tais introduced herself confidently to Sun Wukong and the others. Bulma's sister, Sun Wukong, and the others were taken aback, and even Sun Wukong paused in surprise. However, upon reflection, it made sense. In the memories of the Dragon Balls, Bulma and Vegeta had not yet wed, and now that they were, it was only natural for Tais, as Bulma's sister, to attend this momentous occasion. However, what captured Sun Wukong's attention was a member of the Galactic Patrol named Jack, which is directly overseen by the Galactic King, akin to a police force. The wedding venue was filled with familiar faces. And at this moment, Vegeta donned a white suit. Even as he was linked arm in arm with Bulma, who was clad in a wedding gown, there was no hint of embarrassment upon his countenance. It seemed that the incident involving cross-dressing had rendered him impervious to shame. One could only wonder whether, in the future, he would still resist the possibility of merging with Sun Wukong to become Vegeto or Gogeta. Even as night fell, there was no indication of the festivities winding down. Vegeta, Tien, and Krillin had indulged a bit too much of it thanks to Sun Wukong's generous pouring. "Wukong, is this the music box you gifted me?" Bulma inquired, holding the music box that Sun Wukong had presented to her and Vegeta, adorned with their photograph, identical to the one given to Krillin and Tien. "Indeed, this is a creation of my own hands, and I meticulously selected the melody within. It took considerable effort," Sun Wukong replied. "The tune is quite unfamiliar to me," Bulma said as she opened the music box, and a melody familiar to both Sun Wukong and many Dragon Ball enthusiasts began to resonate, although it was merely a singular tune. Upon hearing it, one could instinctively recognize it and even hum along. Gradually, Sun Wukong revealed the name of the song, leaving Bulma in disbelief, and eventually, amidst the playful urging of the crowd, he was encouraged to sing it. Accompanied by an electric guitar, the wedding culminated with Sun Wukong's performance of Gradually Attracted to You, concluding with applause from Sun Wukong, Krillin, and all in attendance, marking a splendid end to the celebration. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and others dispersed to return home. Meanwhile, in a dark, secluded underground chamber, the events of the wedding were being projected onto a massive screen, the final image freezing on Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. In a chair sat an elderly man, appearing quite frail, with a white mustache, glaring at them with seething anger. Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, did you ever think I, Dr. Gero, would still be alive, with the spirits of all the Red Ribbon armies fallen? I shall exact my revenge upon you. Dr. Gero's fists clenched tightly, his voice dripping with unbridled hatred, revealing a hint of madness as he uttered such words repeatedly. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a humanoid mass within a petri dish. Despite being merely human, it could overpower Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Sun Wukong, you never expected this, did you? Using you, a unique Earthling, as a basis, I have created the ultimate android. The spirits of those who perished under your ki blast will surely be pleased. Yet, what is the nature of this girl who resembles Android 18? Dr. Gero's words shifted as he manipulated the screen, displaying a photograph of the future Destroyer Angel, Rose, interacting with others, when Android 18 and 17's parents sold them to me. They had no sister. Their parents starved to death, so 18 could not possibly have a sister. What is going on? Dr. Gero felt a sense of unease, but chose to ignore it in light of his hatred for Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. Regardless, my vengeance shall not wane. It is imminent. Once the ultimate android cell is complete, it will herald your doom. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. Prepare to meet your fate. Chapter 62. The soulless android on the morning of May 12th at 7 o'clock. The day had finally arrived. Sun Wukong, accompanied by Sun Gohan, made his way to Sun Wukong's residence. Wukong, are you ready? He called out, but received no reply, which struck him as odd. It was improbable for Sun Wukong to be absent. At that moment, Biddy Lee, dressed in matching purple martial arts attire like Sun Wukong's, entered with a tray bearing a glass of white medicinal liquid resembling milk. Sun Wukong's face fell instantly, yet after nearly 3 years. He had grown accustomed to it, and without hesitation, he lifted the cup and gulped it down. Biddy Lee said, Master Wukong left around 5 o'clock. Pilaf mentioned that when he went to the restroom, he saw Master Wukong already dressed in martial attire, heading out. Ah, so early. I hope Wukong hasn't gone ahead, Sun Wukong exclaimed, scratching his head in confusion. What did Rose say? It's been so long. I've forgotten, Biddy Lee interjected. The androids are scheduled to appear by 10 o'clock, and Dad is already on site, prepared to organize the local residents for an orderly evacuation should anything arise. Satan. Huh. He seems quite capable, commanding so many people. All right, let's head over. Sun Wukong might already be there, Sun Wukong declared, leading Sun Gohan and Biddy Lee as they flew toward their destination, deliberately suppressing their energy. Along the way, they encountered Piccolo and Krillin, ultimately arriving at a small island located southwest of South City. Tien and Yamcha were already waiting there. Is Master Wukong not here? Biddy Lee asked, scanning the surroundings without spotting Sun Wukong. Yamcha inquired with concern. What's wrong? Did something happen to Sun Wukong? Sun Gohan explained, No, Uncle Wukong left early. We thought he'd arrived by now, that's rather peculiar. Tien and I arrived quite early, yet we haven't seen him. If he had come, we surely would have noticed. Yamcha responded curiously. From a vantage point, Piccolo surveyed the town below and remarked, if Sun Wukong does not wish to be detected, with his control over Ki, none of us would be able to locate him. Rose mentioned that during their first encounter, Sun Wukong employed a technique that nearly trapped and eliminated androids 18, 17, and 16 that Krillin recalled. I believe it's called the Ultra Instinct Domain. Though I'm not entirely sure what that entails, it seems akin to a technique similar to the Universal Shock Palm. Sun Wukong, suddenly enlightened, laughed. Ah, that it. I felt I was forgetting something. But fear not. When the time comes, I will teleport over and ensure that Wooling doesn't harm 18. Strange, it's already past 10. Why haven't we sensed any formidable energy yet? Biddy Lee's comment prompted Tien and Yamcha to hastily join her at the valley's edge. Gazing down at the town, suddenly, Sun Wukong recalled something and turned to Biddy Lee, saying, "Right, Biddy Lee, let us use our spirit eyes." Wooling mentioned that sentient beings possess souls, and androids are bound to have souls far more pronounced than ordinary humans, making them quite conspicuous. Indeed, Uncle Wukong. Biddy Lee promptly agreed, and together they focused their eyes, which shone with a starry brilliance, employing their spirit eyes to scrutinize the activities below. Not everyone can conceal their soul like Master Wooling can with a soul barrier. Through their spirit eyes, Biddy Lee and Sun Wukong beheld a swarm of blue light points, densely packed like ants, sending shivers down their spines. So many. Ah, found him. It must be that Uncle Wukong. Look, there are two souls with particularly prominent energy. Surrounded by a vacuum where no one else is present, Biddy Lee suddenly pointed in a direction, and Sun Wukong quickly followed her gaze. Indeed, but there is not a hint of energy. Are androids truly devoid of ki? Everyone, Biddy Lee and I have located them. Quickly, follow us. Gohan, you contact Satan and initiate an evacuation. Understood, Dad. With Sun Wukong and Biddy Lee leading the charge, they soared towards the indicated location, while Gohan hurriedly dialed Satan. In the silent city, on the asphalt road, two figures moved with mechanical precision. Point 20. There are 7 unidentified life forms with abnormally high energy levels approaching us. Spoke a somewhat shorter, plump figure adorned with golden earrings and unnaturally pale skin. His head marked with the emblem of a red ribbon. His palms bore a circular device capable of absorbing energy. I have detected at 2.19. We've been discovered. The figure referred to as 20 appeared aged. His skin resembling desiccated wood, expressionless, clad in garments identical to those of Android 19, adorned with golden earrings and a black hat stamped with a red ribbon insignia. Android 19. Sun Wooling, Sun Wukong must be inside as well. Android 20. How extraordinary. We specifically chose this remote island to gather energy. It feels as if they anticipated our arrival here. Android 20 clenches fist and remarked, "Is this related to that girl who bears a striking resemblance to Android 18? Nevertheless, it is what it is. If we are discovered, so be it." Sun Wooling, Sun Wukong, prepare to face the curse from all the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. Another unusual energy approached us rapidly. Declared Android 19. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sun Wukong, Biddy Lee, and Piccolo descended one after another. Upon seeing the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army, Sun Wukong immediately recognized it. "Indeed, it is you. You're the androids," he exclaimed, pointing at the emblem. Android 20 scrutinized Sun Wukong and his companions, searching for his target, and sneered, "Where is Sun Wooling? Why isn't that killing god with you? Is he afraid? Furthermore, how did you know we were here? You are the one who should be afraid. You old fool. Master Wooling would never fear scum like you." Biddy Lee retorted angrily in response to Android 20's words. "Humph, Biddy Lee, an inexperienced brat taken in by Sun Wooling. Enough of that. Sun Wukong, first I shall eliminate you, then we will deal with Sun Wooling." Android 20 scoffed, their primary targets being Sun Wooling and Sun Wukong, that in the past, Sun Wooling and Sun Wukong had together decimated the Red Ribbon Army, shattering their dreams of world domination. Ultimately, Sun Wooling's relentless pursuit had driven the Red Ribbon Army underground. Like rats, their hatred for Sun Wooling ran deeper than that of Sun Wukong himself. Chapter 63. Sun Wooling strikes at the heart of the matter. Piccolo crossed his arms defensively, stating, "By the sound of your voice, you must be Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero is dead. What remains is the will to avenge him, embodied in the immortal androids," declared Android 20. Humph. Biddy Lee gathered her energy into a key attack and hurled it at Android 20. Bang! Android 19's eyes emitted twin lasers, shattering Biddy Lee's key attack and causing an explosion. That key attack, Sun Wooling used that very technique to slay countless soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army. Android 19 stated, "Biddy Lee, do not act rashly. These two androids are after me and Wooling. Piccolo, Krillin, I entrust this to you and Gohan." Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan stepped forward, while Satan had already evacuated the nearby residents to a bomb shelter, evidently prepared for this confrontation. How confident you are, Sun Wukong. Since the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, I have monitored everything you and Sun Wukong have done with a miniaturized detector. Whoosh, whoosh, androids 19 and 20 lunged at Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan simultaneously. Golden energy erupted as Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan transformed into Super Saiyans, colliding with androids 19 and 20. Boom. In just a few exchanges, Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong seized an opening and sent androids 19 and 20 flying. After crashing through several buildings, they landed on the ground as Super Saiyans. Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong landed gracefully. Sun Gohan remarked, "Strange, Dad. I felt like that android was absorbing my energy just now." "Yes, but the amount absorbed was negligible." Sun Wukong replied. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Sun Gohan's demeanor shifted slightly, revealing a smile that lets see whether they absorb energy faster or meet their demise sooner. At that moment, androids 19 and 20 stood up. Android 20's head was encased in a transparent blue glass dome, revealing a human-like brain within. The Super Saiyans exceeded our expectations. 20, we anticipated being killed by Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan today. Even battered, Android 19 displayed no signs of pain, stating with an air of indifference what awaited them next. Unlike the calm demeanor of Android 19, Android 20 was a half-mechanical being, embodying Dr. Gero's will. "Damn it, beasts! How do we get discovered in such a remote place? Scoundrels!" Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong. Android 20 shouted in rage and frustration. "We cannot give up like this." 19, cover me while I return to activate Android 17 and the ultimate android. "So, where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, a chilling voice interjected that moment. Vegeta appeared beside them, radiating golden energy akin to Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong. "Vegeta, it's you. That unusual energy earlier came from you." Android 20 exclaimed. Back to back, androids 19 and 20 found themselves surrounded by Sun Gohan, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. "Vegeta, you've arrived," Sun Wukong said with a hint of a smile. "Where is Sun Wukong? Where is that fellow? And what is he plotting now?" Vegeta inquired, noticing Piccolo and the others in the distance, but not spotting Sun Wukong. "That I don't know. However, there is no need for concern if a battle unfolds there. I will instantaneously teleport to prevent Sun Wukong from killing Android 18 and the others," Sun Wukong answered with a smile. Android 18. "How could you know about this?" "Wait, that girl in the photo who resembles Android 18. Ah, I see. In the future, that must be the future Android 18. Android 20 finally pieced it together, but still did not fully comprehend. "Humph," Vegeta snorted, adding, "You guessed part of it, but not entirely, Kakarot Gohan. Let us dispose of these two scrap heaps together. The priority is the ultimate android based on Sun Wukong's cells." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Indeed, to be deemed a nuisance by Rose. How delightful. Let us go." Sun Gohan followed closely, seizing an opportunity as Vegeta and Sun Gohan forcefully tore off the energy-absorbing arms of androids 19 and 20. Kamehameha, Final Flash, Special Beam Cannon. The three Super Saiyans unleashed their most potent destructive energy waves together. Rose, what is happening in the future? With their last shred of reluctance and fear, androids 20 and 19 disintegrated into dust. "That energy! Haha, it's Trunks. He has arrived," Sun Wukong exclaimed, gazing at the purple-haired youth soaring in the sky. "Trunks," Vegeta realized, recalling that he and Bulma had named their son Trunks, given the prior mention of Rose from the future. It dawned on him that she referred to another Saiyan warrior from a different timeline, his son. Could Trunks be as formidable as Sun Wukong's future daughter, Rose, capable of traversing time and space? Vegeta pondered. Trunks descended, and Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta reverted from their Super Saiyan forms. Trunks looked at Sun Wukong and the devastated town surrounding them, astonished. "Mr. Wukong, did you vanquish the androids?" Vegeta muttered in dissatisfaction, noticing that Trunks immediately sought out Sun Wukong instead of him, that he wasn't oblivious. He recognized that Bulma's affection for Sun Wukong far surpassed his own. Even when danger loomed, her first thought was Sun Wukong. Piccolo, Biddy Lee, Yamcha, and the others soon arrived. "Now I need not keep secret from you, Trunks. Our world differs significantly from yours. Everything begins with the future and Sun Wuling's daughter, Rose, out in the North City. Sun Wuling stood alone. The biting cold seemingly repelled by an invisible barrier around him. The chilling air flowed around him. There were articles in scientific magazines about Dr. Jero's past. His former research facility was established in North City. Sun Wuling glanced at the time on his wrist. It was already 9:30. So much time had passed. Surely, Wukong and Piccolo had arrived there by now. Sun Wuling surveyed the vast canyons and mountains before him. He had searched the entirety of North City, leaving only this area unexamined. Forgive me, Wukong, Vegeta, I have felt an intense unease within me. Whether it is Cell, who is based on my cells, or the one who followed Trunks here. I will not allow him to achieve his perfect form by absorbing androids 17 and 18. Clin. Your union with Ziluolan may be attributed to my influence, or perhaps other factors at play. Furthermore, there is the mention of the future 18th, as stated by Sun Wukong. I apologize. Please forgive me. Upon learning of the emergence of a cell primarily composed of my cells, I have been plagued by a profound sense of unease. This time, I shall extinguish the threat in its cradle. If it were the 17th and 18th from the desolate timelines like Trunks, I would eliminate them without hesitation. However, I hope not to encounter the frigid demeanor of Sun Wuling, who maintains a complete control over his aura, adorned in a purple martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character for Spirit, soaring towards the final unsearched canyons and mountains of Baidu. Chapter 64. In a certain underground laboratory in Baidu, within a petri dish, a being resembling an insect, sporting a pair of black wings and human-like hands, possesses green skin speckled with dark spots, and bears an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wuling, albeit with a somewhat juvenile appearance. Still retaining traces of baby fat, with a resounding crash, a fist shatters the petri dish, spilling the cultivation fluid across the floor, droplets cascading from its body, smooth and delicate, untouched by a single speck. Revived by Dr. Jero as the ultimate artificial human cell, centered around Sun Wuling's cells. What is happening? Why am I so short? Wuling's cell gazes at its hands and body, akin to that of a 5-year-old child. Yet upon recalling its deliberate escape from confinement, it finds solace. Insufficient, weak. I am far too feeble now. The 19th and 20th are hunting for me. Why does the energy erupting from that location coalesce? Have they been discovered? Wuling's cell senses the auras of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan transforming into Super Saiyans. Moreover, Vegeta is also soaring in that direction. In an instant, a possibility dawns upon Wuling's cell. The 19th and 20th, sent to hunt for him, have been detected. The cells and genetic lineage of Sun Wuling have endowed me with an extraordinary perception and absolute control over energy. Not only that, but I also possess the cells of Piccolo. Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Vegeta, Yamcha, and Klin, granting me such supreme control that even while flying, I can restrain my aura entirely. Yet Wuling's cell clenches its fists, glaring at the 3 frozen stasis chambers marked with the number 16, 17, and 18, revealing a sinister smile. However, in high-intensity battles, regardless of Sun Wuling's prowess, it is impossible to conceal one's aura entirely. I can sense the presence of Vegeta, Piccolo, Klin, Biddy Lee, Yamcha, and even the dumpling that has fought alongside Tianjin Fan. They have not participated in the battle, or perhaps that rascal Sun Wuling is nearby. The thought sends a jolt through Wuling's cell's heart. If he absorbs the life forces of the 17th and 18th, his power would undoubtedly surge, no longer resembling this childish form. Yet the mere notion of Sun Wuling being in proximity incites a tremor of fear and excitement within him. Dr. Jero's almost neurotic utterances about his hatred for Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong, particularly the former, have become tiresome. Cursed beast, you scoundrels, let you all be my scouts. I refuse to let you slip away so easily. Wuling's cell's eyes ignite with 2 beams of crimson laser, obliterating the entire laboratory, ultimately destroying the stasis chambers of the 16th, 17th, and 18th. Following a violent explosion, he swiftly conceals his aura and employs a soul barrier, shrouding even his essence. Hate this moment, Sun Wuling. Searching the mountainous regions of Baidu for Dr. Jero's laboratory, suddenly hears a thunderous explosion erupting from afar on a plain. What? What on earth is happening? If memory serves me right, it should be hidden within some mountains. Not amidst the grasslands. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, his relentless extermination of the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army has rendered them pariahs, prompting Dr. Jero to relocate the laboratory deeper underground. The 17th, 18th, and 16th. Let's hope the latter two are not the artificial beings from Trunks' timeline. Sun Wukong darts towards the imploded plane. Under normal circumstances, he would never have acted so recklessly, yet an overwhelming sense of foreboding urges him forward, for the cell primarily composed of his cells, alongside the one from Trunks' parallel universe, now presents a dire threat. Smoke envelopes the area. The door of the stasis chamber inscribed with the numbers 17 and 18 is hurled aside by a tremendous force. A young man and woman emerge from within. The youth, with a scarf around his neck and long black hair, adorned with golden earrings, conjures an energy blast upon spotting a remote control device at the entrance, shattering it effortlessly. The other, a strikingly beautiful girl with golden hair exuding an air of coldness, curiously surveys her surroundings with blue eyes, also wearing a pair of golden earrings. Has a malfunction occurred? Where's that old coot, Dr. Jero? The 17 scoffs? Who knows? That old bastard might very well be dead. The emergency stop control has also been destroyed by me. We are free now. 18. The 18th gently tosses her golden locks. Remarking, that old fool incessantly muttered about revenge against Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. It grew tiresome. There truly a 16th. Noticing a massive stasis chamber marked with the number 16, the 18th peers through the glass to see a large, muscular man with a blank expression gazing back at them. The 17th approaches with intrigue. He possesses the same permanent energy as us, yet appears different. Why does he not emerge? The 17th opens the chamber door, and the 16th rises, his imposing stature emanating an aura of pressure, with red hair atop his head, clad in a black bodysuit and green armor, his chest emblazoned with the red ribbon insignia. Adorned with golden earrings like the 17th and 18th, the artificial human 16th has made his entrance. Unlike the 17th and 18th, the 16th is a purely mechanical entity, yet shares the same perpetual energy. Equipped with numerous computer core-like mechanical devices within, observing with arms crossed, the 18th watches intently, prompting the 17th to inquire, 16th, it's the first time seeing you active. Why has Dr. Jero been reluctant to activate you? The 16th remains silent, calmly surveying his surroundings. Despite his imposing figure, he exudes an aura of tranquility, creating a sense of dissonance. You seem to be rather taciturn as well. The 17th remarks, but matters not. Let us depart. The 18th, arms crossed, curiously asks the 17th, where to? The 17th replies, naturally, we must seek out Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. 16th, you are also created to eliminate Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, correct? The previously placid 16th finally speaks after the 17th's inquiry. His response succinct yet definitive, indeed. The 18th comments, your reaction is akin to executing a mechanical command. Yet 17th, why must we still heed the orders of that old coot? Dr. Jero, we are free now. The 17th responds, I too harbor disdain for Dr. Jero, yet we, as artificial beings, ought to have a purpose, to vanquish Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. What shall you do after defeating us? Sun Wukong's voice suddenly resonates from behind them, startling them. The 17th, 18th, and 16th turn in unison, and Sun Wukong, arms crossed, regards them with a smirk upon his handsome visage, recognizing the 16th and realizing this timeline is not akin to Trunks' world. Chapter 65, The Realm of Ultimate Intent. You are Sun Wukong. The 17th and 18th instantly recognize him, while the 16th assumes a combat stance, fist position at his sides, ready for battle. Sun Wukong, a 99 match. The 16th's voice resonates mechanically, as if executing a command. Truly infamous. That old coot, Dr. Jero, nearly drives me to madness with his incessant babbling about you. The 17th remarks to Sun Wukong, with arms crossed. The 18th appraises Sun Wukong with interest, noting, "You resemble your photographs quite closely. Rather handsome. I must say. You are quite beautiful yourself," replies the 18th. Sun Wukong responded politely, his tone flat and somewhat dismissive, shortly after. His voice turned cold as he stated, "Enough with the small talk. You have yet to answer my question. After defeating me and Sun Wukong, what do you intend to do next?" Number 17 inquired. "What do you mean?" Sun Wukong glanced at number 16 before asking, "What I mean is after vanquishing me and Wukong, what are your plans? Such as world destruction, perhaps? We are not that trivial. The only reason we intend to defeat you is that, upon gaining our freedom, we find ourselves lacking any purpose. However, Sun Wukong, you are fully aware of our existence, yet you dare to come alone," number 18 said, tossing her hair back as she stepped forward, assuming a combat stance. "Let me go first, number 17. Number 16. After I finish, you can follow." Number 17 nodded with a smile, spreading his hands. Number 18, "Do be careful not to kill Sun Wukong. That would take away all the fun. Wouldn't it, number 16? Number 16 looked at Sun Wukong and remarked, "I cannot sense any energy from Sun Wukong." Bang! Number 18 retched as Sun Wukong's fist struck her abdomen mercilessly, the immense pain causing sweat to bead on her beautiful face, her features contorting in agony. Sun Wukong transformed his fist into an open palm, pressing his index finger against number 18's forehead, his expression unchanging, barely sparing her a glance. "You may all come at me together. If you wish to defeat me and Wukong, be prepared to face defeat yourselves." Number 17 shouted. Number 18, whoosh. Number 16 was the first to strike, launching a punch directly at Sun Wukong. Buzz! Number 16's flying punch pierced through Sun Wukong's body, which slowly faded away like an illusion. Number 18 steadied herself, surveying the surroundings. "It's an afterimage punch. Dr. Jero updates Sun Wukong's data daily, even up to today." Number 16 looked to the sky, where Sun Wukong had his palms pressed together, then pulled them apart, generating 6 Kamehameha energy spheres that surged towards number 16, number 17, and number 18. "It's the Kamehameha." Number 16 detached his arms, aiming at Sun Wukong as the Hell Flash Cannon surged forth, instantly obliterating Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, and it continued towards him relentlessly. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a silver energy barrier forming around them, deflecting the Hell Flash Cannon. Boom! The Hell Flash Cannon was sent flying into the clouds, scattering them in an instant. The tremendous shock wave shattered the earth, annihilating mountains and valleys, a deafening roar echoing through the air, sending cold sweat cascading down the spines of those dwelling in the distant North City. Even from afar, the skyward sparks were visible. Had any of those strikes landed in the city or on the ground, it would have resulted in unimaginable catastrophe. Whoosh! Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, number 17 and 18 launched surprise attacks on Sun Wukong, their energy waves hurtling towards him. Buzz! The two energy blasts met with only an afterimage as Sun Wukong's figure slowly vanished. Number 17 gritted his teeth. Another afterimage punch? When did that happen? Just as I deflected number 16's energy wave. Sun Wukong spread his arms, his voice icy and devoid of emotion, as he struck number 17 and number 18, who had crossed their arms to shield their chests and heads, sending them flying. Just before they hit the ground, number 16 caught them. "Thank you, number 16. Number 18 expressed her gratitude, her blue eyes fixed intently on the now steady Sun Wukong. How could this mere Earthling possess such strength? Number 17 spat out blood, gazing at Sun Wukong. Number 16 remarked, "I still cannot sense Sun Wukong's aura. I cannot gauge the extent of his anomalous energy." Sun Wukong clenched his fists, positioning them at his sides in a combat stance. Looking at number 16, you mentioned that Dr. Jero updates your records of my abilities daily, correct? Indeed. Number 16 responded mechanically. Aside from standard energy blasts and waves, there are the Kamehameha Sphere, 4-way fist, afterimage punch, Solar Fist, Universal Shockwave, Demon Sealing Wave, Flight Technique, Energy Blade, Hypnosis, Telepathy, Instant Transmission, and the Mini Energy Blade developed specifically against Saiyan Great Ape forms. Upon hearing the extensive list of techniques mastered by Sun Wukong, number 17 and 18 exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a sense of unease. This individual truly possesses an overwhelming arsenal. In addition to those, my computer also records your learned techniques from the fortune teller, such as soul barrier, soul impact, magica chains, and the newly developed spiral energy blade, spirit eye, along with the derived and combined techniques, and mastery over energy control, capable of perceiving the natural energies of the world, makes him the most detestable, loathsome, hideous, repugnant, evil, perverse, insidious, treacherous, shameless, malicious, and vile being. Number 16 continued before being interrupted by Sun Wukong's outburst. Stop. Number 16. Those latter descriptors were added by Dr. Jero on his own accord. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his aura fluctuating slightly in response to his agitation. Number 18 laughed heartily, her smile radiant. Sun Wukong, even as Dr. Jero created us, he incessantly cursed you. Sun Wukong retorted, let him curse. The more he suffers, the more joy I derive from it. After all, I have nothing to lose. However, number 16, your records are inaccurate. I possess one more technique that isn't documented. Curiosity piqued. Number 17 looked at Sun Wukong. Oh, have you devised yet another technique? Sun Wukong's eyes shimmered with the spirit eye. A silver energy coalescing at the pineal gland on his forehead, flowing like water into his crossed arms at his sides. Finally, he withdrew his arms, positioning his fists at his waist. Hiya! Sun Wukong exclaimed. Raising his right fist high, the silver stream coalescing at his wrist, shooting skyward. Buzz! Ah! The silver stream cascaded down like raindrops. As Sun Wukong's fists unfurled, the energy swirling around him, merging with the silver light spreading across the sky. His cry bore a hint of pain. What is this? Number 17 observed the swirling silver light surrounding him. Feeling trapped, unable to escape, he gathered energy for a blast aimed at Sun Wukong. Bang! 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 The energy blast struck what felt like an invisible wall, repelled by Sun Wukong's protective barrier with explosive force. Number 18 and number 16 similarly unleashed their energy waves, targeting the silver, flowing energy particles, but all efforts proved futile. None could stir even the slightest ripple. Number 16, 17, and 18, alongside Sun Wukong, vanished from the vast plain, witnessed by Wukong Shalu, who had been watching from a distance. Chapter 66. Within the domain at this moment, Wukong Shalu, crouched in a distant valley. Despite the distance, possessed the same spirit eye as Sun Wukong, his gaze filled with fervor as he observed the unfolding scene. Incredible. This is the spirit flow. It has created a world of its own. Sun Wukong, a mere Earthling, can suppress the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, those Saiyan monsters. Wukong Shalu clenches fists, a surge of fervor flooding his heart. Such power. This must be a new technique. The spirit flow created by Sun Wukong is undoubtedly extraordinary. With Sun Wukong's cells and genetic heritage within me, I am, in a sense, his son. Thus, I can certainly learn the spirit flow. Wukong Shalu's spirit, I remained fixed on a location where Sun Wukong and number 16, 17, and 18 had disappeared. Through his spirit eye, he perceived a phase-distorted independent space. Sun Wukong had crafted a world that ensnared 16, 17, and 18. Wait, why are Sun Wukong and the others headed this way? If they discovered me, why not use instant transmission? Wukong Shalu paused, a contemptuous smile creeping onto his youthful face that, I understand. Biddy Li, Sun Wukong's disciple, must have sensed the uncontrolled energy when Sun Wukong spoke with number 16. As Wukong Shalu, filled with reluctance, was about to depart, he had yet to fully comprehend Sun Wukong's realm of ultimate intent. From the moment he gained sentience, he had been subjected to the incessant tirades of Dr. Jero, who cursed both Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. Among all the names he had heard, Sun Wukong stood out most prominently. According to Dr. Jero's descriptions, Sun Wukong was the epitome of malevolence, a being upon whom the world's most heinous acts could be laid at that time. He found it perplexing that if Dr. Jero harbored such disdain for Sun Wukong, why he would choose to create him using his cells and genetic blueprint. Dr. Jero instilled all of Sun Wukong's techniques into his mind, which he gradually learned and mastered, all the while instinctively filtering out the multitude of Dr. Jero's curses directed at Sun Wukong. Dr. Jero, accompanied by Android 19, would lead him on hunts for sustenance, requiring him to siphon life energy. Initially cautious, they grew increasingly audacious as their actions went unnoticed, transitioning from targeting isolated individuals or the downtrodden. They now aim to absorb the life force of entire villages and towns. Today, however, Dr. Jarrow had set his sights on a densely populated town in the southwest of South City, home to hundreds of thousands. But their plans were soon discovered. Indeed, the most perilous locations often serve as the safest havens. These individuals would never suspect I would remain in place, he chuckled to himself, concealing his presence amidst the mountains, where he found an ideal spot for concealment, keenly observing the disappearance of Sun Wukong and others, eager to decipher the intricacies of the realm he had created on a small island in South City. Piccolo revealed everything to Trunks, declaring that there was no longer any need for secrecy regarding Trunks. However, matters concerning Sun Wukong and Android 18 must remain undisclosed. What? In the future, Mr. Sun Wukong will be with Android 18. And his daughter, Rose, traversed through time to arrive here, even curing Mr. Wukong's viral heart disease. The world I inhabit is a distinct parallel universe, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Piccolo crossed his arms and responded, Indeed, Trunks, you must not divulge this to Sun Wukong or that android. 18 had understood, Mr. Piccolo. However, in my world, Android 17 and 18 are remorseless fiends, reveling in murder. Trunks clenched his fists, unable to shake off Piccolo's recent words. I sense Master Wu Ling's energy. Suddenly, Biddy Lee's exclamation pierced the air. What? Sun Wu Ling's energy? Biddy Lee, where Vegeta inquired. That scoundrel must know something, secretly acting behind our backs. Biddy Lee pointed northward, stating, in that direction, I have trained with Master Wu Ling before. I am familiar with his energy. It cannot be mistaken, and it is particularly far from our location. That moment, Sun Wukong placed a finger on his forehead and, after several seconds, remarked, This is not good, unless Wu Ling releases his energy. I cannot perceive it at all. Instant transmission requires sensing the target's energy. I cannot arrive at a place devoid of life. Biddy Lee, can you gauge how far it is? Biddy Lee shook her head, replying, I'm sorry, it seems Master Wu Ling accidentally exposed his energy for just that brief moment. I cannot estimate the distance. Piccolo suggested, Biddy Lee, lead the way. Rose mentioned that Wu Ling employed a technique from the realm of ultimate intent to ensnare Android 16, 17, and 18, nearly killing 18th Wukong. I will leave it to you when the time comes. Understood. Biddy Lee soared into the air, heading toward North City, with Piccolo, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and others closely following. Piccolo continued to inquire, Biddy Lee, do you know if Wu Ling has developed any new techniques during this time? Biddy Lee nodded and replied, Indeed, there is one technique. It is called Spiral Keyblade, an upgraded version of Keyblade. I have learned it as well, but I have never heard Master Wu Ling mention anything about the realm of ultimate intent. Right? When Master Wu Ling fought with Vegeta, many of the lawns he personally tended were destroyed, and they have only just recovered. Yet, I often notice Master Wu Ling gazing intently at the uneven patches. Biddy Lee suddenly recalled some changes concerning Sun Wu Ling. Vegeta scoffed in displeasure. Piccolo pondered for a moment and continued. Let us set aside the matter of the realm of ultimate intent for now. Rose has warned that a Sheru created from Wu Ling cells is quite troublesome. For her to label it as such means it is no ordinary adversary. Vegeta, with a smirk, replied, Perfect. The failures of 19 and 20 are simply not enough. I have longed to pummel Sun Wu Ling for quite some time. Despite lacking a system or any ancestral lineage and being merely an ordinary Earthling, he was a traveler, possessing memories from a past life. These memories provided him with invaluable insights. The inspiration for the realm of ultimate intent stemmed from the meter realm of Nexus Ultraman, one of his two favorite Ultramen. He had investigated the principles of the meter realm and understood its mechanics. The meter realm is formed when Nexus Ultraman disperses part of his body to create a unique subspace, where he can enhance his abilities while diminishing those of his opponents. Similarly, his realm of ultimate intent was crafted based on the same principles, with its scenes reflecting a dystopian world a millennium into the future. A desolate and ravaged landscape. The sky bore the hues of setting sun, and the world within the realm of ultimate intent exuded an aura of both desolation and antiquity. That moment. Androids 16, 17, and 18 found themselves trapped within this realm of ultimate intent, entirely cut off from the real world, unable to perceive an end or direction, akin to wanderers lost in a desert. Chapter 67. Self-awareness, is this real? Android 18's typically composed demeanor was now marred by terror, the desolate atmosphere within the realm of ultimate intent suffocating her. Android 16 surveyed the surroundings and stated, "This is not an illusion or a mere trick of the eyes. Sun Wukong has transported us to an alternate space that overlaps with reality. This world is constituted by Sun Wukong's own energy, exerting a suppressive effect upon us." Android 17 gritted his teeth, feeling the oppressive sensation coursing through his body, rendering him far less agile than before, and questioned, "Is this Sun Wukong truly human? Can an Earthling achieve such feats?" Sun Wukong descended gracefully from the heavens, landing firmly on the ground, clad in a purple martial arts uniform, his handsome visage adorned with a mocking expression as he regarded Android 16, 17, and 18. "Welcome to my world, the realm of ultimate intent." 16, "I trust Dr. Jero has not documented this technique." Android 16 replied mechanically, "As always, no." Sun Wukong smiled lightly, adopting a combat stance. "Originally, I required your assistance. However, given the circumstances, I must make you understand that the objectives Dr. Jero set for you are destined to fail. And I almost forgot to mention, this realm of ultimate intent is akin to a part of my being. The only way for you to escape is to kill me as long as I am alive. There is no possibility of your departure from this realm." Whoosh! The realm of ultimate intent not only diminished the powers of Android 16, 17, and 18, but simultaneously augmented Sun Wukong's strength. His speed and power surged in every aspect. Android 18, caught off guard, was struck in the face by Sun Wukong's fist, hurtling backward into a desolate hillside. Emitting a cry of anguish as blood trickled from her lips, her piercing blue eyes glaring coldly at Sun Wukong, Android 17 conjured energy blasts in both palms, relentlessly shooting them towards Sun Wukong. As he, being an android with infinite energy, unleashed the attacks recklessly. Sun Wukong formed a protective barrier and swiftly charged toward Android 17 like a bullet. Suddenly, Android 16's flying punch aimed at Sun Wukong, crashing against his protective shield and sending him flying. Android 18. Android 17 shouted as he and Android 18 unleashed their most powerful energy waves toward the now airborne Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong placed a finger on his forehead and instantaneously teleported behind Androids 17 and 18, unleashing two Kamehameha blasts upon them. Both Androids 17 and 18, taken by surprise, fell to the ground, letting out pained cries as they crashed into the earth, creating deep craters. In that moment, Android 16 seized the opportunity to unleash his Hell Flash towards Sun Wukong. Kamehameha! The Kamehameha wave and the Hell Flash cannon collided with a tremendous force. Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave manifested instantaneously, having previously restrained 17 and 18, which afforded 16 the time to gather energy. Boom! The Hell Flash cannon overwhelmed Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, shattering the protective barrier he had just erected. The Hell Flash cannon struck directly at Sun Wukong. "Excellent, you've done it." 16, 18, enduring the pain coursing through her body, gazed joyfully at the fiery explosion in the sky. Sun Wukong showed no mercy simply because she was a girl. 17 wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and joined 18 at 16's side, watching the sparks erupting in the air, chuckling, "16, you're truly powerful. Surely, Sun Wukong must be dead now." 16 replied in a mechanical tone, "No, if Sun Wukong were to perish, this alternate dimension would vanish with him." Suddenly, something spiraled through the smoke towards 16, 17, and 18. 18 stepped forward, gathering energy into a key blast, coldly remarking, "Is it another Keyblade? That old fool Dr. Jero has studied this move for ages. We know its weaknesses." 18 quickly dodged. "It's the spiral Keyblade." After grabbing 17, 16 was unable to reach 18 in time, and a powerful fist struck 18's back, sending her crashing to the ground. Buzz! The spiral Keyblade zoomed over 18 and struck the distant ground. Boom! At that moment, 18 found herself prone, her head turning mechanically beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The explosion from the spiral keyblade was far from over. The dense, tiny keyblades continued to slice, creating a cacophony of metallic sounds. Each tiny keyblade was as sharp as the keyblade itself. Had she attempted to shatter it with her key blast, she would have surely been caught within it. The frequency of the attacks was incalculable, with millions of tiny key blades unleashing their fury every second, each possessing a sharpness akin to that of the keyblade. At this juncture, 16 was calculating the power of the spiral key blade's explosion. Speaking in a mechanical manner, the dust in the sky settled. Sun Wukong's martial attire was now tattered, looking rather disheveled, blood trickling from his mouth, yet his handsome visage bore a faint smile, excitement glimmering in his dark eyes. How are you holding up, 16? That last strike was rather painful. Sun Wukong landed gracefully on the ground, assessing 16, realizing he possessed slightly greater strength than 16, while he could easily overpower 17 and 18. Yet he remained weaker than the fully formed cell from his memories. The spiral key blade drew inspiration from the Rasengan wielded by Naruto Uzumaki in his past life, merging key blasts with the keyblade, allowing it to explode on contact and under his control. Glancing at the still-shaken 18, he inquired, "Are you all right? I didn't expect you to take the spiral key blade head-on. If you were to perish, things would become rather troublesome." "You, Sun Wukong, what do you mean? If you wish to fight, then fight. Don't presume we will beg for mercy." 18 glared at Sun Wukong with her blue eyes, assuming a battle stance. Her voice cold. 16 and 17 approached. Standing beside 18 to Sun Wukong raised his hands, stating, "I need your assistance to draw out something." "No, perhaps even two things draw out. You intend to use us as bait?" 17 asked, gazing at Sun Wukong with suspicion. Sun Wukong shrugged, responding, "Another ultimate android, named Cell. After consuming you in 18, you will become complete. Additionally, there's another cell, based on my cells. I am uncertain if he requires your consumption to reach completion." The ultimate android. 18 temporarily set aside her animosity towards Sun Wukong, realizing that in this situation, they were at a disadvantage. Sun Wukong was indeed stronger. 17 was somewhat convinced by Sun Wukong's words, remarking, "No wonder I found it strange. Dr. Jero clearly mastered the technology to create androids like 16 from scratch, so why revert to using human subjects?" 18 flicked her golden hair, asking, "And what if we refuse?" Sun Wukong chuckled, a murderous intent filling his handsome face as he assumed a battle stance, his voice resolute. "If you refuse, I will have no choice but to kill you, ensuring that Cell can never become complete." "Kill us? You're giving us no choice." 18's voice rose, her anger directed at Sun Wukong. "Indeed," Sun Wukong replied, gazing intently at 18, his calm tone sending a chill down her spine. "If you do not abidali," shook her head and replied, "Not yet. It's still quite a distance away, requiring at least another 10 minutes. However, speaking of the research institute, Dr. Jero is indeed a scientist. As a scientist, he must have left behind some clues. Wouldn't you agree?" Bick interjected, "Who knows, Bidalai. Hurry up and fly. I don't wish to see Wuling solve everything on his WNT that moment." The hidden Wuling Shalu continuously used his spiritual eye to observe the place where Sun Wuling and the others had vanished, striving to comprehend the underlying principles to master Sun Wuling's ultimate realm. Wuling Shalu quickly closed his spiritual eye and cautiously curled up, peering out with his head extended. At this moment, Sun Wuling, along with androids 16, 17, and 18, emerged from the ultimate realm. Sun Wuling lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his martial arts uniform completely tattered. Meanwhile, android 16 lay motionless on the ground, while 17 and 18 gritted their teeth, bloodied and appearing on the verge of collapse. Damn it! He actually self-destructed. How infuriating! Sun Wuling coalesced a chi element slash, which, under Wuling Shalu's astonished gaze from a distance, uncontrollably dissipated. To his understanding, Sun Wuling should not have encountered such a situation. "Sun Wuling, both 17 and I possess infinite energy," 17 said with a cough, spitting out a pool of blood, the volume substantial, as he lay weakly on the ground, trembling as he lifted his head. Android 18, with her hands weakly spread out, gasped heavily, her outward appearance seemingly frail, yet internally she was driven to madness. Sun Wukong, you scoundrel! How could you make me this filthy? The stench of blood is unbearable. No, 10 outfits won't suffice. I need 100, no, 1,000. Sun Wukong's laughter at this moment sounded rather forced as he remarked, Goku and the others will arrive shortly to see who recovers first. 16 or me, I in the distance. Wukong Shalu observed the bloodstains on 17 and 18, the weakened Sun Wukong and the unconscious android 16. This was undoubtedly a result of Sun Wukong's chi element / severing an artery or the like. The self-detonation. Could it be that 16 employed a technique akin to an energy explosion, depleting a vast amount of energy in one go, thus slowing his recovery and rendering him temporarily unconscious? Sun Wukong's ambiguous words further convinced Wukong Shalu. Life often fills one with confidence in the answers they seek. Indeed, fate is on my side. Sun Wukong has expended too much energy, unable to even gather a chi element / With 17 and 18 severely injured and 16 unconscious, if I absorb the life forces of all three, my strength will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement, perhaps even reaching maturity. Wukong Shalu excitedly gazed at his comparatively youthful palm. Goku and the others were still far off, leaving him no time to spare. Just as he planned to move out, suddenly, a figure resembling an adult-sized humanoid insect flew in from the snowy white pine forest. Hastening toward Sun Wukong and the others, it appeared to be a humanoid bug, with snake-like eyes and a barbed tail that swayed excitedly. Chapter 69. Annihilation. 17 and 18, as the clam and the snipe contend. The fisherman benefits. Complete form, truly effortless to attain. Shalu approached excitedly, observing the current state of 17, 18, and the nearly incapacitated Sun Wukong. Who are you? Sun Wukong's heart leapt with joy. Finally, help had arrived, and they seemed to have played their parts convincingly. However, he feigned surprise, his voice low and restrained. Wukong Shalu, hiding in the distance, was equally curious about this newcomer, straining to listen. Thanks to the presence of piccolo cells within him, he could hear even from afar. Shalu laughed, his expression brimming with pride, for the complete form he had long sought was now within reach. Who could possibly stand against him then? Your laughter is quite unpleasant. Sun Wukong feigned anger. Launching a mini chi element / What? Shalu reacted, but his neck was already slashed open by Sun Wukong's mini chi element / purple blood oozing from a wound. Mini chi element / Sun Wukong. Was this technique developed to combat the Saiyans when they transform into giant apes? With your current power, you can only muster a mini chi element / Can't you? Shalu turned and walked toward the injured 17 and 18, sensing that Goku and the others were still far away. With 17 and 18 wounded by Sun Wukong, this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. My name is Shalu. I travel here from the future via a time machine. Sun Wukong, you need not worry. You are a remarkable individual. I won't kill you so easily. Once I attain my complete form, I will host the world's greatest martial arts tournament, allowing you all time to train. When the time comes, should you lose, I will. Suddenly, Shalu felt an instinctive sense of danger. Wukong Shalu, hiding in the distance, trembled, covering his mouth, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he watched Sun Wukong rise silently like a ghost. Universal shattering palm. Sun Wukong gathered a surge of green energy in his right palm, crackling with arcs of electricity, and struck Shalu, much to Wukong Shalu's incredulous gaze from afar. Shalu's shriek sent Wukong Shalu's legs trembling, especially upon witnessing 16, 17, and 18 gradually rising. He understood everything. A ruse. Sun Wukong actually convinced 16, 17, and 18 to deceive me, and they played their part so convincingly that I nearly fell for it. Wukong Shalu shuddered at Shalu's agonized cries, feeling a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, the other Shalu who traversed time had ventured out first, and he had restrained himself from rushing out to compete for food with that Shalu. Otherwise, the one in the universal shattering palm would have been him. Shalu, struck by the universal shattering palm, emitted a wretched scream that echoed through the skies. Android 18 flicked the blood from her hands, surveying her now blood-soaked clothing with disdain. Sun Wukong, you owe me for this outfit. It's completely unwearable. Sun Wukong chuckled in response. Sure, I'll compensate you with 100 sets. You can choose the style. At least 200 sets. Android 18 exclaimed, wiping the blood from her face, her voice rising a notch. Android 17, having tidied to be Suru, enduring excruciating pain, shouted at Sun Wukong to ha. Sun Wukong retorted with a sneer. Under the scrutiny of androids 17 and 18, jesting, I have encountered numerous pleas for mercy, but yours is the most entertaining, so do you think I am that writing Vegeta? Perhaps Vegeta might heed your words. But Goku, he might spare you, yet he would never allow you to consume 17 and 18. And as for me, Sun Wukong's smile gradually faded as he manipulated the Chi energy blade, directing the energy blast towards Suru, who was caught in the earth-shattering palm technique. Raising his voice with unwavering resolve, he declared, I am an Earthling. This is my home. My family and friends reside here, and should you dare to destroy my home, I shall never let you go. Under Suru's terrified gaze, the energy blade cleaved his body in two, but it did not end there. Under Sun Wukong's control, the energy blade continued to slice Suru into more than a dozen pieces before dissipating. The earth-shattering palm technique dissipated, leaving Suru's severed body suspended in the air. Now is the time, Sun Wukong commanded, as he, along with androids 16, 17, and 18, distanced themselves in the four cardinal directions, launching a simultaneous assault. The energy waves released by android 17 and 18 were maximized, crashing into the already bisected Suru. Hellflash Cannon. Kamehameha. 4 energy waves struck Saru's body, reducing him to cinders. As the ashes scattered, Sun Wukong used his control to ensure they landed gently on the ground. Accumulating in a heap, Sun Wukong, what do you intend to do now? Android 18 inquired curiously, observing as Sun Wukong gathered Suru's ashes that he did not respond, instead raising his hands high to condense a Kamehameha energy sphere, which he hurled towards the ashes. With a thunderous roar, the explosion of the Kamehameha sent chills down the spines of androids 17 and 18 as brilliant sparks tore through the sky. The scene of Sun Wukong obliterating Suru's remains was indelibly etched in Saru's mind. Fear, terror. Had it been him who had ventured out earlier, he would likely have met the same fate, reduced to nothingness by Sun Wukong's hand. Gulp. Saru felt an icy chill envelop him, his legs giving way beneath him. Despite possessing the ability to isolate the frigid air like Sun Wukong, he trembled uncontrollably, shivering with fear. Sun Wukong, you actually used a Kamehameha on the ashes. The typically stoic android 17 could no longer maintain his composure. Genuinely startled by Sun Wukong's final act of vengeance, beginning to grasp why Dr. Gero harbored such deep animosity towards him. Sun Wukong, now unrestrained in his energy, elucidated that is because the Saru composed primarily of my cells has not appeared. If that creature were to return and absorb this Saru's cells, strengthening itself further, it would spell disaster. Android 18 approached, glancing around, gently brushing her hair aside. The research facility was destroyed by the Saru you mentioned. And the reason we were not absorbed back then was likely because he sensed you nearby, using us to divert your attention while he hid away. Sun Wukong. Android 16 utilized his energy radar to scan the vicinity, finding no trace of any presence. Suddenly, Goku and his companions, flying towards North City, sensed Sun Wukong's energy. That it's Sun Wukong's energy. Everyone hold on to me. I will teleport us there, Goku exclaimed. Without hesitation, Piccolo, Videl, Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, and the others joined hands, with Piccolo and Videl gripping Goku's shoulders. Whoosh! Goku teleported them instantly to Sun Wukong's side. The sudden change in environment startled androids 17 and 18. Teleportation. Android 16 remarked, as usual, Sun Wukong, you sly rascal. How dare you come here alone without informing us? Vegeta clenched his fists, angrily shouting at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shrugged, smiling. I discovered information about Dr. Gero in a scientific journal. His laboratory is situated on a mountain peak near North City. At this moment, Krillin, Yamcha, Videl, and Goku gazed at Android 18 in astonishment, their mouths agape. Incredible! It looks just like her! Krillin exclaimed. It truly resembles her. Goku added. It's as if they were cast from the same mold. Gohan chimed in, although Android 18 seems slightly taller. As soon as Yamcha's words fell, Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Piccolo, Tin, Videl, Gohan, and Goku all stared at him in disbelief. Realizing his words might have been misinterpreted, Yamcha quickly clarified, "I meant her height." Android 18 crossed her arms protectively, her blue eyes sharp as she regarded Yamcha and the others, thinking they were staring at her bloodied appearance. "What are you looking at?" "The blood on us is merely to deceive Saru into revealing himself." Suddenly, Android 18 turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "When will you fulfill your promise of those 200 outfits? They're utterly dirty now." "Soon, Android 18, please bear with it a little longer," Sun Wukong replied with a chuckle, prompting Android 18 to pout in dissatisfaction and move aside. Piccolo inquired of Sun Wukong, "Wukong, have you dealt with the Saru composed of your cells?" "Not yet," Sun Wukong replied, his gaze scanning the surroundings. "The Saru from a parallel timeline, like Trunks, has been eliminated. The other Saru does not need to absorb 17 and 18 to attain his perfect form. He was the one who released 16. 17 and 18, how fortunate. Those two useless beings fighting is quite unsatisfactory. I am eager to see what the ultimate android, primarily composed of Sun Wukong's cells, truly is," Vegeta declared, tightly clenching his fists, intrigued by the creature that Rose had warned them about, which had previously dismantled androids 19 and 20. Sun Wukong surveyed the dense canyons and the snow-white pine forest in the distance, saying, "I suddenly recall a saying, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Do you think that creature might be foolishly hiding nearby, watching us?" At that moment, Wukong Saru felt his heart leap into his throat. Sun Wukong's words echoed in his mind like a nightmare. "I am being foolish." Wukong Saru covered his mouth, committing Sun Wukong's statement to memory. However, with so many canyons surrounding him, even if he were pursued, he could utilize the terrain to evade capture. With this thought, Wukong Saru continued to listen intently. "You raise a valid point, but with so many canyons and forests, if he wishes to conceal himself, how will we find him? He possesses your primary cells, Wukong, along with your genetic lineage, granting him the same talents as you. Searching for him would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack," Piccolo remarked, crossing his arms. Sun Wukong glanced at Goku and said, "North City is perpetually shrouded in frigid temperatures. And coupled with its geographical position, the terrain is treacherous. Its external economy and trade are severely lacking, incomparable to West City, South City, Wukong City, or Wukong City. Even if these canyons and forests were obliterated, upon learning of it, they would likely rejoice. Escape." Wukong Saru, covering his mouth, sprang to his feet upon hearing Sun Wukong's suggestion to destroy the area. Damn it. If that old coot Dr. Gero also obtained the information on teleportation, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Humph. Vegeta scoffed in discontent, declaring, "So that's why you allowed us to sense your energy, Sun Wukong. You truly are despicable." Sun Wukong forced a smile, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his complexion suddenly paling as his body began to sway unsteadily. "Wukong! Uncle Wukong! Master Wukong!" Goku, Gohan, and Videl immediately reacted, supporting Sun Wukong. "Haha." Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta, appearing exceedingly weak, his breath labored, as he forced a smile at Vegeta, saying, "And one more thing, that's the reason. You scoundrel. I made a wish on the Dragon Balls, and even took special care of my health. Why is it that Goku remains unscathed while I—" Sun Wukong cursed in anger, as Android 17 and 18 stared at him in shock. Bewildered by his sudden deterioration, it was evident that his condition was anything but feigned. Viral heart disease. Mr. Wukong's viral heart condition has flared up. Did Mr. Wukong forget to take his medication? Trunks gazed in astonishment at Sun Wukong's, who is currently enduring immense suffering. Trunks, do you think me a fool? I even wished upon the Dragon Ball for both Goku and me to remain healthy and never fall ill. Why has it proved futile?" Sun Wukong chided with a wry smile. Piccolo interjected, "Who knows, Gohan? Bidalai, after we return, you should also take some of Trunks' miraculous medicine. This is viral. It could be contagious, so exercise caution." Viral contagion. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Sun Wukong suddenly realized the reason behind his own affliction with viral heart disease. He had neglected to connect the dots. When he saw viral, he should have considered that he was infected by Goku. Chapter 71. Strategies and counter-strategies number 17. Number 18, number 16. Do you wish to join us? Goku called out to number 16 and the others. Number 18 stepped forward, arms crossed protectively over her chest. Observing the weakened Sun Wulings, that I will go. Sun Wulings promised me 200 outfits, and I am covered in blood. It's utterly disgusting. Number 16 took a step forward, his towering figure emanating an inexplicable aura of pressure. I will also go, that I was created with the purpose of eliminating Sun Wulings and Goku, a goal that is now forever unattainable. Number 17 glanced at Vegeta and the others, that I will stay behind. I'm intrigued by the cell that Sun Wulings mentioned. I want to see what the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero truly looks like. Number 18, number 16, you should accompany Sun Wulings. Oh dear. Krillin and Yamcha's expressions changed dramatically to that moment. Goku supported the nearly unconscious Sun Wulings and turned to number 16, saying, Number 16, though you may appear somewhat intimidating, you remind me of it. Let us hurry. Grab hold of me. Number 16, number 18, Gohan and Bidalai grasped Goku's shoulders and hem. Sensing the energy of Chi-Chi, Ox King, and Lan Fong, they instantaneously teleported back to the Capsule Corporation. Goku hurriedly laid Sun Wulings on the bed. Just as he prepared to retrieve his spirit eye with Bidalai's assistance, Sun Wulings grasped Goku's arm. Brother, please place the 4-star Dragon Ball on Namek for safekeeping with Dandy, Nail, and Elder Muli. I understand, Wulings. Rest assured, once we stabilize your condition, I will immediately teleport the 4-star Dragon Ball to Namek. Goku replied earnestly, his usual smile replaced by a serious expression. Bidalai promptly added, Master Wulings, do not worry. I will remind Uncle Goku. Right now, it is crucial to assess your health. Sun Wulings offered a faint smile, slowly closing his eyes. Spirit Eye. Goku and Bidalai's eyes gleamed with a purple star-like radiance as they focused their spirit eye on Sun Wulings' heart, where dense black spots were visibly multiplying. The medicine Trunks brought has already been consumed by Master Wulings. It appears to be taking effect. Bidalai exhaled in relief. Goku stated, Next is Wulings' inner demons. Bidalai, I will handle the rest. Gohan, bring the medicine over. Everyone must take a sip. It is contagious. Yes, Dad. Gohan hurriedly exited the room. That moment. Number 18 stood before a mirror, saying, Bidalai, is it? You are Sun Wulings' disciple. Indeed, Bidalai quickly responded, not daring to be remiss before the future mistress she would have. Number 18 observed her blood-soaked clothing in the mirror. Do I have any spare clothes? This outfit is filthy. Right, I need a shower. The smell of blood is unbearable. Yes, follow me. I will take you to the bathroom and provide you with fresh clothes. Bidalai led number 18 out of the room before departing. Number 18 cast a glance at Sun Wulings, who was suffering and gasping for breath due to viral heart disease. Don't you dare die, Sun Wulings. Otherwise, who will fulfill your promise of 200 outfits? With that, number 18 gently tossed her hair and followed Bidalai out in the northern capital. Number 17, Vegeta, Yamcha, Krillin, Piccolo, Ten, and Trunks unleashed energy waves, relentlessly demolishing the surrounding valleys and forests, creating a dust-laden expanse within a 10-mile radius. This guy, Sun Wulings, dares to make me, the Prince of the Saiyans, do this, Cell. Come out at once. Vegeta shouted into the surroundings. Number 17 surveyed the area. Sun Wulings merely suggested it was a possibility. That guy might have already departed after releasing us. Tien remained vigilant, observing the surroundings. That he turned to number 17. Wulings rarely makes mistakes. Number 17, your androids lack energy signatures, so we cannot sense them, but it's likely the same for Cell. That I have a sudden idea. Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, Trunks gather around. Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks, and Yamcha leaned in. Upon hearing Tien's words, Piccolo's lips curved into a smirk. Not a bad idea, Tien. Number 17, I'll be counting on you, Tien instructed. Number 17 nodded. Fine, I refuse to believe he can detect my soul in such an open space. Tien nodded at Yamcha, who exclaimed loudly, This area has been flattened for nearly 10 miles, yet we still don't see him. It seems Sun Wulings can make mistakes too. Krillin chimed in, Indeed, and with our onslaught, not a single hill remains. Even if he were here, he would have been obliterated. Vegeta closed his eyes as everyone turned to him, shouting, "Damn it, I should have personally dispatched that guy. I have longed to thrash that brat." Sun Wulings, Piccolo cautioned, "Do not let your guard down. Let's expand our search radius. Everyone, hold your breath. The enemy can sense our energy." Whoosh, whoosh, Piccolo, 10, number 17, and the others scattered across the now dust-laden terrain, where only the cold wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust. Silence. After about 5 minutes, Piccolo returned, announcing, "It seems he is indeed not here. The most perilous place is often the safest, but as Sun Wukong said, it's merely a possibility, not a certainty." With that, Piccolo took flight, leaving a silver streak in the sky until he completely vanished. After Piccolo's departure, a mound of dirt suddenly erupted from the flattened ground as Wuling's cell emerged. His right hand remaining intact, though half of his head was missing, his body entirely obliterated. Ah, boom! Wuling's cell possessed Piccolo's cells. As long as his core remained intact, he could reconstruct his body using Piccolo's cells, albeit at a significant energy cost. That Piccolo is indeed clever. Fortunately, my wit kept me from exposing myself. Humph, you think to outsmart me. Piccolo, you are not nearly cunning enough. Wuling's cell rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his body. Finally safe, he recalled Sun Wuling's words about his own cleverness and felt his heart race with anxiety. Thankfully, he had seized the opportunity to dig a hole and bury himself, though a substantial portion of his body had been affected, leading to his destruction. However, he had survived. As long as he lived, anything was possible. Whoosh! Boom! Suddenly, an energy blast soared into the sky, resulting in a massive explosion, the dazzling sparks illuminating the surroundings. Wuling's cell broke into a sweat, his smile freezing as he mechanically turned around to see number 17 standing behind him, the recent energy blast having been unleashed by him. 10. Yamcha, Krillin, Trunks, and Vegeta rushed over upon hearing the explosion. Piccolo was the last to arrive. Chapter 72. Introspection buzz. The sound of dripping water echoed in a silent, dark space as Sun Wukong stood alone, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, I recall that Goku's viral heart disease manifested in a similar manner. Sun Wukong surveyed the darkness surrounding him. Despite the pervasive gloom, his cold, piercing gaze cut through the environment like a sharp blade. Devoid of fear, Sun Wukong's "Return my life." The viscous darkness of the ground gradually formed a shadowy figure. "Tao Bai Bai Humph? You nearly killed Goku back then. Had Goku's life not been at stake, I would have unleashed several energy blasts upon your ashes." Sun Wukong brandished the Chi Yuan slash, charging forward to cleave Tao Bai Bai in two without a hint of trepidation. It was from that moment onward that Tao Bai Bai's fate began to shift. "Return my life to me, Sun Wukong. Return my life." Thick, viscous streams of dark water materialized, forming countless silhouettes, each adorned with the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army, all of them unleashing frenzied cries in unison. "Ha ha!" Even in the face of nearly 1,000,000 Red Ribbon soldiers, Sun Wukong shouted defiantly, "You wretches deserve death. My demise merely serves as proof that I can ascend to heaven," with a fierce determination. He gathered his energy into a Kamehameha wave, obliterating the countless soldiers before him, his icy gaze reflecting a glimmer of madness. Frieza, King Cold, the Ginyu Force, Nappa, Raditz Cell, as he observed the myriad of phantoms of his adversaries. Sun Wukong showed no sign of retreat, wielding the Chi Yuan slash to dispatch them one after another. "Come on, all of you, is this all you've got, after more than a decade of toil? I have forged a path of my own, a spiritual journey belonging to me, a human from Earth. We're Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods to me. Goku and Gohan are no match for me now. And I've even sent Vegeta off in women's attire. Who else dares to challenge me?" Sun Wukong's laughter echoed triumphantly, his handsome visage now infused with a hint of madness that a human from Earth. He had traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, and still, he remained human. What of his lack of Saiyan blood? He stood tall, dominating them all as a representative of Earth. "Why do you despise Saiyans so much?" Sun Wukong, suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. Instinctively, Sun Wukong raised his Chi Yuan slash, ready to cleave the intruder in half, but upon recognizing the shadow's identity, the blade hesitated, poised above the figure's head. This shadow bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, yet exuded a chilling aura, embodying brutality, an incarnation of his inner demon. The inner demon Sun Wukong chuckled. It is because your grandfather was crushed to death by Goku in his great ape form. Is it not? After all, you lack any sort of external system or cheat. The most straightforward solution would have been to wish for Saiyan blood from the Dragon Balls. Such a simple fix. Sun Wukong fell silent, his cold gaze fixated on his inner demon, refraining from rebuttal. For the truth was undeniable. He had been weak then, forced to watch as Goku transformed and trampled over his grandfather. It was from that moment that he resolved to carry his grandfather's hopes and become an exemplary martial artist as a human from Earth. The inner demon Sun Wukong continued. I am you, and you are me. Is it truly wise to conceal your true self from your friends? You even went to the fortune teller to learn about soul techniques. Sun Wukong's voice turned frigid, impatience creeping in. Have you finished? The inner demon Sun Wukong retorted with a smirk. Not by a long shot. In your past life, your dreams were crushed by those closest to you. You aspired to be a teacher. If it were merely for a spokesperson, Satan would suffice. But why then did you accept Biddy? Magic chains. Sun Wukong summoned 2 violet chains that pierced through his inner demon, binding it firmly in place. The inner demon Sun Wukong exhibited no fear, instead erupting into laughter. You treat your friends and family well, even knowing what transpired on Namek, yet you did not let Krillin go. You even sacrificed yourself. How noble. I wonder how Krillin will feel when he learns that his original wife has changed. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a sensitive spot within him pierced. He seized his inner demon by the collar, roaring, "What nonsense! I did nothing." Who knows why he married that Violet who should have been out of the picture, and even had a daughter? The inner demon Sun Wukong replied with indifference. So what are you struggling with? They are now in love, so why blame yourself? Sun Wukong paused, his grip loosening as he gazed at his inner demon, as if many of his burdens had been lifted. The inner demon Sun Wukong remarked, "The Grand Elder of Namek once spoke of you. Within your cold, piercing aura lies a warmth akin to the sun. Even without the ability to view your memories, he chose to guide you toward untapped power." Sun Wukong released his hands, retracting the magic chains from his inner demon. Inhaling deeply and regarding it in silence, lost in thought, the inner demon Sun Wukong clenched its fists, urging, "Sun Wukong, pursue your spiritual journey. Rather than obsessing over the butterfly effect you might cause, focus on being your true self. You are merely an ordinary human." Sun Wukong nodded, a sense of relief washing over him as a smile broke across his face. "Thank you. I know what I must do now." Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the surrounding darkness. Resembling a shattered mirror, Goku, now awakened and filled with joy, beamed at him. "At last, after so much effort, I've found you, Wukong. Are you all right? What happened?" Sun Wukong shook his head, smiling. "I am fine, brother. No need to worry." With that, he turned to his inner demon, saying, "Farewell. Thank you." Sun Wukong followed Goku, soaring out of the inky void, leaving behind his inner demon. The inner demon Sun Wukong watched them depart, chuckling, "Farewell, Sun Wukong. It seems that when we meet again, it shall be for the last time." Within the pitch-black space, the breach created by Goku slowly healed itself, and the inner demon Sun Wukong transformed into a thick, dark liquid, gradually dissipating and merging with the surroundings. In North City, at that moment, Wukong's cell glared at Vegeta, Android 17, and the others, fist clenched tightly as he roared in defiance. "You deceived me, putting on a show. How did you know I was hiding here?" Piccolo, arms crossed, floated above, looking down coldly at the diminutive Wukong's cell, who now resembled a mere 5-year-old child. "We were unaware. We simply found some merit in Wukong's words. Tien Shinhan devised this plan to lure you out. And even if it had failed, we would have lost nothing. But now, it seems to be quite effective. So despicable." Wukong's cell shouted angrily at Piccolo and the others, feeling on the verge of a breakdown. He hadn't anticipated that besides Sun Wukong and Piccolo, the other Z fighters were no pushovers either. What should I do? How can I shake off these bothersome pests? Wukong's cell surveyed his surroundings, letting his energy flare uncontrollably to showcase his might. Vegeta, Piccolo, Trunks, and the others changed expressions. Krillin observed Wuling's cell, stating, "Indeed, aside from Sun Wuling's energy, we can sense all of ours, even King Cold's." Piccolo remarked coldly, "He possesses the cells of all of us." But the structure and genetic makeup of the primary cell is that of Wuling, granting him talents akin to Wuling's while still retaining our cells. Trunks nodded, adding, "I've seen photos of my mother with Mr. Goku and Mr. Sun Wuling. He truly resembles the young Sun Wuling." Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden energy surging as he clenched his fists, roaring, "This is even better! I've long wanted to teach that bastard Sun Wuling a lesson." Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan alongside him, declaring, "Once we eliminate this cell, everything will come to an end." Wuling's cell, witnessing Trunks and Vegeta's transformations, felt panic rise within him. Suddenly, he spotted a distant glacier, and an idea sparked in his mind. Vegeta, Piccolo, and that Saiyan named Trunks are stronger than I am. If I can temporarily escape them, I can activate a protective barrier and hide in the ocean. The sea occupies the majority of Earth. Once I conceal myself in the water, let us see what they can do. With this thought, a smirk crept onto Wuling Cell's face as he resolved, "Excellent. That's the plan. I'll use solar flare to distract them and make my escape." Wuling Cell struck a battle pose akin to Sun Wuling's, displaying no fear. "Don't underestimate me, just because I appear small. Vegeta, Trunks, let us see who ends up killing whom." "Humph, such bravado. In your current diminutive form, you look just like a little girl." Vegeta seemed to recall something. Filled with resentment, his fists clenched as he gazed at Wuling's cell, a hint of a smirk emerging at the corner of his mouth. "Vegeta, wait." Suddenly, Krillin called out to Vegeta, alongside Yamcha, under the astonished gaze of Wuling Shalu in the distance, and pulled out a pair of sunglasses. Upon seeing Krillin and Yamcha brandishing their glasses, Wuling Shalu's jaw nearly hit the ground. He pointed at Krillin and Yamcha hovering in the air, his mind racing with a myriad of curses he wished to unleash. Yet he could only tremble with rage, realizing that the solar flare he had just thought of was now useless. With a grin, Yamcha donned his sunglasses, handing one each to Trunks, Tien, and number 17, exclaiming, "Krillin, I can't believe you've thought of this too." Krillin passed the sunglasses to Vegeta, and after giving Piccolo a smile, he continued, "Upon hearing that Shala's core is based on Wuling, my first instinct was to treat him as a hypothetical enemy akin to Wuling. Initially, when Goku, Wuling, and I trained under Master Roshi, I didn't get along with them very well. However, I often found myself at the mercy of Wuling's antics. Haha. Everyone except for Trunks nodded in understanding. Yamcha remarked, "I was the first among you to know Goku, Wuling, and the others. When I encountered Sun Wuling, Goku, and Bulma were searching for the Dragon Balls that I was buried alive by Wuling wielding a shovel, with only my head sticking out, while he poured water into the pit, stating that the mixture of soil and water would cling to my body. It was rather cozy." Tin added, "I can relate. Back then, I was still Wuling Shalu, with his other hand coalescing a Chi Yuan slash. Wielded the magical chains from his right palm in the air, remaining vigilant while contemplating how to escape from such a dire predicament. With sunglasses now adorning his face, the solar fist had become futile. Suddenly, upon catching sight of Piccolo, a spark of inspiration flickered in Wuling Shala's mind. Indeed, how could I have forgotten this? The demon's sealing wave, a technique once employed by Wu Tai Do to seal the formidable King Piccolo, is particularly effective against these straightforward adversaries. A.S. for the bottle. Piccolo had once transformed an outfit and a sword for Sun Wukong during their training together, morphing bottles, and such would be child's play for him. The only concern was Piccolo himself, as he possessed the ability to reflect the demon sealing wave back. At Bao Bao Mountain, Sun Wukong led Sun Wuling out of the realm of inner demons. The environment surrounding them was bright and tranquil, imbued with a touch of poetic beauty amidst the mountains and waters. Gazing into the crystal-clear pond, Sun Wuling felt an unprecedented sense of serenity. All worries of the future and threats dissipated into nothingness. Thank you, Dragon. Having been enlightened by his own inner demons was something Sun Wuling had never anticipated. Now he felt a sense of relief he had never experienced before. Ever since his grandfather had picked him up, a tension had always lingered in his heart. "Wuling, you are exhausted. Take a good rest for the next few days. We will handle everything. Sun Wukong, standing beside Sun Wukong, smiled gently, feeling a weight lift off his heart. Success had finally been achieved. Yes, brother, this time I will embrace my role as the younger sibling. I entrust everything to you. Sun Wukong, shedding his previous cold demeanor, gently brushed aside his fringe, his handsome visage now appearing delicately feminine. His gaze softened significantly. Despite the passage of time, his appearance remained unchanged from both his past life and the present. All right, Sun Wukong nodded with a smile, his form dissipating like a wisp of foam, leaving Sun Wukong alone with outstretched arms, savoring the tranquil and beautiful dreamscape. In the outside world, Sun Wukong, who had been grasping Sun Wukong's arm, regained consciousness, the spiritual glimmer in his eyes fading away. Master Wukong, how is he? Bidalai urgently inquired, her youthful face no longer round and cherubic as it had been in her childhood. He is fine now. Wukong is simply too fatigued. Let him rest well. Sun Wukong replied as he, along with Bidalai, Sun Wufan, and number 16, carefully exited the room, shutting the door behind them and proceeding to the living room on the first floor. Sun Wufan, sitting on the sofa, looked at Sun Wukong in confusion, asking, Dad, Uncle Wukong clearly made a wish to the Dragon Balls for our health, so why is he still suffering from viral heart disease? Bidalai quickly turned to Sun Wukong as well, her confusion mirroring his son. Although she understood that the Dragon Balls were not omnipotent, she recalled how the Eternal Dragon had remained silent for a long time before ultimately granting their wish. How could this still occur? Sun Wukong smiled at his son and Bidalai, explaining, inner demons do not fall within the realm of viral heart disease, yet they still pose a threat to one's health. The dragon considered Wukong's hidden inner demons for quite some time before agreeing to the wish. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for Wukong to easily rid himself of them. That's wonderful. Master Wukong is fine, so the dragon did fulfill the wish. It's just that inner demons cannot be eradicated like a disease. Now I understand. Bidalai exclaimed joyfully, clasping hands with Sun Wufan, both of them radiating exuberance. Chapter 75. Demon Sealing Wave. Could Piccolo and the others have discovered Shalu? Sun Wukong suddenly sensed the fluctuating energies of Piccolo, Vegeta, and others, rising and falling intermittently, along with another energy, a mix of various forces aside from Sun Wukong's. Bidalai and Sun Wufan also ceased their smiles, sensing the current situation in North City. Bidalai, number 16, please stay here and watch over Wukong. Sun Wufan and I will go. Sun Wukong stood up, and as Sun Wufan rushed to his side, preparing to instant transmission away, he was abruptly halted by Bidalai's voice. Uncle Wukong, have you forgotten Master Wukong's instructions? Take the 4-star Dragon Ball to New Namek temporarily. Sun Wukong's expression changed, a sheepish smile breaking forth. I really forgot. Thank you, Bidalai. Wufan, wait for me. I'll return shortly. All right, Dad, but why does Uncle Wukong want to send the 4-star Dragon Ball to New Namek? Sun Wufan inquired, puzzled. Bidalai explained, Master Wukong has felt uneasy and, being cautious, wishes to ensure that aside from the 4-star Dragon Ball, the others are scattered across Earth as a precaution. Otherwise, if Shalu were to gather all the Dragon Balls, it would spell true disaster. In North City, Wukong Shalu gritted his teeth, the magical chains in his right hand swirling incessantly. Whoosh! The chains lashed out like a whip towards Piccolo, yet Piccolo did not evade, charging forward alongside Tianjinhan and Yamcha to grasp Wukong Shalu's magical chains. Krillin, Piccolo shouted, ready when you are. Chi Yuan slash. Krillin hurled the already condensed Chi Yuan slash, severing the magical chains effortlessly. The severed chains disintegrated like burning ashes. The breakage of the magical chains forced Wukong Shalu to stagger back several steps. At that moment, Trunks and Vegeta simultaneously unleashed their techniques. Demon Flash, Power Blast. Wukong Shalu activated his aerial technique, the Demon Flash and Power Blast colliding beneath him, generating a violent shockwave. Number 17 leaped gracefully, as if dancing, and kicked Wukong Shalu, striking him squarely in the face with tremendous force, distorting his features. Saliva and blood spewed forth as he was sent crashing to the ground, landing directly in a deep pit. Excellent, just like that. Everyone hold steady. Do not reveal any weaknesses and deny him any opportunities, Piccolo remarked, observing Wuling Shalu scrambling out of the pit with a grin. Vegeta, dissatisfied, exclaimed, "We are dealing with someone far weaker than me. Yet I still have to join forces with others." Despite his words, Vegeta had no genuine desire to face Wuling Shalu alone. Number 17 landed smoothly on the ground, joining the others as they approached Wuling Shalu. At that moment, Wuling Shalu's right hand plunged into the soil, conjuring a small bottle as he released his magic. Shakily, Wuling Shalu stood, recalling the location he had concealed, positioning himself behind the small bottle and glaring defiantly at Vegeta and the others, who approached him, sunglasses in place. With a smirk, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming coldly, revealing no hint of fear. "Have you gone daft, Shalu? You're still able to laugh." Vegeta clenched his fists, shouting at Wuling Shalu. Wuling Shalu coldly retorted, "What business is it of yours? The Prince of Saiyans, a Super Saiyan, huh? Gathering so many to face me. Prince Vegeta, it seems your title as a warrior race is unfounded." Vegeta halted, and Piccolo, Krillin, and the others also paused. Anger coursed through Vegeta, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to contain his fury, gazing at Wuling Shalu with a slight smirk. "Humph, the Saiyan race of warriors is beyond your comprehension. Shalu, are you intentionally provoking my wrath, perhaps setting a trap?" Wuling Shalu's heart raced momentarily, yet he maintained his composure as he replied, "Yes, a trap has been set. It would be best if you did not approach. Otherwise, you may find yourselves facing death." This ambiguous threat caused Piccolo, Krillin, number 17, Vegeta, and Tianjin Han to instinctively take a step back, their caution heightened as they regarded Wuling Shalu with trepidation. Trunks pointed his sword at Wuling Shalu, declaring, "Mr. Piccolo, could it be that this fellow is merely bluffing?" Piccolo responded, "It's possible, but he possesses a mind akin to Wuling's. He may very well have something up his sleeve. Look, even Vegeta struggles to contain his anger. Just how great of a shadow has Mr. Sun Wukong cast over you all?" Trunks internally mused, noting his father's uncharacteristic restraint. Upon returning home, he would surely inquire with his mother. Scatter, do not cluster together. After Piccolo finished speaking, the crowd dispersed, once again surrounding Wuling Shalu. Wuling Shalu surveyed his surroundings, and the formidable presence of Vegeta erupted in front of him, causing a surge of delight within. He had finally taken the bait. With his palms pressed together, Wuling Shalu opened them to unleash 6 energy spheres, which, under his control, hurtled toward the recently landed Piccolo, Krillin, Trunks, Tin, Android 17, and Yamcha. Immediately after launching the Kamehameha blasts, Wuling Shalu aimed his palms at Vegeta. Taking a stance akin to a martial artist, Piccolo, well acquainted with this maneuver, had just deflected a Kamehameha blast and shouted to Vegeta, "Quick, get out of the way, Vegeta!" It was too late in that moment. Vegeta, who had just gathered energy for a power-enhanced attack against Wuling Shalu, found himself directly hit by the magic sealing wave. A swirling vortex of green energy enveloped him like a tornado. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he could not withstand it. "Haha!" Wuling Shalu cackled maniacally, reveling in the sight of Vegeta ensnared within the magic sealing wave, unable to contain his joy any longer. "Dad!" Trunks, witnessing the others deflect or evade the Kamehameha blasts, turned just in time to see Vegeta's anguished cries as he was sealed within a small vial by Wuling Shalu. Whoosh! Wuling Shalu darted forward in a straight line, finally seizing an opportunity to break free from the relentless blockade. Android 17 also pursued him with high-speed movement. Piccolo discarded his weighted clothing and declared, "Krillin, you and the others free Vegeta. Trunks and I will pursue him. We cannot let him escape." "Understood, Mr. Piccolo." Trunks saw Krillin uncover a small vial from the soil and, without a moment to spare, knowing that Vegeta was safe, joined Piccolo in their high-speed chase after Wuling Shalu. That cursed magic sealing wave. But with 17, Piccolo, and Trunks pursuing, we should be able to catch up. Krillin's expression gradually stiffened, his smile fading as uncertainty crept in. And he forced out, "I hope so." Chapter 76. The Pursuit 10 looked at the rapidly disappearing figures of Piccolo, Trunks, and Android 17 in the distance. Even the magic sealing wave has been mastered. Krillin observed a crack suddenly appear in the vial he held, hastily tossing it aside. Crash! A surge of golden energy suddenly expanded, shattering the vial. Vegeta, now on all fours, gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he felt disoriented. He rose unsteadily, having removed his sunglasses, everything appearing to spin before him, that he called out to Krillin and Yamcha, "Hey, what was that green vortex? Was that also a technique from Sun Wukong?" Tien explained to Vegeta. That was the magic sealing wave, created by Master Potato to seal the Demon King Piccolo. Aside from Wukong, I, Master Potato, and the Supreme Kai all possessed this technique. Demon King Piccolo Vegeta suddenly recalled Piccolo mentioning that Wukong had practiced the magic sealing wave on him, and the disorienting sensation lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of dread. That Krillin's face reflected a hint of terror as he said, "The magic sealing wave traps the intended target within an object, and then a special talisman is used to seal it. Honestly, I'm already frightened. How can we seize the opportunity to escape in this situation? If you're scared, you should hurry back and not obstruct us here. That scoundrel will surely kill him." Vegeta's golden energy surged, and he sped off, putting his sunglasses back on, his final words echoing in Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin's ears. "Those sunglasses are quite impressive." With that, Vegeta vanished completely from sight. Tien gazed at his hands, realizing that although he had fought alongside Vegeta, Trunks, and 17, they were the true main forces in the battle, while he and the others merely played supporting roles. They were utterly outpaced by Goku and the others. Even Wukong's disciple, Biddy Lee, who had previously kept up with Vegeta, could no longer match him after Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. "Krillin, I must admit, I feel a bit frightened as well." Yamcha suddenly interrupted Tien's contemplation. Yamcha smiled candidly. "To be honest, when I first saw that Shalu, unease filled my heart. As the primary cell of Wukong, he inherits Wukong's genetic traits and possesses the same potential. Although he lacks Wukong's creation of the spirit and time, he also carries cells from that alien named Kula, in addition to Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo." Krillin replied, "Indeed, despite our extensive preparations, he still managed to seize the opportunity to escape. We three are unable to catch up. Even if we did, we might complicate matters further." Tien clenched his fists in frustration, slamming the ground with a punch. "Damn it. I can't accept this. Are we just going to sit here and do nothing?" The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and a sense of desolation washed over Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin. Yamcha broke the silence, saying, "Everyone, let us consider what we can still do if Shalu truly escapes from Trunks and the others. What should we do? Wukong once told me to think from another's perspective. If we were Shalu, what would we do?" Thinking from another's perspective, Krillin and Tien paused, deep in thought. After a moment, Krillin said, "I would lie low and grow stronger." According to Rose's description, Shalu needs to consume others to reach his final form, requiring an abundance of life energy. Tien exclaimed, "The city. The residents in the city will be Shalu's targets for consumption." Yamcha nodded, a hint of panic in his voice. "If that's the case, the citizens in the city are in danger. Tien, let's contact the king. Krillin, you head back to Kame House and reach out to Satan. We need to coordinate." "All right." Krillin and Tien both nodded in agreement, setting their plans into motion. Compared to Goku, Wukong, and the others, Yamcha occasionally appeared in the public eye, even interacting with Satan on various programs and having met the king. However, this had led to some romantic entanglements, and he had prematurely split from Bulma, yet he dared not abandon his martial arts aspirations. As Vegeta, now a Super Saiyan, pursued Piccolo, Trunks, and Android 17, Wukong Shalu desperately fled at high speed towards the glaciers. "Damn it, they just won't let up," Wukong Shalu thought, glancing back as Trunks and Android 17 closed in on him. He poured nearly all his strength into his speed, having barely torn a gap through the encirclement. If he were to be surrounded again, he would surely have no chance. Don't even think about escaping, Shalu," Trunks shouted, unleashing Kamehameha blasts alongside Android 17 towards Wukong Shalu. Whoosh! 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 Wukong Shalu adeptly dodged the energy blast fired by Trunks and Android 17. With Piccolo in hot pursuit, whoosh! Wukong Shalu soared over two snow-capped mountains as Trunks and Android 17's energy blast struck the peaks. Boom! Boom! The mountains crumbled, clouds of dust and smoke rising, the explosion melting the surrounding snow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Android 17 accelerated with all his might, breaking through the smoke to chase Wuling Shalu, closely followed by Trunks, and then Piccolo, with Vegeta gradually catching up. Buzz! Android 17 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Wuling Shalu. A relentless wave of attacks. Wuling Shalu flipped in midair, executing a sharp turn and continuing his flight forward. Following closely, Trunks conjured 2 energy blasts and hurled them at Wuling Shalu. Wuling Shalu was struck in the shoulder and back, his petite form plummeting from the sky, a pained wail escaping his lips as purple blood spilled from his mouth. Boom! Whoosh! Just as he was about to crash into the snow below, he stifled the agony coursing through him, steadied his breath, and took flight once more, using high-speed movement. Whoosh! Whoosh! Android 17's 2 energy blasts detonated on the very spot where Wuling Shalu was about to fall, creating 2 enormous craters. Energy Blade. Wuling Shalu conjured 2 energy blades and hurled them towards the ever-approaching Android 17 and Trunks behind him. Drinking deeply, Piccolo arrived shortly after, while Vegeta gathered his energy into a powerful blast, shattering the energy blade of Goku's fusion with Cell. Android 17 and Trunks maneuvered through the swirling debris of the explosion, relentlessly pursuing Goku's fusion with Cell. At this moment, the distance between Android 17 and Goku's fusion with Cell diminished significantly. A brief pause from Goku's fusion had reduced the gap from over 3,000 meters to less than 1,000. Chapter 77. Action. The air grew increasingly frigid, and the rapid movement made the wind feel like a blade against their skin. Android 17, Trunks, Vegeta, and Piccolo involuntarily shivered, yet they pressed on, unwavering in their pursuit of Goku's fusion with Cell. They were close, so close. Upon catching sight of the Azure Ocean, Goku's fusion glimmered with excitement, akin to a drowning soul spotting the shore, compelling him to reach out desperately. Protective barrier. Goku's fusion conjured a shield as he plunged into the water, forming a spiraling energy blade in his palm, which he then hurled back at Trunks. Boom! Boom! Trunks and Android 17's energy blast collided with the ocean, erupting into towering geysers of water. Whoosh! Goku's spiraling energy blade pierced through the splashes, barreling towards Trunks. Once again, another energy blade. Vegeta arrived just in time, forming an energy blast to counter the spiraling attack. As Trunks prepared to dash through the aftermath of the explosion as he had before, Android 17 seized his arm, pulling him back. In Trunks' astonished gaze, the spiraling energy blade detonated, scattering countless razor-sharp shards in chaotic spirals. Gulp! Trunks could not help but swallow hard. Had he charged through the explosion like before, even as a Super Saiyan, he would have been ensnared by the densely packed, razor-like shards, which would have undoubtedly crushed him. Vegeta and Piccolo soon flanked Android 17 and Trunks, standing guard until the spiraling energy blade had entirely dissipated. The spiraling energy blade, as Android 16 had previously mentioned, was a technique conceived by Goku, an upgraded version of the energy blade. Besides Goku, his disciple, Biddy Lee, was also capable of wielding it in the realm of extreme intent. Goku had nearly vanquished Android 18 using this very technique, and it was surprising to witness Cell wielding it as well. Android 17's words elicited nods from Trunks, Vegeta, and Piccolo. Trunks wanted to express his gratitude to Android 17. But the despairing world he inhabited rendered the words unutterable upon seeing Android 17's face, his fists clenched tightly, his heart ensnared in deep turmoil and conflict. "Oh, you seem to dislike me quite a bit," Android 17 remarked nonchalantly, casting a curious glance at Trunks, finding his reaction peculiar, yet he paid it no mind. After all, they were not well acquainted. They were merely allies in this temporary battle. Trunks yearned to affirm this sentiment, his pent-up fury towards androids 17 and 18 almost overwhelming. Even knowing they were not from the same timeline could not quell his inner turmoil. Ultimately, he could only muster a simple apology. "I'm sorry." Vegeta gazed at the tranquil sea, harboring resentment. The vast expanse of water, covering over 70% of the Earth's surface, had now become a sanctuary for Goku's fusion with Cell. Damn it, he still managed to escape. Vegeta exclaimed, removing his sunglasses as he concentrated, launching a barrage of energy blasts towards the ocean. Instantly, the water boiled, and the explosive sounds of the blast stirred up colossal waves. Piccolo, Android 17, and Trunks also removed their sunglasses. Observing Vegeta venting alone at that moment, back at Bowsy Mountain, Goku had instantaneously returned from New Namek, having placed a 4-star Dragon Ball in the care of Dandy, Nail, and Elder Mu Li, as per Goku's instructions. Meanwhile, Gohan, Android 16, and Biddy were gathered in Goku's home, with Chi-Chi and Ox King also present, as Goku's ailment was of significant concern. "Goku, Dad!" Chi-Chi and Gohan exclaimed upon seeing Goku's figure. "Yes," Goku replied with a smile. "I am back, as per Goku's instructions. I've placed a 4-star Dragon Ball on New Namek. Gohan, let us go." "Okay, Dad." Gohan joined his father, gripping his arm. Just as Goku was about to teleport away, Chi-Chi called out to him, Gohan, you must return safely." After Gohan resolved to merge martial arts with philosophy, Chi-Chi had softened her opposition to his training. However, regarding Gohan's education, she hoped he would pursue knowledge and learning, much like Goku. Unlike Krillin, Goku, or Yamcha. "All right, Chi-Chi." With a hearty laugh, Goku and Gohan vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Vegeta and Trunks. "Goku, Mr. Kakarot, Goku." Piccolo, Trunks, Vegeta, and Android 17 greeted the sudden arrival of Goku and Gohan in unison. "Mr. Goku, how is Goku?" Trunks inquired urgently. Goku replied, "He is fine now, Trunks. Thanks to your medicine and the dragon's assistance, he recovered. He was just too exhausted and fell asleep. He should wake up in about 10 days. Vegeta, upon hearing Goku's words, felt an inexplicable sense of relief, though he coldly remarked, "Humph. I thought Goku might perish from some viral heart disease. I still owe him revenge. One day, I shall make that bastard wear women's clothing." I believe his face would be even more amusing in address. Vegeta's words elicited shared, unspoken thought among Gohan, Piccolo, and Goku. "You haven't given up yet, and besides, isn't that skirt you're wearing the one you donned yourself? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by Goku? Sigh, what about Krillin, Tin, and Yamcha? And what a Cell? How did it go?" "Earlier, I sensed a chaotic energy, predominantly composed of Goku's cells," Goku asked, surveying the vast ocean around him. Piccolo responded, "We encountered that cell. Despite our preparations, he managed to escape. That he was green, resembling Goku strikingly, appearing like a 5 or 6-year-old child, exceptionally cunning, inheriting Goku's talents, and nearly mastering all of Goku's techniques, alongside the cells of Frieza's father." "All techniques? Does that include the spirit flow that Uncle Goku created?" Gohan gasped in amazement. "Impossible," Piccolo retorted. "The spirit flow cannot be learned merely by observation. Without proper guidance, mastering it is unattainable. It's not something one can achieve solely through training." Trunks addressed Goku. Krillin and the others seemed to have left. It appears they had some urgent matters to attend to. "Mr. Goku, Cell has escaped. What shall we do next?" Chapter 78. A dangerous hairstyle. Underwater, at this moment, Goku's fusion was enveloped in a protective barrier, swiftly navigating through the ocean depths with the same absolute control as Goku. Even while in motion, he managed to conceal his energy signature. That energy. Goku and Gohan. Goku's fusion had no idea how far he had flown. He continued gliding through the water, wary of isolating himself with the protective barrier he had formed earlier. Now injured, he found solace in the fact that King Cold could survive in space. And thus, he had no problem in the current situation. Goku possesses the instant transmission technique. How unfortunate that I am currently too weak to learn it. Otherwise, the upcoming challenges would be far more manageable. Goku's fusion spotted a whale, skillfully maneuvering as he plunged his tail into the creature's body, absorbing its life force amidst the whale's mournful cries. The wounds on Goku's fusion healed at a visible pace. And as the whale's cries scattered the surrounding fish, he completely absorbed the whale's essence. With his injuries fully mended, he retracted his protective barrier, gracefully floating at the ocean's surface, surveying his surroundings with a sense of disorientation. Suddenly, a gust of ocean breeze swept through, causing the entire sea to boil, the tumultuous waves rolling around Goku's fusion, yet failing to disturb him in the slightest. I am still too weak. I must evolve to maturity. Otherwise, I may not be so fortunate to escape next time. Wuling Shalu advanced swiftly forward, his form skimming the surface of the sea, poised to begin his hunt. The Dragon Balls. I must acquire them at all costs. Furthermore, the spirit stream of Sun Wukong could potentially elevate him beyond the likes of Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wufan. In light of this, I shall head to West City, for it seems that a woman named Bulma has crafted a Dragon Ball radar capable of locating their whereabouts. Wuling Shalu revealed a maniacal grin, the recent brush with death igniting an uncontrollable ecstasy within him, while simultaneously fueling an insatiable hatred for Vegeta, Piccolo, and Android 17. He would never forget them. Just wait. You lot. Once I attain maturity, I shall trample you underfoot, be it you or Sun Wukong. I shall no longer cower before anyone. Suddenly, Wuling Shalu's smile contorted with intensity as he exclaimed, Krillin, Master Roshi, you are very close to me now. In that case, I shall take you as my first targets. Meanwhile, Krillin, back at Master Roshi's island, received a phone call from Tien on the other end. Yamcha stated, Krillin, we have spoken with the king and issued a warrant for Shala's capture. Along with round-the-clock military patrols, should Shala be spotted, an air raid alert will be immediately activated. Krillin, glancing at the television where Satan was earnestly discussing the dangers posed by Wuling Shalu, replied, I have also contacted Satan. He is currently broadcasting the Informatia Lass. Krillin was sent flying by Kamehameha, and to the surprise of Wuling Shalu, the turtle hermit removed his sunglasses. This seemingly feeble master, whose combat prowess appeared inferior to Krillin's, managed to evade the energy blast. How intriguing! A faint smile played upon Wuling Shalu's lips as he observed the turtle hermit, whose muscles suddenly bulged as he assumed a fighting stance upon landing. The turtle hermit, revered as the god of martial arts and a disciple of the martial arts master Matedo, is the founder of the Turtle School and laid the groundwork for the spiritual techniques created by Sun Wukong. It seems that Sun Wukong's spiritual flow is far more complex than merely absorbing natural energy to enhance combat abilities. At this moment, Krillin spat blood. Wuling Shalu was siphoning his life force without delivering a fatal blow. Yet Krillin was on the brink of losing his will to fight. You are Shalu, the turtle hermit said, eyeing Wuling Shalu warily. Although he appeared to be no more than a child of 5 or 6, he emanated an aura of malevolence akin to that of a demon from the depths of hell. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Even during their previous attempt to corner Shalu, Earthlings like Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien had merely served as support. Wuling Shalu smirked as he gazed at the turtle hermit. Are you waiting for Sun Wukong and his companions to arrive? Do not harbor such hopes. Sun Wukong's instant transmission necessitates sensing energy to it is impossible for him to reach an unoccupied location. As my protective barrier isolates your energy, the distance they are now, even if they transformed into super Saiyans to fly over. It would take at least 2 minutes. Wuling Shalu looked at the turtle hermit and inquired, Might you enlighten me, old man? How did you manage that? In a flash, Wuling Shalu lunged forward, his fists and feet striking like shadows towards the turtle hermit. The excitement on Wuling Shalu's face grew as he noted the hermit, devoid of any discernible energy or powerful aura, managed to evade his blows. If time permitted, I would relish the opportunity to fight you continuously. Perhaps I could unearth the secrets of the spiritual flow crafted by Sun Wukong. Wuling Shalu conjured an energy sphere, a Kamehameha, and hurled it towards the turtle hermit. With a leap, the turtle hermit soared into the air. Boom! The Kamehameha exploded. Though he had evaded it, the force of the blast still swept the turtle hermit into its grasp. The turtle hermit screamed in agony, his body uncontrollably propelled away, in his line of sight. Wuling Shalu's sharp tail lunged towards him, piercing directly into his chest. Master Matedo, Krillin, summoning his last reserves of strength, raised his arm and unleashed an energy slash towards Wuling Shalu. Krillin, your control over energy blasts is truly lamentable. Wuling Shalu created an energy sphere and tossed it behind him, maintaining his composure even as the energy slash approached. Buzz! Just as the energy slash was about to collide with Wuling Shalu, it executed a dramatic turn, passing behind him, and just before crashing into the protective barrier, was obliterated by the Kamehameha Wuling Shala had just unleashed. Ha. Indeed, a failure. Krillin collapsed onto the ground, watching helplessly as Wuling Shalu consumed the turtle hermit, leaving only his garments behind. The energy slash was all I could manage. I cannot wield it with the precision of Sun Wukong, and that was truly my limit. Bang! As Wuling Shalu approached Krillin, the sound of gunfire echoed, a bullet striking Wuling Shalu and ricocheting off. I could see that moment. Zira raised her handgun to shield Krillin, while Marin sobbed uncontrollably in her arms. Zira, Marin. Krillin extended his trembling hand, bracing his now fatigued body beside Zira, gazing at the weeping Marin. Marin, no, do not be afraid. Daddy is here. Do not fear. Both your father and mother are here. Chapter 80. The Withering Rose. Wuling Shala paused, observing Krillin and Zira, comforting the infant, even knowing the grim fate that awaited them, yet still striving to protect the child named Marin. Humph, Zira, you are a traitor to the Red Ribbon Army. Are you not? The current you is vastly different from the description. Wuling Shala recognized Zira, noting the stark contrast between her present demeanor and the confident figure recorded. Her smile was now gentler, tears glistening silently at the corners of her eyes. Marin, do not cry. Mama is here. After handing Marin to Krillin, Zira, gun in hand, aimed at Wuling Shala, her gaze unwavering, devoid of the former terror of the androids. The bullets struck Wuling Shala, bouncing off harmlessly, just as he prepared to consume Zira and Krillin as he had the turtle hermit. However, upon hearing Marin's cries, Wuling Shalu's agile tail fell limply to the ground, his eyes fixed on Krillin and Zira, inexplicably refraining from attacking. Father and mother, how tiresome. Wuling Shala's youthful visage darkened ominously as he concentrated a beam of light, piercing through Zira and Krillin's chests. Krillin was impaled through the heart, and with his last breath, he clutched Marin tightly, preventing her from falling to the ground. Zira, being taller than Krillin, though her chest was pierced, did not perish immediately like him. She collapsed to the ground, blood staining the sand, her final love for Krillin evident. With the energy beams Krillin had received from Sun Wukong after defeating Raditz tucked away, Wuling Shala found himself rejuvenated after absorbing the turtle hermit's life force. Wuling Shala gazed at his hands, previously marred by battles against Vegeta and others, now restored after the consumption of the turtle hermit. Sun Wukong and his companions should be arriving soon. He intended to seek out the Dragon Balls at Bulma's home in West City. The turtle hermit had managed to evade his blows. He must use the Dragon Balls to wish for Sun Wukong's spiritual flow. Wuling Shala moved at high speed, plunging into the depths of the sea as the protective barrier dissipated, vanishing within moments, leaving behind the nearly lifeless Zira and a turtle that had narrowly escaped the calamity. Zira crawled towards the now silent Krillin, her blood trailing behind her on the sandy shore. Marin's piercing cries propelled her forward, her body losing warmth, yet driven by the last vestiges of hope. She drew closer. Blood mingled with sand upon her palm as Zira's chin gently rested on Krillin's cold body. Marin, dear, do not cry. Daddy and Mama are merely resting for a while. They will be revived with the Dragon Balls. Blood trickled from Zira's lips as she gazed at the sobbing Marin, a tender smile gracing her face. Her hand brushed against Marin's cherubic cheek, leaving a crimson streak. Rest assured, your Uncle Wukong and Uncle Wuling will surely vanquish that wicked foe. Marin, forgive us for indulging in this moment. Tears blurred her vision as her hand fell weakly. Zira's final smile akin to a withered rose, collapsing into Krillin's embrace. Marin's anguished cries echoed through the now silent turtle hermit's abode, accompanied only by the roaring waves. The turtle, with an awakened intelligence, crawled towards the wailing Marin, feeling a pang of sorrow at her cries, yet pondering what it, a mere turtle, could possibly do. Wukong, Wuling, come quickly. Suddenly, the turtle heard a powerful sound slicing through the air upon the surface of the sea. Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan, with Gohan and the others following closely behind. On Baozi Mountain, at the Lingxian Lu Martial Arts Hall, number 18 had just emerged from the bathhouse, now adorned in a new outfit prepared for her by Bidalai and Lanfang. She wore a white short-sleeve top layered with a black vest, blue denim trousers cinched at the waist, and black flat shoes, complemented by white arm sleeves and a pair of black fingerless gloves. With her golden hair cascading to her shoulders, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction as she swept her hair back and stepped outside. Upon seeing only Lan Fong and Xiao Wu, number 18 curiously inquired, "Where is Bidalai? Why is she absent?" Lan Fong explained, "I just received a call from Mr. Satan. Bidalai has left with number 16. Cell has escaped, and we urgently need manpower. The entire world is now under martial law." Escaped. Number 18 crossed her arms defiantly, her usual cold demeanor unshaken by the news of Cell's flight. "What about Sun Wukong?" Xiao Wu replied, "Mr. Wukong is no longer in danger. He is simply exhausted and should awaken in about 10 days. 10 days. Number 18's expression remained unchanged, retaining her characteristic cool indifference, as long as he is not dead. That's what matters. Otherwise, who am I supposed to claim my remaining 199 outfits from? As she stepped outside, preparing to take flight with the instant transmission technique, Lan Fong called out to her. "Wait, number 18. Stopping midair, she looked at Lan Fong, who had also flown to her side using the same technique, perplexed. "What is it?" Lan Fong explained, "Well, now you're the only powerful individual left at Baozi Mountain. Could I ask you to stay and protect us? Master Wukong is still in slumber, and if Cell takes advantage of our moment of inattention, my own strength is insufficient to safeguard him." At this moment, number 18's pretty face contorted with disdain, her arms still crossed, her piercing gaze causing Lan Fong to break out in a cold sweat. "Why should I protect that guy? Sun Wukong? I owe him anything. That scoundrel nearly killed me before. If it weren't for my clothes getting dirty, I wouldn't even be here." The torrent of words Lan Fong had prepared was silenced by number 18's icy glare. "How audacious! That man, Sun Wukong, promised me 200 outfits, and he still owes me 199. Humph." With a cold snort, number 18 swiftly departed from Baozi Mountain, leaving Lan Fong suspended in midair, lost in thought for an extended period. Chapter 81. Beyond Super Saiyan Under the Sea, Wukong's Cell swam towards West City. The recent scene at the Kame house involving Violet and Krillin lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. "Father, Mother," Wukong's Cell murmured softly as he gazed at his own palm. Recalling the moment in North City when Sun Wukong had tricked him alongside the androids, and how another version of Cell from a parallel dimension was vanquished by Sun Wukong, number 16, number 17, and number 18, with Wukong even delivering the final blow using the Kamehameha. His body trembled uncontrollably. Despite having narrowly escaped death, he remained haunted by the memories. The sight of Sun Wukong using the Kamehameha to obliterate that Cell etched a profound sense of dread within him. Bah, what am I thinking? I am merely the ultimate android created by that old fool, Dr. Jero, utilizing Sun Wukong's cells and genetic material as a foundation. Apart from Sun Wukong, my body also contains cells from Piccolo, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, King Cold, and others. What connection do I have with that killing machine, Sun Wukong? Wukong's Cell seethed, shaking off his thoughts, his fists clenching involuntarily as he resolved firmly within himself. From now on, I will show no mercy. Once I evolve into my perfect form, it won't matter whether it's Sun Wukong, Goku, or Gohan. All of them will be beneath my feet. At the Kame house, Goku stared at the garments of Master Roshi. Alongside the lifeless forms of Krillin and Violet, his fists tightening in anguish. Gohan cautiously cradled the sobbing Marin, while Yamcha and Goku prepared to lay Krillin and Violet to rest. Goku's voice, usually filled with warmth and simplicity, turned cold and resolute as he addressed the bodies of Krillin and Violet. "Krillin, Violet, Master Roshi, you wait here. Once we eliminate Cell, we will use the Dragon Balls to bring you back." Imitating Sun Wukong, Goku had begun to refer to Master Roshi as Master Roshi instead of Grandpa. A somber atmosphere enveloped them, the deaths of Krillin, Violet, and Master Roshi casting a shadow of sorrow as the evening glow gradually descended, marking the end of a long and arduous day. Now the enemy lurked in the shadows while they were exposed. Having let him slip away in North City, such an opportunity might not arise again. Should Cell reach his perfect form, it would be too late, and they might not even stand a chance against the Super Saiyan. "This is unacceptable," Trunks said with frustration. Vegeta scoffed. agreeing with Trunks, having transformed into a Super Saiyan and endured a harrowing lesson. He understood that being a Super Saiyan did not equate to invincibility. A.S. Wukong would say, "We must prepare for the worst. If Super Saiyans cannot contend with him, then we must surpass the Super Saiyan level." Goku declared to Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks. Indeed, surpassing the Super Saiyan. Uncle Wukong mentioned something similar. Gohan's voice captured everyone's attention. Vegeta, taken aback, asked Gohan, "Are you saying that Sun Wukong spoke to you about surpassing the Super Saiyan?" "What did he say?" Gohan looked at everyone, explaining, "I initially wanted to learn the Lingxian Lu technique from Uncle Wukong, but he told me that if I wished to study it, I could never transform into a Super Saiyan again." Piccolo recalled what Sun Wukong had shared with him and nodded. Harnessing natural energy to open the Danshians is indeed a method of transcending limits. It resembles the transformation into a Super Saiyan. But practicing Lingxian Lu may lead to a breakdown during the transformation. Gohan continued. Later, Uncle Wukong told me that if I didn't want to give up being a Super Saiyan, he would reveal a way to attain both. "What?" Piccolo exclaimed. "Gohan, does that mean Wukong is suggesting you can train in Lingxian Lu while still being able to transform into a Super Saiyan?" "Yes, Uncle Piccolo, that I had asked Uncle Wukong about it. And he said he found inspiration from Uncle Vegeta," Gohan replied, his tail flicking playfully from me. "What is Wukong planning now?" Vegeta said, visibly agitated, his face reflecting his resistance. He was wary of falling into another of Wukong's schemes without realizing it. Suddenly, the satellite phone in Goku's hands rang. Answering the call, he recognized Satan's voice on the other end. "Uncle Goku, it's bad. Cell has appeared in West City, and number 18 has engaged him." "Hurry. Isn't she supposed to be at Baozi Mountain?" "How did she end up in West City?" Number 17 asked, astonished. "All right, we're on our way," Goku declared, hanging up the phone. Piccolo and the others quickly grasped Goku's shoulders, while Gohan held Marin tightly and clutched Goku's clothing. In an instant, they vanished, leaving only the turtle gazing at the setting sun, watching the night approach. West City. Wukong's Cell strolled up from the coast. Gazing at the sprawling metropolis ahead, home to millions, he activated the instant transmission technique. Soaring into the city, arms spread wide, his tail beneath him thrumming with excitement. Before visiting Bulma's house, he intended to indulge himself. This time, he would not show mercy. As the sky darkened and the coastline remained deserted. Wukong's Cell ventured deeper into the urban landscape. But I mustn't absorb too much. If I consume too many at once, they will sense it. Such words imply that one must not indulge excessively. A mere gathering of over 10,000 people would suffice. Suddenly, a piercing scream interrupted Wukong Shalu's thoughts that a woman clad in a bikini, upon spotting him, let out a shriek, causing the surrounding crowd to scatter in panic. Buzzed at 8 that moment, the air raid sirens blared throughout the entire western capital, leaving Wukong Shalu momentarily stunned. "Warning, warning, red alert, warning, red alert" echoed across the western capital, exacerbated by the fleeing throngs, filling Wukong Shalu with unexpressed frustration. What on earth is happening? Wukong Shalu felt his composure teetering on the edge, gazing at the fighter jets above, the warships on the sea, and the armored tanks advancing on land towards him. He harbored no fear of these, as they were, in his eyes, mere refuse. What truly terrified him was the thought of Sun Wukong using instant transmission to bring them here. Damn it, that beast, that's Satan. It must be him. Sun Wukong's disciple and the obvious representative of the spirit immortal faction, mobilizing humanity so swiftly. Only he could achieve this. With this realization, Wukong Shalu gathered energy in his palms, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards the warships, fighter jets, soldiers, and armored tanks on the sea. The brilliant sparks of destruction serving as a testament to Wukong Shalu's frenzied outpouring. Today has been nothing short of a series of misfortunes, with no respite whatsoever. Chapter 82. A dislocated world. After departing from Baozi Mountain, number 18 sped along the highway, heading in a singular direction. Where could number 17 and number 16 have gone? In a fit of pique, I completely forgot to inquire where Lan Fong and the others had gone. As number 18 gazed at her flight path, the crimson glow of the evening sunset bathed everything in a fiery hue, momentarily captivating her attention. Buzzing, Suddenly, the shrill sound of the air raid siren pierced her mind, causing number 18 to instinctively cover her ears, startled by the noise. What is happening? Covering her ears, she realized she had unwittingly flown over the western capital, where the incessant wail of the air raid siren resonated. Suddenly, fighter jets soared into the sky, trailing toward the coastal area of the western capital. Boom! Sparks erupted as Wuling Shalu unleashed energy blasts, illuminating the encroaching darkness of the night with a vivid REDIS that Wuling Shalu, the one with Sun Wukong as the primary cell. Right there, number 18's eyes narrowed as she darted towards the source of the explosions, her golden hair flowing behind her as she drew nearer, spotting Wuling Shalu, who appeared to be no older than 5 or 6 years. In that moment, Wuling Shalu was moving swiftly, preparing to dive into the sea. Number 18 conjured an energy blast in her palm, and sensing danger, Wuling Shalu halted mid-air. Caught off guard, number 18 delivered a powerful kick to his face. Boom! Wuling Shalu tumbled, crashing onto the beach, while number 18 landed gracefully, adopting a combat stance as she watched him rise. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wuling Shalu growled, "Number 18, it's you." Number 18 lightly tossed her long hair, and with a teasing tone, remarked, "So this is what you've become. You really do resemble that Sun Wukong fellow. What's the matter? Upon seeing me, do you plan to absorb us like that previous Shalu and achieve your complete form?" With that, number 18 placed her hand over her chest. Both she and numbers 16 and 17 carried bombs within them, a final resort for the androids. If she were to falter, she would ensure that there would be no chance for absorption. Wuling Shalu, with a keen gaze, scanned the surroundings, seeking an opportunity to flee. Suddenly, he noticed that number 18 wasn't he wearing sunglasses like Yamcha, and Piccolo had a smile crept across Wuling Shalu's face as he said, 3 years ago, after Dr. Gero encountered someone who looked exactly like you, he remembered me and re-engineered me. Besides programming and reorganizing Sun Wukong's genetic DNA with mine, I no longer need to devour you and number 17 to evolve into my complete form. I'm already in my complete form, albeit too small that I require an abundance of sustenance to grow. Once I reach maturity, there will be no difference between me and that Shalu. What are you talking about from 3 years ago? What has that bastard Dr. Gero done to me? Number 18 questioned angrily, taken aback to, "Ha ha ha ha." Wuling Shalu chuckled. "It seems you truly are oblivious. 3 years ago, a girl who looked almost identical to you puzzled Dr. Gero until his dying day. He never understood why. However, upon seeing another version of myself, I came to comprehend." Wuling Shalu tilted his head, his eyes brimming with madness and brutality. "She must be like that Saiyan Trunks or another version of myself, hailing from some parallel universe to ha ha ha. That's the case. Here we are, with multiple differing parallel worlds converging. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at, Shalu?" Number 18 furrowed her brow, coldly interrogating him. Wuling Shalu laughed maniacally. "I am laughing at the other versions of myself from parallel worlds. I don't know what they are like, but I absolutely must become the strongest. This way, I will not fear anyone. I will not only kill Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, but I will also become the ruler of the entire universe. And in the universe I govern, there will be no room for Earthlings. I despise Sun Wukong and Earthlings the most. Ha ha ha." With a final burst of madness, Wuling Shalu charged towards number 18 at high speed. Their fists collided, the immense recoil sending both of them staggering backward. Number 18 took a step back, while Wuling Shalu was pushed back by 5 steps. After regaining his balance, Wuling Shalu's tail, flexible like a whip, lashed out towards number 18, adopting a horse stance. Number 18 sprang into action just as Wuling Shalu's tail was about to strike her. Seizing it with both hands as she propelled herself forward, in Wuling Shalu's astonished gaze, number 18 steadied her feet, spinning him around with ease. Whoosh! Number 18 hurled Wuling Shalu into the sky, her palms coming together to form an energy blast with a diameter of 2 meters. "Ah, take this," number 18 shouted, launching the energy blast towards Wuling Shalu, who stabilized himself mid-air, shaking off the dizziness. The colossal energy projectile hurtled towards him. Daha! Wuling Shalu clenched his fists and struck the energy blast away, only for his arms to shatter in the process. As the sun began to set, The night sky over the western capital became sprinkled with stars, while the explosion from number 18's energy blast illuminated the entire sky. Akin to daylight, buzzing, in the distance, a helicopter approached, a war correspondent capturing the ongoing battle between Wuling Shalu and number 18 live on air. The footage broadcasted clearly to those watching television at that moment. The explosive shock waves rocked the helicopter, nearly sending it spiraling out of control. T. Bulma's residence. They witnessed the unfolding scene. Even through the window, the dazzling sparks appeared as bright as day, amidst the brilliant display in the sky above the western capital. Number 18 and Wuling Shalu engaged in a fierce conflict, their punches and kicks intertwining. The reporters could not discern the figures of number 18 and Wuling Shalu, only hearing the thunderous roar of the battle. Causing them to swallow nervously, boom. Number 18 seized an opening in Wuling Shalu's defense and landed a powerful punch on his back, sending him crashing onto the beach. Responding to the air raid alert, Satan arrived at the scene in the western capital, witnessing the dramatic confrontation unfold before him. Spotting Wuling Shalu on the beach, he quickly pulled out his satellite phone to call Sun Wukong and the others. Chapter 83. The situation as dusk approached, the sun cast its faint glow over the western capital. In the sky, number 18 gathered an energy blast and hurled it towards Wuling Shalu, diving down swiftly in pursuit. Bang! Upon unleashing a ki blast, Wuling Shalu collided with the ki blast hurled by Android 1-8. As 18 traversed through the debris of the explosion, she observed Wuling Shalu with his palms spread wide. Positioned on either side of his forehead, the sun fist, infused with Piccolo's cells, allowed Wuling Shalu's arms to mend effortlessly. He concentrated his energy into a flowing ki blast and forcefully cast it into the ocean, producing a resounding splash, while he himself swiftly vanished into the city, erasing his presence entirely. From a distance, 18, Satan, the war correspondents, and those streaming live through cameras were momentarily engulfed in a blinding light, leaving them in utter bewilderment for 2 seconds. Don't even think about escaping. At that moment, 18 rubbed her eyes with one hand while continuously launching ki blasts towards the shoreline with the other. Having just heard the sound of water splashing, her blurry vision gradually cleared as she soared above the ocean's surface, her palms incessantly forming ki blasts to hurl into the sea. Bang! 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 The ki blasts erupted, sending towering sprays of water into the air. Infuriated by Wuling Shalu's escape, 18 pouted, scrutinizing the now tranquil sea. She meticulously examined every corner, ready to unleash a ki blast at the slightest disturbance. Sun Wukong and the others instantaneously teleported to Satan's side. Hearing the voice of Android 17, 18 turned around to see Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and the others returning to the beach as the sun dipped below the horizon. Night enveloped the scene. 18 recounted the events that had transpired. Here, take this. Yamucha suddenly handed 18 a pair of sunglasses with a grin. Next time you encounter Shalu, wear these, and you need not fear his sun fist anymore. Thank you. 18 accepted the sunglasses, tucking them into her collar. Now that night had fallen, wearing sunglasses to appear cool seemed rather foolish, yet she politely expressed her gratitude to Yamucha. I heard it too. Master Wukong, he shouldn't have gotten too far after our call, Satan remarked, gazing at the gently undulating waves. Piccolo, with a calm demeanor, surveyed the vast expanse of the sea, stating, "We're still one step too late." The group felt overwhelmingly fatigued from the day's events, having endured a relentless series of incidents without a moment's respite. First, there were the androids 19 and 20 in the morning, followed by their escapade to North City. The outbreak of Sun Wuling's viral heart condition, the emergence of Shalu, the ensuing chase, the sacrifices of Krillin, Violet, and Master Roshi, and now this. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on the horizon, soaring towards them, Android 16 and Biddy Lee. "Daddy," Biddy Lee called out as they landed gracefully upon the beach. After exchanging greetings, Satan inquired, "Biddy Lee, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be with 16 in East City?" Biddy Lee explained, after seeing the news from West City. 16 and I rushed over. Has Shala been dealt with? Not yet. He slipped away again. Satan pointed towards the vast ocean, which dominated over 70% of the earth, seemingly becoming Shalu's sanctuary. What a pity. Biddy Lee lamented, picking up a shell and splashing water as she tossed it into the Happy, by the way. 18. What are you doing in West City? Shouldn't you be at Bowsy Mountain? 18 gently brush her hair back. Regarding Biddy Lee. Why should I inform you of my whereabouts, little girl? Biddy Lee's expression shifted, and she quickly clarified, no, I apologize, I was merely concerned about Master Wooling. Crossing her arms, 18 retorted, he is fine, sleeping more soundly than anyone else. Unfortunately, I no longer wish to experience that feeling. 17, 16, where shall we head next? 17, noticing the bloodstains on his attire, suggested, let's change clothes first. This blood is sticking to me. Afterward, we can pursue Shalu. Pursue? 17, it's already quite late. In this situation, we should rest well first, Yamucha advised. Rest? Amused by the thought, 17 chuckled at Yamucha. We androids never tire, possessing infinite stamina and energy as for resting. We have no desire to be powered down again. Haha, that's true. Yamucha laughed bashfully, though his heart mourned for Sun Wuling's future. Infinite stamina and perpetual wakefulness was akin to an endless abyss. As he mourned for Sun Wuling, a sense of deep admiration arose within him. Sun Wuling was indeed a true man. Come to our home. 17. Wandering aimlessly will not lead you to Shala's whereabouts. First, let us get you changed. Sun Wukong invited 17, 18, and 16. Very well. I cannot wear this outfit any longer. After a moment of contemplation, 17 decided to accompany Sun Wukong back to Bowsy Mountain. Back again. 18 appeared resigned, yet did not refuse. For her, joining forces with Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling, fellow androids, provided a sense of security. The typically quiet and composed 16 suddenly spoke up. I find Bowsy Mountain quite appealing. It has mountains, water, and animals, far superior to this city. Meanwhile, in a secluded sewer beneath West City, Wuling Shala huddled in a corner like refuse. Those fools were well prepared. How infuriating. He clenched his fists, feeling like a rat hiding in the filthy sewer while food danced above him. His wanted posters were plastered everywhere. Satan, it must be him, the disciple of Sun Wuling, a public representative, and also a disciple of the Spirit Immortal sect. How despicable. That scoundrel. Wuling Shalu vowed to remember Satan, determined to eliminate him when the opportunity arose, for he had created such chaos in his life. It was now impossible for him to hunt in the major cities. Thus, he resolved to obtain the Dragon Ball radar and change his course to impoverished and underdeveloped areas, starting from rural locales to gradually rebuild his strength. He refused to believe that those individuals could monitor every corner of the globe. Wuling Shalu prepared to target the destitute and neglected mountain villages, for he was currently too weak. In the city, he could not afford to be discovered.